The school bully told you to fight alongside 51 losers, but you hesitated. Just because you're at the Grandmaster stage, you really didn't want to gang up on a warrior stage, it would be too embarrassing. And you coward. Rain, the top student in the school, pointed at your nose, his face full of contempt. The F-class students were already furious, but you were the only one standing there, frozen in place. It wasn't fear, it was annoyance. As a Grandmaster stage, ganging up with a bunch of weaklings to beat up a warrior stage? If word got out, it would be an absolute black mark on your record. But he insisted on getting in your face. If you're a man, come on over. You finally smiled, and a surge of murderous intent welled up inside you. Are you fucking stupid? Did I do anything to provoke you just by standing here? As soon as the words left your mouth, your figure had already vanished from where you stood. When you woke up, you found yourself transported to a high martial arts world, and not just any world, but one where you were an F-class student, completely abandoned by the school. It felt like the sky was falling. Just as you were about to give up entirely and become the laziest slacker imaginable, a system notification suddenly rang out in your mind. Ding! Supreme Sum System has been bound. The hostess' ultimate strength will be the sum total of the entire class. Chapter 1, Supreme Sum System. Blue Star, Huaxia, Zhangtan City. Academy 7. After waking up, you followed his classmates to the playground in a daze. You have now entered your senior year and are officially embarking on the journey toward the combat exam. For those of you here today, if you don't have a powerful family, exceptional talent, or parents to rely on, then the combat exam is your only path to changing your destiny. At the front of the line, the principal's impassioned speech left you utterly baffled. What the heck is the combat exam? Before the look of confusion could fade from his face, a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly surged into his mind. A moment later, Yu's face betrayed a look of astonishment. Had he been transported to a high martial arts world? Just as he was pondering this, the principal directly in front of him called out his name. Having been completely absorbed in sifting through his newly inherited memories, he hadn't paid attention to what the principal had been saying, so he looked up with a blank expression. However, he keenly noticed that the expressions of his classmates around him were strange. Some looked at him with sympathy, while others with mockery. Go stand in line over there. A classmate next to him nudged you with his elbow, motioning for him to go to the far left of the line. You looked over and saw that 3 students were already standing there, so without giving it a second thought, he walked over. Dude, why are we standing here? We're not about to get scolded, are we? From what he remembered, you knew that his predecessor's martial arts grades had always been terrible, so he didn't for a moment think this was a commendation. I'd actually prefer it to be a scolding. The boy replied with a grimace. As long as it's not a scolding, that is fine. Otherwise, with so many people around, it'd be pretty embarrassing. No, didn't you listen carefully to what the principal just said? Our lives are about to be ruined, and you still have the nerve to joke around? Our lives are ruined? You asked in confusion. Dude, what do you mean by that? Everyone standing here will be assigned to F-class. According to Academy 7's long-standing tradition, F-class students receive no school resources. For students from ordinary families like us, losing that support means we have no hope of passing the combat exam. The school has already given up on us. Hearing this, Yu's face turned pale. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the only way for those without connections to make a name for themselves is to pass the combat exam and get into a good university. This is because schools, whether high schools or universities, provide resource rations. Resources are expensive, ordinary families simply cannot afford them, so the school is the only option. The 174 students whose names have been called will be assigned to F-class. Before he knew it, he was surrounded by a crowd of students, both boys and girls. At that moment, all eyes from the principal to the teachers and students present were fixed on him. As you are surely aware, F-class has no subject teachers, only a homeroom teacher, and you will lose access to the school's resource allocations. When the principal spoke these words, even though the 174 students had long suspected as much, hearing it with their own ears was still excruciating. Many couldn't help but burst into tears. Therefore, I am now giving you a chance to choose, switch to the scholastic exam. Perhaps you can gain admission to a research-oriented university and make something of yourselves in the future. Students who choose to switch to the scholastic exam, please step forward. After these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment, but many eventually took a step forward. Yu was also torn. He came from an ordinary family. His parents were ordinary workers at the bottom of society. If he chose to stick with the combat exam, without the school's support, his family's financial situation would make it impossible for him to join the ranks of the warrior stage. If he chose the scholastic exam, perhaps his future wouldn't be completely hopeless. At least he'd have a job. But Yu felt deeply resentful. In his past life, he had been nothing more than a beast of burden at the bottom of society. Was he really destined to be one again after reincarnation? But what about an underdog comeback? Yu felt helpless. He hadn't managed a comeback even before his death in his past life. What right did he have to expect one now? Just as Yu let out a long sigh and prepared to take a step forward, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The Supreme Sum system has been activated. The hostess' final strength will be determined by the sum of all classmates' talent, vitality, and skill. Since the host has not yet formed a class, once a class is formed, the system will calculate the sum of all classmates' talent, vitality, and skill and grant it to the host. Is this a game-breaking advantage? Yu was instantly overcome with joy. According to this world's progression system, 10 points of vitality corresponds to the warrior stage, 20 points to the warrior stage, and so on. 100 points of vitality equals the grandmaster stage. If the total for the entire class were calculated, even an F class would possess terrifying strength. F class students all have vitality below 5 points. If we calculate based on an average of 4 points, 100 students would total 400 vitality, placing them at the 4-star grandmaster stage. Even with just 50 students, that is still 200 vitality, enough for the grandmaster stage. Rain, the top student in his grade at Academy 7, is a natural genius with family backing, yet his current strength is still only at the warrior stage. Rumor has it that Rain came to Academy 7 because the principal is his second uncle here. The school gives him priority access to many resources. It's only because of his family and the school's preferential treatment that he has reached the warrior stage. And what about me, Yu? I'm at least at the grandmaster stage, minimum. What a waste of potential. Seeing so many students already lined up at the front of the formation, Yu's heart was bleeding. This was all his own potential. F class is a special exception at the school. Unlike other classes, it has no enrollment limit, allowing substitute teachers to teach more effectively. F class operates entirely on a self-directed basis. It has only a homeroom teacher and no substitute teachers, so all learning and cultivation depend entirely on the students themselves. In other words, even if all 174 students here were to stay, they would ultimately be assigned to a single class, F class. If that were truly possible, US strength would reach the 7-star grandmaster stage. The principal has been training for 4 or 5 decades, yet he is still only at the grandmaster stage. However, you knew this was unrealistic. He couldn't possibly keep everyone. Such selfish behavior was out of the question. After all, the choice he made now would determine these students' futures. Without connections or the school's resources to fall back on, the combat exam path would ultimately lead nowhere. Choosing the scholastic exam might still offer a way out. Well then, we're all in the same boat. I hope they choose the right path. In US view, he had already made a name for himself. Even if only 30 or 40 students remained in the end, his strength would still tower above the rest. By demonstrating his strength then, he could easily enter a better class. When the class rankings are recalculated, his strength will still be enough to break through to the grandmaster stage. It's just a matter of time. But for these people, it's like standing at a crossroads in life. A single moment's decision will determine the path their future takes. Is there anyone else who wants to switch to the scholastic exam? The principal waited for a long time, but when no one else stepped forward, he said, "Those who have already stepped forward may proceed to register for the scholars class. As for those remaining, you will form F class." You. The principal had barely gotten halfway through his sentence when someone in the crowd suddenly roared, "I refuse to accept this." Chapter 2: Direct Promotion to the Grandmaster Stage. Congratulations, host, on forming a class. The system has detected 52 students in the class and is currently calculating the total. Please wait a moment. Sum completed. Vitality is 221 points. No skills detected. No special talents detected. Proceed with assignment? The system prompt immediately snapped you back to reality from the student's angry outburst. Assign immediately. At that moment, you felt as if a celestial force were surging into his body. His vitality soared like a rocket, rising wildly, and his own power surged out of control. A few seconds passed, and the system's bestowal concluded. You was still somewhat dazed. His overwhelming power and vitality made him feel as if he were dreaming. Congratulations, host, on reaching the 2-star Grandmaster stage. Only when the system's notification sounded again did you fully believe he had indeed reached the Grandmaster stage. What do you have to complain about? The principal's deep voice pulled you back to reality once more. He looked at the student and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of manna. If anyone had a grievance, it wasn't just you, it was likely every student here. Why does Academy 7 have to have an F class when other high schools in Jungtan City don't? There's a slogan on the classroom wall that says we teach all students without distinction. Why should we be abandoned by Academy 7 just because our cultivation progress is a little slower? The previous principals of Academy 7 never established an F class. Why did Principal Shao decide to create one after taking office? Is it just so you can divert the resources meant for our 174 students to support your nephew, Rain? As soon as these words were spoken, the playground erupted in an uproar. Everyone knew full well that Rain was the principal's nephew. As for the principal using the school's public resources to support Rain, the entire school, teachers and students alike, was well aware of it. But Rain was the top student in the entire school. Under the pretext of nurturing top talent, the principal openly favored Rain. However, as this favoritism grew, the students in F class were reduced to sacrificial pawns. Everyone in the school understood this, but no one dared to say it to his face. After all, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. If you want fairness, you need strength. But if you have strength, you don't lack fairness. It's just as the saying goes, wearing the golden band can't give you love, and taking it off can't protect you. Life is full of such contradictions. Nonsense. The principal snorted coldly. The F class was established primarily for the benefit of all students at this school. As principal, I must consider the needs of every student. In doing so, it's inevitable that some students who lack ambition will be overlooked. I'm sure everyone here, teachers and students alike, is well aware that Academy 7 is the lowest ranked high school in Jungtan City, and the resources allocated to us have been gradually decreasing every year. If I hadn't established F class after taking office and improved the combat exam pass rate, I'm afraid Academy 7's resources would be even scarcer by now. As for Rain, he is my nephew. He originally had the opportunity to attend Academy 1, but due to my own selfish actions, I forcibly brought him to our Academy 7. The purpose was to have him contribute to Academy 7's combat exam results. I admit I gave Rain special treatment, but everything was done in accordance with the regulations. Other schools also focus on nurturing gifted students. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Survival of the fittest is not only the rule of this world, but also the rule of the combat exam. Hearing these words, you almost burst out laughing. At first glance, it really did sound as if the principal had made a tremendous contribution to Academy 7. If you hadn't accidentally overheard the principal's conversation with Rain in his office last time, he probably would have believed it. Would a principal who came to Academy 7 just to pad his resume really be so selfless? To prevent his nephew from falling too far behind at Academy 7, he nearly drained the school's resource reserves. This resulted in the school receiving half as many resources as other schools, all under the pretext that the higher-ups had allocated fewer resources to the school. No matter how few resources the higher-ups provided, it couldn't possibly be more than half as much as other schools, could it? The situation at Jiangtan No. 6 High School isn't much different from Academy 7's. Surely their resource allocations haven't been cut either. It can only be said that our esteemed principal Xiao isn't acting for the school's honor, nor for the sake of all the students. He is only concerned with his track record during his tenure. As long as Rain can get into Huaxia Academy, all his missteps are insignificant. People will only say that during Principal Xiao's tenure, he nurtured Academy 7's first ever genius student to gain admission to Huaxia Academy. What do the other students have to do with me? All I want is fairness, the same fairness as students at other schools. That's right, we want fairness. We want fairness. The student's words immediately drew cheers of agreement from the others. Seeing this, you could only sigh. They were, after all, still too young. A lowly person's words carry little weight. A lowly person should never stick their neck out. Not only that, but a lowly person actually dared to provoke those in power. That was nothing short of asking for a beating. Still, you could understand. If he hadn't been through society's harsh lessons in his past life, he would probably be the same. You bunch of unambitious good-for-nothings are a cancer on Academy 7. Instead of thinking about how to boost your vitality and bring glory to the school, you're spouting nonsense here. You want fairness? Fairness is earned through strength. What right do you trash with vitality scores under 5 have to demand fairness? Before the principal could speak, Rain stepped out of the crowd and began ranting furiously. What are you so cocky about? Without the principal's special favor, you're nothing. I'm nothing? I'm just at the warrior stage. Even if all of you attack me at once, I could crush you all with a single flick of my wrist. Rain sneered. If you don't believe me, Mana, all 52 of you trash can come at me together. I wouldn't mind knocking you all to the ground. You froze upon hearing this. 52 pieces of trash? Is he insulting me? I don't think I said a single word, did I? Let us fight then. With someone taking the lead, the F-class group immediately strode toward Rain. In an instant, only you was left standing there. I'm at the Grandmaster stage, and I'm supposed to fight a warrior stage player plus a mob of 51 total junkies with barely 5 vitality each? How embarrassing would that be if word got out? It'd probably become a total black mark on my record. At that moment, you thought to himself, you guys go first. I'll beat him up after you're done. To be honest, you had been fed up with Rain for a long time. Taking this chance to beat him up wouldn't be so bad. And you coward. I said I'd take all 52 of you down, and that means all 52 of you. If you're a man, come on over. Rain pointed at you and shouted arrogantly. This time, it was you who was taken aback. This was fucking rubbing it in his face. To hell with the embarrassing moment. Are you a fucking idiot? You couldn't help but curse. I'm standing here without saying a word. What the hell did I ever do to you? You just had to rub it in my face. Just because you're at the warrior stage, you're acting like a total asshole with no limits. Today, I'm going to show you once and for all whether I'm a real man or not. Chapter 3, I choose to transfer schools. As soon as you finished speaking, he was right in front of Rain in the blink of an eye. His Grandmaster stage speed made everyone present think you had teleported. Holy shit, is that Flash? What the hell was that? Did I just see things? It looked like he teleported over there. At that moment, the principal's face turned pale. However, it was already too late. You stepped right in front of Rain and delivered a single, simple slap. Everyone watched as Rain was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground 5 or 6 meters away. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Dead silence. You. The principal was the first to react, roaring in anger as he rushed over to Rain. Don't worry, he won't die. Just then, U.S. lazy voice rang out. After examining Rain, the principal discovered that he was merely unconscious and unharmed, so he finally let out a sigh of relief. You were holding back? What the hell is that to you? You had never had a high opinion of the principal to begin with, so naturally, he wasn't going to be polite. As a student of Academy 7, is this the kind of attitude you show toward me, your principal? Yu gave a mocking smile. You're right. As a student, I'm supposed to respect my teachers and, indeed, respect the principal. Too bad I'm not a student at Academy 7 anymore. I dropped out. Now that you're not my principal anymore, I guess I don't need to respect you, right? At that, Yu shrugged and spread his hands. As for beating up your nephew, Rain, he only has himself to blame for being so cocky. I was just standing there, not even planning to pay him any mind, but he had to come right up in my face and unleash his ultimate. Principal Xiao, you must have heard the saying, the Grandmaster stage must not be disgraced. I was already being very merciful by not killing him on the spot. In fact, ever since he'd been bound to the system, Yu had already been thinking about transferring schools. With his growing strength, he had to join a class for geniuses to maximize his benefits. Academy 7 made him sick to his stomach because of its principle. He didn't want to use his own strength to boost the track record of this self-serving principle. He had originally planned to wait until the tournament ended, then quietly leave to contact the principal of Academy 1. With his Grandmaster stage strength, he was confident the principal of Academy 1 would never refuse him. But Rain insisted on provoking him right to his face. If you had actually held back, he would have gained Grandmaster stage strength for nothing. He might as well have gone home to raise pigs. You're at the Grandmaster stage? The principal let out a startled cry. A Grandmaster stage powerhouse at 16 or 17, such a figure had never appeared in the entire history of Huaxia. At that moment, the principal was trembling with excitement. If, during his tenure, Academy 7 produced an unprecedented Grandmaster stage powerhouse, what a staggering achievement that would be. He would even go down in history, his name immortalized for all time, not to mention his future political career. Student Yu, Rain has challenged the authority of the Grandmaster stage and certainly deserves a lesson. The dignity of a powerful warrior must not be dishonored. I will certainly impose a severe disciplinary action on him. The principal said with a friendly expression, Student Yu, I have some top-grade tea in my office. Shall we go there to chat over a cup? The teachers and students present were utterly astonished by this scene, completely stunned. The principal, who was usually stern and unsmiling, was now showing this side of himself to Yu. But come to think of it, it made sense. After all, Yu was a Grandmaster stage powerhouse. A Grandmaster stage powerhouse at just 16 or 17 years old. I'm so torn right now. You used to be in my class, why didn't I pursue him back then? I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. That's nothing. You used to be my desk partner. Actually, I could tell he had a crush on me, I just chose to pretend I didn't know. Before you start bragging, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Sure, US martial arts grades used to be terrible, but at least he is handsome. As for you, with that ugly, pockmarked face of yours, not only would you never go for you, but even I wouldn't give you the time of day. With US Grandmaster stage strength, he could naturally hear the students' whispers all around him perfectly clearly. Although he didn't care, he had to admit it really felt great to hear. Noticing the flirtatious glances from all the female students and the admiring stares from the male students, you just wanted to say, this is exactly the treatment that comes with being strong. No need to talk any further. I've already decided to transfer schools. Yu chuckled lightly. To be honest, I have no regard whatsoever for Principal Xiao or this school. Perhaps it's Principal Xiao's example that has made the teachers here so opportunistic. The motto education for all isn't reflected in their actions at all. I haven't felt any genuine care from the teachers here. Instead, I've mostly encountered their harsh words and personal attacks. Facing these teachers, there was a time when I truly believed I was a complete failure. At this point, the principal's expression instantly turned cold, but you showed no sign of concern. Instead, he gave a mocking smile. What's the matter, Principal Xiao? Are you planning to silence me here? Tisk, tsk. A Grandmaster stage and a veteran Grandmaster stage who has been cultivating for 40 or 50 years, no less. To be honest, I'm only at the Grandmaster stage, I definitely can't beat you. But I can escape. At that moment, U.S. expression suddenly turned icy. Principal Xiao, I'm only 17 and already at the Grandmaster stage. I advise you to put away your murderous intent. Otherwise, if you provoke me, I'll wipe out your entire clan before long. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Principal Xiao, let us stop joking around. You go ahead and continue your meeting. As for me, it's time I left this place of sorrow. Academy 7. Although Yu was laughing, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Principal Xiao remained as cold as ice. Of course, Principal Xiao didn't think Yu was joking. He knew full well this was a threat. However, Yu's threat filled him with dread and fear. A 17-year-old Grandmaster stage practitioner certainly had every right to instill fear in him. People naturally strive for higher things. Since student Yu has a better place to go, I, as the principal, certainly won't hold him back. As educators, we naturally hope our students will continue to thrive. Principal Xiao joined in the laughter. The teachers and students around them, witnessing this scene, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they genuinely feared that the principal and Yu might suddenly come to blows. Thankfully, it was just a joke. However, upon hearing that Yu was transferring schools, they couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was a 17-year-old Grandmaster stage. Having him at the same school would be a source of great prestige. But alas! Just as Principal Xiao had said, water flows downhill. People strive for higher ground. It was only natural for Yu to choose a better school. If it were him, he would certainly choose to go to a better school as well. Well then, goodbye, Principal Xiao. Yu understood what Principal Xiao meant. Responding this way clearly signaled that he had backed down. This was, of course, the best possible outcome. As Yu turned to leave, all eyes in the hall were fixed on him. Among them, the 51 students assigned to F class were the most envious. One moment, Yu had shared the same fate as them. The next, everything had changed in an instant. After bidding farewell to Academy 7, my destiny will also change completely. Yu glanced back at the school gate behind him and murmured, starting with Academy 1. Stepping into Huaxia Academy as the top-ranked student is the beginning of my journey through this new life. Chapter 4, You Think I'm an Embarrassment? At the entrance to Academy 1. As Yu walked up, the security guard poked his head out and called out, "Hey, kid from Academy 7, you can't go in there." Hearing this, Yu realized he was still wearing his Academy 7 uniform. "Sir, Principal Xiao sent me here to see Principal He. It's just that this matter involves confidential information between our two schools, so I can't disclose any details." The security guard rolled his eyes. "It's just about the elite camp, isn't it? What's there to keep secret? Stop acting all mysterious. But teachers from other schools usually come over. Why are you the one representing Academy 7? Elite camp?" Yu was taken aback. To be honest, he really had no idea. "Oh, right, it is about elite camp. Since you know about it, sir, I won't keep it a secret. The main thing is that our principal is busy right now, so he sent me over first, and he'll be here shortly." Yu chuckled softly. "Sir, if you're worried, I can go back and call our principal. He can come over with me in a bit?" "You're a bad apple, kid." The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes again. "Are you trying to make fun of me, or set me up? It's not easy for an old man like me to hold this job. The principal's going to give me a hard time later." "You're really mean, kid. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hurry up and go inside." Yu looked completely baffled and explained, "Sir, I really wasn't trying to get you into trouble." "And you say you weren't? You've got a rotten heart." Yu gave a sly smile, and after the old man opened the small side door, he strode confidently inside. Yu was very familiar with Academy 1. He snuck in there plenty of times before. As soon as he entered the school gates, he headed straight for the Student Affairs building. "You? Sneaking in to see Claire again?" Yu turned around and saw that the speaker was a classmate from middle school. Claire, meanwhile, was Yu's childhood friend and the white moonlight in his previous self's heart. Back then, his previous self had snuck into Academy 1 countless times to see Claire. "You're here at a bad time. Claire's at a meeting in the Student Affairs building. I'm not here to see her." Yu shook his head with a smile. Claire was his previous self's white moonlight, not his own. If he hadn't come to Academy 1, he wouldn't even have remembered there was such a person. "I've got things to do. I'll be going now." Yu turned and walked away, while his middle school classmate couldn't help but shake his head and snort derisively. "And you say you're not here to see Claire? What a hypocrite." The path to the Student Affairs building was exactly the opposite of the one leading to the academic buildings. Naturally, it was very easy to find. Yu soon arrived at the entrance of the Student Affairs building. Just as he was about to step inside, a crisp voice called out from ahead. "Yu? Why are you back at our school again? I've told you several times not to come here anymore. Don't you ever get the hint?" Yu looked up and spotted Claire, the most striking-looking girl in the group of students. He had to admit that his previous self's taste was pretty average. Although Claire had a decent face and figure, in Yu's eyes, she was only slightly above average, not quite top tier. With his current Grandmaster stage strength, Yu naturally sought out top-tier women. At the very least, the kind of women he fantasized about in his past life but never dared to approach. The key qualities were innocence, sensuality, and thoughtfulness. Of course, her talent couldn't be lacking either. Looking at Claire again, to be honest, she fell a bit short of what Yu had in mind. You must be Yu, right?" Just as Yu was about to say he was looking for the principal, a boy standing next to Claire interrupted him. "That's me. What's up?" "Nothing much. I just heard there's a shameless scumbag at Academy 7 who, relying on his childhood friendship with Claire, keeps sneaking into our Academy 1 to harass her." The boy sneered. "That guy you wouldn't happen to be you, would you? By the way, Academy 7 should be holding their class placement ceremony right now, right? I've heard of your fame, you a total loser with a vitality of 4. According to your Academy 7 customs, you must been successfully assigned to F class, right? What, did you sneak into our Academy 1 this time to come cry to Claire?" These words immediately drew mocking laughter from the students around them. But Yu remained unfazed, showing not the slightest sign of anger. In his eyes, the boy standing before him was nothing more than an ant one he could crush with a single flick of his finger. He couldn't let this stir any emotional reaction in him at all. The reason for his indifference was that they were standing right in front of the main entrance to Academy 1's administration building. He had come here to ask the principal for a transfer. If he were to teach the other boy a lesson right now, it would certainly put the Academy 1 principal in an uncomfortable position. Although, with his Grandmaster stage strength, he could still enroll at Academy 1, it would certainly leave a bad impression on the teachers and the principal. There were many ways to deal with him. Yu wasn't willing to use a method that would harm his own interests. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Don't ever say again that you and I are childhood friends. I've never acknowledged that. Get out of our school right now." "You might not be ashamed, but I certainly am." Hearing this, Yu's brows furrowed sharply, and the look in his eyes as he turned to Claire instantly turned cold. "And you, Chen-kai, I don't like you either. Please stop bothering me from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, Claire spun around and stormed off, her mana surging. As for Yu, after withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the boy expressionlessly. "Your name is Chen-kai, right? I'll remember that." With that, she walked into the Student Affairs building. He actually remembered me? Did you guys hear that? That total loser just threatened me? If this weren't the Student Affairs building, I'd have crippled him right then and there. Chen-kai snorted coldly. "And that bitch Claire, just you wait." As Chen-kai walked away, those who remained couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Claire and Yu. Coming from ordinary families, they were likely in for a rough time now that Chen-kai had it in for them. Knock, knock, knock. Yu knocked on the principal's office door. A voice called out from inside, and he stepped in. "A student from Academy 7? Is there something you need from me?" Yu nodded. Hello, Principal He. My name is Yu. I'm here mainly to discuss transferring schools. I'm sorry, but I'm not in charge of school transfers. As soon as Principal He finished speaking, he went back to his work, clearly signaling that he wanted you to leave. Yu understood. As a student and an Academy 7 student at that coming to the principal to discuss a transfer, it was only natural that he wouldn't be taken seriously. I'm at the Grandmaster stage. Yu laid his cards on the table right away. What did you say? Principal He jerked his head up, furrowing his brow as he stared at Yu. I'm at the Grandmaster stage. Ridiculous. Yu chuckled lightly. Principal He, I'd love to prove my strength right here, but your office might end up destroyed. Why don't we head over to the vitality testing area? As he spoke, Yu deliberately revealed his mana aura. Sure enough, Principal He's face betrayed a look of astonishment. Follow me. By now, Principal He had largely come to believe Yu's words, as he sensed an incredibly robust mana aura emanating from him. However, since Yu appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, Principal He found it hard to believe from the bottom of his heart that this could be real. Chapter 5, 100 million a year? The testing room. Led by Principal He, Yu, wearing his Academy 7 uniform, made his way through unimpeded. Is someone inside? Seeing the in-use sign on the door, Principal He turned and said, Yu, let us wait a moment. Yu shook his head. It's no problem. The testing room is a public resource, first come, first served. Hearing this, Principal He looked at him with admiration. However, in Yu's eyes, he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. First come, first served is only natural. Yet simply because he possessed Grandmaster stage strength and was a genius, doing nothing more than what anyone should do caused people to look at him with newfound respect. This just goes to show that people always view geniuses through a biased lens. Just like that saying, my virtues are being devoted and filial, an act that should be taken for granted has somehow become something to boast about. Click. The testing room door opened, and a girl walked out, wearing an Academy 1 uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head. Principal? It's dueling. Seeing the girl, Principal He's warm demeanor brought a name to Yu's mind, Lin. The campus beauty of Academy 1 and a prodigy. Principal, what brings you here? The male teacher who followed her out looked at Principal He with confusion. Principal He had visited the testing room so few times that he could count them on one hand. His sudden appearance today naturally caught the teacher's attention. Teacher Jiang is here too. I actually need to ask you to help measure this student Yu's vitality. No problem. Teacher Jiang glanced at Yu, who was wearing the Academy 7 uniform, and agreed immediately. The three of them walked into the testing room. Lin looked at Yu, but in the end, she didn't leave. She followed them into the testing room. After posting an in-use sign, they locked the door from the inside. Go on in, Yu. The testing equipment was the same at every school, so Yu knew exactly what to do. After Teacher Jiang finished calibrating the machine, Yu stepped into the glass enclosure in front of him. Start scan. As Teacher Jiang pressed the button, a mechanical female voice sounded from the machine. Immediately, rings of red light scanned down from the top of Yu's head and then back up from the soles of his feet. After several repetitions, the mechanical female voice sounded again, scan complete. Bone age, 16 years and 8 months. Vitality, 221. Strength, kilograms. As soon as the mechanical voice finished its report, 3 gasps of astonishment immediately filled the room. Principal, there might be a problem with the machine. Let me calibrate it and run the test again. Teacher Jiang stood up and hurriedly said. With the principal watching, the fact that his own scan had gone wrong left Teacher Jiang panicking. Inside, he silently cursed his bad luck. The principal had finally come to visit, and yet he made such a blunder. Is the machine malfunctioning? As Teacher Jiang adjusted the settings, a strange expression crossed his face. Never mind. The principal is right here. I can't afford to look unprofessional. The key is to reset the machine and run the test again. 3 minutes later. The machine successfully reset. Teacher Jiang turned it on again. Start scanning. Scan complete. Bone age, 16. The test results were exactly the same as before. Teacher Jiang was on the verge of tears. What a stroke of bad luck. What a fucking stroke of bad luck. Principal, I'll run the test again. No need. Principal, he took a deep breath of manna and waved his hand. The machine isn't malfunctioning. He really is at the Grandmaster stage. The Grandmaster stage? Teacher Jiang stammered, Grandmaster stage at 16 years and 8 months? Lin, who had been watching from a short distance away, was now completely dumbfounded as well, staring in disbelief at Yu dressed in his Academy 7 uniform inside the glass enclosure. Her head felt like it was buzzing. Had there ever been such a genius at the warrior stage in the history of Huaxia? This was making history. Freak! Lin, at a loss for words to describe Yu's feat, could only express her shock with that classic two-character exclamation. Let you out. Teacher Jiang nodded blankly and hurried over to the control panel to open the glass enclosure. Watching you step out, Teacher Jiang sighed inwardly, he is stronger than even me. I wonder if times have really changed, or if I'm just that bad. Your vitality is indeed at the Grandmaster stage. Would you be willing to test your strength again? The principal said this, then hurriedly explained, please don't get the wrong idea, I just want to see your exact strength. Yu chuckled lightly. I haven't misunderstood. I'll do as you ask. Since when had the principal become so humble? Lin glanced at Principal He, her heart filled with a flood of emotions. This is the treatment reserved for a monstrously powerful Grandmaster stage practitioner. 5th rank warrior stage? What do I have to be proud of? Even a fraction of their cultivation level is almost catching up to me. Boom. Kilograms. Boom. Kilograms. Boom. Kilograms. After US 3 punches, the strength data that appeared was right in line with Principal He's predictions. Very few people can achieve a basic punching power equal to their own strength. This shows that student Yu has a very solid foundation. If he were to unleash a skill, his power would likely be even more terrifying. Principal He thought to himself. Just like himself now at the 1-star Grandmaster stage, his basic punching power was 100 kilograms lower than his realm level strength. A difference of less than 300 kilograms is considered normal, indicating a fairly solid foundation. If the difference is less than 1,000 kilograms, then the foundation is considered unstable. Those with a difference of less than 1,000 kilograms have built their strength entirely through the use of spiritual medicines and materials. It will be extremely difficult for them to advance in the future. Student Yu, we're delighted that you're willing to transfer to Academy 1. If you have any requests, I'll do my best to accommodate them. You said, my records are still at Academy 7. Could the principal please have them transferred over? As for my request, I'd like to be placed in Academy 1's best class. That's all I ask. That's all? Principal He paused in surprise. Although you haven't made any specific requests, your talent is something I cannot overlook. I'm afraid you won't even need the resources the school provides to students. How about this? The school will give you 10 million Wu Yuan annually, and you can select 5 items each year from the school's mentor resource pool. What do you think, is that acceptable? Hearing this, Yu was taken aback. 1 Wu Yuan could be exchanged for 10 Hua coins, so 10 million Wu Yuan equaled 100 million Hua coins. Moreover, many items could only be purchased with Wu Yuan. Hua coins were completely useless for buying them. Even on the black market, 1 Wu Yuan could be exchanged for 17 or 18 Hua coins. Principal, did you say every year? You realized he was already a senior in high school and would only be at Academy 1 for 1 more year. Principal He's offer of 10 million annually couldn't have been a slip of the tongue. Indeed, every year, Principal He said with a light chuckle. This includes the year you're studying your senior year at Academy 1, as well as the 4 years you'll spend in college. My promise remains valid throughout. If you gain admission to university as the national top scorer, I can also award you an additional 15 million Wu Yuan on behalf of the school. Chapter 6, 4 New Talents Added. Stepping out of the testing room. Principal, he personally requested that you be taken to meet the homeroom teacher of his upcoming class. The main purpose of this was to ensure that the homeroom teacher would take him seriously. He didn't want to end up like Principal Xiao of Academy 7, who had allowed a genius student like you to transfer schools. The academic building. Senior year department. Principal, he walked into the office, and the senior year teachers present all stood up to greet him. Go back to your work. Principal, he waved his hand and led you directly to a middle-aged female teacher. Ms. Wu, this is you. Yes, joining your class starting today. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal, he turned to you and explained, Class 1 is the gifted class for the senior year. Only students ranked in the top 50 in the entire grade can join. We at Academy 1 have a long-standing tradition of survival of the fittest. There are assessments and practical drills every 3 months, and only the top 50 can remain in Class 1. The spots are fixed. Class 1 receives twice as many resources as other classes, so the competition is fierce. However, given your abilities, I'm sure you won't be too concerned about those resources. Thinking of US Grandmaster stage prowess, Principal, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Principal, it's only been a week since the last assessment and field exercise. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to suddenly arrange for a student to join the class now? Seeing you wearing the Academy 7 uniform, Teacher Wu was deeply reluctant to accept him. Academy 7 was, after all, the lowest-ranked high school in Jiangtan City, and he never even heard of you. Clearly, he was a complete unknown. Even Rain, the top student at Academy 7, would have to wait until the next assessment and combat drill to transfer to Academy 1. A student like you, who was being admitted directly, had never happened in the history of Academy 1. Survival of the fittest. Then let the student who ranked 50th last time go to Class 2. But isn't that unfair? Teacher Wu glanced at you, making no attempt to hide the reluctance on his face. It's perfectly fair. The student ranked 50th stepped on others to get into Class 1, so you can step on him to get into Class 1 as well. Principal, he chuckled lightly. To be honest, you was at the 2-star Grandmaster stage. I'm sure Teacher Jiang has already uploaded the test results from the testing room to the school's internal system. You can take a look. Teacher Wu was taken aback. He hurried over to the computer to check. At the same time, the other teachers in the office were also eager to see the results. Whoa! 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 In less than a minute, gasps of astonishment filled every corner of the office. Grandmaster stage at 16 years and 8 months old, with basic punching power that meets the standard. One of the teachers exclaimed in surprise, and everyone's gaze immediately focused on you. Teacher Wu was no exception. She looked at you and couldn't help but swallow hard. Teacher Wu, do you have any objections to student you joining Class 1? Teacher Wu suddenly gave a nervous laugh and quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. I'd be delighted to have student you join Class 1. By then, she had already considered many possibilities. The instructor of the combat exam top scorer. The instructor of a 16-year-old at the Grandmaster stage. This was shaping up to be a moment that would go down in history. In that case, student Yu is in your hands. Principal, he had anticipated Teacher Wu's reaction all along. He couldn't help but smile before turning and walking out of the senior year department office. Hello, Yu. I'm the skill instructor for Class 1, and I'll also be your future instructor. Of course, I know you probably don't need my guidance, but we can offer each other advice. Just call me Old Lu. Hello, Yu. I'm the practical instructor for Class 1. In the blink of an eye, the instructors teaching Class 1 all stepped forward to introduce themselves to you. Meanwhile, the teachers who weren't assigned to Class 1 looked on with envy. You, once you join Class 1, I can give you complete freedom. As for classes, whether you want to attend or not is entirely up to you. I'm sure Principal he has already offered you some perks, so I won't go into detail. Teacher Wu asked, "Is there anything else you need me to do right now?" "Actually, there is one thing I need all of you teachers to help with. I'd like to ask you about a certain person." Yu smiled faintly. "Do any of you teachers know a male student named Chen Kai?" "Yes, also in the senior class." "Yes, in our class 3. A male teacher stood up and said, "Chen Kai is the top student in our class. His grades have always been at the very top. I never expected him to think that way about you, Yu. It seems we'll need to communicate more often from now on." Yu shook his head. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I just met Chen Kai in the student affairs building a moment ago, and we had a bit of an unpleasant exchange. The reason I'm asking is simply to avoid any misunderstandings with you later on." Between the lines, Yu was making it clear to the teacher that he intended to take revenge on Chen Kai and was giving advance notice to avoid any unpleasant misunderstandings with the teacher later on. As I suspected. Some students had previously reported that Chen Kai had behavioral issues, and I'd been a bit skeptical. The teacher said angrily, "Yu, this was a lapse on my part as a teacher. Rest assured, I'll handle this properly. Of course, if you'd like to handle it yourself, I personally support that." "Then I'll leave it to you, teacher," Yu said with a light chuckle. "Minor squabbles among students are best handled by a teacher." Upon hearing this, although all the teachers present wore smiles, they were already on their guard. This kid held a grudge. They immediately resolved to warn their star students back in their own classes not to provoke Yu under any circumstances. Once provoked, even the teachers would be powerless to intervene. After all, he was at the Grandmaster stage just like them, and he was only 16 years old. The teachers genuinely didn't want to offend such a prodigy. "Yu, let me take you to get acquainted with your class first." Seeing that the matter was settled, Teacher Wu offered to take you to his classroom. To make it easier for teachers to teach, Academy 1 had arranged for their offices to be located within the academic building. Class 1 wasn't far away. "Class, please put down what you're working on for a moment. I have an announcement to make." Teacher Wu led Yu into the classroom. Lin, sitting in the middle row, immediately noticed him, looked up, and sighed, "Just as I thought, that freak is going to be in my class now." This is Yu. Starting today, he is officially joining Class 1. As Teacher Wu made the announcement, a system notification sounded in Yu's mind. Ding! Host detected entering a new class. Calculating the total talent, vitality, and skill of all students in the class. Calculation complete. There are 50 students in the class. Excluding the student who is about to leave, the total is 49 students. Talent, telepath, ice and firepower, peak strength, super speed. Vitality, 1,324 points. Skill, basic fist techniques plus 49, basic sword techniques plus 17, basic shadow steps plus 8. Do you wish to grant these immediately? The total calculated by the system this time delighted you immensely. As expected of Academy 1's Genius class, both talent and skill are present. Talent and skill are elements that enhance combat power at the warrior stage, making it entirely possible to challenge opponents of higher levels. With this bestowal, you would gain 4 additional talents, among which was even the extremely rare telepath talent. Bestow. Chapter 7, I'll give you a reason. Congratulations, host, on reaching the 1-star Grandmaster stage and obtaining 4 talents: telepath, power of ice and fire, peak strength, and super speed. Basic fist techniques have reached the Supreme Mastery Realm, basic sword techniques have reached the Mastery Realm, and basic shadow steps have reached the Some Achievement Realm. According to this world's 5 major skill realms: First Glimpse, Some Achievement, Entry into the Hall, Mastery, and Supreme Mastery. Each realm provides a different combat power bonus. The higher the realm, the greater the bonus. Of the 4 talents, only Mind Master is a growth-type talent. The other 3 are passive talents that cannot be developed. After assessing his own strength, you couldn't help but smile. My strength should now be on par with Principal He-S. Besides, with the boost from my 4 talents, Principal He definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Now you had finally turned his fortunes around. From a complete weakling with only 4 points in vitality, in less than a day, he had leaped to become a formidable powerhouse on par with the principal of Academy 1. Such a rapid transformation left you with a surreal feeling. If his strength weren't a reality, he would likely have thought he was dreaming. Teacher Wu, according to Academy 1's customs, shouldn't one of us leave the class? At that moment, a student raised the question, and the classroom erupted in an uproar, especially the student ranked 50th, whose face instantly turned pale. Teacher Wu, this isn't fair. I earned my spot in Class 1 through my assessment scores and practical drills. Why does he get to join directly? The student ranked 50th said indignantly. Because you is stronger than any of you, Teacher Wu said softly. I don't believe it. He is wearing an Academy 7 uniform. He is clearly an Academy 7 student. If it were Academy 7's Rain transferring in, I'd admit I'm no match for him and would willingly leave Class 1. But what gives him the right? I've never even heard of anyone by that name at Academy 7. Teacher Wu sighed deeply and said, I understand how you feel right now, but all I can tell you is that you is at the Grandmaster stage. His combat strength is only slightly weaker than mine. If you're confident you can defeat him, I'll allow you to challenge you. As soon as those words were spoken, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked stunned, except for Lin, who remained relatively calm. After all, she had known this all along. Teacher Wu, you're not joking, are you? Is he really at the Grandmaster stage? Teacher Wu nodded. The principal personally oversaw U.S. evaluation, and the results have already been entered into the school's internal system. With Teacher Wu's reaffirmation, the entire class was completely thrown into disarray. Since when has breaking through to the Grandmaster stage become so easy? Is this even human? Teacher Wu, although I respect you deeply, I find your words truly hard to accept. The student ranked 50th clenched his teeth, looked at you, and said, maybe what Teacher Wu said is true, but I want to give myself a convincing reason. I want to challenge you. Hearing this, the entire class frowned, though some could understand. Especially the students ranked lower down, only they knew just how much hardship they endured to get this far. The bitterness and resentment they felt were truly impossible for outsiders to comprehend. Forget it, Li Hao. Just then, Lin suddenly spoke up. I happened to be in the testing room when he took the test. He is indeed at the Grandmaster stage. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment. Lin and he had been classmates during the first 2 years of high school, before the classes were split. Li Hao knew Lin well and was certain she would never lie about something like this. I understand. A look of despondency crossed Li Hao's face. He picked up his backpack and was about to get up and leave Class 1. Wait. You, who had been watching the entire exchange, suddenly called out to Li Hao. I really admire your character. Just as you said earlier, you need a reason to convince yourself. And I need a reason to convince all of you. I'm sure everyone here feels some resentment. After all, we'll be living under the same roof and spending every moment together from now on, and I don't want you to interact with me while harboring any resentment. So, next, I'll give you all a reason and provide an explanation to myself as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu raised his hand and immediately unleashed his mana aura. However, it was only at the Grandmaster stage level he did not reveal his great Grandmaster stage mana presence. Boom! Instantly, an intense sense of oppression descended upon the classroom, starting off mild and gradually intensifying. Yu knew his limits. He did not release his great Grandmaster stage mana presence outright, otherwise, it would have crushed everyone in an instant. 10 seconds passed. Yu then began to amplify his mana presence. By now, the entire class had flushed faces, sweat beading on their foreheads. Some of the weaker students were trembling all over. Thud. The first student, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed face down onto the desk with a loud thud. Even so, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Thud. Then another. In just 30 seconds. After Yu amplified his mana 3 times, not a single student in the class was sitting upright anymore. They were all sprawled across their desks in a pitiful state. As expected of a genius, his willpower is truly not to be underestimated. Yu smiled faintly, then waved his hand to dispel his mana. As the pressure lifted, the classroom immediately filled with the sound of heavy, gasping breaths. Are you all satisfied with this explanation? No one in the class answered, but the looks they gave you held no resentment, only deep admiration. Everyone harbors a desire to be stronger, especially when it comes to you, who is their own age. Once everyone had caught their breath, Li Hao stood up and bowed deeply to you. This was his way of thanking you for allowing him to preserve his dignity and for being such a formidable opponent. I hope you'll come back again. I will. Li Hao nodded firmly, grabbed his backpack, and walked out of class 1 without looking back. Would you like to sit in Li Hao's seat, or? Seeing that the matter was settled, Teacher Wu interjected with a smile. I'll sit where Li Hao was. You replied, Teacher Wu, my enrollment documents haven't arrived yet, and I didn't bring my textbooks, so I won't be attending class for now. Teacher Wu nodded. Just do what works best for you. I'll give you complete freedom. Thank you, Teacher Wu. By the way, the principal just sent a message asking you to come to his office. You nodded and left the classroom. Before long, he arrived at the principal's office. Principal, did you need me? Principal, he stood up, poured a cup of tea, and smiled. This is the resource I promised you earlier. 10 million Wu Yuan and the option to select 5 items from the teacher resource library. Here's a Wu Yuan card issued in your name. It contains 10 million. And this it contains a list of everything in the teacher resource library. Take a look to see what you need, and I'll have it delivered. You nodded, took the black Wu Yuan card, and put it in his pocket. He didn't ask for a password or anything. The card was authenticated via facial and retinal scans. As for browsing the teacher resource library, you was handed a device resembling a tablet, which contained a list of all the items in the library along with detailed descriptions. Chapter 8, Little Sister Yu Qianqian. He quickly selected 5 items. Not a single one of Yu's choices was for himself, they were all for his parents and little sister. 2 were for treating his little sister's injured leg and repairing her meridians, while the other 3 were materials for healing internal injuries and nourishing the body. Why did you choose these? Principal, he couldn't help but look puzzled when he saw the names of the 5 items. They're for my parents and my little sister. My sister fell years ago and couldn't walk. Back then, our family was poor and couldn't afford her medical bills, so her treatment was gradually neglected. You chuckled softly. Fortunately, with these materials, my sister can finally stand up and have the chance to see the world outside. Principal, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. In his view, a family capable of raising a 16-year-old at the grandmaster stage was certainly no ordinary one. But now, listening to Yu's account, it seemed their family circumstances were different from what he had imagined. I have an old friend at the first hospital who is an exceptionally skilled doctor. I'll get in touch with him later. You should take your sister to see him. Thank you, Principal. After thanking him, you sat down with Principal He to drink tea and chat casually. Before long, someone brought over the 5 items they had selected. Principal, I'll be heading out now. You bid farewell to Principal He, left the school, and set off on the walk home. Fuyan Housing Complex. This was a public housing complex, one of many found in every city, and it was considered a slum. You arrived at the base of Building 3. Looking up at the 32-story tower before him, he let out a long sigh before heading inside. This housing complex had no elevators. In this high martial arts world, electricity was extremely expensive, so to save money, slums generally didn't require elevators to be installed. Yu's family lived on the 26th floor. The higher the floor, the cheaper the rent. This was also why Yu's younger sister hadn't come downstairs for 10 years since injuring her leg. Click. You opened the door to his room, and a cautious voice came from inside. Brother, is that you? Qianqian, it's me. Upon hearing Yu's voice, the girl pushed her wheelchair out of the room. She was very thin and pale, but she had delicate, pretty features. She looked rather frail, yet possessed a certain ethereal quality reminiscent of Lin Dayu. Brother, why are you home now? School isn't out yet. I just transferred to Academy 1 today. My records haven't been processed yet, so I don't have to attend classes for now. I'll start in a few days.
Transferring to Academy 1? Yu Chanqian exclaimed happily.
Then you'll get to see Sister Claire every day from now on.
That's so great.
I didn't transfer for her sake, but to win first place nationwide in the combat exam.
You're lying. You clearly like Sister Claire, and yet you're talking about winning first place nationwide. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like her. You stepped forward and ruffled Yu Chanqian's hair affectionately. I'm not lying. I'm a Grandmaster stage powerhouse now. Winning first place nationwide will be a breeze. And guess what?
Since I transferred to Academy 1 today, the principal rewarded me with 10 million martial points.
We can move into a big mansion now. Yu Chanqian exclaimed happily, a big mansion. Does that mean Big Brother 1T have to sleep on the floor anymore and can have his own room? Will Chanqian be able to go out and see the sights too?
Hearing this, you felt a pang of sadness and nodded firmly.
Not only that, but the house will have huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Chanqian can soak up the sun indoors, and you can even plant your favorite flowers and plants in the garden.
Of course, the most important thing is that I've found a way to help Chanqian stand up.
Yu Chanqian froze suddenly, her petite body visibly trembling twice.
After a long silence, she finally looked up, her eyes filled with longing as she asked you, Big Brother, can I really stand up?
Of course.
I brought back some incredibly powerful material from school.
Wait a moment.
I'll prepare the material, and then I'll treat your legs right away. As soon as he finished speaking, you ran into the kitchen and began boiling the medicine according to the instructions. Normally, this material could be eaten raw, but since Yu Chanqian hadn't reached the warrior stage yet and her body wasn't strong enough, it had to be simmered into a soup for her to drink.
About half an hour later, you came out carrying the medicinal soup.
The simmered broth was as white as mutton fat, yet not as thick as milk.
Brother, it smells so good. Of course it smells good, it's a material. Once you take it, it'll repair your meridians.
You explained, once the meridians in your legs are repaired, all that's left is to nourish the flesh and blood in your legs.
Soon, our Chanqian will be able to stand up again. Stop dithering, drink the medicine. Yu Chanqian nodded and tilted her head back to finish it. Do you feel anything?
My throat feels warm, like a warm current flowing down from the top, and then that warmth keeps spreading throughout my whole body. Yu Chanqian said happily, Brother, my legs feel warm too, it's so comfortable. That's the meridians repairing themselves. Once this warm sensation passes, it'll still take some time for your body to absorb it before the meridians are fully restored. Yu Chanqian nodded vigorously, as if she could already see the day she'd stand on her own 2 feet. After all, if her brother said she could stand up, then she definitely would.
Big Brother will take you out for a big meal. Can I? Yu Chanqian's face was full of longing, yet she was holding back. Of course you can.
But for now, I'll carry you on my back. Later, you'll have to walk on your own.
Later, I'll carry you on my back. You couldn't help but laugh.
He was now at the Grandmaster stage. His body density was already extraordinary, and his weight had reached unprecedented levels. It would be quite difficult for his little sister to carry him.
Let us go out for a feast.
You carried Yu Chanqian on his back, gripping her wheelchair with one hand as he descended the stairs as if walking on level ground. On their way, they hardly ran into anyone they knew in the neighborhood. To be precise, they didn't run into anyone at all. Since it was still early, the residents were all at work.
It wasn't until after 8 o'clock in the evening that people would start appearing in the neighborhood. Brother, empty manna tastes sweet.
After reaching the bottom of the stairs, Yu Chanqian sat in her wheelchair and couldn't help but take a deep, deep breath. You watched his sister enjoying herself and couldn't help but take a deep breath of manna himself.
It really is sweet.
You pushed the wheelchair all the way out of the complex.
Instead of taking public transportation, he kept pushing it like this so Yu Chanqian could take in the scenery.
Bro, those flowers are so pretty. Bro, that statue is so ugly.
Bro, that building is so tall.
All along the way, Yu Chanqian chattered away, finding everything she saw fascinating. You didn't show the slightest sign of impatience. He explained things to her as they walked.
I'll buy you some ice cream, sis. No thanks, bro. I don't like it. What girl doesn't like ice cream? Just wait a sec.
You smiled and quickly bought a cone, handing it to Yu Qianqian.
So sweet. Yu Qianqian carefully took a lick, and her eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. Let us keep going. Time for a big meal. Chapter 9, Claire comes calling to call it quits. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening
that the two of them returned home, thoroughly satisfied. Yu Qianqian had also broken from her usual quiet demeanor today, becoming much more lively. This visible change filled you with a deep sense of satisfaction. A 13-year-old girl, she was at the perfect age to be full of life. Let us go wait for Mom and Dad at the entrance to the complex.
They'll get to enjoy a big meal tonight, too.
Under the streetlights, the siblings' shadows stretched out, creating a heartwarming scene.
Before long, their parents appeared at the entrance to the complex, looking exhausted. Yu Qianqian called out, "Mom and Dad, we're over here." Qianqian?
When they saw the siblings, the parents were surprised at first, but then their faces lit up with smiles.
My brother took me to see so many fun things today, and we even had a big meal. This is for Mom and Dad. The two glanced at the bag Yu was holding but didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a simple, inexpensive meal. After all, Yu didn't have much pocket money, so he couldn't afford anything expensive. As long as Qianqian is happy. Let us go home.
Once they reached the ground floor, Yu hoisted Yu Qianqian onto his back again and carried the wheelchair in his hand. Her father tried to help, but Yu declined. With his current strength at the Grandmaster stage, climbing the stairs while carrying Yu Qianqian or even a 2,000-kilogram load was no problem at all.
Xiao, has your vitality broken through?
His father, whose vitality had also reached 7 points, looked on in astonishment as Yu climbed the stairs without even breaking a sweat.
We'll talk about it at home.
His parents exchanged a glance, said nothing more, and followed closely behind him up the stairs.
Once they entered the house,
after setting out the food they brought back, before Yu could even speak, his mother exclaimed, "This food isn't cheap." She then looked at Yu with a scrutinizing expression.
Mom and Dad, let me explain.
Yu gave a wry smile and explained, "A while back, I had some extraordinary experiences. My current strength is already at the Grandmaster stage, and I just transferred to Academy 1 today. As a reward, the principal promised to give me 10 million Wu Yuan annually, as well as the right to select 5 items each year from the school's teaching resource library. Of course, this 10 million martial points per year also covers my 4 years of college."
His parents were speechless. They even thought they must have misheard. 10 million martial points? Grandmaster stage?
His father had once been a cultivator himself, but he'd been stuck at the 7-point vitality threshold his entire life and had never reached the warrior stage. He knew exactly what the Grandmaster stage meant. And then there was the 10 million Wu Yuan. He currently worked every day, earning no more than 200 yuan a day, which, converted to Wu Yuan, amounted to just 20. It was safe to say he had never seen 10 million Wu Yuan in his entire life.
Are you serious? Absolutely. Yu nodded. That's why I'm suggesting we move. I've decided to buy a villa. As for you two, Mom and Dad, you won't have to work anymore.
We can open a shop, which will also make it easier to take care of Qianqian. Oh, speaking of Qianqian, I selected 2 materials from the school's teacher resource database that can heal her legs. She'll be able to go to school and practice martial arts in the future.
The couple suddenly turned to look at Qianqian, their faces filled with excitement. Xiao, are you saying Qianqian will finally be able to stand up?
I applied the medicine to Qianqian this afternoon. Right now, she is still in the stage of repairing her meridians. In a few days, we'll move on to nourishing her flesh and blood.
I'm confident that before long, Qianqian will be able to stand up. Great. Qianqian will finally be able to stand up. All these years, Qianqian has. Don't talk like that.
Her father interrupted her mother. It's a good thing that Qianqian can stand again.
It is a good thing, it is a good thing.
Her mother wiped away a tear and nodded happily.
Her father turned to you again. We don't need the villa or the store.
You'll need money for your martial arts training, so let us just buy a decent 3-bedroom apartment.
Dad, a villa doesn't cost that much.
You can get a very nice one for 4 or 50,000 Wu Yuan.
Besides, the school gives us 10 million Wu Yuan every year. You smiled. Besides, your son is now at the Grandmaster stage. Would it be hard for me to make money? So just listen to me, we should enjoy life while we can.
Also, once Chanshan is back on her feet, she'll need to study and train in martial arts.
When I go to college, who is going to take care of her?
And another thing, your son is a Grandmaster stage powerhouse.
If people find out that you two are still living in hardship, how will they view me?
Hearing this, his father finally changed his mind and nodded.
You're right. We can't let our stubbornness give you a bad reputation for being unfilial.
In that case, let us go buy a villa tomorrow and move in.
Dad, I remember you have a driver's license. Let us pick up a car tomorrow while we're at it. All right, we'll do as you say. After persuading her parents, the family no longer looked gloomy.
Her parents seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and smiles began to appear on their faces. Her father, who used to frown all the time, now had his brows relaxed.
And that was that. The meal ended quickly.
You ran back into the kitchen and brewed a bowl of the miraculous medicine he brought back for his parents. He also instructed them to cut off a piece of the medicinal decoction regularly and take it. Unlike the material used to repair meridians, the material for healing internal injuries and nourishing the body needed to be taken slowly over time to restore their health.
But money wasn't an issue now.
You plan to use the material to gradually nourish his parents' bodies and find a way to help them break through to the full-fledged warrior stage as well. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his parents' health anymore.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. You opened the door and found Claire standing there, with her parents behind her, both looking apologetic.
Uncle and aunt, come in and have a seat.
Claire's family lived on the 25th floor, and both families worked at the same factory.
Old Xiao, come on in and sit down. Yu's father was exceptionally warm toward Claire's father and hurriedly welcomed him in. Is there something you need so late at night?
Yu's father chuckled lightly. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word. We've known each other for over 20 years.
It's not that.
Mr. Xiao stammered, glancing at Claire from time to time, clearly at a loss.
Uncle Yu, my dad isn't here to talk to you. I'm the one who needs to speak with you, Claire interjected. Just tell me what's on your mind.
I've watched you grow up and have always treated you like my own daughter. We're family.
Claire nodded. Uncle Yu, I didn't come here today to take anything out on you. If I've done anything wrong, I'd like to apologize in advance. Yu's father looked puzzled upon hearing this, but he didn't interrupt.
Here's the thing, you sneaks into our school every now and then, and it's already starting to interfere with my studies. I came here today hoping that Uncle Yu could talk to you and make sure he doesn't go to our school anymore to disturb my studies. While Yu's father opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The two had grown up together. Both families were well aware that you liked Claire. The two families were already close, and deep down, they truly hoped the two children would end up together. But now it seemed that Claire didn't like you. She even seemed to dislike him. Claire, I understand why you came here today. You continued, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you in the past. As he said this, Yu's expression was calm, though inwardly he was berating his former self. You're the one who messed this up. Now I have to clean up your mess. Of course, you don't need to worry anymore. I won't bother you again. Starting today, just treat me like a stranger.
Is that answer satisfactory?
Claire snorted coldly.
I hope you mean what you say. Dad, let us go home.
Claire stood up and left. Mr. Xiao cast an apologetic glance at Yu's family before hurriedly following after Claire.
Xiao Shou, you. Dad, no need to comfort me, you said with a light laugh.
I did like Claire before, but later I realized we weren't a good match. so I let go of those feelings.
After going through some things, I realized Claire isn't the right person for me.
And after what happened tonight, I'm even more convinced that Claire and I aren't on the same page.
It's best if we act like strangers from now on.
Of course, this won't affect your relationship with Uncle Xiao. You two should still get together for drinks as usual. After all, a friendship of over 20 years isn't something to take lightly. His father couldn't help but smile.
You're the one giving me a lecture now, aren't you? But Dad, I'm a little curious, does Xiaowan know you transferred to Academy 1? Does she know you're at the Grandmaster stage now?
She doesn't know, you said with a light chuckle. When I went to Academy 1 today to see the principal about transferring, I happened to run into Claire. She thought I was there to see her and didn't give me a chance to explain, so things got pretty unpleasant. His father gave a wry smile.
All right, you have your own ideas.
But as for Xiaowan, I've watched her grow up. She is not a bad person at heart.
It's just a shame you two weren't meant to be. Chapter 10, The Path to Rapidly Improving One's Strength. The next morning.
At U.S. strong insistence, his parents went to the factory to resign. Then, driving their newly purchased car, they set out on a house hunting tour.
They ultimately chose a villa complex very close to Academy 1 in Jiangtan City.
It cost 570,000 Wu Yuan in full payment, was fully furnished, and was the kind of place where they could move right in with just their luggage. Afterward, they hired a moving company, and that evening, the whole family moved into the villa. Since the move took place in the afternoon, no one in the old neighborhood had any idea what was going on. The basement was specifically built as a training room. Chanshan can use it in the future.
And don't skimp on the beast meat we bought earlier.
This isn't just to lay the foundation for Chanshan's future martial arts training, it's also to nourish your bodies so you can break through to the warrior stage as soon as possible. Her mother rolled her eyes.
How many times have you gone on about this? Don't you ever get tired of it?
It's your fault for being so frugal.
We used to be poor. If I hadn't been frugal, how would I have raised the two of you? You have a point.
You smiled and decided not to argue with her mother any further. Instead, she walked over to her father and asked, "Dad, you seem to have something on your mind.
Tell me about it." We've moved into a new home, and I was thinking of having your aunt come over to get her bearings.
You searched her memory and thought of her aunt, who had doted on her since childhood. Her aunt's family wasn't well off either, but they often helped out U.S. family. Especially during those years when her younger sister, Yu Chanshan, had just injured her leg. Much of the medical expenses were covered by her aunt and uncle's family. Although they eventually ran out of money for treatment, it was precisely because of their help that Yu Chanshan avoided having her legs amputated, kept both of them, and now had the opportunity for you to treat her legs with material.
Let us invite Auntie over tomorrow.
You smiled and asked, "It seems to me like there is more to this than just that, though."
You little rascal, his father said with a wry smile.
Your aunt's family hasn't had it easy these past few years.
Now that things are looking up for us, I just want to lend a hand wherever I can. But knowing your aunt's personality, I'm worried she won't accept it.
You chuckled.
Dad, isn't that simple? If you just give her money outright, Auntie's personality means she'll definitely refuse. But you could open a shop with Mom, then ask Auntie and Uncle to come help out and just pay them a little extra, right?
Perfect. Tomorrow, invite Auntie over for dinner to discuss what kind of shop to open, and then bring up the need for Auntie and Uncle's help. I'm sure my aunt won't refuse. Then, under the pretext of making it easier to manage the shop, have my aunt and uncle move into the villa. After all, our villa has 4 floors, and the rooms upstairs are all empty. It'll be perfect if my aunt and uncle move in. It'll be livelier with the whole family living together.
Father asked, aren't you afraid this might cause some unpleasantness later on? I've seen plenty of relatives turn on each other over money.
You chuckled wryly, a relative who was willing to drain their savings to help Chanshan with her treatment. If they were to quarrel over such a small sum, I'd rather give them the villa as a way of repaying the kindness they showed Chanshan all those years. His father gave a wry smile. You're quite the shrewd one, kid.
But I can assure you, your aunt and uncle aren't that kind of people. Besides, they might not even want to move into the villa. You said, my cousin is in her freshman year at Academy 1, right? If aunt and uncle don't want to move in, let my cousin move in first. That way, Shanshan will have someone to keep her company. Shanshan hasn't left the house in all these years, she is too timid. With my cousin, that quirky little girl, by her side, I'm sure Shanshan won't get the short end of the stick. Besides, with her brother, a grandmaster stage powerhouse, at Academy 1, who would dare bully them? Father rolled his eyes. Stop showing off.
So you're a grandmaster stage powerhouse, big deal.
The next day,
you received a call from Principal He, who informed him that Shanshan's records had been transferred to Academy 1. He also gave you the phone number of his old friend, a highly skilled doctor, saying he'd already put in a good word and that all you needed to do was give him a call.
Do you have plans this afternoon? Sure, I'll head to the school this afternoon.
After hanging up, you had breakfast with his family, then drove to the hospital.
Following Principal He's instructions, everything went very smoothly.
After examining Yu Shanshan's injured leg, the doctor said the meridians in both legs were healing and prescribed some supplementary medication, guaranteeing she'd be able to stand within half a month. With the doctor's assurance,
Yu's family was overjoyed, especially Yu Shanshan, whose face beamed with excitement. And that was that. After a busy morning, by the time they returned home, it was nearly noon.
You helped his mother prepare lunch. Once everything was ready, his aunt and uncle's family arrived. It happened to be the time when school let out for lunch, and since the villa was very close to Academy 1, his cousin Zhuang Wenya came over with her parents as well.
Cousin, I heard from Mom and Dad that you transferred to Academy 1 too? I transferred to Class 1 of Senior 3. Class 1 of Senior 3?
Zhuang Wenya's face immediately lit up with surprise.
Cousin, you're not kidding me, are you? That's the genius class. I'm just barely hanging in there. To be able to transfer into Class 1, just how good are you, cousin? Grandmaster stage. You're lying. Zhuang Wenya clearly didn't believe him.
Pouting, she said, if you don't want to say it, fine, I don't even want to hear it anyway. Stupid cousin, I curse you to never find a girlfriend in your whole life.
Ugh.
Just as Zhuang Wenya was rolling her eyes and speaking, she suddenly got a hard slap from her mother.
Mom, why did you hit me? Who told you to spout such nonsense? Put. My cousin is so handsome, and he's in the genius class. How could he ever lack girlfriends in the future? You don't actually believe a curse like that, do you?
Seeing her mother raise her hand again, Zhuang Wenya quickly turned and ran away. Wow, Shanshan, it's been a few days, but you seem to have gotten even prettier.
I heard you can stand up now. From now on, your cousin's got your back. You know how there's that peerless duo in novels? Let us form a little witches duo and take over the world.
You couldn't help but interrupt, Zhuang Wenya, keep your teenage delusions to yourself, don't drag Shanshan into this. If you dare to lead her astray, I promise I'll beat you until you cry.
Humph.
I'm not afraid of you.
Zhuang Wenya turned to Yu Shanshan, cousin, do you want to train in martial arts? Do you want to follow your big sister and take Academy 1 by storm? Yu Shanshan nodded.
But what she really meant was that she wanted to train in martial arts.
But Zhuang Wenya picked up on the thread and said smugly, see that?
Shanshan wants to team up with me as the Little Witches duo, and we're going to sweep through Academy 1 together.
Yu was speechless. I'm not even going to bother with you. Don't leave yet, cousin. Zhuang Wenya called out. Our school is holding the elite camp tryouts this afternoon. You're in the genius class, you're definitely going to participate, right? What elite camp tryouts? I've never heard of them. No way. You've never even heard of the elite camp? Are you really a student in Academy 1's genius class?
Zhuang Wenya explained, the elite camp is organized by the Martial Arts Guild. It brings together all the geniuses from Jiangtan City. It's going to be a fierce competition. I've heard that if you perform exceptionally well there, you can qualify for the provincial elite camp, and from there, the national elite camp. As long as you excel at the national elite camp, you'll earn a guaranteed spot at Huaxia Academy, and the government will also provide very generous resource rewards. I've heard that past participants who reach the warrior stage at the National Elite Camp are all destined to become Huaxia's top-tier warriors in the future. Hearing this, US heart raced with excitement. Wasn't the elite camp just a gift meant to help him boost his strength? As long as he joined a class there, his strength would surely skyrocket. Most importantly, there were so many geniuses, there were bound to be plenty of talents. That way, his mentalist cultivation could also advance rapidly. Since the elite camp sounds so interesting, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Pfft, you're just bragging again. Do you really think you're a Grandmaster stage powerhouse? Do you think the elite camp will grant you special admission just because you ask? Chapter 11, You're all big shots. You just smiled and didn't explain. Afterward, the meal ended in a cheerful, manna-filled atmosphere. At the strong insistence of US parents, his aunt finally agreed to let Zhuang Wenye stay at the villa to keep Yu Qianshan company. Next, the two families sat down together to discuss plans for opening the store, and Yu and Zhuang Wenye left for school. Before leaving, you noticed the longing look in his little sister's eyes, so he turned back and asked, "Qianshan, do you want to come to our school?" "Can I?" Yu Qianshan was initially excited, but quickly shook her head and said, "Never mind. You still have classes to attend, big brother. There's an event at school this afternoon, so we don't have to go to class," you said with a light chuckle. Zhuang Wenye whispered from beside him, "Cousin, the school doesn't allow outsiders in. If I say it's okay, then it's okay." You smiled confidently, walked over to Yu Qianshan, crouched down, and asked, "Qianshan, do you want to go to school and watch the event?" "I do, but..." "Then let us go." You stood up, pushed the wheelchair, walked past his parents, and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm taking Qianshan to school to watch the event." "Go ahead." Yu's father nodded, watching as Yu and the others left. At that moment, Yu's aunt frowned and said, "Big brother, Academy 1 is a prestigious school, they don't usually allow outsiders on campus. Xiao Xiu can handle it." Yu's father chuckled softly. "Earlier, when you asked about the villa, I didn't go into detail. Actually, all of this is a reward Academy 1 gave to Xiao Xiu because he is now a Grandmaster stage expert." "Do you understand now? A Grandmaster stage expert?" Aunt Yu and Uncle Yu gasped, exchanging glances, their eyes filled with sheer astonishment. "So, from now on, you won't have to worry about Xiaoye and Shanshan's martial arts training." Yu's father chuckled lightly, "If he, a Grandmaster stage master, can't teach his two little sisters properly, I, as their father, will definitely beat him to a pulp." Meanwhile, you had already arrived at the entrance to Academy 1. However, the school entrance today looked very different from usual. It was decked out with banners and colorful balloons. Led by the principal, a group of teachers was looking around restlessly at the entrance, as if waiting for someone. "Oh no! Cousin, it looks like some high-ranking officials are coming to the school today." Zhuang Wenye looked at the banners and slogans, then glanced at Yu Qianshan and sighed, "What are we going to do now? With the principal and so many teachers at the entrance, there's no way we'll be able to sneak in." "It's no big deal." You gave a faint smile and pushed her wheelchair toward the school gate. Behind her, Zhuang Wenye stamped her foot in frustration and followed reluctantly. You. Lin, who was standing at the gate helping to maintain order, spotted you from a distance. "Yang, isn't there an event at school today? What are you two doing here?" "I'm not really sure," Lin said, shaking her head. "When school let out at noon, Teacher Wu asked some of us from the class to come back this afternoon to help maintain order. I heard that city officials and leaders from the martial arts guild are coming to inspect the school." "Wow, Senior Yang." Zhuang Wenye, who had run up to catch up, lit up the moment she saw Lin and exclaimed excitedly, "Senior Yang, I'm a freshman. My name is Zhuang Wenye, you're my idol." "Hello, Wenye. Senior Yang, can I take a picture with you?" Standing nearby, you couldn't help but chuckle. He never would have imagined that his quirky and spirited cousin had this side to her. However, seeing that Lin seemed hesitant, you spoke up, "Yang, Wenye is my cousin. Could you please take a picture with her?" "Oh, I see. Upon hearing about the connection between Zhuang Wenya and you, Lin nodded in agreement without hesitation. Cousin, take a picture of us. You had no choice but to take the phone.
Zhuang Wenya took the phone, immediately opened the photo album, and set the photo as her wallpaper. Cousin, it's Sister Xiao Wan.
Just then, Yu Chanxian spotted the girl walking toward them and tugged at Yu's arm.
Ignore her.
Yu merely glanced indifferently at Claire, then turned back, just as he was about to ask Lin when she brought her younger sister, Yu Chanxian, onto campus.
Claire had already approached, glaring at Yu with disgust, and said coldly, "You, don't you have any shame left? You promised me right in front of your parents that night. What are you doing back at Academy 1 now? Are you trying to cause trouble again?"
You didn't want to engage with her, but Claire had truly gone too far.
Claire, aren't you taking this a bit too far? Just because I'm at Academy 1 doesn't mean I'm here to see you. Can't I just be a student here?
Claire retorted with disgust, "You know exactly how good you are.
I can't be bothered to listen to your lame excuses. Get out of Academy 1 right now. This isn't a place for someone like you." "Hey, ugly woman, are you out of your mind?" Zhuang Wenya snapped back.
You show up here without asking any questions and start lecturing my cousin.
Do you think attending Academy 1 makes you superior to everyone else? There are so many people from the slums attending Academy 1. Why haven't I seen anyone else acting so high and mighty?
I can tell you this with absolute certainty. My cousin didn't come to Academy 1 to find you. He has already transferred here.
Next time you want to act superior, why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really think you're Shishir or Diao-chan? Claire froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Are you saying he transferred to Academy 1?
Classmate, you is indeed a student at Academy 1, and he is currently enrolled in our Senior 3, Class 1.
Lin chimed in at that moment. Senior Class 1?
Clara's face was filled with shock. If it hadn't been Lin speaking, she would have thought the other person was lying. But the fact was, she couldn't afford to cross Lin, whether in terms of family background, looks, or ability. She was no match for her.
She just couldn't believe it.
She worked so hard to get into Academy 1, and even then, she was only in Class 7 of the senior year. She was just one step away from becoming a full-fledged warrior stage student. As long as she performed normally in today's event, she'd have a chance to enter the elite camp preliminary class, and her future prospects would be limitless.
But how could you be in Class 1 of the senior year?
That was Academy 1's class for geniuses, a surefire ticket to the elite camp.
Alright, I have nothing more to say to you, and I don't want to make a big deal out of this.
For Uncle Xiao's sake, I'll pretend nothing happened this time.
But if there's a next time, I definitely want to go easy on you.
You shot Claire a cold glance, then turned and asked, "Yang, I'd like to bring my little sister into the school to watch this afternoon's event." "You're putting me in a tough spot," Lin said, pouting.
With your relationship with the principal, all you'd have to do is say the word. Why bother asking a lowly student like me?
I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw you were keeping order, so I asked out of curiosity.
Look, isn't the principal coming over right now?
Lin pointed at the principal walking toward them.
You'd better ask him. I don't want to get mixed up in matters involving bigwigs like you. Bigwigs?
Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wenya's face was filled with confusion.
Chapter 12, Everyone under heaven will be kind and affable. You finally made it to school, kid. It's not easy to catch you.
Principal, he hadn't even arrived yet, but his hearty laughter had already carried over.
Is the principal really that affable? Zhuang Wenya looked as if she'd seen a ghost.
Our principal isn't exactly friendly. He is just friendly to your cousin.
Lin explained in a low voice. Just what kind of status does my cousin have, anyway?
As soon as Zhuang Wenya saw the principal approaching, she immediately stopped letting her mind wander and put on a well-behaved act.
"Hello, principal."
The principal merely nodded, then turned to you.
"You'd better make me proud at this afternoon's event." "What does that have to do with me?"
You asked, puzzled.
"I thought this was the elite camp tryouts. If anyone needs to make the school proud, it's the entire student body.
You little rascal, the principal explained. The city officials and the martial arts guild leaders are all here specifically for you.
For me? That's right.
You're such a freak, a 16-year-old grandmaster stage powerhouse. It's hard not to catch the attention of the higher-ups. Zhuan Wenya, who had been eavesdropping nearby, looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She stared at her cousin in disbelief, with one phrase looping endlessly in her mind: a 16-year-old grandmaster stage powerhouse. So my cousin really is a grandmaster stage powerhouse.
He wasn't lying to me, it's actually true.
No wonder my cousin is so confident he'll definitely be able to get his cousin into the school.
A grandmaster stage fighter, wow.
And a 16-year-old grandmaster stage fighter at that. If I were the principal, I'd be fawning over him too.
Wait a minute. My cousin is still a senior in high school. Does that mean he is already a shoo-in for the top spot on the college entrance exam? Is it really that exaggerated? That's not all.
I heard that Huaxia Academy, along with the other top 10 universities, are already preparing to offer you early special admission. The principal chuckled wryly. You really don't understand the true value of a 16-year-old grandmaster stage fighter. Once the news got out, a bunch of bigwigs went absolutely wild. But your move has also given those geniuses in the capital quite a shock. I'm afraid those people are going to put their family's prodigies through grueling special training.
With less than a year left until the combat exam, they could easily catch up, and by then, the pressure on you will be immense. The principal sighed deeply. Actually, it's partly my fault.
I shouldn't have passed your news up the chain. The heritage of those major families in the capital runs too deep. We commoners simply can't compare. I'd originally planned to have you take the combat exam so you could enter Huaxia Academy as the national champion. That would have raised your status even higher, and you'd have enjoyed even better treatment. But that's probably out of the question now. I suggest you accept the special admission offer. As long as those geniuses in Kyoto haven't broken through the grandmaster stage, you'll still hold a significant advantage and gain access to more resources. Although those prominent families in the capital have deep-rooted heritage, breaking through to the grandmaster stage within a year would not only require a massive financial investment but also come with the uncertainty of whether they'll succeed. After all, the leap from the warrior stage to the grandmaster stage is a major hurdle. I'm sure Huaxia Academy is well aware of that. Rather than betting on a future grandmaster stage candidate, it's better to place that bet on you. You remained calm and composed, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. After all, his current strength wasn't merely at the grandmaster stage, but at the great grandmaster stage.
Principal, if I choose the special admission program, can I enroll immediately?
No, the principal shook his head. You'll still have to wait until the combat exam is over.
I see.
You had originally thought that if the special admission allowed him to enroll immediately and join a class at Huaxia Academy, his strength would make another quantum leap. But the principal's answer was to wait until the combat exam was over, which meant there was absolutely no point in accepting the special admission offer. He might as well join the elite camp. With his current strength, he could easily rise through the ranks and make it to the national elite camp. By then, his gains would undoubtedly be substantial. With geniuses from all over the country gathered there, not to mention the improvement in strength, just the talent and skill alone would be enough to blow his mind.
What exactly do you understand, kid? I'm turning down the special admission.
You chuckled lightly. Principal, you've invested so much in me. I'll definitely repay you by winning first place in the combat exam. Rest assured, I've already reserved first place in this year's combat exam. No one else stands a chance. You've got guts, kid. The principal paused for a moment, then burst into loud laughter.
You're right up my alley, just as arrogant and cocky as I am. You raised an eyebrow. Principal, with your skills, you've never gotten beaten up for being cocky, have you?
The principal was at a loss for words.
No need to guess, he'd definitely been beaten to a pulp. Seeing you as half smile, the principal didn't bother responding. He turned to look at you, Chanxian, and asked, "Is this your little sister?" You nodded. Chanxian, say hello to Uncle Principal.
Hello, Principal. Good. What a good girl.
Don't ever take after your brother, he has such a pain in the neck.
The principal said affably, but you can learn your brother's martial arts talent.
Aside from that, don't learn anything else from him, understand?
Yu Qianqian knew he was joking. She gave a sweet smile but didn't respond.
Qianqian.
Once you've recovered, how about coming to Uncle Principal's school to study? The principal asked with a smile.
Yu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Qianqian will do her best.
She knew that Academy 1 was the best high school in all of Jiangtan City, and getting in wouldn't be easy. Of course you have to work hard, but Uncle Principal can admit you through a special recruitment program. The principal chuckled lightly. Our school also has a middle school division. You can start right away, and I'll waive all your fees.
Well, Yu Qianqian was a bit at a loss.
Yu, noticing this, chimed in, not only that, but the principal will also cover your meal expenses while you're in school. Otherwise, we wouldn't deserve to be called principal.
No problem, I'll cover it all.
The principal smiled and said, all right, take Qianqian on a tour of the school. The city officials will be here soon.
But you, young man, don't wander too far. Make sure you come to the event. You're the star of the show today.
Yu nodded, exchanged a few words with Lin, and then pushed the wheelchair away. As they passed the group of teachers, they all took turns greeting Yu one by one. Whether they were senior year teachers or not, every single one of them greeted Yu without exception. By now, Yu's name had spread far and wide among the teaching staff at Academy 1. After all, the very reason the city officials and martial arts guild leaders had come today was because of Yu. Bro, the teachers and principal at Academy 1 are so friendly, I like it here. All along the way, Yu Qianqian naively believed that all the teachers here were this kind.
However, Yu didn't correct her.
After all, as long as he was around, whether they were teachers at Academy 1 or future teachers at Huaxia Academy, they would all be kind to his little sister. As long as he continued to maintain the aura of a powerful figure, ensuring no one could surpass him, then everyone her sister encountered in the future would be kind and approachable. This was also one of Yu's goals.
Studying is for reasoning with others. Martial arts training is for making others reason with me. Chapter 13, Give Me a Good Beating.
Yu had already arrived at the venue before the elite camp tryouts began.
Wenya, you take care of Qianqian.
The principal beckoned, and Yu entrusted his younger sister, Yu Qianqian, to Zhuang Wenya before walking over.
Distinguished leaders, this is Yu, a 2-star Grandmaster stage practitioner.
The principal introduced, Yu, this is Mayor Chen of Jiangtan City, and this is President Lu of the Jiangtan City Martial Arts Association.
Yu nodded and greeted both of them.
They chatted casually for a while. Throughout the conversation, Yu carried himself with neither arrogance nor subservience, earning the admiration of both officials, whose eyes sparkled with appreciation.
After bidding farewell to the two officials, the principal asked in a low voice, do you want to go up and have a go in the selection tournament later? I'd rather not. With those two officials here, wouldn't they just laugh at me if I went up?
Yu shook his head decisively.
What's so funny about that?
You're an Academy 1 student, after all, and you're only 16 years and 8 months old.
Never mind. I'm just here today to bring my little sister to watch the competition.
Suit yourself. Yu returned to Yu Qianqian and noticed that Lin was standing beside her as well.
You're not going to participate later, are you? Lin asked. No, I'm not. I knew it.
If you did, we'd get completely crushed. As the two chatted, the teacher hosting the event announced that the tryouts had officially begun. All students were eligible to participate in these tryouts, even those in their second year of high school. The tryouts would select the top 300 students. The top 100 would be recommended by the school to officially enter the elite camp, while the remaining 200 would enter the elite camp preparatory class.
Those who performed exceptionally well in the preparatory class could be promoted to the elite camp.
However, only 10 students could be promoted each year, so the competition was extremely fierce.
Principal, wait a moment.
Just then, a group of people approached from a short distance away. They were not wearing Academy 1 uniforms. At a glance, there was a wide variety of uniforms. It seemed as though every high school in Jiangtan City was represented.
Why have the principals from the other schools come here?
Lin couldn't help but furrow her brows. What brings you here? The Academy 1 principal asked, looking at the newcomers.
We heard that the two leaders were here as well, so we thought since the high schools in Jiangtan City haven't had any exchanges for many years, we might as well take this opportunity to have a proper discussion.
The Academy 1 principal frowned.
What is there to discuss about the selection competition? We can talk once the students have entered the elite camp.
He couldn't help but see through these principals' motives. They simply heard that the two leaders had arrived at Academy 1 and were deliberately coming out to make a splash. Academy 1 had always been the top-ranked high school in Jiangtan City, and now two leaders were personally on hand to observe the talent selection tournament. The other high schools were already outmatched by Academy 1. If the two leaders were satisfied and allocated additional resources to Academy 1, the other schools would remain perpetually overshadowed. They felt a sense of crisis, which led to today's spectacle.
It's all for the sake of cultivating talent in Jiangtan City.
A little competition will only fuel the students' enthusiasm for martial arts training, which will also benefit the upcoming combat exam.
Can a single exhibition match really ignite the students' passion for martial arts? If that were truly the case, what would be the point of us being here?
We could just hold citywide tournaments on a regular basis. The principal of Academy 1 had specifically asked you to invite two high-ranking officials to the qualifying tournament. The purpose was obvious. Now that several other principals had butted in, he naturally didn't want to be at a disadvantage.
Gentlemen, please calm down.
The mayor waved his hand and said, since all the high schools in Jiangtan City are gathered here, let us hold an exchange tournament. However, let me make this clear in advance, since the selection tournament involves elite camp, rankings will still be determined according to each school's own standards.
The friendly competition must not jeopardize the students' futures.
Since this is a friendly competition, we shouldn't take it too lightly. I've just discussed this with Chairman Liu. The top 10 finishers in the friendly competition will each receive a reward from both Chairman Liu and me. Also, keep it light, no serious injuries or disabilities are allowed. At this point, the principal of Academy 1 looked rather helpless. Since both leaders had agreed, he had no choice but to accept. How should we set the rules?
Let us do this, since today's event is Academy 1's selection tournament, we won't interfere. Go ahead with your tryouts first. As it happens, the students we brought are all eligible for the elite camp. You can select the top 100 from among them to participate in the friendly match.
The principal of Academy 1 nodded.
No problem. Let us do it that way. With the rules settled, the principals took their seats on the elevated platform overlooking the field.
You. In the crowd, Rain spotted you and couldn't help but clench his fist. But when he thought of Yu's strength, he felt helpless and could only stew in his own frustration.
Do you know that guy?
He has been staring at you the whole time, Lin said, noticing Rain's gaze. She turned to look at you and asked.
Rain? I beat him up when I left Academy 7.
So that's Rain. Lin chuckled. I heard you didn't just beat him up, you knocked him out with a single slap.
It's his own fault for not being able to take a hit.
Lin rolled her eyes. With your strength, no high school student in all of Jiangtan City could take a hit from you.
Enough about him.
You asked.
Aren't you guys participating in the tryouts?
I see students from our class are all nearby, helping to maintain order. Our class has already been pre-selected, we just need to compete for rankings afterward, Lin explained. The qualifying tournament is mainly for the lower-ranked classes, to be precise, it's for them to compete for the remaining 50 spots.
You nodded.
Across the entire Academy 1, only Class 1 had such a significant disparity in strength among its students. For example, Lin was at the 5th rank warrior stage, while there were even students in Class 1 at the 7th rank warrior stage. However, compared to the lower ranked classes, their overall strength was actually quite similar. Of course, there were also some students with low vitality but formidable combat skills who could challenge opponents several ranks above them within the school.
Principal, What brings you here? Just as the qualifying rounds were underway, the principal of Academy 1 approached you. I'm here to have you beat someone up. It was clear that the principal of Academy 1 was extremely displeased with the behavior of the other principals. During the exchange match later, you're going to step up and participate. If you encounter students from the other schools, beat them up good for me. Oomph, they came here to take advantage of us. I'll make sure they come away empty-handed. You couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Principal, is that really necessary? Those principals may have upset you, but the students are all innocent. Then just go easy on them. Well, you pondered for a moment before saying, I'll need a pay raise. You little rascal. The principal chuckled, but agreed readily nonetheless. You're not exactly short on anything right now. How about this? Once that girl Chanshan starts attending Academy 1, I'll give her classmates double the resource allocations. 5 times. 3 times at most. Deal. The principal was visibly taken aback. He never expected you to agree so quickly. You're screwing me over. Seeing the sly smile on Yu's face, the principal finally caught on. Is that what you call taking advantage of me? Yu said with a pout. Yes, my cousin, I didn't even ask you to increase her resource allocations. You're ruthless. Chapter 14, the tournament is suddenly changed to a defense match. It was unclear how much time had passed. The Academy 1 tryouts were drawing to a close. Finally, the students from Class 1 took the stage. In the end, Lin took 3rd place, while 2nd place went to a bespectacled boy. It wasn't until after this selection tournament that you realized the Icefire talent he obtained actually belonged to Lin. As for the telepath ability, it belonged to the bespectacled boy who came in 2nd, Zhang Yinping. Why isn't there a 1st place? At that moment, after the host teacher announced the rankings, many students in the audience who were unaware of the situation looked utterly bewildered. The students from Class 1, however, remained impassive, showing no sign of surprise. In their minds, 1st place could only belong to you even though he hadn't competed. Hold your horses. The host teacher chuckled lightly. The 1st place winner of this qualifying round is student Yu. Who is Yu? Am I hallucinating? I'm sure there was no one named Yu among the contestants. Could this be a fixed result? Can the results of a qualifying competition be predetermined? In the crowd, Claire couldn't help but glance at Yu, who was standing nearby, her brows tightly furrowed. She never would have imagined that the 1st place winner of the qualifying competition would be Yu, someone who hadn't even taken the stage. Transfer student at Academy 1. 1st place in the qualifying competition. Claire found herself growing increasingly baffled by Yu. It all felt like a dream. Teacher, how could this person named Yu win 1st place without even taking the stage? You'll understand in a moment, the host teacher said with a mysterious, light chuckle. But I can assure you, Yu's 1st place finish is absolutely well deserved. Upon hearing this, the students in the audience grew even more curious, not only about the rankings, but about Yu as well. Cousin, once you take the stage, I'm afraid they're going to be stunned. Zhuang Wenya's excitement made her 2 front teeth peek out at the thought of her cousin taking the stage and showcasing his grandmaster stage-level prowess. A blush spread across her cheeks. Congratulations. Starting today, you'll be a household name in Jiangtan City. Lin turned her head and smiled gently. I'm afraid there'll be no shortage of people coming to my house to set me up on dates afterward. It's such a hassle. Lin chuckled, you really do think in strange ways. While they were chatting over here, the exhibition match had already begun. The 1st person to jump onto the stage was, surprisingly, Rain. I'm Rain from Academy 7, Warrior Stage. Anyone below 6th rank, stay away. I'm afraid I might accidentally maim you. As soon as those words were out, the entire arena erupted in a chorus of boos. Even Lin chuckled, saying, I finally understand why you beat him up. That mouth of his really is annoying. Cousin, go up there and beat him up. Better not. If you go up now, the exhibition match will be over before it even begins. We finally have an event to relax at, and I don't want to head back to class just yet. That makes sense. You're the smart one, senior. Cousin, you'll be the headliner then.
Sure enough, as soon as Rain said that, someone immediately rushed forward to challenge him.
Warrior stage, you piece of trash.
Rain gave a dismissive smirk and immediately unleashed a basic fist technique as he charged forward. In this world, there aren't many flashy skills, they're all standardized into basic, intermediate, and advanced fist techniques. All skills are strictly regulated by the state and allocated to major universities. Beginner-level skills can be learned at high schools nationwide. Intermediate-level skills are taught only at universities, and advanced-level skills are reserved for exceptional individuals. Furthermore, state law prohibits the private teaching of skills. Doing so is a criminal offense. Of course, prominent clans possess additional skills, those created by their ancestors, but those are a different matter entirely. No wonder this Rain is so arrogant. It turns out he has already mastered the basic boxing techniques to a high level. Lin had guessed his level just by watching Rain's moves, which showed that her own mastery of boxing was even higher.
Boom!
Rain unleashed a series of punches, and his opponent retreated easily.
Trash! You've got nothing but vitality, but your skill is a complete mess.
While this victory was unfolding, up on the high platform, Lu, the president of the martial arts guild, chuckled lightly. This student's skill is quite impressive. His skill is indeed well cultivated, but he is far too arrogant and overbearing. If he is like this at such a young age, who knows what he'll be like in the future? Since the defeated student was from 3rd high school, its principal naturally had nothing good to say.
That's not right. It's normal for young people to have ambition.
If martial artists are timid and submissive, they'll never amount to much. The principal of Academy 7 certainly didn't want his nephew to leave a bad impression on the leadership, so he immediately spoke up to counter.
Today is a student exchange match. Why should the two principals damage our harmony?
The mayor stepped in to smooth things over, then added, I've heard that 2nd high and 3rd high each admitted several gifted students a few days ago.
In my opinion, fighting match after match like this is a waste of time.
It would be better to hold a title defense tournament, where each high school selects one student to defend the title. Every student has the right to challenge them.
Once the defender loses, that school is immediately eliminated.
At that moment, Chairman Lu interjected, I actually have a suggestion. The defenders could also challenge each other until only one remains. At that point, all the rewards would go to the last person standing, and their school would also receive a batch of additional resources provided by the Martial Arts Guild. As soon as these words were spoken, the principals present instantly grew envious. Those were extra resources, after all. Once obtained, their school students' overall strength would inevitably rise by leaps and bounds. Principals from 2nd high and 3rd high were the most excited. If they could secure these resources, their students' overall strength could gradually match that of Academy 1.
That's a great idea, the mayor laughed. Then let us go with President Lu's proposal.
The principals of 2nd and 3rd high schools shot defiant glances at the principal of Academy 1, as if to say, you're finished, we're bound to win this title defense tournament. Seeing their expressions, the principal of Academy 1 remained impassive on the surface, but inside he was seething with excitement, all because he had you as his trump card.
Two idiots. You actually think you can beat me? Can 3 of a kind beat a straight flush?
I'll show you what cruelty really means in a moment.
Ah!
Up on the high platform, aside from the two leaders, only the principal of Academy 7 let out a sigh of despair. With you on Academy 1's side, the rewards for this title defense tournament were clearly out of their reach. Thinking about how ED let you slip away, the principal of Academy 7 felt as if ED swallowed a dead fly.
This is how the game gets interesting. The next round is sure to be a fierce battle. For Academy 1's title defenders, I recommend Chen Yanping and Goddess Lin.
No matter which of them defends the title, Academy 1 is guaranteed to win.
But isn't there also you?
He was first place in the qualifiers.
Pfft, I've never even heard of him before.
Who knows if he has just some official's son here to pad his resume. Compared to you, I still trust Zhang Yanping and Goddess Lin more. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the host teacher shouted, please, the title defenders from each school, take the stage.
The top students from the other schools walked straight onto the stage. The scene was fairly normal. But when it came to Academy 1's turn, they discovered that all the students in Academy 1's genius class remained unmoved. Not a single one stepped forward. What is going on? Why is Zhang Yanping just standing there motionless? Could he be planning to let Goddess Lin take this chance to defend the title? But that doesn't make sense. Goddess Lin seems just as unmoved. Lin also sensed everyone's gaze and turned her head, saying, "Genius, what are you waiting for? If you don't go, absolutely no one in our class 1 will dare to step up." Chapter 15, Love Grows Over Time. Qianqian, stay right here. Big brother will be back soon.
Yu ruffled his little sister's hair, then turned to Lin.
Could you please watch over Qianqian for me?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu stepped onto the stage.
Academy 1's defender, Yu.
Seeing Yu approach, the host announced his name excitedly, drawing out the last syllable of Yu in particular.
Is that you? The first place winner of the tryouts? I don't think I've ever heard of anyone by that name at Academy 1 before. Could his skills really be stronger than Zhang Yanping's and Lin's?
Despite their doubts, the crowd hurriedly made way as Yu approached.
In the crowd, Claire stared intently at Yu, thinking resentfully, "I'll see just how strong you really are and what gives you the right to get into Class 1 right after transferring here." Yu takes the stage. The host announced the start of the title defense match. "Yu, I challenge you." To everyone's surprise, the first person to step forward and challenge him was actually a student from Academy 1. Holy crap, one of our own challenging one of our own? Now that's interesting. Looks like even Academy 1's own people don't respect you, the top finisher in the tryouts. Go for it. Beat him to a pulp. It's a perfect case of while the heron and the clam fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. At that moment, Yu looked at the challenger and was surprised to see a familiar face, Chen Kai from before. "Yu, I don't know what tricks you used to manipulate our homeroom teacher, but you actually got him to strip me of my eligibility to participate in the tryouts. You despicable scoundrel. You're nothing but a no-good fighter with a measly 4 vitality. What gives you the right to stand here defending the title? What gives you the right to represent Academy 1? Today, I'm going to show everyone just how corrupt Academy 1 really is, letting a weakling like you sneak in through the back door." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. The Academy 1 students, in particular, were in an absolute frenzy. They suspected Yu's abilities were questionable, but they never imagined he'd be a weakling with a mere 4 vitality. Sending someone like that to defend the title wasn't that just handing their resources over on a silver platter? Change the player. Change the player. In an instant, all the Academy 1 students in the arena shouted in protest, while students from other schools looked on with glee, eager for a good show. "Shut up!" Yu barked coldly as a surge of mana radiated from his body, instantly spreading throughout the arena. He swept the crowd with a cold gaze, then raised his hand and brought it down on Chen Kai. Thud! Chen Kai was completely helpless. His entire body instantly collapsed face down on the ground, looking utterly humiliated. A pathetic fighter with only 4 vitality? Yu looked down at Chen Kai expressionlessly. "I already gave you a chance to make amends for your previous offense. Since you didn't know how to cherish it, I'll show you what cruelty really means." Yu took a step forward. The mana pressure he emitted surged suddenly. Chen Kai's face flushed crimson, and every bone in his body cracked audibly. He desperately wanted to scream in agony, but the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him made it impossible even to open his mouth. "Stop!" From the podium, the principal of No. 2 High School snapped out of his daze and shouted, Chen Kai is already a student at our school. Besides, the mayor just said we must not cause serious injury or disability. What you're doing will cripple Chen Kai." Yu turned his head and said calmly, "I am going to cripple him. Do you have a problem with that?" The principal of No. 2 High School's expression turned icy. "If you were to cripple Chen Kai right here on the spot, it would be a public humiliation for him. Not only would the students lose their respect for him in the future, but the incident would also become a stain on his reputation."
A principal unable to protect his own students' word of this would ruin his career.
Mayor.
The Grandmaster stage must not be disgraced, President Liu, who had been sitting calmly nearby, suddenly interjected. By this point, the other principals had already assessed US strength. While shocked, they also felt a sense of schadenfreude.
The principal of number 2 high school had always been domineering and scheming in his quest to make his school the top high school in Jiangtan City. He resorted to no end of underhanded tactics behind the scenes. But he my student. We get involved in this matter. The mayor then uttered a remark that left everyone baffled.
The principals were filled with confusion. The mayor of Jiangtan had always been known for his appreciation of talent, yet now, instead of protecting you, a young Grandmaster stage, he had said such a thing, clearly signaling to the principal of number 2 high school to take action against you.
Could it be that you had a grudge against the mayor? No one could figure it out right away.
Even if you're at the Grandmaster stage, you're still nothing in front of me.
I advise you to let Chen Kai go right now.
To have broken through to the Grandmaster stage at your age, it's no exaggeration to call you a treasure of Jiangtan City. You shouldn't be attacking your own classmates, you should be bringing honor to Jiangtan City.
Get lost. You said coldly. Trying to play the morality card on me? Who do you think you are?
The principal of number 2 high school was merely at the Grandmaster stage. You could tell that at a glance, so he didn't take him seriously at all.
As a full-fledged Grandmaster stage cultivator himself, he was an entire major realm above the principal. You've gone too far.
Seeing that the principal of number 2 high school was about to strike, the principal of Academy 1 immediately stood up, glaring at him menacingly. Calm down.
The mayor shot you a meaningful look, then waved his hand, signaling the principal of Academy 1 to sit back down.
But
that's an order.
Upon hearing this, the principal of Academy 1 glared resentfully at the mayor for a long time, still stubbornly refusing to sit down and remaining on high alert against the principal of 2nd high school. The mayor has his own reasons for doing this.
Don't cause trouble.
Chairman Liu interjected, but the principal of Academy 1 still ignored him.
You as a student of Academy 1. No one is going to lay a finger on him. If it comes to it, I'll resign as principal.
Chairman Liu exchanged a glance with the mayor. Both their eyes were filled with resignation.
Are you going to step in? You'd better step in.
Chairman Liu rolled his eyes, but ultimately stepped in to restrain the principal of Academy 1.
Chairman Liu, what are you doing?
Nothing, just trying to keep you quiet for a moment. Seeing this, the principal of 2nd high school was completely baffled. The actions of the two leaders were clearly meant to help him.
Could it be that you really had a grudge against the mayor?
He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped trying. By this time, Chen Kai had already passed out, and the principal of 2nd high school, without a second thought, sprinted straight toward you.
His Grandmaster stage strength was now fully on display.
Oh no, the principal of 2nd high school is at the Grandmaster stage. You doesn't stand a chance.
Lin's expression turned grave. She yanked the necklace from her neck and hurled it toward you, shouting, "Catch this."
It's a defensive device. It can block attacks from the Grandmaster stage.
It can block attacks from the Grandmaster stage?
You turned his head to watch the necklace flying toward him, startled. He had never even heard of such a thing before.
That young girl sure is generous. I don't even have a defensive artifact myself.
One capable of withstanding a Grandmaster stage attack must be worth at least 100 million martial coins, and they're practically impossible to find on the market.
The mayor couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. They're a good match.
That Kiju is in for some good fortune, Chairman Liu chimed in with a smile.
I'm not so sure about that.
That Kiju doesn't seem to have a thing for the young family girl.
Love is something that grows over time. Young people have plenty of time. What if it doesn't grow over time?
Then it hasn't been long enough.
Chapter 16, I'll get my revenge on you, out in the open.
No need to waste energy on him. You tossed the necklace back with a flick of his wrist, just as the 2nd high school principal's fist closed in. You gave a faint smile, then casually raised his hand and seized the principal's fist.
Just as I thought, this kid is at the Grandmaster stage. He really is a prodigy.
Although the mayor and Chairman Liu had long suspected as much, seeing you effortlessly block the principal's attack with a single hand still made the corners of their mouths twitch involuntarily. A 16-year-old Grandmaster stage powerhouse. It was nothing short of terrifying.
I'm curious, for a prodigy like you, wouldn't it be better to keep his true strength hidden? Why insist on letting him reveal it? Chairman Liu looked thoroughly perplexed.
Well, I didn't want to either, but I just received word from back home that ruin is about to begin again. If no one from Jiangtan City steps up to hold our ground, we won't secure a single spot. By then, deprived of resources, Jiangtan City will only fall further behind the other cities.
Do you really want Jiangtan City to follow in Jiangyan City's footsteps and be absorbed by other cities? Chairman Liu's expression grew grave. Are you sure the information is accurate?
Absolutely accurate.
If that's the case, I'm afraid this elite camp will be even more intense, and the tensions between cities will escalate.
Chairman Liu sighed deeply. If my prediction is correct, people are going to die at this elite camp, and a lot of them.
Should we eliminate the people in the preliminary class to prevent them from going in there to die?
The mayor shook his head.
That won't work. The ruin is a top secret matter to begin with. The common people have never even heard of it.
If we do that, it'll likely cause chaos.
The path of martial arts is inherently fraught with hardships.
Once you choose it, you must be prepared to die. Perhaps we're just forcing these students to face the cruelty of martial arts competition a little earlier.
Chairman Liu said, so you want you to become the leader of Jiangtan City, and at the same time, have him attract the attention of numerous geniuses? The mayor nodded.
If it were anyone else, I absolutely wouldn't do this, because doing so would be sending them to their deaths.
But you is different. A Grandmaster stage at 16, don't you have confidence in him yet? Chairman Liu grinned. Want to make a bet on when you will break through to the Exarch stage? The Exarch stage?
You really have some nerve, the mayor said with a wry smile. 20 years ago, both of us were at the 9-star Grandmaster stage. All these years have passed, and we're still at the 9-star Grandmaster stage. You should know just how difficult it is to break through to the Exarch stage. Chairman Liu chuckled softly. It's difficult for us, or perhaps we'll never have the chance to break through to the Exarch stage in this lifetime.
But shouldn't you think about what kind of strength we had at 16? The mayor laughed.
I was at the warrior stage at 16, I imagine you were about the same.
Exactly.
What's extremely difficult for us might not be a challenge at all for you.
Chairman Liu asked, so, are we going to take a gamble? Let us do it.
I'll bet that you can break through to the Exarch stage within 5 years, the mayor said.
I'll bet 1 year. Chairman Liu grinned.
If you lose, you have to marry your daughter to my son.
You're dreaming. My daughter is an instructor at Huaxia Academy. Is your son even worthy of her?
Whether he is worthy or not isn't up to you.
Let the two young people talk it out themselves. Just tell me, do you accept the bet or not?
I'll accept, but if you lose, what will you give me?
I'll give you that treasure of mine. You've had your eye on it for over a decade anyway. Deal. After reaching an agreement, the two turned their gaze back to you.
By then, the principal of second high school was already sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud. This came as no surprise to either of them. It was the teachers and students present as well as the principals on the podium who were left speechless.
Am I seeing things? The principal of second high school is a Grandmaster stage player and he just got utterly crushed by you? Just how strong is he? Are you stupid?
If you is crushing a Grandmaster stage player like that, he must be at least a Grandmaster stage.
No, are you sure you is the same age as us, a senior in high school, and not some ancient monster in human form?
Holy crap, no wonder Academy 1 has him locked in as the top pick for the selection tournament.
With that kind of strength, even the principal isn't a match for him.
As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Lin, Claire, Zhuang Wenya, and Rain all standing among the crowd wore a variety of expressions.
How could he be at the Grandmaster stage?
Though their thoughts were the same, their facial expressions differed.
Lin's expression was complex. Zhuang Wingya looked excited.
Rain looked panicked. Claire, on the other hand, looked bewildered.
You should count yourself lucky this is Academy 1. If this were anywhere else, I'd kill you.
You turned away from the principal of second high school and looked at the unconscious Chen Kai, whose every bone was now shattered. With current medical technology, his body could be repaired, but he'd never be able to practice martial arts again in this lifetime. From this moment on, I don't want any school to admit Chen Kai. With that casual remark, you had effectively sentenced Chen Kai to death. Being unable to attend high school meant losing the chance to take the combat exam. Although Chen Kai's family held some influence, without the strength to back it up, they would only gradually fall into decline. Moreover, with a titan like you now on the scene, it was unlikely anyone in Jiangtan City would dare to have any further dealings with the Chen family. Because what was truly terrifying wasn't the Grandmaster stage itself, it was a 16-year-old at the Grandmaster stage.
Continue the defense match.
After uttering those words in a detached tone, you said no more, simply standing quietly in place. Meanwhile, the presiding instructor motioned for someone to carry Chen Kai and the principal of number 2 high school away.
Chen Kai had genuinely fainted.
The principal of number 2 high school, however, was feigning unconsciousness. First, he was too ashamed to wake up. Second, he was afraid you would come after him again. Now he finally understood. It turned out the mayor didn't hold a grudge against you, rather, the mayor was well aware of US strength.
The defense tournament continues.
The host repeated the announcement, but the students in the audience exchanged glances, looking at you whether intentionally or not, yet no one moved.
What a load of crap, this title defense tournament. With that powerhouse here, wouldn't all the rewards end up going to Academy 1 anyway? They already lost their motivation.
More than that, they lost their fighting spirit. Mainly because the pressure and intimidation you had put on them were just too overwhelming.
I now declare that the top spot in this title defense tournament goes to Academy 1 and you.
At that moment, the mayor stood up and said, "You will compete in the next match. The rest of you continue. The top 10 will still receive rewards.
It's your turn."
You replied, "Mayor, I have one more request."
What is it?
I'd like to spar with the principal of Academy 7.
Once we're done, I'll step down.
Upon hearing this, the principal of Academy 7 saw you as smirk and couldn't help but curse inwardly, that bastard really holds a grudge.
Oh well, I'm going to get beaten up anyway.
With the principal of number 2 high school here, I won't lose too much face. After all, it's only natural for a grandmaster to lose to a grandmaster.
With a smile in his eyes, the mayor turned to the principal of Academy 7 and asked, "What do you think?" "I agree to the sparring match."
The principal of Academy 7 felt helpless. He knew there was no escaping this beating, nor should he try to. Given US' vindictive nature, he might be able to dodge the first blow, but not the second. Here, it would just be a beating, albeit a particularly severe one. If he stepped outside these walls, however, and you sought revenge in private, his life might be in danger.
You're a smart one.
You responded to the Academy 7 principal with a lip-read message.
Chapter 17, Elite Camp begins.
Throughout the sparring match, the Academy 7 principal focused entirely on defense. He knew he was no match for you. His defense was merely a hope to minimize his injuries.
Thank you for the lesson.
By this point, the Academy 7 principal was black and blue, to be precise. Not a single patch of skin beneath his clothes was unscathed. However, you harbored no intention of killing the Academy 7 principal. He'd merely been venting some mana.
It's only fair.
The moment the Academy 7 principal opened his mouth, he immediately sucked in a sharp breath of mana in pain. At that moment, he knew he'd survived this ordeal, and you wouldn't come after him again. Although he'd lost a bit of face, it was all worth it. After all, he'd saved his own life.
Ah!
Watching you turn and walk away, the principal of Academy 7 let out a soft sigh, then limped toward the high platform.
Brother, you're so awesome. Yu Chanxian's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Although she didn't yet understand what the Grandmaster stage meant, the fact that her brother could defeat the principal proved everything. Moreover, Yu Qianqian could clearly sense the expressions on the students' faces and the awe they felt toward her brother.
"You little smart aleck."
Yu smiled as he ruffled Yu Qianqian's hair, then said to Lin, "Thank you for looking after Qianqian, and also for what you did with the defensive necklace earlier."
"I didn't really help much either," Lin said, shaking her head.
"I just never would have guessed that you're actually at the Grandmaster stage. You really kept that a secret."
"I'm curious, back in the testing room, your vitality was clearly at the Grandmaster stage, so how did it suddenly jump to the Grandmaster stage? Did you break through from the Grandmaster stage to the Grandmaster stage in just one day?"
Lin's last remark was clearly a joke, just a bit of banter.
"Why not?"
Yu smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to take my little sister home first." Lin paused for a moment, watching Yu walk away, then muttered, "Could you really have broken through to the Grandmaster stage in just one day?"
"Ha! No way. How could I have fallen for that guy's nonsense out of the blue? But that guy is seriously insane.
He is only 2 months older than me, yet our strength levels are worlds apart.
I can't even imagine how he trains, it's terrifying."
Back at the villa, her parents and aunt were still discussing plans to open a shop. Seeing Yu and the others return, they looked up and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" Before you could answer, Zhuang Wenye had already rushed over excitedly, chattering away. "Mom and Dad, my cousin is so amazing, he is actually a Grandmaster stage powerhouse. And just now at school, he beat up both the principal of number 2 high school and the principal of Academy 7. He knocked the number 2 high school principal unconscious, and the Academy 7 principal is all bruised and battered. You have to realize that the principals are Grandmaster stage fighters. My cousin completely dominated them."
Grandmaster stage?
Yu's father was the first to exclaim in shock. Until now, he'd only known his son was a Grandmaster stage fighter, and now, all of a sudden, he'd become a Grandmaster stage fighter. "Big brother, didn't you just say that Xiao Xiu was a Grandmaster stage fighter?" his aunt asked.
"I was fooled by that kid, too."
Yu's father cast a complicated glance at Yu, momentarily at a loss for words.
The news you had delivered was simply too shocking.
When he first learned his son was a Grandmaster stage fighter, he kept his composure on the surface, but that night he been so excited he couldn't sleep.
And now? He jumped straight to the Grandmaster stage. When did martial arts training become this easy? A Grandmaster stage cultivator at 16.
Think of himself, he was already in his 40s and still hadn't reached the warrior stage.
Could it be a genetic mutation?
Big brother, no matter what, Xiao Xiu reaching the Grandmaster stage is a cause for great celebration. We absolutely must celebrate.
Hearing this, Zhuang Wenye exclaimed happily, "Great! We get to eat meat again. Go back to class." "Mom, can I go tomorrow instead?" "No way. If you skip class, do you think your teacher will let you off the hook?"
Zhuang Wenye giggled, "Don't worry. With my cousin around, our homeroom teacher won't say much."
"Not just our homeroom teacher, even the principal would have to give my cousin some face." "Your cousin is your cousin, and you're you.
If you were also at the Grandmaster stage, then I wouldn't interfere."
"Do you think the Grandmaster stage is a piece of cake, something you can break through just by saying the word?"
Seeing that her mom wasn't buying it, Zhuang Wenye immediately put on a pitiful expression and looked at Yu.
"Cousin, I want to eat meat."
Yu chuckled.
"Auntie, there's an event at school this afternoon."
"Wenye doesn't have classes, so it's fine if she goes tomorrow."
"All right, then."
Auntie finally relented, then added, "You two stay home. Your mother-in-law and I will go out to buy ingredients. Let us celebrate tonight." 3 days had passed since their last celebration. During that time, his parents, aunt, and the others had been coming and going all day long, swamped with work. As a result, the heavy responsibility of taking care of his younger sister and Zhuang Wenye had fallen entirely on Yu. "Mom and Dad, after I go to school today, I might be heading to elite camp and I don't know how long I'll be gone. Don't spend all your time on the shop, pay more attention to Qianqian. I already gave Qianqian the material that nourishes the blood and flesh yesterday. I think it won't be long before she is able to stand up."
His father nodded. Go ahead without worry. We've already sorted out the shop matters, and we won't be busy anymore.
Just have your mom stay home to take care of Chanshan.
You don't need to worry.
Standing nearby, Zhuang Wenye chimed in, cousin, Chanshan and I have already discussed this. We're planning to take her to class with us, and our homeroom teacher has already agreed.
You don't need to worry about Chanshan getting bullied either. I'm the top dog at Academy 1 now, no one would dare mess with me. If anything happens, I'll contact Senior Yang right away. If she can't handle it, I'll go see the principal. Don't worry. Yu rolled his eyes. You really are a little smart aleck. Lin's coming with me to elite camp, too. Oh, right. Zhuang Wenye gave an awkward smile. Anyway, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee no one will be able to bully Chanshan.
You really wasn't worried about that. Within the confines of Academy 1, everyone, students and teachers alike, had to give him some face. Actually, he was just worried his little sister would get bored. Now that his cousin would be accompanying her to class, he was completely at ease. When you start martial arts training in your sophomore year, your cousin will give you a big gift.
Yu smiled, then said goodbye to his family and headed straight for Academy 1. At the school gate, the bus taking students to elite camp was already ready.
Parents had come from all over to see their children off. It was a sea of people.
You.
The principal spotted you from a distance, immediately called out to him, and waved. That single shout, however, instantly silenced the previously noisy crowd.
Both students and parents turned their attention to you. Clearly, after the last selection tournament, you had become a household name.
During that time, reporters from Jiangtan City had tried to interview him, but you had turned them all down. In the end, with no other options, they had to appeal to the mayor to finally get rid of all the reporters.
Chapter 18, Carrying a 100,000 kilogram load. This elite camp might be a bit dangerous.
I won't ask too much of you, but within your capabilities, if you can lend a hand, please help our Academy 1 students. The principal pulled you aside to a quiet spot and whispered, I know what you're thinking. Chairman Lu was leading the team this time. He'll explain everything to you later.
It's almost time.
You should get in the car too and head over to the martial arts guild to meet up with the group.
Hearing this, you didn't ask any further questions.
Just as he was about to find an empty car to get in, he heard Lin calling his name.
He turned to look and saw her leaning out the window, waving at him. You little rascal.
The principal smiled meaningfully.
Lin is a good girl. She really is a good match for you.
You replied dryly, Principal, if you're really that bored, I'll spar with you every day when I get back from elite camp. The principal's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't respond, instead quickening his pace. Just before he left, he turned back and said, I'll let you in on a secret. That defensive necklace Lin gave you last time is worth 100 million martial coins.
It's one of a kind and can't be bought anywhere. With that, the principal strode away. You couldn't help but frown. Teacher Wu?
As he boarded the bus, you spotted his homeroom teacher inside. Thanks to you, I'm the chaperone leading Academy 1 to elite camp this time, Teacher Wu said with a light chuckle. But I'm only here to see you off to the camp. After that, I'll be returning with Chairman Lu and the others.
Go ahead and take a seat. You nodded and walked over to sit next to Lin. Half an hour later, the bus pulled into the martial arts guild and stopped in a plaza.
After you and the others got off, they found students from other schools already standing in neat formation there. Yu's arrival reminded those students of the breathtaking scene from that day. Since everyone is here, I'll go over the details of this elite camp. President Lu announced in a clear voice, as you all know, the elite camp is held in Wushan, here in Jizhou province.
Students from other cities will also be gathering there. Competition between individuals and between cities will ultimately select the top trainees to advance to the elite camp. As for the specifics of the elite camp, I won't go into too much detail.
If any of you qualify, the elite camp instructors will brief you when the time comes. What I'm here to emphasize today is that the competition at the elite camp has intensified. In previous years, fatalities were strictly prohibited, but this year, that restriction has been lifted.
In the battle for resources, some of you may end up staying there. I'm now giving you a choice: withdraw or press on. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the room began to stir, mostly out of panic and anxiety. They had originally thought that going to elite camp was simply a competition for resources, but now that competition could put their lives at risk. This was especially true for the students in the preliminary class. Many hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't overcome their inner fear. In just 3 minutes, 300 people had already chosen to withdraw from elite camp though. As far as the eye could see, they were all students from the preliminary class. Anyone else? This is your only chance. If you reach Wushan and try to withdraw, you'll be treated as deserters. Chairman Liu scanned the crowd. Seeing that no one else was choosing to withdraw, he waved his hand decisively. Those withdrawing, stay where you are. Someone will take you back to school shortly. The rest of you, get on the buses. Everything was carried out with lightning speed, and the convoy, stretching like a long dragon, departed in a grand procession. The students standing where they were watched the convoy, their expressions inevitably becoming complex. In truth, they knew that perhaps after this parting, those who had once been on par with them or even weaker would likely pull ahead in the future. Likewise, many familiar faces would ultimately remain at Wushan. Did they regret it? Do they feel a sense of regret? These emotions were certainly there, but they couldn't overcome the fear in their hearts. In the afternoon, the convoy arrived at Wushan. A checkpoint had been set up on the only road leading into the mountains, manned entirely by armed personnel. However, they weren't carrying rifles. Instead, they had swords strapped to their backs and daggers at their thighs. Let them through. After checking Chairman Liu's credentials, the convoy set off again, entering the winding mountain road. After another half hour of twists and turns, the convoy finally reached the summit. It was a flat area, as if hewn by an axe. As far as the eye could see, there were trees all around, along with numerous campsites. Get out! 3 young men and women were waiting there, apparently having received a report from down the mountain. Students from Jiangtan City participating in the preliminary class, step forward, said the dark-skinned man in charge. Although they didn't understand what was happening, the dark-skinned man exuded such an overwhelming aura of authority that the students didn't dare hesitate for a moment. They quickly lined up to the side. As for the rest of you, over there are backpacks, each marked with its weight. Choose a backpack that suits you, set out from here, register at the checkpoint where you entered the mountain, and then return here to pass the test. Of course, the heavier the backpack you choose to complete the assessment, the more credits you'll earn, but I advise you to act within your limits. Because if you fail the assessment, you'll lose your status as a full-fledged elite camp trainee and be demoted to the preliminary class. I need to remind you that credits are very valuable at elite camp. Let me put it this way: 1 credit is equivalent to 100,000 Wu Yuan. Now, choose your backpacks. As soon as the dark-faced man finished speaking, you and the others walked over to the backpacks nearby. Glancing down, they discovered that even the lightest backpack weighed 1,000 kilograms. The backpacks were divided into 6 weight classes: 1,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms, 8,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, and 20,000 kilograms. Which backpack are you choosing? Lin walked over and asked. 20,000 kilograms. You didn't hesitate for a moment. With his Grandmaster stage strength, 20,000 kilograms was no problem at all. I knew it, Lin said enviously. Credits are important, but I suggest you apply for a higher tier backpack, because credits are easiest to earn when you first enter the camp. Can I apply for a higher tier? This is elite camp. As long as your request is reasonable, it will be granted. Got it. U.S. current vitality was just over 1,300, and his strength was just over 100,300. Hello, I'd like to apply for a higher level backpack. The dark-faced man flashed a rare smile. You must be you, right? Tell me, what weight backpack are you applying for? 100,000 kilograms. The dark-faced man frowned. Although you're at the Grandmaster stage and your strength is 100,000 kilograms, strength and carrying capacity are 2 different things. You need to factor in the stamina it will consume. I understand. You nodded.
I'll still stick with 100,000 kilograms. The dark-faced man said no more, but turned to the woman beside him and said, Ren, go get the 100,000 kilogram backpack. The students who were currently selecting their backpacks were already stunned by US choice. Just as the dark-faced man had said, strength and load-bearing capacity are two different things. So, while some in the crowd gloated and prayed for you to fail the test, others had their eyes gleaming with awe.
Are you really going to choose 100,000 kilograms? Lin asked with concern. I'm confident.
After all, you was blessed with the four great talents, especially supreme strength and superior speed, which would be of great help here. Carrying 100,000 kilograms might seem like you was overestimating his abilities to others, but to him, it was a piece of cake.
Chapter 19, You, Walking on Level Ground. The assessment begins now. You have 2 hours.
You may rest during the test, but you are not allowed to take off your backpack, otherwise, you will be deemed to have failed. At this point, the stern-faced man pointed to the drone hovering overhead.
Don't try to cheat or cut corners, we're watching your every move.
As for you, he also slung the 100,000 kilogram backpack onto his back. After testing it out, he found it wasn't as heavy as he'd imagined. To be precise, 100,000 kilograms was actually too light for him. Just as you was considering whether to switch backpacks, Lin walked over, carrying a 3,000 kilogram backpack.
Let us get going.
Yeah, let us go. You thought for a moment and decided against switching after all.
As the students began their descent, the woman named Ren suddenly asked, Do you think you will pass the assessment? Her remark, though not intended to be provocative, caught the attention of the preliminary class students as well as Chairman Liu and the other teachers.
I don't comment on things that haven't happened yet, the dark-faced man replied solemnly. I think it's a long shot, said another man, slightly shorter in stature, named Songlong. Although you is at the Grandmaster stage, he hasn't undergone high-intensity special training.
His stamina isn't as good as ours.
Compared to us, you has absolutely no advantage.
Ren nodded and said, even among Grandmaster stage practitioners, physical stamina is a crucial factor.
But there's no need to worry. Even if you fails the assessment, with his strength, he'll be able to return to the preliminary class very quickly. It'll just cost him a few credits. But at elite camp, if you have the strength, you don't have to worry about credits. Songlong agreed, then added with a sneer, I wonder if you noticed when you chose the 100,000 kilogram backpack, many students from Jiangtan City were actually gloating.
It's absolutely pathetic.
They have no idea just how fortunate it is to have a leader with Grandmaster stage strength at elite camp. Whether it's team competitions or facing bullying from other cities, US presence alone serves as a terrifying deterrent. Jiangtan City wasn't particularly strong to begin with compared to the other cities, and now that they've offended you, once they lose his protection, they're in for a rough time. Ren seemed to think of something and wore an expression of deep empathy.
That's certainly true.
If I'd had a powerhouse like you to protect me back when I attended elite camp, I wouldn't have ended up. Ren didn't finish his thought but changed the subject instead. That girl standing next to you just now was pretty smart, though.
Grey Wolf nodded.
I went through hell when I attended elite camp back then, too. But thankfully, fatalities weren't allowed at the time, otherwise, I'd probably have joined the ranks of those who died young before turning 18. While the two were engrossed in their own discussion, President Liu and the group of teachers were red-faced. They had actually noticed the students' petty scheming earlier. It was just that having it pointed out publicly was indeed rather embarrassing. Ah, that old guy was originally hoping that with you around, the students participating in this elite camp would secure more resources. But this situation has arisen before it's even started. Given US vindictive nature, they'll be lucky if he doesn't retaliate, let alone protect them. While President Liu was sighing and lamenting, Claire stood among the preliminary class crowd, her face deep in thought, as if pondering something. If it's really as those two said, and if I ask you for help, could I quickly improve my strength and become a full-fledged elite camp student sooner? But after offending you like that last time, he probably won't help me.
Should I ask Dad to put in a good word with Uncle Yu? He is famous for being a dutiful son. He'll definitely listen. Let us do that. Before I enter the camp, I'll find a way to contact Dad.
While Claire was pondering this, Ren pulled out a tablet-like device displaying the live feed from the drone. The students from Jiangtan City are indeed a bit weaker. Their overall ability is clearly inferior to those from the previous two cities.
Why are you staring at those rookies?
Hurry up and switch the feed. Let us see how US doing, urged Grey Wolf.
His stride is light and steady.
Wow, if I didn't know he was carrying a 100,000 kilogram load, I'd think he was just out for a stroll.
Ren nodded. It seems we underestimated US stamina. He is clearly holding back on purpose.
If he weren't looking out for the girl beside him, he'd probably be going even faster. The dark-faced man suddenly chimed in, it's only just begun. You should be grateful to have that girl by his side. She is helping him conserve his energy indirectly. If he were like the rest of those idiots, just blindly speeding up and competing with each other, he'd probably struggle more and more as the race goes on.
Grey Wolf chuckled, that is true enough.
But those idiots really are something else. The assessment doesn't require a ranking, they just need to finish within the time limit to earn credits corresponding to the weight of their backpacks. Just then, Ren let out a soft and chuckled, that really is interesting.
Sanglong turned his gaze toward her, just as a strange phenomenon appeared on the screen. Many students were lined up in neat formation, following closely behind Yu and Lin.
Their pace was neither fast nor slow, and their steps were very rhythmic.
This Yu is a smart one. If I'm not mistaken, the students following him are from Academy 1. Ren nodded.
I'm afraid they're US classmates from his own school.
Otherwise, there is no way you would be meddling in this. Going down the mountain doesn't take much stamina.
I can't wait to see the looks on those idiots' faces when we head back up, the ones who didn't conserve their energy.
Sanglong roared with laughter.
They'll probably look like dead dogs, dragging their exhausted bodies forward step by step, screaming mom in their heads.
Ren suddenly asked, how many people do you think will pass the assessment in Jiangtan City this time?
If those idiots don't come to their senses and keep rushing at this pace, I'm afraid more than half of them won't make it.
Sanglong seemed to think of something amusing again, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Jiangtan City has always been weaker than other cities.
With so few passing the assessment now, once they're no longer under US protection, they'll likely become complete slaves to students from other cities once they enter the camp. Without any rules to restrain them, the law of the jungle will play out even more ruthlessly, and the lives of these slaves will only grow more miserable.
Chairman Lu was already overcome with shame.
Although he hadn't witnessed those fools' behavior firsthand, based on Ren and the other descriptions, the scene had already played out in his mind. With more than half failing the assessment, who knows how badly the students from Jiangtan City would be exploited once they entered the camp. In the worst-case scenario, who knows how many would die or how many would be left behind here. No, I must contact that old man and have him put in a good word with you. That's right, it'd be best to throw in some bribes as well.
Otherwise, Jiangtan City is doomed.
If we fail the combat exam, ruin probably won't benefit either. What awaits Jiangtan City will be a merger.
Sigh. Chapter 20, the summit is just a stone's throw away.
As soon as Chairman Lu had this thought, he immediately walked to a secluded spot nearby to contact the mayor.
Hey!
Old man, I'm afraid there is going to be a major problem with this elite camp. Here is the situation, you chose a 100,000 kilogram backpack, but those idiots in Jiangtan City were secretly mocking him. Not only that, but during the initial assessment, they actually competed fiercely, disregarding their stamina as they fought each other for rankings. Once we lose US protection, if the number of students who pass the assessment drops too low, I'm afraid our students in Jiangtan City are in for serious trouble. So, see if you can find a way to persuade you. After all, we must prioritize the greater good. If elite camp runs into trouble, Jiangtan City will have no choice but to be absorbed by another city. Chairman Lu explained in detail to the mayor what had happened here.
We must act quickly.
Once you and the others enter the camp, communication will be restricted, and it'll be difficult to get in touch with them afterward. After hanging up, Chairman Lu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. his face filled with worry.
Is this Teacher Wu?
Chairman Lu knew that Teacher Wu was U.S. homeroom teacher and tried to reach out to him for help.
I heard you're U.S. homeroom teacher? I am.
Chairman Lu sighed. Teacher Wu, you must have seen what happened just now.
I hope you can try to talk some sense into you later.
Teacher Wu gave a wry smile. President Lu, there is nothing I can do about this. Even though I'm U.S. homeroom teacher, I don't have a personal relationship with him. As you probably know, you transferred here from Academy 7, and I've spoken to him only a handful of times.
If anyone can persuade him, aside from U.S. parents, it would probably be the principal. But approaching U.S. parents might make him resentful.
Teacher Wu made his position very clear, and President Lu nodded in understanding.
Sigh. Watching President Lu walk away, Teacher Wu sighed helplessly.
Although he wanted to help, he knew his influence was limited. There was no way he could persuade you.
Jiangtan City. After hanging up on President Lu, the mayor slammed his fist down on the desk in anger.
Bunch of idiots, idiots. I thought having you here would give Jiangtan City a protective umbrella, but who would VE thought this bunch of idiots, so stupid? After venting his frustration, the mayor couldn't help but rub his throbbing temples. You was different from everyone else. He was a grandmaster stage powerhouse and only 16 years old. If he used his authority to force the issue, perhaps you would be compelled to agree out of concern for his parents living in Jiangtan City. But the mayor dared not even imagine the consequences of such a move. Setting aside what level of power you might reach in a few years, the mere fact that he was a grandmaster stage powerhouse at just 16 meant that, if he were willing to submit to someone else's authority, countless people would be scrambling to win his favor.
Those powerful figures, in an effort to appease you, could wipe out an entire family with a single word.
The mayor was certainly not foolish enough to engage in such short-sighted actions that would sacrifice the long term for immediate gain.
It seems the only option now is to offer substantial rewards. Let us hope you is willing. We'll have to go to Old He after all.
The mayor picked up the phone and said, have a car ready to take me to Academy 1.
The principal's office at Academy 1. Upon the mayor's arrival, he laid out the matter regarding the elite camp without mincing words.
The principal furrowed his brow, but he did not rebuke the mayor to his face.
What do you want me to do? Persuade you.
Hopefully, he'll agree to protect the students of Jiangtan City.
Of course, the city will also demonstrate its sincerity.
The principal hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't guarantee anything. I do have some connection with you, but as you know, we haven't known each other very long.
I understand. This isn't US fault. Even if he refuses, I'll accept it.
The mayor sighed deeply and said, the blame lies solely with those fools and I share some of the responsibility as well. I failed to warn them in advance about the brutality of the elite camp, leading them to naively believe that hard work alone would secure them resources. The principal said helplessly, the elite camp is no longer just a matter of individual strength. To achieve fairness there, one must rely on the power of the team.
This isn't just a battle between students, it's a battle between cities.
Besides, since the death limit has been lifted for this elite camp, I'm afraid those people will act even more recklessly.
The mayor gave a wry smile. I won't hide it from you, ruin is about to begin.
If Jiangtan City can't stand its ground this time, I'm afraid our only fate will be annexation.
Annexation?
The principal looked up abruptly, his expression instantly turning grave. He thought of the cities that had been merged in the past. While they weren't exactly oppressed, they had lost the resources to educate their students. Resources were allocated by higher authorities to the superior cities, and the subordinate cities that were merged rarely received much of anything.
But that was secondary.
Once merged, it was tantamount to losing one's hometown.
Decades later, future generations would no longer remember the name of their hometown. Just think how tragic that would be.
The name Jiangtan City would eventually fade away, surviving only in history.
Is it really that serious?
I don't want this either, but the emergence of ruin has intensified competition among cities.
If our combat exam results are unsatisfactory, Jiangtan City will lose its eligibility to participate in ruin.
The mayor asked, Principal He, just think about it, if this happens, Jiangtan City will be eliminated in a short time, and the merger will likely become an undeniable reality. The principal sighed deeply and said, yes, merging cities is euphemistically called strengthening development, but in this world, who doesn't have their own self-interest? Why would a higher-level city be willing to allocate resources to a subordinate city it has merged with? The mayor said, this world is all about survival of the fittest. The higher-ups are well aware of these unspoken rules, they just prefer not to talk about them. Merger means weakness leads to elimination, and elimination means losing value. The principal nodded and said, rest assured, I'll do my best to persuade you. I'm confident that with his intelligence, he'll surely understand the stakes involved. Elite Camp. Earlier, following U.S. advice, all the Academy 1 students had conserved their energy. Now, as they climbed the mountain, the Academy 1 students who had previously trailed behind were now far ahead of the pack. The mountaintop was within reach. Xiaoshun, thank goodness you gave me that advice. Otherwise, their fate would have been the same as mine. No kidding. Xiaoshun is the pride of Academy 1. Anyway, at this elite camp, I only listen to Xiaoshun. If he tells me to go east, I'll never go west, not even if an instructor shows up, I'll still only listen to Xiaoshun. As you say, we at Academy 1 need to stick together. With Xiaoshun leading us, I'm confident we'll rise to the top. Listening to the students chatting behind her, Lin spoke up, the fact that you're thinking this way now just shows how smart you are. Actually, the real elite camp isn't as great as you imagine. The competition there is brutal, it's not just individual competition, but a battle between cities. Plus, they've lifted the death limit this time, so it'll be even more brutal. If you lack the strength, death might actually be the best release. At this point, she turned her gaze back to you. However, if someone protects us, we'll have it pretty comfortable. It'll still be tough, but we'll definitely never lose our human rights. Chapter 21, The Grey Wolf's Envy. Upon hearing this, the Academy 1 students' expressions changed drastically. They had anticipated some conflict, but they hadn't considered it to be this intense. Deep down, they believed everything was governed by the laws of martial arts. They had grown up in peaceful environments and had never faced attacks from ferocious beasts. So it never occurred to them that conflicts among students could be so brutal. Loss of human rights? Isn't that the same as being a slave? Goddess Yang, 1T, the elite camp instructors intervene? With the death limit lifted, do you really think the instructors would bother with trivial matters like being humiliated and reduced to slavery? Lin said solemnly, you must understand that the path we're walking now is one the instructors have already walked. Do you think they'd make a fuss over such things? To have made it this far, their past experiences must have been 1,000 or 100 times more brutal than this. And I can guarantee that those instructors would surely envy Jiangtan City for having a grandmaster stage powerhouse like you. U.S. presence alone will serve as a deterrent to students from other cities. Hearing this, the Academy 1 students stopped laughing and joking, their expressions turned serious. You don't need to look at me like that. Before we set out, I promised the principal that I would help you as much as I possibly could. You said impassively, however, I need you to remember that I'm not your babysitter, I want to help with everything. When you truly face difficulties, you'll have to handle them yourselves. Of course, I can guarantee you a fair fighting environment. Hearing this, everyone instantly exhaled a sigh of relief. Master Yu, this is already the greatest help you can offer us. Just as you said, we'll have to fight for resources on our own. That's right. The path of martial arts is meant to be fraught with challenges. A fair playing field is the greatest help we could ask for. Master Yu, rest assured. Though we may not be able to keep up with you, we will absolutely not bring shame to Academy 1. You scanned the room, taking in the determined faces, and felt deeply gratified. At least these students had sound values. Li Hao, do you remember our promise? This is the best opportunity yet. Master Xiao, I remember. I'll definitely do my best to get back into Class 1. Yu nodded, then fixed his gaze on a bespectacled boy. Zhang Yinping, your talent and strength are both exceptional. This is where you can truly shine. Work hard to improve yourself.
Master Xiao, you actually remember my name. I'm so happy. Thank you, Master Xiao. I'll do my best.
Seeing Zhang Yanping so overcome with emotion that he could barely form coherent sentences, everyone couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. In their eyes, Zhang Yanping was the very embodiment of aloofness, usually taciturn, focused solely on martial arts training, and never participating in social activities.
But now, what a revelation! Congratulations on gaining a little fanboy.
Lin was also a bit taken aback, so she turned to tease Yu.
That's right, I'm Master Xiao's little fanboy. Ever since that time in the classroom, I've looked up to Master Xiao. Then, when I saw you defeat 2 principals in a row, I got goosebumps just watching that. I really admire you, and I hope that one day, I can become as dominant as you. You looked at Li Hao's excited expression and was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally, he just wanted to motivate these students to work hard at elite camp so they could help him improve his own strength. Instead, he ended up with a little fanboy. I believe you can do it.
Yu nodded, then turned to the others. You guys need to work hard, too. Encouraged by Yu, the Academy 1 students were instantly fired up. Even those who had been gasping for breath from mana depletion now had rosy cheeks, giving the illusion of a final burst of energy.
That's it.
Led by Yu, the Academy 1 students reached the mountaintop as a group.
Congratulations.
From this moment on, you are official trainees of elite camp. The stern-faced man said, you'll receive credits based on the weight of your backpacks.
The ratio of weight to credits is 1:10. Take you as an example. His backpack weighs 100,000 kilograms, so he'll receive 10,000 credits.
Upon hearing this, the Academy 1 students saw looks of envy on the faces of Grey Wolf and Ren. This only made them even more curious about what credits were actually used for at elite camp.
Seeing the curiosity on your faces, I'll reluctantly explain it to you. Sanlang spoke up, let us use you as an example again.
You could say that with 10,000 credits, even if he did absolutely nothing after entering the camp, he could live a life of pure luxury. Not only that, but he'd also enjoy preferential access to elite camp's resources. Let me put it this way, many resources in elite camp require a certain rank to purchase, and the higher your rank, the bigger the discounts you get. I've been here for nearly 10 years, yet I don't have as many credits as you, nor am I as high ranking as he is.
Do you get the picture now? The Academy 1 students were instantly stunned. Although they still didn't understand the specific uses of credits, Sanglang's explanation had made their importance clear. Sanglang's 10 years of hard work were actually no match for a single assessment by you. Damn it, what's wrong with your eyes? My strength is greater than yours.
Unable to stand the strange looks from the Academy 1 students any longer, Sanglang snorted coldly, here, the stronger you are, the harder it is to earn credits.
Do you think just anyone can be as freaky as you? A Grandmaster stage at 16?
Take a look at your own credits, and you'll figure it out. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that the credits earned from this assessment are a perk the elite camp gives you newbies. After this, even if you want to earn just 10 credits, you'll have to put in 1,000 or 100 times the effort you're putting in right now.
Bunch of good-for-nothings.
You don't know a damn thing, yet you dare to look down on me. Once you enter the camp, you'll understand what cruelty really means.
Ren, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, you might be overthinking it.
Once they enter the camp, they probably won't experience cruelty at most, they'll just have a rough time. It won't come to the point of being humiliated. As she spoke, Ren shot you a burning glance. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Ren, having endured all sorts of hardships, understood all too well the value of having a powerful ally to lean on.
Even though she was already in her 20s, what if you just happened to be into older women? What else with that look on her face?
Lin saw Ren's gaze and couldn't help but frown. However, Ren showed no sign of shying away, returning Lin's gaze with a defiant stare.
Damn, and there's you, too.
At that moment, Grey Wolf snapped out of it and shot you a resentful look.
Why didn't I have such good luck back then?
If I had a big leg like you, I wouldn't be stuck working at this elite camp right now. You gave a wry smile, but didn't respond. He simply didn't know how to reply. On the other hand, the Academy 1 students now understood even more clearly the benefits US presence brought them, and the looks they cast his way were filled with growing gratitude and admiration.
Chapter 22, I Don't Believe in Human Nature.
After the stern-faced man announced that the Academy 1 students were free to rest, Chairman Liu immediately took you to a secluded spot nearby.
I know some of our Jiangtan City students acted foolishly this time, and I'd love nothing more than to smack those idiots senseless.
But since the future of the entire city of Jiangtan is at stake, I have no choice but to swallow my pride and ask you to protect our Jiangtan students once they enter the camp. Of course, I won't ask you to repay evil with kindness. After all, I'm well aware of the terribleness of human nature. Here's what we'll do. I'll contact the mayor right now and have him speak with you.
What do you think? You nodded.
Just as Chairman Liu had said, he would never do something like repaying evil with kindness. It was precisely because he understood the horror of human nature that he had spoken those words when facing the Academy 1 students earlier. As the saying goes, a bowl of rice creates gratitude, a bushel of rice creates enmity. As for the future of Jiangtan City, he didn't fully understand the specifics. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't care all that much. After all, based on his predecessor's memories, Jiangtan City had never shown you or his family the slightest kindness. Perhaps this was the fate of the common folk and the poor, but you was no longer the man he once was. Why should he give anything to a city that had shown no goodwill toward his family? Especially when it meant helping a bunch of trash. You didn't consider himself heartless, but he certainly wasn't a do-gooder either.
It's me.
The mayor's voice came from the other end of the line.
You replied, Mayor, this is you.
You didn't ask any questions, simply stating his name was enough to make his stance clear.
Chairman Liu, standing nearby, sighed helplessly.
I really shouldn't be calling you about this, but this elite camp concerns the future of Jiangtan City. The mayor then went on to explain the situation regarding Ruin and the city merger.
After all, this is our hometown.
I'm sure you wouldn't want it to be consigned to history.
I know it's a difficult request to ask you to protect the students of Jiangtan City. However, this is a sacrifice for the entire city, a great contribution that will determine Jiangtan's future.
The city will also provide you with compensation. The city has decided to grant your parents the title of honorary citizens, with benefits equivalent to those of the mayor. As for your younger sister, Yu Chanxian, all her future martial arts training expenses will be fully covered by Jiangtan City. Finally, you will receive an annual reward of 100 million Wu Yuan. All the benefits mentioned above are valid for life. I will incorporate them into Jiangtan City's internal system regardless of whether I remain mayor of Jiangtan City in the future. These benefits will never expire.
Hearing this, Yu was utterly stunned.
For his parents to enjoy benefits equivalent to those of the mayor, this included not only comprehensive medical coverage but also guaranteed resources for martial arts training.
Although they wouldn't hold the mayor's authority, it was a status envied by countless people.
Then there was his sister and the 100 million Wu Yuan. Especially that final phrase, valid for life. This meant that from now on, both his parents and his sister would be supported by Jiangtan City. Just as he was hesitating, the principal's voice came through the phone again. I won't interfere with your decision, but I hope you'll give it some thought. As the ancients say, fallen leaves return to their roots. For people like us, the older we get, the more we long for our hometown.
Once the cities merge, the name Jiangtan City will be abolished, and our hometown will lose its name.
In the decades to come, our descendants will forget that they were born in a place called Jiangtan City, and they'll even forget that Jiangtan City ever existed in Huaxia.
Hearing this, you fell silent.
The principal's words were not meant to persuade, but were a heartfelt expression of his own feelings. It was precisely this that touched you deeply. Although he was an outsider, he too had a hometown, that ancient capital steeped in history, and the stirring cry of the Qin people rise up. If the name of his hometown were to be abolished, you would certainly not accept it. After all, this was the dignity his ancestors had defended with their blood. Just as the 800 heroes marched out of Sichuan, they were defending the nation's dignity in the name of the people of Sichuan. Once they lost their roots, they would be as adrift as duckweed. Moreover, his parents surely wouldn't want him to lose his roots either. If he refused, they would likely scold him. Mayor, I can agree to offer protection, but I absolutely won't agree to it right away. You said, I want them to witness the brutality of elite camp. After they've been humiliated, they begged me on their knees for protection. Because I don't trust human nature. The mayor didn't hesitate for a moment. No problem. You have your own way of doing things, and I won't interfere as long as you're willing to offer protection. Rest assured, I'll immediately carry out everything I promised just now. I hear your sister's legs are still recovering. I'll contact the best doctors right away and oversee her care every step of the way until she is back on her feet and fully recovered. You replied, thank you, Mayor. Don't mention it. You deserve it. That's all for now. I won't disturb your evaluation any further. After hanging up, the principal asked, you're offering such generous terms. He didn't finish his sentence, but the mayor understood exactly what he meant. You used to be at the bottom of the social ladder. The city of Jiangtan never showed him any kindness. So I'm appealing to his sense of belonging to this city. If I were in U.S. former position, I wouldn't feel any sense of belonging here either. Human hearts are complementary. You is a different person now. We need him to contribute to this city, so I certainly won't be stingy. I'll simply treat it as an investment. You may think I'm opportunistic, but as you said, he doesn't trust human nature and I trust it even less. All I can do is exchange sincerity for sincerity, so that you develops a sense of belonging to this city. The principal fell silent upon hearing this. You're right. You is different from us. We were all born into families with decent means and have enjoyed the city's support since childhood. Although they now have access to resources as well, children born into underprivileged families don't have the same resources that we do. Our willingness to contribute to this city stems largely from the fact that the better Jiangtan becomes, the more it benefits us. The principal added with a wry smile, Academy 7 established the F class. You nearly ended up in it himself. Had he not revealed his true strength, the outcome would likely have been even worse? Perhaps you had some stroke of luck, but Jiangtan City has indeed made no contribution or provided any assistance toward his current level of ability. The mayor sighed deeply and said, based on this alone, it seems I need to intervene in the matter of Academy 7 establishing the F class. Originally, I thought we each had our own roles. My duty is to manage urban development, while education is the responsibility of you principals. But as it turns out, the student's sense of belonging is also a major issue. The principal smiled wryly. If you ask me, you really should have stopped Academy 7 from establishing the F class sooner. After all, the school must remain above reproach. Our guiding principle is to educate all students without discrimination. Over at elite camp. 2 hours passed quickly. Just as expected, apart from the students from Academy 1 who all passed the assessment, the pass rate for the remaining students was pitifully low, with barely more than half of the total number passing. Across all 7 high schools in Jiangtan City, there had originally been as many as 700 official members, yet now fewer than 400 had passed. From this moment on, those who have passed the assessment become official members of elite camp, and you will also receive the corresponding credits. The stern-faced man turned to Ren. You too, lead them into the camp. Sanglang and Ren paid no heed to whether the students who had just reached the summit were exhausted. After a quick glance, they set off down the mountain first. As for the students, pale-faced and with trembling legs, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. They made their way all the way to the foot of the mountain. The military trucks sent to transport them to the camp were already parked there. Ren and Sanglang each took the passenger seat of a truck. As for the other students, they had no choice but to sit in the cargo beds of the military trucks. There are a few more passenger seats over there. You figure out how to assign them. We can't let resources go to waste, after all. Lin, you take one. You turn to the Academy 1 students, the rest of you, pick your own. As soon as she finished speaking, you walked toward the nearest military truck, opened the door, and got in. Seeing this,
The students wore expressions of resentment, though they didn't dare speak up in protest. As for the group from the preliminary class, Claire frowned and thought to herself, I'm the one who has been your childhood friend, why didn't you let me sit there instead of Lynn? It's been so long, has Dad even contacted Uncle you yet? Why hasn't you responded? Does he even care about his own daughter? There's no death limit at this elite camp, he just wants me to die. Just then, Ren shouted, the rest of you, get on the truck quickly. You have 1 minute. If you're late, you'll have to run behind it. Hearing this, the students rushed onto the train like mad at that moment. They didn't even care about overcrowding, they just wanted to get on within the time limit. The train cars, which normally held only a few dozen people, were so overcrowded due to the mad scramble that the nearest car was packed to the brim, yet even so, no one was willing to get off. What a spectacle! Seeing this, Sanglon let out a sneer, but he didn't intervene. 10 seconds left. You sat in the passenger seat, watching the students scurry about like ants on a hot pan, then glancing at Ren and Sanglon, both wearing mocking grins. He remained expressionless, thinking to himself that here, the weak had no rights, they were merely the slaves and playthings of the strong. Time is up. Let us go. As the military truck pulled away, you turned his gaze away, he couldn't care less if anyone chose to sprint after it. Their destination lay deep within Wushan, that was where the real elite camp was. About half an hour later, the military truck came to a stop at the edge of a forest. Ren shouted, all preliminary class members, get off the truck immediately. As more than 1,000 people disembarked from the military trucks, Ren spoke again, this forest is where you'll be living from now on. There are log cabins to live in, instructors to consult, and resources to trade for, but all of this comes at a cost in credits. Here, there are no rules. If you want anything, you'll have to earn it with your own 2 hands. Of course, I must also remind you that there is no death limit for this elite camp. Danger could strike at any moment. Not only from other people, but also from ferocious beasts. As for the specifics of how to survive, there are people in the forest who sell survival guides. At this point, Ren chuckled, but to get a guide, you'll first have to make your way to the person selling them. Upon hearing this, whether they were members of the preliminary class or the official class, everyone's faces turned pale. From Ren's words, they had already grasped just how dangerous this forest was. Moreover, both shelter and food required credits, but the preliminary class had none to speak of. That left only one option, to steal and plunder. With no death limit in place, the fighting would only grow more brutal. I want to go home. I don't want to participate in elite camp anymore. You're treating human lives like trash. What a bullshit elite camp, this is abuse. I'm leaving. Starting with just a handful of people, more and more soon joined the ranks of the rebels. In the crowd, Claire was trembling all over, her face already drained of all color. She was clearly terrified by Ren's words as well. I don't want to die. That's right, you can definitely help me. He is so amazing. With that thought, Claire, as if clutching at a lifeline, frantically threw herself toward the military truck where you was sitting. You. It's Claire. Please help me. I really don't want to die here. We've known each other since childhood, you used to like me so much. I'll accept your proposal now, just please help me. Clara's outburst instantly silenced the entire crowd. Even Ren and Grey Wolf exchanged bewildered glances. What terrible taste, I can't believe I ever liked someone like that, Ren thought to herself, then her expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. If you can fall for someone like that, it looks like I might have a chance too. Ren smiled and looked at Claire again, wanting to see how you would react. You. I know you can hear me, can you please help me? I'm my dad's only daughter. He's so close to Uncle you. If I die, my dad will definitely be heartbroken, and Uncle you will be devastated too. You, please help me. However, no matter how loudly Claire shouted from outside, you never rolled down the car window, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. You're so heartless. You used to sneak into Academy 1 all the time to see Claire, but now that she is in trouble, you turn a blind eye. You're so selfish and cold-blooded, may you die a miserable death.
Just because you've reached the Grandmaster stage doesn't mean you can act so high and mighty. A selfish, cold-blooded beast like you, even if you become a martial emperor one day, will still look down on you.
Unable to have her, you resent Claire. You're nothing but a coward.
The students who had originally hoped to seek US help saw that even Claire had been rebuffed, and realized they didn't stand a chance. So they began to hurl insults, as if shifting all their resentment onto you in an attempt to vent their frustration. Perhaps some hoped this tactic would make you feel guilty, prompting him to help them in return. However, whatever their intentions, it seemed all their hopes had been dashed. You ignored them from start to finish, as if their words were nothing but empty manna.
You bunch of bastards, what right do you have to talk about the divine cultivators? You were gloating on the mountaintop earlier, and now you want the divine cultivators to help you? What kind of people are you? Moral blackmail? Do you even have the right?
You're just a bunch of idiots who know nothing but how to bark. Besides, it's only natural that the divine cultivators want to help you. You're a bunch of scum. I'm not afraid to tell you this, there are students from other cities in this forest. While you're here barking like dogs, I'll be waiting to see you get toyed with like dogs.
Chapter 24, topping both lists upon arrival at camp. Shut the hell up, all of you.
Ren had originally wanted to gauge US reaction, but you remained completely unmoved. Losing patience, and with the constant clamor of the two groups of students ringing in her ears, Ren grew irritated and roared with a grim expression.
Let us keep moving. The entire crowd fell silent. Ren didn't bother lingering any longer and leaned back lazily in her seat. A little over 10 minutes later,
a military truck pulled up in front of a massive iron gate. Ren and Grey Wolf each produced their IDs, and only then did the sentry wave them through.
They were now deep in the heart of the forest, the true elite camp, covering an area of over 1,000 mu. Get out! Ren led you and the others into a 3-story building. On the first floor, you and the others were registered, and each was issued a watch. I'm warning you, you'd better not lose or damage it.
It's not only a symbol of your status, but also your wealth. Ren said with a serious expression, let us take you as an example. If you loses his watch, someone else can use it to spend money freely without any restrictions. Of course, the watch won't be replaced. If it's picked up or stolen by someone else, you can go ask for it back. If they refuse to return it, there is only one effective solution. The students listened intently. After all, this concerned their own wealth. Ren narrowed his eyes and smiled. That is, kill him and take it back. Although killing was permitted here, the students still couldn't help but turn pale.
Ha! Ren gave a scornful chuckle, then added, now I'll take you to the rankings. Ren and Grey Wolf led the way out. Before long, they arrived at a square.
It wasn't very large, but a stone stele stood tall in the center, inscribed with 2 characters in sweeping, elegant calligraphy, "Stay alive." At the far end of the square was a 10-meter wide screen displaying various sections, including the credits leaderboard, the strength leaderboard, and more.
These are the elite camp leaderboards.
As you can see, you is currently at the top of the credits leaderboard with 10,000 credits. As for why you isn't at the top of the strength leaderboard, you'll have to find out for yourselves. Ren explained, I want to tell you right now, you'd better give it your all to climb the leaderboards, because the top 10 players on each board receive daily credit rewards.
For example, you is currently at the top of the credits leaderboard.
As long as he stays there for a day, he'll receive 500 credits.
But remember, leaderboard rewards are tallied at midnight.
If someone takes your spot, you'll miss out on the reward. Of course, there are other ways to earn credits. Head over to the quest board. There are all kinds of tasks there, ranging from hunting beasts to cleaning restrooms.
Alright, my job is just to tell you all this.
If you want to know more, go buy a strategy guide. You can find everything at the supermarket. After saying this, Ren walked up to you, pulled out a strategy guide, and chuckled lightly. You want to be friends?
Nice to meet you.
Adhering to the principle of saving money wherever possible, you naturally accepted the free guidebook. After all, he had nothing to lose.
I'm Ren.
Seeing Ren hold out her small, fair hand, you shook it.
You. Ren gave a sweet smile and winked at you. See you next time. After Grey Wolf watched Ren walk away, he finally couldn't help but ask, You aren't falling for that kid are you? Why not? Ren chuckled softly. Not only is he handsome, but he is also incredibly powerful. I have no reason not to like him. But you're older than you. He is only 16 this year, just a high school student, while you've been out of college for years. Ren scoffed, so what? Whatever a young girl can do, I can do just as well and even better. Besides, since I'm the one making the move, I'm definitely not going to be shy or reserved. Don't you guys just love the type who is demure on the outside but wild on the inside? I can pull that off.
Sun Long was at a loss for words and waved his hand.
Do whatever you want.
Just don't come crying in your pillow later if you ends up rejecting you.
Sanglong and Ren were college classmates and teammates. They'd often gone on missions together back in the day and knew each other very well.
Don't let Ren's tough exterior fool you. She is actually still a virgin. She was obsessed with martial arts in her younger days and has never even been in a relationship.
That's actually interesting.
The guidebook didn't contain much, just a few ways to earn credits, survival tips, and a standard map of elite camp at the end.
You quickly skimmed through it.
When he saw that everything here from lodging to meals required credits, you muttered to himself, this is a way to tame wolves. In other words, everything here requires credits. As long as you have enough credits, you can live as comfortably as a god.
Time to test my strength first.
Since he had just entered the camp, only the credits leaderboard and the strength leaderboard had rankings. The other leaderboards weren't open yet.
So you decided to test his strength first and claim the top spot on the strength leaderboard.
Then he'd go to class placement.
Elite camp also had class placements, though they were mostly organized by city. However, each class had 100 students.
At first, you thought he might not be able to improve his strength during the early stages of elite camp. But after reading the strategy guide, he discovered he could still improve somewhat. Although the students from Jiangtan City weren't particularly strong, every little bit helps.
System, if I form a class here that includes my classmates from Academy 1, will their strength be counted toward my total? It will be counted. The system only calculates the class total and doesn't count duplicates.
Hearing this, you finally felt at ease. His plan was to gather the 100 students from Academy 1 who had passed the assessment and form a class with them. If the system didn't count duplicates, then with 50 of them being classmates, his own improvement wouldn't be very significant.
You guys should take a look, too.
You handed the guidebook to Lin and said, let us go verify our strength now.
You can read it as we walk.
You walked ahead, followed by all the students from Academy 1. The students from other schools, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, exchanging glances.
Should we follow them too? Follow who? Can't you see you isn't even paying us any attention?
He has got eyes only for the Academy 1 students.
So what do we do now? I suggest we form an alliance.
After all, there are students from other cities here at Elite Camp, and there is strength in numbers.
That makes sense. We should definitely form an alliance, but who'll be the leader?
We'll discuss that later. For now, let us head to the supermarket to buy the guidebook and figure out what is going on at Elite Camp.
That sounds good. But where is the supermarket? Figure it out. What is that thing under your nose? Is it just for eating? Chapter 25, Zheng Tanyu, 4-star Grandmaster Stage. Over on US side.
His final verified strength was 1-star Grandmaster Stage.
With the registration system, US name rose to the top of the strength rankings.
As for Lin and the others, their strength levels remain largely unchanged.
With their current strength, they didn't even make it into the top 10 of the rankings.
Before you, the top spot on the power rankings was held by Mosu of Linen, a 3rd-rank warrior stage. Further down the list, many were 4th rank. With Lin's 5th rank strength, she would likely rank around 40th or 50th.
You've all probably read the guidebook. Next, we need to form a class exactly 100 people. What do you think? We'll follow the Divine Cultivator as lead. You nodded and continued, another matter is hiring an instructor.
My suggestion is that we hire one after all, this is the elite camp.
We're newcomers here and aren't familiar with many of the rules and procedures.
Hiring an instructor can help us handle a lot of things. Of course, you can also consult your instructor for guidance on martial arts matters. If you go through your own instructor, you'll receive a discount on the credits charged. Hiring an instructor costs 100 credits per month, each of us will chip in a little. Strictly speaking, an instructor wasn't really necessary at all given US strength, he could handle all the duties of an instructor himself.
For example, guiding them on skills.
However, you had his own matters to attend to and didn't he have time to act as a babysitter for these people?
Since no one has any objections, let us head to the Academic Affairs office right now. 20 minutes later. You and the others formed a class at the Academic Affairs office, naming it Zhongtan Academy 1.
The instructor they hired was Liang Tai, whose strength was slightly superior to USA 4-star Grandmaster stage.
Ding dong. Host has formed a class. Calculating total now. Calculation complete.
Total class size, 100 students.
Calculated total, 99. New talents, meditation, subordinate defense, subordinate swiftness. Vitality, 2614.
Skills, basic fist techniques plus 99, basic sword techniques plus 34, basic shadow steps plus 29, basic blade techniques plus 13, basic.
Do you wish to grant them immediately? Grant them. Congratulations, host, on reaching the 4-star Grandmaster stage. 3 new talents have been added, meditation, subordinate defense, and subordinate swiftness.
Basic fist techniques have reached the pinnacle, basic sword techniques have reached the pinnacle, basic shadow steps have reached the pinnacle, basic blade techniques have reached some achievement, basic staff techniques have reached a basic understanding. As the notification sound faded, you was the first to check the newly added talents.
Meditation is a form of deep sleep that can help one grasp certain skills and the like.
However, at this stage, he is still unable to cultivate skills, so the student who obtained meditation is rather unfortunate, it's practically useless. After all, given his circumstances, it remains to be seen whether he'll ever be able to cultivate meditation to the point of using it. For you, though, it is useful. But you didn't need to use it at all, because he didn't need to grasp skills, he simply had to calculate the total, and his skills would gradually improve. As for secondary defense and secondary swiftness, those were simply weaker versions of defense and swiftness. With 3 skills reaching the highest level and peaking, my strength is at the 4th rank Grandmaster stage, which, in this elite camp, is equivalent to that of an instructor. You smiled and put all that out of his mind. Now that the classes had been formed and their strength had received an initial boost, all you had to do next was wait for the other leaderboards to open. He thought it over. It seemed there wasn't much else to do. I'm going to the supermarket.
What about you guys?
You asked.
Shoshin, we're planning to team up and take on missions to earn credits.
That's a good idea. The nice houses in elite camp are too expensive, we can't afford them, and we're not willing to settle for the cheaper ones. We might as well take on missions and make do with resting out in the wild. Yeah, we're here to improve our strength, not to live in luxury.
You nodded. In that case, go ahead.
Just remember to mention the class named Zhongtan Academy 1 when you're out there. You currently held the top spot on the power rankings, and there were many tags listed beneath his name. Zhongtan Yu, 1-star Grandmaster stage, Zhongtan Academy 1.
Don't worry, Master Xiao. We'll definitely mention our class name when we go out.
That's right. We can see real-time updates of the various rankings on our watches. I'm sure the other students at Elite Camp already know Master Xiao's famous name and are secretly amazed by it. We're all members of Zhongtan Academy 1, so I'm sure most people wouldn't dare provoke us. You smiled and cautioned, still, you should be careful. These people might not dare to cause trouble openly, but behind the scenes, they won't be very friendly toward you.
Don't worry, Xioshin.
We won't stir up trouble, we'll just focus on our missions. We'll be careful and vigilant in everything we do, we won't make any mistakes. You nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk toward the supermarket.
I'll go with you, Lin said suddenly. You asked, aren't you going with them to pick up the mission? Not for now, Lin replied. I think we should find a place to live first, so we'll have somewhere to rest when we return from missions. I don't have a body as tough as the boys do. Every time I come back from a mission, I'll definitely need to rest properly for a few days. Then let us go together. Before long, you and Lin arrived at the supermarket. From a distance, they could see a large crowd gathered at the entrance, at least several hundred people. It's them. Lin glanced at the crowd and noticed that many were students from Jiangtan City. You, help us. The crowd, having spotted you and Lin, shouted urgently. You? The new number one on both the power rankings and the credits rankings? That big shot with Grandmaster stage power and 10,000 credits? The group surrounding the Jiangtan City students clearly already knew Yu's name. Now they all froze in place, staring at you as he approached with looks of sheer terror on their faces. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Although they were shocked by Yu's strength and credits, no one was foolish enough to doubt the information. After all, these were the elite camp rankings. How could there possibly be any errors or falsifications? With his Grandmaster stage strength, he could crush every single one of them with a single flick of his wrist. Thud. As you drew closer to the supermarket, these students could finally no longer bear the psychological pressure. Their legs gave way, and they all fell to their knees. Lord Yu, we didn't know these were your classmates. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. We're willing to make amends. We only beg Lord Yu to spare our lives. Please. There is no death limit in elite camp. You could kill them all with a single wave of his hand. How could these people not be terrified? Faced with a choice between life and dignity, most people would surely choose life. After all, as the saying goes, better to live a miserable life than to die with dignity. So you're scared now? Weren't you the one stealing our credits just a moment ago? Hand over all your credits now, or don't blame us for showing no mercy in killing you. Damn it, weren't you guys acting all cocky just a moment ago? Why the hell are you kneeling now? I liked your defiant attitude. Better do us a favor and get back to that. You were the one who kicked me just now, so now I'm going to show you what cruelty really means. Seeing this group on their knees, the students from Jiangtan City immediately became arrogant. However, when you walked over, he didn't even glance at them, striding into the supermarket with a calm expression. This action left the students kneeling on the ground exchanging bewildered glances. For a moment, they were completely at a loss. Chapter 26, Should we take this chance to escape? Boss, what does Lord Yu mean? Could it be he doesn't know these people? The leader of the male students, hearing his underling's words, rolled his eyes rapidly. Let us not take any risks for now. We'll stay on our knees. Once Lord Yu comes out, if he still hasn't acknowledged us, it'll prove that Lord Yu won't protect this trash. But keep an eye on them. Don't let these people escape, and don't provoke them. Even if our brothers get beaten up, don't fight back. At this point, the male student's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, if Lord Yu doesn't protect us later, we'll make sure the brothers give them a proper beating. And that was that. In an instant, the scene grew even more eerie. The students from Jiangtan City seemed to sense something was off and dared not resort to violence or insults anymore. You doesn't seem to be paying us any attention. What should we do now? Should we take this chance to run away? That damn you were all from Jiangtan City, and yet he is so heartless. Those kids from the preparatory class were right after all. You is cold-blooded, heartless, and self-serving. He is a fucking bastard. Stop cursing for now. If you doesn't step in, we're definitely screwed. Let us figure out how to get out of this. Should we take this chance to escape? In the crowd, the student who had previously suggested escaping brought up the idea again. We can't run away. If we do, our scheme to use US name will be exposed, and these people won't let us get away. We have to use a trick. Listen to me, hear us what we'll do. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Rain, you handle this. Among this group, Rain's 6th rank strength already placed him among the very best. Me?
Rain furrowed his brow. Originally, he'd been planning to use this opportunity to escape outright, then take on a mission to slip out of elite camp. But now that he'd been thrust into the spotlight, though he was reluctant, he ultimately agreed under the weight of everyone's gaze. However, he had already made up his mind. As soon as this was over, he would leave immediately. He knew full well that you wouldn't give the slightest thought to people like them. You must be their leader, right? Rain walked up to the man, towering over him, and said haughtily, "We're newcomers to Jiangtan camp. Even though there are powerful figures like you here, we don't want to cause trouble. Originally, according to the training mission you gave us, we weren't supposed to use his name. But since you happened to run into him today, you've only got yourselves to blame for your poor mana luck. Whether we fight now or wait for US word, it's up to you. Good luck." As soon as Rain finished speaking, he walked into the supermarket with a serious expression.
The students from Jiangtan City, on the other hand, were completely baffled and perplexed.
Their plan had been to use US name to intimidate these outsiders, but what on earth was Rain up to now?
Go inside to find you?
Everyone knows you has the biggest grudge against your Academy 7. Not only was your principal beaten up, but you, Rain, have been beaten by you before, too.
Are you sure you will even give you the time of day?
Sir, do you have a back door here? As soon as Rain walked into the supermarket, his first question was directed at the owner.
10 credits.
The owner naturally understood what Rain meant and made his position clear right away.
No problem.
Rain's backpack from his previous assessment could hold 2,000 kilograms, and he had 200 credits. Although parting with 10 credits stung, it was nothing compared to his life.
Boss, give me a strategy guide too. That'll be 11 credits total.
After Rain paid the credits, the store owner pointed to the break room behind him.
The door on the right side of the break room.
Rain walked around the cash register, entered the break room, quickly pushed open the door on the right, and sprinted out.
I'm still the smart one.
After running a long way, Rain felt incredibly lucky. He'd originally thought that if the supermarket didn't have a back door, he'd have no choice but to flee frantically through the store, regardless of the consequences. Fortunately, the supermarket had a back door, so he didn't have to take that risk.
Back at the supermarket.
You purchased a 1-month lease on a villa, along with some daily necessities, spending a total of over 1,000 credits. As for Lynn, she bought a 1-month lease on a simple wooden cabin, plus some daily necessities, spending over 100 credits.
Welcome, Lord Yu.
As you and Lynn walked out of the supermarket, the group of out-city residents remained kneeling and shouted in unison.
However, you remained expressionless, not even glancing in their direction.
And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked away from the supermarket. Guys, we don't need to kneel anymore, Lord Yu isn't on friendly terms with them. Seeing you walk away, the student in charge let out a snarl, immediately stood up, and shouted.
Hearing this, the others rose to their feet, glaring darkly at the students from Jiangtan City.
The students from Jiangtan City who had previously insulted and beaten them were met with the coldest stares of all.
Boss, finish them off.
A bunch of trash actually dared to insult and beat us.
That's right, boss.
Kill all the guys, and the girls must be made into slaves. If we don't teach them a proper lesson, I won't be able to swallow this bitter manna. Just as these students from the outer city were shouting angrily in a chaotic chorus, the students from Jiangtan City were wondering, where had Rain gone? Earlier, some of them had actually been quite moved, thinking that Rain had gone to plead with you despite their feud just to protect them.
But what was going on now? Rain, fuck you, you fucking bastard.
Someone in the crowd quickly figured out what had happened. Rain had fled.
Immediately, the angry shouts grew louder. Rain?
Could it be that kid who just went into the supermarket to look for Lord Yu? The supermarket has a back door that kid has probably already escaped.
Whatever, let him run if he wants to.
The student leading the group sneered, brothers, let us settle our scores and clear our grievances.
Hold on. Just as everyone was about to attack, someone suddenly spoke up, boss, I suggest we don't kill them.
After all, they're from the same hometown as Lord Yu.
If anything goes wrong, it'll be a disaster for us.
I suggest we take them back first and make them our slaves for 10 days.
Don't hurt them for now.
Once we figure out the situation, if Magistrate Yu really ignores this, we can deal with them however we want without any worries. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but nod in agreement. Just as this person said, these people were, after all, US fellow townsfolk who knew what other hidden circumstances might be involved.
Then let us take them back first.
The student in charge waved his hand and was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something.
He stepped forward and asked, "Do you know the female student accompanying Lord Yu?"
"Yes, we do.
Her name is Lin."
Upon hearing the answer, the student immediately checked his watch and eventually found Lin's name listed at number 47 on the power rankings. As expected of Lord US woman, her strength is truly impressive.
Ha! Jiangtan Academy 1?
He then quickly checked US entry and noticed the Jiangtan Academy 1 tag there as well.
It seems Lord Yu has already formed a class.
Inform our men and our allies immediately. Lin is absolutely off limits, and the students in this Jiangtan Academy 1 class must not be provoked either.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yu was enjoying life at the villa.
To ensure he had proper meals, he had even hired a chef who came to the villa daily to prepare nutritious meals. However, on the second day, Lin stopped by to tell Yu she was heading out on a mission, and she had a meal at the villa. That meal completely shattered Lin's image as a lady. She wolfed down her food so voraciously that Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Actually, it wasn't really Lin's fault. It was mainly because during her days at the log cabin, she'd been eating nothing but jerky, the kind seasoned only with salt and no other spices, to save credits for buying supplies. I'm going to work hard on missions to earn credits, buy a villa, enjoy fine dining, and start living a life just like yours as soon as possible. After leaving those words behind, Lin got up and left. Beep, beep, beep. After breakfast today, Yu was soaking in a bath filled with various precious materials when his watch suddenly beeped.
The skill rankings and the hunt rankings?
Yu glanced at it and saw that both rankings had officially opened.
I'll check the challenges on the skill rankings first.
Since the hunt rankings required leaving elite camp to hunt ferocious beasts in the forest, Yu decided to tackle the skill rankings first.
A moment later, Yu was fully dressed.
He wore a special martial arts uniform made from top-tier materials. Not only did it offer powerful defense, but it was also fire-resistant, waterproof, and most importantly dust-repellent. This black martial arts uniform accentuated Yu's already handsome appearance, making him look even more refined, tall, and poised. He stepped out of the villa. As he walked along, Yu stood in stark contrast to the students he encountered. These students were either covered in dust and grime or wore tattered clothes occasionally. A few were reasonably well dressed, but their skin was still deeply tanned. In contrast, Yu was in a completely different league, the difference between a beggar and an emperor.
Who is he?
He is wearing a special martial arts uniform, and his skin is so pale.
You can tell at a glance he has never been out on a mission.
He is probably some rich kid with powerful connections. His family has people taking care of his every need. He never has to go out on missions.
Man, I'm so jealous. Why don't I have a dad as great as his?
Look, those girls are drooling over him.
So what if he is handsome?
Around here, without real strength, it's all just empty talk. These people walked toward the martial arts arena alongside Yu, gossiping behind his back as they went.
Their jealousy and envy were obvious. Greetings, Lord Yu.
Just as Yu entered the martial arts arena, the outsiders who had previously taken the students from Jiangtan City hurried forward to greet him respectfully.
However, Yu didn't even acknowledge them.
Instead, he walked to the other side of the martial arts arena, because he had spotted a familiar face there.
Lord Yu? Could this be the Grandmaster stage powerhouse at the top of the strength rankings?
No wonder he can afford such an expensive martial arts robe and his skin is so flawless. I knew it just by looking at Lord Yu. You can tell he is incredibly powerful.
Didn't you just say Lord Yu was born into privilege and looked down on everyone?
I didn't. Don't make things up. Once this group learned of Yu's identity, their tone changed immediately. As for the young women, the adoring glances they'd been casting at him grew even more intense.
You're all sunburned, looks like you've been working really hard these past few days. Standing before you at that moment were students from Jiangtan Academy 1.
Master Yu, these are all minor matters as long as we can improve our strength, that's all that matters. But we're still very grateful to you, Master Yu.
While completing missions these past few days, we witnessed many horrifying things. What kind of bullshit elite camp is this? It's clearly a living hell.
These people from the outer city have absolutely no moral boundaries, they're utterly depraved. We also ran into a lot of people from the preliminary classes in the forest, they're suffering terribly. Listening to their accounts, you merely nodded indifferently and said, the path of martial arts is inherently fraught with danger. Just focus on your own business, don't worry about the rest. Master Xiao, we understand.
We won't meddle in other people's affairs here either. That's right.
Aside from our own people, we won't trust anyone else. In an environment like this, human nature is downright terrifying, you simply can't trust anyone.
You was taken aback and asked, what? Has something else happened these past few days? It's Xiao Wu. Earlier, he ran into a student from his own class from the preliminary class in the forest.
He stepped in to help, but that person nearly killed Xiao Wu.
What a heartless, ungrateful wretch.
You didn't know who Xiao Wu was, but he wasn't the least bit surprised by this.
You learn from your mistakes.
As soon as you finished speaking, he looked over at Lin in the crowd, a look of surprise crossing his face.
Why did you cut your hair short?
Lin no longer had flowing long hair, instead, she sported a shoulder-length bob. Gone was her former ethereal aura, instead, she exuded a sharp, capable presence. Her skin had also darkened considerably. I had no choice, there were too many bugs in the forest.
If I wasn't careful, they'd crawl into my hair.
Plus, washing my hair was a hassle, so I just cut it short.
You nodded and said nothing more.
What he didn't notice, however, was that the crowd gathered at the martial arts arena had all turned their gaze toward him.
Thanks to the news that had just spread, everyone now knew U.S. identity.
Previously, rumors had circulated throughout Elite Camp about you, a powerful Grandmaster stage fighter.
But now, these people were finally seeing you in person.
To be precise, you stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd in the martial arts arena. His attire and fair complexion formed a stark contrast to everyone else present. With just a single glance, one could spot you in the vast sea of people. Remember Lord U.S. appearance, as well as the faces of those around him, especially that girl with short hair. Her name is Lin, and she is believed to be Lord U.S. girlfriend. At that moment, inside the martial arts hall, one leader after another was instructing their subordinates. It had to be said that the gap between U.S. Grandmaster stage strength and that of these people was simply too vast. It left them with no desire whatsoever to catch up or challenge him, only deep apprehension and awe. You, please save us.
We really can't take it anymore.
Just then, a group of students, looking like beggars, suddenly rushed forward, knelt before you, and burst into loud sobs. What started as a single person quickly swelled to dozens, then hundreds.
Xiaoshan, is that them?
The students of Jiangtan Academy 1 recognized these people as well. Though surprised, they felt immensely relieved. Without U.S. protection, their fate would likely have been no different from that of the people before them. Precisely because they bore the name of Jiangtan Academy 1, whether in the forest or on missions, no one dared to pick a fight with them. All they had to do was quietly complete missions, earn credits, and improve their strength.
We don't want to be slaves anymore. These past few days, we've been living like neither humans nor ghosts. We really can't take it anymore.
We beg you, please help us.
We'll do whatever you ask, we just don't want to be slaves anymore. We really can't go on like this anymore,
Please, I beg you. As the students spoke, they knelt and bowed their heads. The scene looked utterly heart-wrenching. However, when everyone looked at you, they saw that his expression had remained impassive from start to finish.
I grant you permission to live like human beings.
There was a long silence.
You finally spoke, I grant you permission to live like human beings. Just one sentence.
Everyone in the martial arts hall immediately understood what you meant. He was extending his protection to these students.
Many even cast envious glances at them.
At this elite camp, receiving a single word from you was a tremendous blessing for anyone. If they could, they would gladly work themselves to the bone just to earn that one sentence. We apologize for what happened before. We were in the wrong. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and for being willing to help us. After their experiences at the elite camp over the past few days, these students had long since shed their former arrogance. They were well aware of the benefits US words brought them. They also understood that the only reason they hadn't died during their time as slaves was because those from the outer city feared you. Give back the credits you stole from them, and don't mess with them again. Got it, boss. The underlings behind him had not a single complaint about their boss's decision. Such was the deterrent power of a single sentence from you. You're giving us back our credits? When Jiang Tan and the other students learned the visitor's purpose, their faces betrayed utter disbelief, and they immediately glanced at you. They knew that all of this had been caused by a single word from you. I've fulfilled my promise. You glanced at Jiang Tan's students, silently noting to himself, then turned away, paying them no further attention. As for what became of them afterward, that was none of his business. Seeing US attitude, Jiang Tan's students understood the message and quietly moved away from him. Whoosh! The 20 doors directly opposite the martial arts arena suddenly swung open. A man dressed in an instructor's uniform walked over and announced, "The skill rankings are now officially open." Behind these 20 doors are 20 devices that can verify your skill levels. Rankings are determined primarily by your skill level, and multiple skills can be combined for a single ranking. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, he turned and left. However, no one in the arena moved. They all silently looked at you. You understood the situation. They were waiting for him to take the challenge first. You should go challenge it too, you said, then walked toward one of the doors. As he entered, the door closed behind him. Please select the skill you wish to challenge. Fist techniques. Immediately, the scene before him shifted, revealing 3 tiger-like beasts. Seeing this, you muttered, "Looks like this is mirror image technology." Just then, the 3 tiger-like beasts charged at him, but you simply swung his fist with ease. With just 3 punches, the 3 beasts vanished from sight. Beginner-level fist arts, a glimpse into the path. Continue? Continue. As soon as he said this, 10 tiger-like beasts reappeared before you. Bam! 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 After quickly dispatching them, the prompt sounded again, "Basic fist techniques, some progress." Continue? Continue. Basic fist techniques, mastering the fundamentals. Continue. Basic fist techniques, mastery. Continue. Basic fist techniques, perfection. After completing the fist technique skill, you also reached the supreme mastery level in his basic sword technique and basic shadow steps. That's enough for now. You thought for a moment but decided against continuing the challenge as the levels of his other skills weren't very high, so there was no need to waste any more time. 3 supreme mastery rankings were more than enough to secure the top spot on the skill leaderboard. Whoosh! As you walked out the front gate, the students waiting at the martial arts arena immediately checked their watches. When they saw the 3 peak of mastery tags next to US name on the skill rankings, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. This is just insane. After all, improving skills is extremely difficult. Many people specialize in a single skill yet still find themselves stuck between first glimpse and modest proficiency. And yet you had actually reached the pinnacle of supreme mastery in 3 different skills. This US threat level has risen again. It looks like we'll have to contact the organization and get them to take him out sooner rather than later. In the crowd, a male student stared at you with a cold, menacing gaze. If anyone familiar with him had seen him, they would have recognized him immediately. He was the former top-ranked fighter on the power rankings, Mosa from Linen. You're still just as insane as ever. By the time you emerged, Lin and the others had already come out ahead of him. When they saw US record on the skill rankings, they couldn't help but be amazed. You knew Lin was just joking, so he didn't respond. Instead, he asked, "Next, are you guys going to keep doing quests? Or take on the hunt rankings? Let us do both."
After all, quests and the hunt rankings don't conflict. We don't have a house at elite camp anyway, and besides, we've gotten used to this nomadic lifestyle.
If we suddenly took a break, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to adjust.
Yeah.
I can't fall asleep unless I hear the sound of mosquitoes every night.
Lin asked, "Are you planning to challenge the hunt leaderboard too?" You nodded and said, "I do have that in mind.
I'm planning to head to the quest board later to see if there are any suitable quests." Lin said softly, "I suppose you're heading deeper into the forest, where the beasts are of a higher level. But you need to be careful. The depths of Wushan aren't just home to beasts, there are also other warrior stage warriors there hunting them."
You asked in confusion, "Isn't Wushan part of the elite camp? How could other warrior stage members be here?"
The elite camp only occupies the area south of the forest. They haven't taken control of the depths of Wushan to the north. Lin explained, 200 years ago, a ruin appeared in Wushan. Although the ruin is now defunct and contains no treasures, some people still come here hoping to strike it rich. If you're going into the depths of Wu Mountain to hunt beasts, you must be wary of everyone. Even if you encounter elite camp instructors, don't trust them at all. Once they leave the elite camp area, they're no longer instructors.
You nodded.
Got it. Later. You said goodbye to Lin and the others and went alone to the quest board. After scanning the list of quests, you couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had to admit that none of these quests piqued his interest in the slightest. They were simply too easy, and the reward credits were pitifully small.
"Hello, are there any higher level quests available here?"
"Young man, don't get ahead of yourself. Although the credits for these quests are meager, at least you have a chance of completing them."
"I'm new. I'm at the Grandmaster stage. These missions really offer no value in terms of training for me."
Feeling exasperated, you had no choice but to reveal his identity and strength.
"So you're you?
You should have said so earlier." The man chuckled lightly.
"You're right, these missions, designed for trainees, really don't offer any training value for you. Here's the instructor's quest list.
Take a look to see if there's anything you can accept, and I'll register you for them."
"Alright, thanks for your help."
You took the quest list, flipped through it carefully for a moment, and finally selected 4 suitable quests. These quests were all designed for the Grandmaster stage, and you was confident he could complete them.
Chapter 29, An Elephant in an Anthill.
Leaving the quest board, you headed straight for the forest this time. His destination was deeper within Wushan. Little did he know, however, that as he left the elite camp, a pair of eyes had been watching him from the shadows.
He doesn't know when to quit.
You had barely walked about 500 meters into the forest when he immediately sensed someone hiding in a nearby tree. Immediately afterward, a cold arrow whizzed toward him. You snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the arrow. He activated his telekinetic talent, and the arrow froze in midair for an instant before flying back along its original path. Thud! The next moment, a figure wrapped entirely in leaves fell from the tree. The arrow was now lodged in the figure's brow. You cast a casual glance at him, ignoring the look of terror frozen on his face. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, birds took flight from the nearby trees. Clearly, the ambushers were fleeing.
"You attacked me and think you can just walk away?"
You gave a cold laugh, waved his hand, and used his telekinetic talent to pluck dozens of leaves from the air.
He waved his hand again.
The leaves flew toward the fleeing figures like razor-sharp blades.
In just a few seconds,
7 or 8 more figures, their bodies covered in leaves, fell from the surrounding trees. They all shared one common trait, a trail of blood running down their necks. You scanned the area, saw no one else lying in ambush, and slowly turned his gaze away. It seems these preliminary class trainees are also the kind who'll stop at nothing actually thinking of ambushing full-fledged trainees here. Judging by the way these people had hidden themselves just now, they were clearly veterans. This suggested that many full-fledged members of elite camp must have suffered. However, none of this concerned you. He set his sights on the path leading deep into Wushan and resumed his leisurely walk. As he made his way along the trail, whenever he encountered a ferocious beast, you would raise his hand to kill it, then cut off its left ear. As for the beast's other body parts, you paid them no mind. After all, his backpack had limited space. If he tried to collect everything, he likely wouldn't be able to fit much inside. The purpose of his journey was the Hunter-S rankings, so keeping only the left ear was sufficient.
Those preliminary class students again.
Just then, a group of students numbering about several dozen approached from not far away. From the way they were looking at him, you could tell they meant him no good.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. Still an easy mark.
Seeing the martial arts uniform you was wearing, the student leading the group licked his chapped lips, a mocking expression spreading across his face.
Kid, I'll give you a chance.
Hand over your watch and take off your martial arts uniform, and I'll let you go.
You glanced around, not even bothering to respond.
He raised his hand and activated his telekinetic talent, instantly sending leaves swirling through the air. Ever since he first used his telekinetic talent, you had truly grown to love it.
It was just a shame that his telekinetic rank was still too low. He couldn't yet kill everyone present with a single leaf.
He had to rely on sheer numbers and indiscriminate attacks, but even so, it was incredibly satisfying.
This sensation of killing with a snap of the fingers saved both time and effort.
It's a telepath.
Everyone, charge at him.
No matter how powerful he is still just one person.
With so many of us, how many can he really kill by controlling those leaves?
Charge, damn it, or we're all going to die. Faced with the threat from the student in charge, dozens of them had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward. But this was tantamount to suicide. Although he was a low-level telepath, his strength was formidable. The intensity of his mental power was disproportionate to his rank. Others at this level might only be able to control a few leaves, but you could easily control dozens, even hundreds. Despite such intense mental exertion, you didn't feel the slightest strain.
Thud. Thud.
As leaf after leaf sliced across the students' necks, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed non-stop. Seeing this, you couldn't help but remark, humans really are easy to kill. All it takes is a slash across the neck. Beasts, on the other hand, really do have thick skin and tough flesh.
This way of killing is really satisfying.
I'll stop by the supermarket later and see if they can craft a few hundred blades as sharp as these leaves. That way, I can take down ferocious beasts with ease, too. While he was pondering this, more than a dozen people from the charging crowd had already fallen, all with bloody gashes across their necks.
Run!
Someone in the crowd shouted, and the charging group immediately fell into chaos. Moreover, the fact that you had killed people simply by standing in place and manipulating the leaves had already struck terror into their hearts. They stared at you, who stood not far away with a calm expression, as if they were looking at a demon.
If you don't want to die, get out of the way.
Seeing that the student leading the group had already fled, you barked a cold command and kicked a rock forward with astonishing speed. Even though the student was sprinting for his life, he was still far slower than the rock. He felt a searing pain at the back of his head, his vision went blurry, and his whole body was sent flying forward. He skidded along the ground for a distance. Then he fell face first and didn't get back up.
That's enough.
Just then, two men dressed as instructors jumped down from a tree. They approached you, their faces full of resentment and dissatisfaction.
What? You want to stick up for them?
You asked coldly.
Put.
Whether these rookies live or die has nothing to do with us. It's just that in less than an hour, you've killed so many people and so many ferocious beasts, too. The instructor scoffed, when others kill beasts, they at least take the bodies away. But you just kill and don't bother to bury them. This area is our responsibility. If you keep killing like this, our workload is going to be way too heavy. Another instructor standing nearby, also glaring at you with resentment, chimed in, why is it so hard for us to earn a few credits? If we were strong enough, the two of us wouldn't be doing this kind of work.
I'll make you a promise, you said expressionlessly.
As long as they don't provoke me on the rest of the journey, I won't kill anyone else.
But I can't make that promise about the ferocious beasts.
The hunting rankings are open, you should understand that.
With that, you said no more and continued walking deeper into Wushan. Hearing this,
the two exchanged glances.
Brother Lin, what should we do?
That you guy is way too strong, it's like an elephant walking into an anthill. If those newbies provoke him, he could wipe out a whole group with a single wave of his hand. Plus, we saw it just now, that guy doesn't look like a student at all. He kills without batting an eye, he's got a real killer instinct.
Bro Lin pursed his lips in exasperation. Why don't you try intimidating him with your strength? Are you kidding me?
That guy's at the Grandmaster stage, and I'm only at the 7-star Grandmaster stage.
Intimidate him? Do I have a death wish? Bro Lin sneered, then why are you still yapping on here?
Since you can't stop him, just tag along and help bury the bodies. I don't want to lose a month's worth of credit bonuses over something this trivial.
I guess that's the only option. Chapter 30, May we help each other succeed.
Brother Lin, I don't know if you've noticed, but you seems to have a telepath talent.
So what if he has a telepath talent? He has always had it. It's not recorded in his file.
I specifically checked US file earlier, a 1-star Grandmaster stage with no talents listed. Hearing this, Brother Lin's expression immediately turned serious.
We absolutely cannot tell anyone else about this. Since it's not in the records, it means you is deliberately hiding it. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything that happened today.
No, Brother Lin, what I actually meant to say is that you might have more than one talent.
Earlier, I noticed traces of the Godspeed talent in his footwork, I'm absolutely certain of it. Godspeed talent?
Brother Lin frowned. You're a Godspeed talent holder yourself, so it makes sense that you'd be able to tell.
The Mind Master talent is Class A, and the Godspeed talent is Class B. So you're saying you possesses both a Class A and a Class B talent all by himself? It's not quite like that, Brother Lin. To be precise, you possesses an S-Class talent. What do you mean?
Brother Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. The telepath talent used to be S-Class, but because the warrior stage and the telepath talent couldn't progress in tandem, telepath talent holders couldn't break through the Grandmaster stage. This meant that telepath talent holders could only serve as ranged attackers, with very weak melee capabilities.
You can think of them as mages in a game.
It's precisely because of this that the telepath talent was downgraded. But now, you not only possesses the telepath talent, but his strength is at the Grandmaster stage. That's why I say he is an S-Class talent holder.
Holy crap, an S-Class talent holder? Brother Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure you're talking about one of those S-Class talents, the ones with only 18 types, known as the world-destroying talents? That's right, the world-destroying class talent.
You has the telepath talent for long-range attacks and his own martial arts prowess for close combat.
You could say you is a well-rounded warrior in his own right.
I've even heard that as one advances in martial arts cultivation, S-Class talents possess a unique advantage. I'm not sure exactly what that advantage is, but this fact is absolutely true. Brother Lin frowned and said, then we definitely shouldn't spread the word about US talent, otherwise, we'll easily make enemies. That guy you is so bloodthirsty.
If he gets upset, we might end up dying for no reason, and the higher-ups won't even bother with it. Hear us what we'll do, let us stop following you.
To be on the safe side, we'll just check the places he passes through every so often and collect the bodies.
I agree.
The two reached a consensus and didn't mention a single word about you again, instead quietly cleaning up the bodies on the ground. After all, this was a forest teeming with ferocious beasts. While elite camp allowed trainees to fight each other, it absolutely forbade their bodies from becoming food for wild beasts. Furthermore, if too many bodies piled up without being disposed of, it could easily lead to an outbreak of disease. Meanwhile, elsewhere, you, however, ran into an acquaintance, his childhood friend, Claire. By now, Claire had long since shed her former innocence and haughty demeanor. Her once long, jet black hair had been cut into a crew cut. Her skin was tan and rough, but most notably, there was a 3-centimeter scar on her left cheek that looked like a knife wound.
It's been a long time.
When Claire saw you, she showed neither hatred nor joy. Her gaze was calm, like a pool of clear water.
You? The group of students following Claire all gasped upon hearing that name.
U.S. reputation was now well known not only among the official trainees at elite camp but also here in the preliminary class. Everyone knew that this year's elite camp had a great demon king. His name was Yu, a 16-year-old grandmaster stage powerhouse. Here in the forest, virtually no one dared to provoke anyone associated with you.
Actually, come to think of it, I have to thank you.
After arriving in the forest, I used your name to survive. It kept me from being bullied and gave me time to develop my skills.
Claire chuckled softly. Even though everyone knows that before we entered the camp, I cried and begged you on my knees for help, and you ignored me.
But they didn't dare take a chance. After all, my reputation as your childhood friend is real. They didn't dare gamble on whether we were having a falling out or had actually broken up.
That is human nature. Of course, I'm also envious of Lynn.
Everyone is speculating that she might be your girlfriend, but I know she isn't, though I haven't explained it either. Just like my childhood friend label, even if I explained it, no one would believe me, and no one dares to take that gamble. Fortunately, I now have this group of brothers behind me, and my strength has broken through to the warrior stage. I'm not far from the 8th rank.
I'm sure we'll meet again at elite camp before long.
You hadn't spoken a word the entire time. He'd just been listening quietly. In truth, he was also curious about the changes in Claire. Although Claire's gaze was calm, you could see the madness in the depths of her eyes. Clearly, she had killed many people.
Thank you. I was too selfish back then.
Seeing that you was about to leave, Claire spoke earnestly in Mana. I'm not apologizing to ask for your forgiveness, but to ease my own conscience. In this forest, I might end up as a corpse lying in the wilderness one day. I hope that when that happens, you'll say I'm sorry to my mom and dad on my behalf. Here's your reward.
With that, Claire tossed a black jade pendant toward you.
This jade pendant might be connected to the ruin deep within Wushan. As soon as she finished speaking, Claire turned and walked away, not caring whether you would catch it or not.
Clang! The jade pendant fell at Yu's feet.
He stopped in his tracks, used his telekinetic talent, and grabbed the black jade pendant from the air.
Then he walked away without looking back.
After walking a short distance, Claire suddenly asked, has the person you were told to keep an eye on left the elite camp?
Emoso?
Sister Xiao, when you left the elite camp earlier, Emoso was keeping a close watch on him, but he didn't follow him out. Claire said coldly, find a way to lure him out and take him out.
Take him out?
But Emosu is someone assigned by the organization, and he is also the head of our sector. If we take him out and the organization finds out, we might.
Go ahead without worry.
I'll take full responsibility for this. I'll make sure it doesn't affect any of you.
Her subordinate asked in confusion, Sister Xiao, is this because of you? But look at how we treated you before. If it weren't for the organization's help, we'd probably have died here long ago. Smack!
Claire slapped him across the face and snorted coldly, it wasn't the organization that saved you, it was me, Claire, who saved you.
Got it? Got it.
Claire said coldly, no matter what it takes, poison, an ambush, whatever, Emosa must die. After her subordinates left with their men, Claire gazed in the direction you had gone and muttered to herself, I'm helping you this time, let us just consider it a mutual arrangement.
I need power, and you don't want to be bothered by those rats, do you? Chapter 31, The Chu Family in Qin Province. You're still alive?
Not long after you left, the two instructors from earlier rushed over and ran into Claire. Glancing around, they were even more surprised to find no bodies lying there.
You didn't run into you?
You just left. Although Claire didn't understand why they were asking this, she still harbored a sense of respect for the instructors.
That doesn't make sense.
That guy is so ruthless, how
could he possibly have let you two go? Violent?
Claire furrowed her brow and added, instructors, you and I have known each other since childhood.
I see.
Hearing this, the two men's brows relaxed. They finally understood why you hadn't killed anyone.
Has you killed a lot of people? Claire asked tentatively. Don't you know what kind of person your childhood friend is?
Perhaps because of their childhood friendship, the two instructors softened their tone toward Claire slightly. Along the way, you hasn't left a single creature, beast or human alive. It's a good thing you're his childhood friend, otherwise, all of you would have been doomed.
Claire frowned. You isn't the type to indiscriminately kill innocent people, is he? Actually, he isn't indiscriminately killing the innocent.
You can only blame these newbies for overestimating themselves.
You know how it is in the forest, the strong prey on the weak.
They tried to block US path and rob him. It was almost impossible for them to survive. Hearing this, Claire's expression finally softened.
I knew it.
He wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent, and he definitely wouldn't have changed this much.
Alright, let us not talk about this anymore.
You guys get back to work. My brother and I need to hurry over and help those rookies collect the bearded man's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately ordered the others to retreat. Such a young age, such cultivation. The bearded man had certainly never encountered anything like this before.
Not even his own young master possessed such power. It was truly terrifying.
In that moment, the bearded man instantly concluded that you must be the young master of some prominent family.
Otherwise, an ordinary family could never have raised someone as formidable as you.
Young master, please hold your hand.
We meant no offense.
The man with the bushy beard hurriedly said, We're from the Chu family of Qin province. Our young master is searching for something of utmost importance. We apologize for the intrusion. We hope you'll spare us for the sake of the Chu family's reputation.
You talk too much.
You shot them an impatient glance and charged toward them once more.
Run. Go find the young master.
Seeing you charging toward them, the man with the bushy beard signaled his companions to retreat frantically.
Trying to escape? Godspeed.
You immediately activated his Godspeed talent, doubling his speed. In the blink of an eye, he blocked their path. What followed was a barrage of punches and kicks. Since his opponents hadn't tried to kill him, you didn't kill them either. He broke one leg on each of them, leaving them all battered and bruised.
Young master, we truly were in the wrong.
Thank you, young master, for sparing our lives. Seeing that you had stopped, the man with the bushy beard realized you had no intention of killing him.
He hurriedly expressed his sincere gratitude, without a trace of resentment.
You looked down at the bearded man from above and said coldly, If you're going to thank anyone, thank yourselves for not trying to kill me. As soon as the words left his mouth, you set his course and walked forward.
Boss, is there anyone left in Qin province who won't give the Chu family any face?
Watching you walk away, the middle-aged man standing beside the bearded man finally asked.
The bearded man rolled his eyes and asked, Did you notice how old that young master was? Did you notice his strength?
He is definitely not even 20 years old, and as for his strength, he is at least at the Grandmaster stage.
Then use your pig brain a little and put 2 and 2 together.
Holy shit, boss.
Not even 20 years old, and already at the Grandmaster stage? That's fucking terrifying.
The bearded man rolled his eyes again.
Don't you have a fucking brain? Think about our young master. How old is he now, and what is his strength level? Our young master is 17 and currently at the first rank warrior stage.
If he weren't focusing on solidifying his foundations, he'd probably already be at the Grandmaster stage by now.
Exactly.
And that is only because the old patriarch used a lot of precious materials to help him reach this level. The bearded man asked, Now think about that young master from earlier.
What kind of family or faction could possibly cultivate such a genius? Do you think a family capable of raising a genius like that would be afraid of the Chu family? Boss, you've got a point.
We should be grateful that young master is reasonable, otherwise, we'd all be dead. Boss, our young master is right here.
If he runs into that young master, won't there be a clash?
Holy shit, why didn't you say so sooner? Hurry up and catch up to him. We absolutely can't let our young master clash with that young master, otherwise, we're screwed. The man with the bushy beard's expression changed. He immediately began dragging his broken leg and sprinted as fast as he could, gritting his teeth against the pain.
A few minutes later, they finally caught up to you.
This was also because you had been walking slowly.
Young master, are you trying to settle the score? Or are you planning to use the Chu family to pressure me?
Feeling Yu's icy gaze, the bushy bearded man shuddered and hurriedly explained, "No, no. It's just that our young master is still ahead of us. We were worried you might get into a conflict with him, so we rushed over here."
Huya? Just then, an angry shout rang out from a short distance away. "Who injured you? You bastard, how dare you mess with someone from the Chu family?" Chapter 32, Is the young master of the Chu family a bootlicker?
Upon hearing this, the man with the bushy beard's face turned pale. The newcomer was also a member of the Chu family, the captain of another small squad that had come to Wushan this time.
Oldly, shut your mouth.
The man with the bushy beard's real name was Huya, though some elders called him Tiger Tooth.
Why should I shut up? Who the hell hurt you?
Oldly merely glanced indifferently at you, assuming he was just someone Huya had brought in. He didn't connect him to the attack. Huya, on the other hand, kept winking and giving Oldly meaningful glances.
Is your eye injured too?
Oldly asked with concern. Was it that son of a bitch who hit you that hard?
You suddenly cut in. If I heard that right, are you cursing at me? Cursing at you? Oldly frowned. Don't interrupt, you little brat.
When we see the young master later, if you don't have that thing on you, the Chu family won't harm you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Huya and asked, "That son of a bitch hasn't he gone far, has he? You're cursing at me again."
Yu's cold voice rang out once more.
At that moment, Huya was on the verge of fainting. Feeling the chill emanating from you, he was absolutely terrified.
Given Yu's strength, even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. You had already shown mercy earlier. If Oldly kept cursing and provoked you into losing his temper, they'd all likely die.
Oldly, shut up. Say one more word, and don't blame me for turning on you. You little Huya, I was trying to help you get revenge, and you're fucking getting in my face, are you?
Oldly looked utterly aggrieved.
I don't need your help.
Huya didn't dare admit that he and his men had been injured by you, so he could only provoke Oldly like this, hoping he'd get angry and leave.
You fucking.
Oldly pointed at Huya, opened his mouth to speak, then turned and walked away.
Huya finally let out a sigh of relief.
But Oldly had barely taken 2 steps before he turned back. You can be a fucking traitor, but I can't. Looking like such a coward right now. If you run into anyone, you'll end up dead or crippled. As he spoke, he stepped forward to help Huya up, while his own men stepped in to help Huya's squad members to their feet.
You little brats, walk in front. Don't even think about running away, or else don't blame me.
Oldly, I'm cutting ties with you. Huya blew his top the moment he heard that.
If you're gonna help them up, just do it. Why the hell did you have to butt in?
You want to die, but I don't.
Captain Lee, could you please just shut up?
Exactly. The members of Huya's squad cautiously glanced at you, then shot Oldly a resentful look.
What has gotten into you guys today? Is there something wrong with me helping you? Huya said, if you just shut your mouth right now, I'd be grateful. Fine, I'll shut up. Huya then turned to you with a pleading look.
Young master, Oldly has a loose tongue, please don't hold it against him. Hearing this, Oldly wore a strange expression.
As he scrutinized you, he realized the other's mana quality was extraordinary.
Combining that with Huya's attitude, he already had a hunch.
Could it be that this kid was the one who did it? If Huya wasn't even a match for him, then what about me? Gulp. Lowly couldn't help but swallow hard. He lowered his head, not daring to say another word.
He suspected you might be the scion of some powerful clan, one so influential that even Huya wouldn't dare cross them. However, he never would have imagined that you possessed the strength of a grandmaster stage cultivator.
Young master, since you're passing by anyway, may I introduce you to our young master? Huya looked at you with an expression of utter humility. Oldly became even more convinced of his guess. Yes, young master. I, Oldly, spoke without thinking just now. I apologize to you.
You remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I've actually been wanting to meet this Tai from the Chu family as well. The Chu family was the most prominent clan in Qin province. Tai was also Chin Province's top genius, with a reputation that extended far and wide. Even back when you was still a nobody, he had long heard of Tai. Of course. Tai was the former top genius now, you himself was the undisputed number one.
Not long after, you finally met Tai. In the crowd, the teenager leaning back in a lounge chair while someone fanned him was undoubtedly Tai.
Huya, how did you get hurt? The woman beside Tai frowned as he looked up and sat up. But when he saw you, his expression instantly changed. It shifted from initial surprise to delight. Holy shit, boss, I never expected to run into you here. Tai shot up and rushed over to you. I heard you were at elite camp. I was planning to go find you there once I finished up here. I never imagined our connection would be this strong that we'd actually run into each other here. Tai's attitude puzzled not only Huya and the others, but even you himself.
Do we know each other?
We didn't tea before, but we do now. Tai laughed heartily. Boss, I've always looked up to you so much. Especially your story with such incredible strength, you managed to hold back for so long before finally breaking through. Even my old man praised you, saying your composure is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. But that's just my old man's opinion. What I admire most about you is your strength. Those bastards in the capital relying on their family connections and fast cultivation progress, they never stopped bullying us outsiders. Back when we outsiders participated in the national elite camp, we got bullied all the time.
My older brother got absolutely crushed back then.
Now that your reputation has spread, we outsiders couldn't be happier. Boss, I made a big promise last time I said our bond is rock solid, and that when we go to the national elite camp, you'd look out for us. At this point, Tai added in a low voice, Boss, I'm definitely not going to let you look out for them for nothing. Behind the scenes, I've already set the price for you in advance. 3 pieces of A-grade material, or 1 piece of S-grade material, otherwise, no deal. Boss, if you think the reward is too low, I'll negotiate a better deal for you. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him, and he added, Boss, my cousin totally idolizes you, especially after hearing you beat up those 2 crooked principals.
She thinks about you day and night. My cousin might not have the best temperament, but her looks and figure are absolutely killer. At that moment, you was at a loss for words. Rumor had it that Tai was arrogant and aloof, but now that he met him, he was a damn chatterbox. Hold on a second. You're nothing like the rumors.
Tai waved his hand.
Boss, don't worry about those rumors.
My mom is the one who started all that. She says a genius has to look the part, especially as the future heir to the Chu family. Both reputation and strength are important, but honestly, I don't care about any of that. In front of the boss, I think it's better to just be myself, no need to put on a show. Boss, you sit here for a bit, I'll go take care of something. Tai pulled you over and sat him down in a lounge chair.
Fan your boss properly.
After giving the woman a quick instruction, he walked over to Huya and asked, Spit it out.
Who beat you guys up like this?
Huya felt a pang of bitterness in his heart.
Could he just not say anything?
Once he spoke up, he'd probably get beaten up again by his own young master. It was obvious that his young master treated this boss differently. He even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him.
Chapter 33, Boss, my cousin is super hot. Seeing Huya stammering and looking so distressed, Tai furrowed his brow.
Huya, judging by the look on your face, could it be that the one who beat you up was my boss? Tai seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a half smile.
I didn't mean to.
Huya grimaced and said, Young master, I've already been beaten up.
Don't you see? You getting beaten up is your business, me beating you up is mine.
Huya, the young master is actually a very reasonable guy.
Tai's expression suddenly darkened.
Take Huya away and beat him senseless, at least keep him bedridden for half a month.
Young master, how hard should we beat him? Beat him over and over.
Got it, young master. Huya was dragged away with a look of grievance on his face, and only then did Tai return to US side.
Boss, my men were out of line, a beating is enough. It's not like they had to kill anyone, right?
You shook his head.
If I wanted to kill them, I would VE done it already.
You're right, boss, Tai chuckled. Boss, once I'm done with my business here, I'll go with you to elite camp.
From then on, I'll stick with you. I don't have time. I know, boss. You must be here to take on a mission. Tai smiled. As for the mission, I'll handle everything for you. It's easier with more people.
Anyway, these missions won't really provide any training for you, boss. You was silent for a moment, realizing Tai had a point. These missions really won't offer him any training value.
Boss, just tell me what the missions are. I've not only brought my crew, but I've also rounded up a bunch of people over there. They'll be perfect for helping you complete them. You nodded.
These 4 missions, plus the Hunter S rank challenge.
No big deal.
Tai waved his hand.
Go bring over those people you stopped. I've got instructions for them.
A short while later,
around 20 young men and women were brought over. But before they could get close, a voice rang out from the crowd, You?
You turned to look and saw it was Ren, accompanied by Grey Wolf.
Boss, do you know her?
You nodded, but didn't elaborate. After all, he wasn't particularly close with Ren. However, since she'd given him the strategy guide earlier, you figured he might as well return the favor. Since she's with the boss, let her come over.
Tai beckoned. Behave yourself. From within the crowd, Grey Wolf tried to follow them out but was rebuked. Let him come over too.
Hearing US words, Grey Wolf shot the other man a fierce glare, then followed closely behind Ren to stand before you.
What are you doing here?
As Ren asked the question, she glanced at Tai as well, clearly seeking his input, but out of deference to his status, she didn't dare ask outright.
Sis, no need for the looks. My boss is out on a mission and just happened to run into me.
He called you guys over so you could help him with his mission. Upon hearing this, Ren's expression turned peculiar for a moment. She shook her head and said, I'm not his woman.
His girlfriend is Lin Shi's at elite camp too.
Tai chuckled lightly. Even if you're not his sister-in-law now, you will be someday. Sis, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. If you just make a move, the boss definitely won't be able to resist. Hearing this, Ren shot you a look filled with aggression. It made you feel quite uncomfortable.
Enough, you two, you explained. Lin isn't my girlfriend either, we're just classmates.
Girls care about their reputations, you can't joke about things like this.
Tai nodded solemnly.
Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely never call her sister-in-law in front of her. Second sister-in-law, just relax here.
I'll have someone bring you some food and drinks in a bit. You and the boss can have a nice chat.
Before leaving, as Tai passed by Ren, he whispered, Second sister-in-law, actually, my cousin has a crush on the boss too. One woman is hard to handle, but if there's a whole group of us, we'll definitely be able to get the boss to open his pants. I'll introduce my cousin to you later.
The two of you can form an alliance. Ren's eyes darted rapidly, clearly mulling over Tai's words. Do you two think I'm deaf?
You said, exasperated. I'm a grandmaster stage, for crying out loud.
Do you really think my hearing is that bad?
Tai gave an awkward smile and said, Boss, what powerful fighter doesn't have a few women? Take me, for example, I've got 2 women in the open, and 4 more on the side.
Those 2 I'm publicly with?
They were actually arranged for me by my old man back when I was a kid.
You knew Tai wasn't lying.
In this world, it was perfectly acceptable for powerful individuals to have multiple women and even to marry them. Of course, this was limited to the powerful. This was a policy the government had implemented to ensure the better preservation and passing down of the powerful's genes. In fact, the government even openly encouraged the powerful to take multiple wives and have children. With a family background like Tai's and given that his strength ranked among the top of his peers, it was only natural for him to have several women.
Mind your own business.
You didn't want to argue with Tai about this, he had absolutely no interest in that right now. It wasn't that you was traditional, he just tended to take his time when choosing a partner. Ideally, he wants someone he been with for a long time, someone he gone through many things with.
Well, I won't say any more then.
But boss, you should consider my cousin, she's really pretty and has a great figure.
Tai chuckled and turned to leave.
Before long, the Chu family and the others who had stopped them all set off on their missions. Of course, they wouldn't forget to hunt the ferocious beasts, they just had to leave the left ear behind. Anyone who had cultivated to this level had basically attended elite camp, so they were quite familiar with the challenges of the hunting rankings.
How did Tai come to recognize you as the boss?
After everyone had left, Ren finally asked, I remember you've always been in Jiangtan, you've never left, so there is no way you could ve crossed paths with someone like Tai.
You replied, if I told you he recognized me as the boss the very first time he saw me, would you believe me?
Pfft, I don't buy it.
Ren shook his head. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask anymore.
But Tai is someone worth getting close to, or rather, the Chu family is worth getting close to.
You frowned. What do you mean? You don't seem to know him very well either, do you?
Because of Old Master Chu, Ren said earnestly. Tai was personally raised by Old Master Chu, so I don't believe Old Master Chu would raise a grandson with poor character.
I've actually heard about Old Master Chu, too. You nodded.
However, he didn't say much about his relationship with Tai, nor did he mention whether he would take her advice and become close friends with Tai. He then leaned back in the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and remained silent. Ren looked at you, the resentment in her eyes growing ever stronger.
Chapter 34, I hope you form a party. In the afternoon,
Tai returned with his men. Judging by his dejected and mana-depleted appearance, it was clear he hadn't found what he was looking for.
Boss, all 4 missions are complete.
And here's this all left ears from beasts at the Grandmaster stage or higher, with 30% being from the Great Grandmaster stage. This should be enough to put you at the top of the hunter's rankings. You glanced at the 4 large woven bags on the ground and nodded.
Since the missions are done, I should be heading back.
Tai chimed in, boss, I'm coming with you to elite camp.
Aren't you going to keep looking for that thing? I'm done looking. Let them search here. That item is hard to find anyway, we'll just have to leave it up to fate.
As soon as he finished speaking, Tai stepped forward and hoisted 2 of the woven bags onto his shoulders. Seeing this, Grey Wolf hurried over and shouldered the remaining 2. Since the Chu family members weren't allowed to enter the elite campgrounds, the 4 woven bags had to be carried back by the 4 of them. But with someone like Tai already shouldering the load, Blue Wolf took a look around. It seemed he was the only one left.
As for asking Ren to carry them?
Blue Wolf wouldn't dare. After all, Ren was now Tai's second sister-in-law. Whether you admitted it or not, at least Tai himself had acknowledged it. He couldn't afford to cross Tai, and he certainly couldn't cross you, so he'd have to do the heavy lifting himself.
You're a good guy. Tai smiled.
Bring over 2 grade materials, 1 for this brother, and 1 for my second sister-in-law.
A grade material? Sun Long was instantly dumbfounded.
At elite camp, even as an instructor with a discount, 1 grade material cost 100,000 credits to acquire.
And now, just for carrying 2 burlap sacks, he'd easily gotten 1. Sun Long felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't until the A-grade material was handed to him that Sanglong finally believed it was real. No, thanks.
Tai waved his hand and turned to Ren, second sister-in-law. I didn't bring much material with me this time. Just make do with this for now, I'll send you a few more when I get back home.
No, that's okay.
Even Ren herself was a bit flustered at that moment. After all, this was the most valuable gift she'd ever received in her life. Just as you'd expect from the Chu family's eldest son.
Who in their right mind would give away grade A material as a gift?
That's just too extravagant.
I'll definitely use it, second sister-in-law. Don't forget the alliance we agreed on earlier.
Hearing this, Ren glanced at the grade A material in her hand, then at you, before nodding firmly.
I will.
I'll do my best to take down you together with your cousin.
Second sister-in-law, you've got the right attitude. Tai couldn't help but give Ren a thumbs up.
You, on the other hand, looked utterly speechless. Too lazy to pay the 2 any mind, he walked off first. A short while later,
the 4 of them arrived at the forest checkpoint.
after you and the other 2 verified their identities, Tai also pulled out a watch.
I'm Tai. I've already secured direct admission to the provincial elite camp. According to the rules, I'm allowed to come to the municipal elite camp for training.
After their identities were verified, the checkpoint let them through, and the 4 of them walked into the forest.
What is this about direct admission to the provincial elite camp?
You asked. Tai explained, these are invitation cards issued before the elite camp begins, based on data from the database. The top 100 students in the entire Qin province database are eligible to receive invitation cards for direct admission to the elite camp.
Of course, some are due to family connections. In any case, there are roughly 500 invitation cards. Logically speaking, you should have an invitation card too, boss.
It's just that you revealed your strength too late, so you have to participate in the municipal level elite camp with the rest of them.
You nodded.
Earlier, he had been curious. The elite camp brought together geniuses from every city in the province, yet the caliber of those on the strength rankings was somewhat underwhelming. Now, hearing Tai explain it, he finally understood the crux of the matter.
But that made sense.
If someone like Tai were allowed to join, it would likely cause complete chaos. Judging by Ren and Grey Wolf's attitude toward Tai, it was clear they feared him.
If even the instructors acted this way, who else could possibly keep them in check? It's like an elephant walking into an ant colony.
Just like you right now with his Grandmaster stage strength, he is bound to stick out a bit at this elite camp. By the way, boss, don't use the credits you earn here just yet.
Tai suddenly said, there is nothing good in the city-level elite camp's warehouse. Instead of wasting them, you're better off saving them up.
With your current strength, boss, you can run rushshot over anyone whether at the city-level elite camp or the elite camp itself. So I suggest you save your credits to use at the national elite camp. Not only are there plenty of good items there, but you can also get dungeon entry slots and ruin slots. You can even use your credits to apply to become the leader of a team. Just like my grandfather, he used credits back in the day to secure the leadership position of a 1,000-man squad, which is why our Chu family was able to dominate Qin province and call the shots. Because the squad you're forming is entirely privately owned, you'll have to cover all resource costs yourself.
And if the government wants to utilize your squad, they'll have to pay a fee. You asked, something like a legal mercenary group? You could think of it that way.
Tai said, boss, I know I'm approaching you out of the blue, so you're bound to be wary and 1T trust me right away. But I 1T hide it from you. I genuinely want you to be my boss, and even my great-grandfather is willing to let me recognize you as my boss. It's also I can join you in building a team, because you, boss, have the strength to do it, and after looking into things, my grandfather is confident in your character and your ability to handle matters. I know these words might make you uncomfortable. No one likes being investigated, so feel free to hit or yell at me if you want.
In any case, I genuinely accept you as my boss.
If I had to keep these words bottled up inside, it would weigh on me, and I don't want our relationship to be tainted by self-interest. After saying this, Tai stared intently at you.
And you did the same. Several minutes passed like this. You suddenly smiled.
If you hadn't said all that today, we might never have become friends in this lifetime, let alone anything like a boss-subordinate relationship.
Now that you've said it, I don't mind starting out as friends. Hearing this, Tai was instantly overcome with excitement. I knew it. Boss, you're different from everyone else.
My parents even warned me not to say these things to you, but as it turns out, they were all wrong. Tai, was right.
The boss Tai recognizes indeed different from those ordinary folks.
Tai smiled, then suddenly added, boss, I remember the old patriarch mentioning that turbulent times are approaching. I vaguely recall something about chaos in the dungeon and ruin. But I do know that many troops from higher-ups are stationed in dungeon and ruin. It seems there are more and stronger beasts there, which is why so many clans are vying for the right to form teams during this elite camp.
Chapter 35, The Miserable Runner-Up. I've heard boss mention this too, Ren chimed in.
It's something called the Centennial Feast.
The beasts hold a hunting expedition once every 100 years. They call it a feast. You frowned. So, according to what you're saying, are there controllers behind the beasts? Ren shook her head. I'm not really sure about that. I've never been inside ruin or dungeon, so I don't know what the beasts are like there.
After saying that, she turned her gaze to Tai. In her view, Tai was a member of the Chu family and must surely know about these matters.
Boss, actually, the fierce beasts have their own races.
Fierce beasts is just what we humans call them. They refer to themselves as the sacred race.
Tai explained, there are races among the fierce beasts with very high intelligence.
I've heard my great-grandfather mention that some fierce beasts can speak human language, and their wisdom far surpasses that of humans.
Are there any ferocious beasts that can take human form?
Yu suddenly asked.
What are you thinking, boss?
Ferocious beasts are still ferocious beasts. If they could take human form, it would surely require divine powers, and I'm afraid the human race would have been overrun by them long ago. Tai continued, as for the ferocious beasts outside the dungeons and ruins, they're all low-level creatures. They lack sentience, they're simply physically robust and a bit stronger. As soon as a sentient ferocious beast appears, a higher-ups will immediately send people to exterminate it. Perhaps you're curious, boss, as to why there are ferocious beasts in our world. I heard from the old patriarch that this dates back to the earliest days of the martial way, when the dungeons and ruins erupted and ferocious beasts invaded. These are the ones that survived the Great War.
First, to train humans. Second, the bodies and blood of these beasts are highly beneficial for physical tempering at the warrior stage.
As long as no sentient beasts appear, the higher-ups won't interfere.
You nodded slightly.
If sentient beasts were to appear, they could easily control an army of beasts. Once they launched an attack on a city, it would become a monster horde. What you had seen and heard today made him realize how little he had truly understood about this world before.
If even the mighty Chu family of Qin province felt a sense of crisis, how was he supposed to navigate this situation, and how was he supposed to protect his family? It seems I must build my own faction as soon as possible. Maybe I should give Tai's suggestion about applying for team eligibility a try.
Although Yu had a plan in mind, he didn't voice it openly.
After all, he was currently only at the city-level elite camp. He'd worry about that once he reached the national elite camp.
As for his core team, it would indeed be appropriate to look for them within the elite camp, something he'd need to pay attention to later.
A long time later,
Yu and the others returned to the elite camp.
This time, with instructors Ren and Grey Wolf accompanying them, they encountered no roadblocks.
Let us turn in our quest first. The four of them went to the quest board, where Yu completed his 4 instructor quests and received 2,000 credits.
He then took out the left ears of the beasts he'd hunted.
When 4 woven bags appeared, the person at the quest board looked utterly stunned. Beasts are classified into 3 tiers based on their strength and the toughness of their skin. These are all tier 2 or higher beasts, and there's even a tier 3 beast among them. The man checked the toughness of the left ear with a device and immediately gasped in surprise. So-called level 2 beasts are Grandmaster stage beasts, while level 3 beasts are Grandmaster stage beasts. The strength of a level 2 beast is comparable to that of a Grandmaster stage beast, and that of a level 3 beast is comparable to that of a Grandmaster stage beast.
Yu, I can't calculate your score for these.
The scoring criteria on the hunting leaderboard only include level 1 beasts. But rest assured, the beasts you've hunted will definitely secure the top spot, and they'll remain there until you leave the camp. In this man's view, even if every trainee in the entire elite camp were combined, their total score would likely never surpass US. Therefore, having you take the top spot on the hunting rankings was absolutely well deserved.
Let us leave it at that, then.
You didn't care about the exact score at all. As long as he was number 1, that was all that mattered. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as you stepped out of the quest board, he heard a sound coming from his watch. He looked down and saw that another leaderboard had opened, and it had opened early specifically because of you. The quest leaderboard? You took a look and saw that as soon as the quest board appeared, he was already at the top.
He was also number 1 on the hunt leaderboard.
Strangely, however, US stats on the hunt leaderboard were displayed as 3 question marks.
Jiang Tanyu?
Unlike the other trainees, whose names were followed by numbers indicating their scores.
Not only that. Elite Camp had even added a small note beneath US name. Score too high to calculate. Deep in the forest.
Lin and the others were resting when their watches beeped. They checked them immediately.
Upon seeing US ranking and Elite Camp's explanation,
Lin couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He is still just as insane as ever.
Sister Yang, how many ferocious beasts do you think Shoshin is hunted that even Elite Camp can't calculate his score? But even if it's a huge number, surely they couldn't possibly calculate the score, right?
Lin chuckled lightly. I'd guess the ferocious beasts you hunted were at least level 2 or higher. Elite Camp doesn't have scoring standards for those. And I suspect you hunted so many level 2 or higher beasts that Elite Camp couldn't calculate the exact score, so they just used 3 question marks instead.
Now, US exact score clearly doesn't matter anymore.
Elite Camp believes no one can possibly surpass his score. Hearing this, the people around them suddenly understood. No wonder he is Shoshin, he is already at the top of every leaderboard.
Look at the mission leaderboard for major Grandmaster stage missions. Shoshin isn't giving anyone else a chance to catch up.
We're still struggling our asses off on warrior stage missions, but Divine Cultivator just went out on a single trip and completed 4 massive Grandmaster stage missions. If I'm not mistaken, we accepted our missions before Divine Cultivator did. We're still struggling, while he is already back at Elite Camp enjoying a life of leisure.
I think you're just being stupid.
It's just that when the invitations were handed out, Big Shot Yu hadn't revealed his true strength yet, so nobody had a clue. As a result, after the invitations were distributed, Big Shot Yu had no choice but to work his way up step by step through the city-level Elite Camp.
Come to think of it, it's just bad luck for us.
Especially those ranked second on the leaderboard, they're the ones having the hardest time.
Chapter 36, Claire's Lethal Technique.
3 days had passed since they returned from their last mission. Tai had also bought a villa next door to US and spent his days either relaxing there or dropping by US Place. The two of them were, by all accounts, the odd ones out in the entire Elite Camp.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on reaching the 5-star Grandmaster stage. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in US' mind. Advancing 1 minor tier meant that, on average, each member of his class had gained 10 points of vitality. For them to achieve this rate of improvement is already quite fast. Actually, you had previously considered helping his classmates boost their strength. He just never followed through in the end.
First of all, these people weren't his subordinates, they were merely classmates.
Once he expended resources to help them improve, their strength would indeed increase, but they would ultimately remain outsiders.
System, if I form a team, will the calculation still include it?
In response to the host, the system only calculates the class total, it does not include team totals. Hearing this, you smiled confidently. Since it only counts the class total, I'll just find a way to make it part of the class. After all, I get to choose the name myself, I'll just avoid naming it after a team. You chuckled. Deep down, he was becoming increasingly serious about forming a team. Once the team was successfully formed, these people would become part of his faction. Even if it were an investment, it would yield a return.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Just then, the villa's doorbell rang.
You went over to open the door. He knew without a doubt that it was Tai.
Boss, I heard today is the Elite Camp evaluation day.
The trainees from the preliminary classes have a chance to become full-fledged members. I bet it'll be quite a show, let us go check it out.
You nodded upon hearing this.
Ever since he'd returned, he'd been staying at the villa, enjoying the good life.
It wouldn't hurt to get out and about now. The two walked along. Once again, they became the talk of the town.
Only this time, it wasn't just you alone, it was the two of them. You had already made a name for himself at Elite Camp, and all the trainees recognized him.
So his standing out was something the trainees took for granted.
But no one recognized Tai. Moreover, with Tai by US side, the trainees couldn't help but start speculating.
However, Tai didn't care in the slightest.
Given his status, he had always been the center of attention and the subject of gossip wherever he went.
He was already used to it. Boss, look at that martial arts arena over there.
I heard the assessment will be held there shortly. According to Elite Campus rules, they usually select the 500 weakest full trainees to participate in the assessment. If a full member fails, they're demoted to a probationary member. Conversely, a probationary member is promoted to a full member.
You nodded in understanding.
However, after taking just a few steps, they saw a group of people coming toward them.
We meet again.
I told you before that you'd definitely become a full member of Elite Camp. I'm here to make good on that promise. As soon as Claire finished speaking, she turned to Tai beside her.
Hi, I'm Claire, US childhood friend.
This time, Tai wasn't as enthusiastic as he'd been when he met Ren earlier. Instead, he responded with a blank expression and didn't even introduce himself.
Well, I won't bother you two then.
Seeing that neither of them intended to acknowledge her, Claire tactfully walked away. Boss, your childhood friend doesn't seem like an ordinary person.
Watching Claire walk away, Tai frowned and said to you. Just ignore her. In fact, you had noticed it too.
The first time he met Claire in the forest, he already sensed a change in her, one that made him feel very uneasy.
How should he put it?
It was like a venomous snake.
Tai, how did he end up with you?
After walking a distance away, Claire thought to herself, her brow tightly furrowed. It seems the old methods for ambushing Tai won't work anymore. After a moment's thought, Claire turned to the person beside her and whispered, "Contact headquarters. The mission has changed. Tai is traveling with you." Ever since Claire had arranged for Mosa to be poisoned last time, she had officially become the head of Elite Camp. Moreover, thanks to her status as US childhood friend, she had been spared the organization's punishment. Although everyone knew that you didn't acknowledge her as his childhood friend, Claire had managed to come out unscathed. Clearly, she was quite the schemer. Trainees from the preliminary class who have signed up for this assessment, please step forward. In the martial arts arena, as an instructor gave the command, over 1,000 people stepped forward.
Claire was among them.
At a glance, you even spotted many students from Jiangtan City in the ranks. They were all students with decent combat prowess who had previously failed the camp entrance assessment. Now their strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, though it still paled in comparison to the progress made by the students from Jiangtan Academy 1.
Choose your own opponent. The winner will automatically become a full-fledged student. As soon as the words fell, the instructor turned and walked out of the martial arts arena.
At the same time, the preliminary class students each found an opponent.
Boss, how do you think that Claire is going to win?
Tai asked with a smile, but the moment he looked toward the center of the arena, his face froze in shock.
Because Claire had already ended the fight.
She had charged forward and, with blinding speed, slashed her opponent's neck with her blade.
Her opponent's face remained frozen in shock even in death.
Claire, on the other hand, looked completely calm. She walked up to the instructor, stated her name, received a pass slip confirming her qualification, and with it, would be able to claim her watch.
Boss, there is something really off about this Claire.
Even though she only used one move, I saw a killing technique in that single slash. Tai explained, it's similar to the kind of technique an assassin uses. Logically speaking, she absolutely shouldn't have learned that kind of skill.
You didn't respond.
He remained expressionless from start to finish. Despite Claire's dramatic transformation, in his eyes, she was still just a low-level minion not worth his attention at all. Perhaps Claire had some stroke of luck, but it still wasn't enough to make you take her seriously. Strength was the ultimate measure. Between the warrior stage and the grandmaster stage, fists were the only truth.
Boss, based on that fight just now, I'd guess this Claire is a 7th rank warrior stage. You nodded.
You had already sensed Claire's strength back when they were in the forest.
She was indeed a 7th rank warrior stage.
When she joined the camp, Claire wasn't even at the warrior stage yet. Now, less than half a month later, she was already a 7th rank warrior stage. You was indeed somewhat surprised, but not overly so. In his view, there was only one possible explanation for Claire's rapid improvement in such a short time: she had taken a shortcut.
However, every shortcut has its drawbacks. Something's off with Claire.
Just then, Lin walked over, looking at you with a serious expression.
I know. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Why should I?
You said. Everyone has to pay the price for their own choices, and besides, I don't know her well. As for Uncle Xiao, you merely frowned slightly and didn't give it another thought.
By the way, there's one more thing.
Emosa from Linen, who used to be #1 on the power rankings, seems to have died. Lin reminded him, my family sent someone to pass on a message, something's off at elite camp right now, and I should be extremely careful. As for the specifics, my family didn't say much, so I'm not entirely sure either. You need to be careful, too. Before you could respond, Tai, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in, hello, sister-in-law.
I'm Tai. Don't worry about my boss's safety.
I know which organization is causing trouble.
Don't worry.
My old man will step in to stop them. Their top fighters can't get into elite camp at most, it'll just be some low-level minions. They won't pose any real threat to the boss.
Tai? From the Chu family in Qin province? Lin already knew Tai's identity, but she wasn't overly surprised.
It was actually Tai's use of the term sister-in-law that made her blush instantly.
You've got it wrong. I'm not your girlfriend, and I'm certainly not your sister-in-law.
Lin emphasized the word sister-in-law heavily, and there was a hint of resentment in the way she looked at you.
Don't worry about it. Tianjia was just talking nonsense.
As soon as you said this, Lin nodded.
I know.
There's no misunderstanding. But as she spoke, she felt a twinge of disappointment.
Chapter 37, The boss's illness is up to his sister-in-law. Once the evaluation was nearly complete, you turned and left.
On the way back to the villa, Tai asked, Boss, your sister-in-law clearly likes you, but you seem completely unfazed.
You clearly didn't want to answer that question and instead asked in return, what's the deal with that organization you mentioned earlier?
The blood cult.
Tai explained, the blood cult is a group of scientific fanatics.
They used to work for government agencies and specialized in researching genes and bloodlines. But later, they became increasingly extreme and wanted to conduct experiments on living people. The higher-ups were furious and ordered the research shut down, and these people were dismissed from public service. Later, these people secretly formed the blood cult to continue their research on genetics and bloodlines. They believe that advancing to the warrior stage. However, after seeing Claire today, I suspect she is very likely the new leader the blood cult has groomed. After learning she is your childhood friend, boss, I became even more certain that Claire must be the new leader here. Otherwise, her strength couldn't have improved so quickly, and she wouldn't possess lethal combat skills.
You asked, since your Chu family already knows about this, why haven't you taken care of it?
Tai chuckled lightly.
As my grandfather used to say, ants in the open are always easier to control than rats in the shadows. You nodded in agreement. That was certainly true. Ants in the open were indeed easier to control than rats in the shadows.
Rather than killing Claire and forcing the blood cult to appoint a new leader, it was better to keep an eye on her and monitor her every move.
You should head back, too.
As the two chatted, they had already returned to the villa. You said this and walked into his own villa. As for Tai, he stood there pondering for a moment before muttering to himself, now that I've met both the eldest and second sisters-in-law, I think it's necessary to have them meet and have a proper chat. I originally thought the boss was just like me, that he wouldn't turn down a beautiful woman. The eldest sister-in-law is on par with my cousin in both looks and figure, yet the boss remains completely unmoved by such a beauty. Either Big Brother is asexual, or he just doesn't like women. Given Big Brother's trajectory, he is bound to have a bright future. If he could marry my cousin, she'd be part of the Chu family. Besides, my cousin said herself that as long as she can be with Big Brother, she wouldn't mind being a concubine.
With that in mind, Tai wasted no more time and turned to go find Lin and Ren. Half an hour later.
At Tai's villa, Lin and Ren had all gathered there.
Ladies, I'll ask you straight, do you actually like the eldest brother?
Tai said, that's the crux of what we're discussing today.
Ren answered without hesitation, of course I do.
Back in Wushan, Ren had already let go of her reserve, so now she didn't hold back in the slightest.
What about you, eldest sister-in-law? Tai and Ren looked at Lin.
For a moment, Lin didn't know how to respond. After all, she never dealt with anything like this before, and she felt a little flustered.
Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry.
It's just the three of us here, we're all family, and we won't say a word to anyone.
Tai said, I know your family, the Yangs.
In any case, given Big Brother's abilities and age, your family would definitely not object. Lin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. I don't know.
Tai chuckled softly. If you don't know, that means you like him.
I don't think it's quite to the point of liking him yet, Lin added.
Tai said, Sister-in-law, let me ask you this, on a quiet night, when you're home alone, do you often think about the boss?
Lin paused for a moment, then finally nodded, her face flushing.
Yes, I do. When the boss is in danger, do you get very worried, or try to figure out a way to help? Yes, I do. When Big Brother gets close to other women, do you ever feel jealous or upset? Sometimes. When you meet Big Brother's family, do you extend your affection to them and find yourself caring about them too? Sometimes. After a few more questions, Tai asked with a smile, Sister-in-law, do you still think you like Big Brother or not?
Lin shook her head.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm quite there yet. We haven't had that kind of heart-wrenching experience, nor do we have a shared history.
Stop right there.
Tai said, speechless.
Sis-in-law, what you're describing is love. Let me put it this way.
Liking is when your feelings are at full capacity, just beginning to take root in your heart. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Love is an addictive poison. 3 autumns apart feel like just one day.
Lin stared blankly for a long moment, then asked skeptically, is that really how it is?
Of course it is.
Tai declared, pounding his chest.
Based on my experience dating dozens of girlfriends, I'm absolutely certain.
Sis, trust me, you definitely like the boss. No doubt about it. Lin nodded blankly.
That expression left Tai speechless. According to the research data, Lin was a wise, highly intelligent woman, so why did she go all dazed whenever love came up? Tai turned his head to look at Ren.
Wow! Another deep in thought expression. Tai couldn't help but sigh. With these two, will this really work out?
Tai couldn't help but feel skeptical. It looked like he'd have to pull out the big guns.
Ladies, stop spacing out for a second. I've got something very serious to tell you about the boss.
The 2 women snapped out of it the moment they heard that.
According to our Chu family's investigation, the boss doesn't like women.
As Tai uttered those words, he was already praying in his heart that you would go easy on him when he beat him up.
You doesn't like women?
Ren jerked her head up, wide-eyed in disbelief, while Lin turned pale.
Think back, has the boss ever shown special attention to any woman? Or treated anyone differently? Take you two, for example. With your looks and figures, you're definitely among the top women out there, right? But think about it, has the boss ever given you a special look, or that kind of longing gaze that other men have?
The 2 women pondered for a long time, then shook their heads in unison.
Tai spoke again, everyone loves beauty.
Men can't help but take a second look at a beautiful woman, and women feel the same way when they see a handsome man. But the boss has never done that.
Isn't that strange? Sisters-in-law, think about it carefully. Isn't there's something wrong here? The 2 women nodded again.
So, the boss has a problem. Now you need to set aside your reserve and try your best to seduce the boss.
This isn't the time to worry about saving face, we need to cure the boss. Sexual orientation is a psychological issue.
We must treat it early, while it's still minor, otherwise, if we wait too long, it will become deeply ingrained. I suspect the reason our eldest brother is like this has a lot to do with his childhood sweetheart. I've heard he used to be very fond of her, but later, because of certain events, he suffered a broken heart. He is still in the early stages right now, so we absolutely must correct this as soon as possible. Claire, the 2 women were, of course, well aware of this childhood sweetheart situation.
Plus, what Tai said made perfect sense, so they couldn't help but believe her. But I wouldn't know how to seduce him. Lin looked utterly at a loss. Second sister-in-law, you don't know either?
Ren, no longer pretending to be bold, said with a blush, I haven't really had much contact with other men before.
The ones I've interacted with the most are my teammates like Grey Wolf and the others.
And my interactions with them have always been strictly for missions.
Tai looked utterly speechless. Here's what we'll do, I'll find some materials for you later, and you can study them carefully. The boss's condition really can't be put off any longer, or there'll be serious consequences. Chapter 38, The Destructive Power of a Woman's Coquetry.
Under Tai's persuasion, the two women turned pale from time to time, but in the end, out of concern for you, they agreed.
Ladies, I'll definitely find some materials for you tomorrow. No, I'll find some videos so you can imitate them.
Tai smiled, while the two women were so embarrassed they couldn't stand to stay in the villa another moment. They got up and fled.
You?
The more Tai thought about it, the more terrified he became.
Holy shit, the boss isn't he going to misunderstand that I'm with my two sisters-in-law?
Tai opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself.
Is something wrong?
You just stared expressionlessly at the two women and at Tai standing in the doorway.
And no. The two women shook their heads frantically. You then turned and walked away. This scene left Tai completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on with the boss? How could he remain so unmoved and turn a blind eye to such a huge misunderstanding? Could the boss really be sick?
Tai pondered this to himself as he walked over to the two women.
Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he sighed, Ladies, you saw it with your own eyes this time. The boss is really quite ill.
Ren nodded vigorously.
Lin was also a bit dazed. If you could remain expressionless in the face of such a misunderstanding, it meant one of two things, either he didn't like them, or there was something wrong with him.
We have to get him treated right away tomorrow.
Ren nodded vigorously. Lin, on the other hand, furrowed her brow and said, Could it be that you doesn't like us at all and just sees us as friends? Ren was taken aback by this. Now she remembered you had never actually said he liked them. It seemed she really had been led astray by Tai. Tai, you misled us. The two women were now brimming with angry mana.
Tai chuckled and said, Ladies, let us set aside whether the boss likes you or not for now.
At the very least, the two of you like the boss, that much is true, right?
The two women nodded slightly.
In that case, why don't you hurry up and pursue the boss so he'll fall for you? Tai asked, Do you really want to watch the boss share a bed and get all lovey-dovey with some other woman?
At those words, the two women's expressions changed clearly. That wasn't a scenario they wanted to see.
Ladies, we're long past the era where men had to chase women. If you truly like him, then you should go after your happiness with confidence and boldness. To put it simply, the boss has both good looks and talent. Countless heiresses from wealthy families are already eyeing him. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first. If you don't seize this chance to win the boss's heart now, will you ever have another opportunity? The boss will only drift further away. Ask yourselves, sisters-in-law, do you really have what it takes to keep up with him? Perhaps once you leave here, you'll never see the boss again. That would be a regret. Tai said emotionally, Do you two sisters-in-law really want to wait until your hair turns gray and you're surrounded by children and grandchildren, only to look back on your youth and sigh, I once had a love, but because of my reserve, I let it slip away? Live in the moment. By this point, the two women had long since gone blank. In their hearts, they asked themselves, if they missed out on you, would they have regrets? The answer was yes. Having encountered a true dragon soaring through the skies, could they really settle for a loach burrowing underground? The answer was no. I don't want regrets. I'm going to actively pursue you. I want to be his woman.
Ren seemed to have made up her mind, her gaze resolute.
Lin's mind flashed back to the image of you walking away coldly just moments ago. A sudden wave of panic washed over her, and she nodded vigorously, saying, I want to be yours woman, too. Tai said with a serious expression, Hearing you two say that really makes me very happy. Wait for my news tomorrow. He watched the two women walk away. Tai finally couldn't help but sigh. These two really are thick as planks. If you don't win the boss's heart first, who is going to whisper sweet nothings in my cousin's ear when the time comes? As he finished speaking, Tai added helplessly, "Boss, don't blame me."
Underground organizations are springing up all over the country now.
Qin province may seem peaceful, but even our Chu family will eventually reach a point where we can't hold out any longer.
Rather than forming alliances through marriage with other families and worrying all the time about being betrayed, it's better to form an alliance with you, boss.
At least you value loyalty and honor.
Tai walked back to the villa with a worried look on his face. From behind some nearby bushes, Yu emerged. He had heard every word of that conversation. Yet his expression remained impassive.
Is the situation really that serious?
You didn't think Tai was talking nonsense? His expression also grew grave. Truth be told, whether the world was in turmoil or not had nothing to do with him, but he was still worried about his loved ones. Although Qin province appeared calm on the surface, it was the Chu family that was holding the line. If the Chu family couldn't hold out and the entire Qin province descended into chaos, his family's safety would certainly be threatened.
He couldn't possibly stay by family's side every single moment. That was clearly impossible. Looks like we'll need to have a talk with the Chu family when the time comes.
Yu withdrew his gaze, and a mocking smile suddenly flashed across his face. Tai, you've really outdone yourself daring to make up stories about my sexual orientation. In truth, you wasn't averse to women. It was just that right now, his mind was entirely focused on how to increase his strength. And after Tai had mentioned certain things, his thirst for power had only grown stronger.
He even craved influence. Should one strive to achieve great deeds in life? No. In US view, one should set the rules. The following afternoon, the two women met up to visit Yu.
However, judging by the blush still lingering on their cheeks, they were clearly quite shy. Around noon, Tai had gathered a collection of videos showing how to seduce men.
Every smile and every frown. Seductive glances. All sorts of coquettish and cute antics.
A soft, babyish voice. The more the two women thought about putting these techniques into practice with Yu later, the redder their cheeks grew. It was truly too embarrassing.
Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Yu came out.
Seeing the two girls' flushed cheeks, he immediately guessed what they were up to. But he remained unfazed, his expression impassive.
He would never reveal that he eavesdropped on the three of them talking yesterday. What brings you here?
Normally, you would immediately invite guests inside, but today was different. Since he already guessed the two girls' intentions, he certainly wasn't going to let them in so easily.
Can we go inside to talk?
Ren mustered her courage and asked.
It's not convenient today.
Yu shook his head.
Starting today, I'm going into seclusion.
I don't want to be disturbed for the time being. Ren still wasn't willing to give up. Suddenly recalling something she learned from a video, she put on a pitiful expression and said in a babyish voice, "Big brother Yu, it really won't take up too much of your time, just a little while.
Please, can we?"
Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Damn it, when a woman gets all sweet and coy like that, most people really can't stand it.
Chapter 39, Shilin Jade.
Seeing that Ren had already started using her powers, Lin decided to drop her reserve as well.
Yu, can we go inside and sit for a bit?
Lin spoke in a sweet, babyish voice, but unlike Ren, she didn't make any suggestive gestures. Instead, she blinked her eyes innocently and spoke with a completely serious expression, giving off an air of natural cuteness.
Holy crap, my sister-in-law is something else. Not far away, Tai saw the scene and froze for a moment.
When he snapped back to reality, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in admiration. Usually, Lin came across as cold, aloof, and wise. But right now, she was adorably clueless, a contrast that was truly one of a kind.
And with that earnest expression of hers, what man wouldn't be charmed? I'm busy. You watched their every move, feeling a terrible headache coming on.
He decided to cut the nonsense short, shut the door, and head back inside.
Are we really that unattractive? Watching you close the door, Ren looked at Lin with a disappointed expression and asked. Maybe we really are. Ren frowned. But the men in those videos aren't like that, are they?
And the women in those videos aren't as pretty as us, either. Ren fired off 2 questions in a row, leaving Lin at a loss for words. Maybe we haven't mastered it yet. Let us go find Tai and keep practicing.
Ren didn't linger at US door. She turned and walked straight toward the villa next door. Inside the villa,
Yu sat on the sofa with a wry smile, muttering to himself, looks like I'll have to get out of here.
These 2 women are really getting on my nerves.
Yu felt quite helpless.
He'd never before been so annoyed by 2 women that he wanted to run away. I'd better go on a mission.
The elite camp rankings had all been released, and Yu topped every list.
After giving it some thought, nothing seemed to pique his interest. The only way to pass the time was probably to go out on a mission.
Oh, right, there's this.
Yu suddenly remembered the black jade pendant Claire had given him.
According to Claire, it might be related to the ruins deep within Wushan.
But I can't trust everything Claire says. I'd better look up some information first.
Elite Camp also had a library, whose system was connected to the national database.
Access was tiered by rank, with different credit fees for each level of reading permission. With that in mind, Yu got up and left the villa.
He headed straight for the library. Identity verification passed.
Trainee Yu, please enter.
After authenticating with his watch at the database entrance, Yu walked inside. Surprisingly, the room wasn't filled with stacks of books. In fact, there wasn't a single book to be found. Instead, it consisted of a series of data pods.
Yu chose the nearest unoccupied pod and stepped inside.
Inside, he found a device resembling an LCD computer screen.
9 levels of reading access?
Yu looked at the screen of the device, which displayed 9 simulated book covers, each bearing a padlock symbol.
Beneath each level, the corresponding credits were listed. Level 1 reading access, 100 credits per hour. Level 2 reading access, 200 credits per hour.
And so on. Level 9 reading access cost 900 credits per hour.
Select Level 9 reading access.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yu purchased Level 9 reading access.
Once inside the interface, Yu entered the keywords, Black Jade Pendant and Ruins Deep Within Wushan. After processing these 2 keywords, the screen displayed dozens of entries. The first entry described the Black Jade Pendant and included an image. Dragon Pattern Jade? Qilin Jade?
Yu clicked to enter, and images of 7 or 8 types of jade pendants appeared on the screen.
Is this a Qilin Jade? The Black Jade Pendant was easy to identify. Because Dragon Pattern Jade is blue, Phoenix Jade is red, and White Tiger Jade is white. Only Qilin Jade is black. To be precise, it's jet black. An assessment jade pendant?
Through the description, Yu was astonished to discover that the Qilin Jade was actually a qualification jade pendant for the Qilin trial, located deep within Wushan, in the ruins. The Qilin Jade in his hand granted him access to the Qilin trial. Once he passed the trial, he would obtain the Qilin's talent. According to martial arts history, there had once been someone who obtained the dragon bloodline. Once activated, their power would surge dozens of times over.
Judging by the trial stages,
those who pass 1 stage can obtain 1 random talent, those who pass 2 stages can obtain 2 random talents, and so on. Passing all 5 stages grants all talents.
In other words, once all 5 stages are cleared, the recipient would be equivalent to a humanoid divine beast. How is that possible? How could something straight out of a fantasy novel appear in a high martial arts world?
When Yu saw this, his first reaction was disbelief. If anyone possessed such a talent, it would be a complete game changer. The ferocious beasts within the dungeons and ruins would likely have been wiped out long ago. This is too strange. Yu frowned as he continued scrolling through the next entry.
He scrolled through 4 entries in a row.
Finally, he came across another account describing the assessment jade pendant.
Moreover, this account was recounted by someone who had actually obtained a talent. It should be credible. About 10 minutes later, you looked up and exhaled a long breath of manna. I knew it. How could something straight out of a fantasy novel possibly exist?
So the so-called divine beasts are just speculation by some researchers. According to the explanation from the person who obtained the divine beast talent, he didn't actually see any so-called divine beasts either, he just passed that stage by sheer luck. He merely acquired a tiger-esque talent, which, once activated, can intimidate opponents. It's most effective against ferocious beasts. According to his theory, this is an ability similar to that of a telepath using one's mind to intimidate an opponent's soul. Moreover, this ability cannot be upgraded, nor can it be used against opponents of higher tiers. Once one's strength exceeds 2 minor realms, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. You mused, according to this person, the talent he obtained is of a lower tier. There are stronger talents than his, and they have room for growth. After figuring out the origin of the black jade pendant, you sat where he was and pondered. When this person took the assessment, his strength was at the 4-star Grandmaster stage. Since the talent ability he obtained is relatively low level, does that mean the talent one receives is related to one's strength? The stronger one is, the higher the difficulty of the assessment might be, and the stronger the talent one receives. You knew nothing about any of this. Next, he searched for Qilin Jade again. A wealth of information appeared on the screen. However, after going through it all, he found exactly what he was looking for. For a moment, you found himself in a dilemma. Should I ask Tai? The Chu family has deep-rooted heritage. Perhaps they know more about the Qilin Jade. The moment this thought crossed his mind, you immediately dismissed it. According to the records, the assessment jade pendant was extremely valuable. Although the assessment was a life or death ordeal, many were still willing to take the risk. Once they obtained a talent ability, they could rise to the top from then on. Moreover, credits are only part of the equation. The key to forming a unit lies with the individual. One must gain approval from higher-ups. Otherwise, given the influence of those major clans, acquiring enough credits to form a unit would be far too easy. If that were the case, it would be like feudal lords each occupying their own territory, and the nation would likely descend into chaos. It seems I still have a long way to go. You let out a deep sigh of manna, then stood up and walked out of the archives room. He now had only one thought on his mind. Time, please move faster. He wanted to enter the elite camp as soon as possible, and after that, the national elite camp. That way, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, all crises would be easily resolved. On his way back to the villa, you spotted Lin and Ren standing in front of the villa, waiting for him, from a distance. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This time, however, he didn't hide. Instead, he walked over. Before the two women could say a word, he waved his hand and said, "Let us talk inside." The two women looked completely taken aback. You paid them no mind and walked into the villa on his own. If you want something to drink, help yourselves to the fridge. As soon as you finished speaking, he grabbed a bottle of ice-cold beer and sat down on the sofa. Whether in his past life or now, you had always had a particular fondness for ice-cold beer. As for red wine and spirits, you really wasn't interested in them at all. He did occasionally have a sip of baijiu, though. We're not drinking. The two shook their heads, walked over, and sat down on the sofa next to you, one on each side, sandwiching him right in the middle. Gulp. Gulp. You took 2 big gulps of beer, then said, "I know what you're thinking, and I know exactly what you want to do. But I can tell you very bluntly right now, as things stand, I have absolutely no intention of looking for a partner. Also, regarding what Tai said about my sexual orientation, I can tell you very plainly that I'm perfectly normal. I do get a flutter in my heart when I see a beautiful girl, especially one with a very innocent yet alluring charm. But I'm only 16 right now, and I'll be 17 in a month. For now, I just want to complete the National Elite Camp and pass the combat exam. As for relationships, that'll have to wait until I'm strong enough, maybe after I get into college. Do you understand?" The two girls exchanged glances.
They nodded awkwardly and said, "We understand."
Don't worry, we'll never believe Ty's nonsense or mess around with him again. Now that they thought back on what you had just said, their cheeks were bright red. There was even a hint of worry on their faces.
Just say what's on your minds.
You watched as the two girls opened their mouths but didn't speak, so he took the initiative to speak up.
We really aren't that kind of promiscuous girl.
It was our first time, too. We were just copying what we saw in a video.
As soon as Ren finished speaking, Lin nodded beside her, "Me too. I've never even held a boy's hand before.
It was my first time, too. I was just copying what I saw in a video."
You nodded. I understand. This was all Ty's idea.
I didn't misunderstand anything, and besides, you don't need to explain yourselves to me.
You have every right to do whatever you want. I'm not that controlling.
It does matter, said Lin, who was usually shy and quiet but this time surprisingly spoke up first. I had been waiting for you all along, and I'll do my best to keep up with you. I know my talent can't compare to yours, but I'm willing to work even harder no matter how much hardship I have to endure.
I just want to be worthy of standing by your side.
I don't want to be just a pretty face. I hope to be your partner, and I'll do my best to be someone you can rely on. At that moment, Ren, biting her lip tightly, also spoke up. Starting today, I won't bother you or disturb you anymore. I'll work hard to improve myself, too.
But I am older than you. Can you give me a chance?
A chance to pursue you. You fell silent upon hearing this.
To be honest, I won't make any promises to you, nor will I guarantee anything.
Maybe these words might seem touching to others, but I really don't feel anything.
I won't look at you any differently because of them.
Whether it's pursuing me or talking about opportunities in my eyes, it's all just wishful thinking on your part. I won't take any responsibility for it.
Do you understand?
The two women nodded vigorously.
We understand.
No matter what you say, we'll definitely do our best to get closer to you.
We.
As they spoke, the two women couldn't help but feel their eyes well up, and tears began to roll down their cheeks.
Choking back sobs, they said, "We don't want any promises. We'll definitely do our best to get closer to you.
Even if we end up with nothing in the end, at least we'll have tried."
You shrugged expressionlessly and said coldly, "It's up to you. That's your choice." Just as you was about to see them off, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Yu's first thought was Ty.
But when he opened the door, he was surprised to find Claire standing there.
"What are you doing here? Aren't you going to invite me in?"
As Claire spoke, she peered inside the villa and spotted Lin and Ren, catching sight of the two of them with tears in their eyes.
Tsk.
You're willing to let these two delicate little beauties be so sad and heartbroken.
You've really changed.
You shot her a cold glance and was about to reach out to close the door when Claire immediately added, "I have something to tell you about your family, something that concerns their very lives."
Are you sure you don't want to hear it?
Yu's hand paused mid-motion.
Then he turned and walked into the villa. The message was clear.
Claire smiled, then stepped inside, closing the door behind her.
"Spit it out."
Claire glanced at Ren and Lin, who also stopped laughing, and said with a serious expression, "Someone is trying to harm your family and plans to use them to threaten you.
You can leave now."
Although Yu's face remained expressionless, rage was already boiling inside him. If Claire had obtained this information, then the ones targeting his family must be the blood cult. With the Chu family handling matters on his end, the blood cult had no choice but to set its sights elsewhere.
Do you believe me? Aren't you afraid I'm lying?
You remained expressionless and didn't respond.
Claire sighed. Never mind, I won't tease you anymore.
Uncle Yu and the others have been so kind to me, and I don't want them to get hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, Claire turned and walked away. You don't need to worry too much. When my family warned me to be careful earlier, I had them arrange for people to secretly protect your parents, as well as your aunt and uncle. Hearing Lin's words, you paused for a moment, then nodded.
Thank you. Ren, standing nearby, chimed in, "Why don't we ask Ty for help? Even if you went back now, I doubt you'd be able to handle the blood cult. It'd be safer to ask the Chu family for help. Chapter 41, Emosu's feigned death. Meanwhile, after leaving US Villa, Claire walked alone into the forest, continuing until she reached its very edge. Only then did she stop and mimic the call of a bird twice. You did well. A figure leaped straight down from the dense treetops. Upon seeing the person's face, Claire's gaze turned cold. Don't look at me like that. You want to kill me and take my place, Claire? You really are naive. I'm not one of those spoiled rich kids in the blood cult. I, Emoso, climbed to this position step by step, stepping over corpses along the way. Do you really think you can hide your little schemes from me? The man was none other than Emoso, the Emosu of Linen, whom everyone believed to be dead. Back when Claire had arranged for him to be poisoned, it had all been a conspiracy. Emoso had gone to great lengths to secure a backup plan for himself. He had long known that the Chu family was monitoring him, and he also knew that the blood cult's core members were unable to enter Qin province. So, upon learning that Claire was Yu's childhood friend, he brought her into the blood cult and gave her blood god number 1, causing Claire's power to skyrocket overnight. Next, he gradually stoked Claire's ambition, then deliberately leaked the news that the blood cult intended to assassinate Yu. Sure enough, Claire fell for it. However, he couldn't be certain whether Claire would follow his plan to the letter. But he was willing to take the gamble. After all, he gambled with his very life. What else was there that he wouldn't dare to risk? Fortunately, his gamble paid off. What followed was Claire's poisoning of Yu. Emoso then faked his own death to escape, propping up Claire as the public face of the organization. He, meanwhile, successfully stepped back into the shadows, further solidifying his position within the blood cult. The blood cult in Qin province is divided into 4 regions, and Emoze is now the head of one of them. It was precisely because of this that Emoze obtained the blood god number 3 he had long coveted, allowing his strength to break through to the Grandmaster stage overnight. Whereas my stuff? Now that Emoze was a Grandmaster stage powerhouse, Claire knew she was no match for him and didn't want to waste any more words on him. Claire, I advise you to show me a little more respect. While I can't kill you, the organization won't stop me from torturing you. Emosa flashed a maniacal grin and continued, I wonder if you've ever heard of cuckoo grass. If I were to lock you up with a ferocious beast that has been given cuckoo grass, what do you think the outcome would be? Hearing this, Claire couldn't help but shudder. Of course she knew about cuckoo grass. It was a herb cultivated by the blood cult to stimulate lust. It had been engineered specifically to be colorless and odorless, making it undetectable even with sophisticated instruments. I'm still useful. You needs me to stay in contact. Although Claire was reluctant to back down, the thought of cuckoo grass caused her tone to soften slightly. I know. You're the organization's precious treasure right now. How could I bear to torment you? Emoze let out a couple of sinister chuckles and pulled out a glass test tube as thick as a thumb, filled with a deep crimson liquid. This is blood god number 2. Once you take it, you'll break through to the warrior stage. The moment Emoze produced the test tube, Claire seemed to lose all control. Her whole body trembled as she stared longingly at the test tube in Emoze's hand. Give it to me, hurry up and give it to me. Seeing Claire like this, Emosa smiled mockingly. A dog is still just a dog. With that, he tossed the test tube onto the ground. Claire lunged forward, her hands trembling as she opened the test tube. Then she tilted her head back and drank it down. In that moment, Claire wore an expression of pure bliss, as if she were soaring into the sky. Ugh! Ugh! It lasted no more than 30 seconds. Claire's neck veins immediately bulged, and she rolled around on the ground in agony. And so it went. It lasted 5 minutes. Claire finally calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, her strength had actually broken through to the warrior stage. Tell me after you leaves. Emosa snorted derisively, then climbed back up into the treetops, stepping on the tree trunks as he went. Claire, however, stood there in a daze. Taking the blood god series of potions could indeed cause one's strength to skyrocket rapidly,
but the side effects were extremely severe. Those who took them would be unable to break through to higher realms through their own abilities for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, they would become severely addicted and would experience uncontrollable bouts of madness without end. To maintain a clear mind, they must regularly take special potions provided by the blood cult.
Do you regret it? Claire murmured under her breath.
But she quickly shook her head. If Mose hadn't given her blood god number 1 back then, she wouldn't be alive today. In this dog-eat-dog forest, anyone who hadn't even reached the warrior stage had no chance of survival.
Warrior stage. Many people never reach it in their entire lives.
Although the price is being controlled, at least she doesn't have to live like a dog where the slightest misstep could cost her life.
Of course.
That's exactly why the blood cult has been able to recruit so many followers. Even those who know there is something fishy about it are still willing to jump in. Rather than living worse than a dog, it's better to entrust her life to the blood cult and live as a human being.
Don't worry, boss.
Within our little corner of Qin province, no one, not even the emperor himself, can touch the people the Chu family is protecting, let alone a bunch of vermin like the blood cult. Upon learning of this, Tai immediately took you to a 4-story bungalow deep within Elite Camp. All of Elite Camp's high-ranking officials are here, including the chief instructor. Tai explained, once you enter the Elite Camp perimeter, all communication devices become inoperable. We're looking for the chief instructor. We need him to help contact our Chu family.
As he spoke, the group had already entered the 4-story building. The guards at the entrance didn't even glance at Tai when they recognized him.
You and the others thus slipped effortlessly into the core area of Elite Camp.
Old Deng, are you there?
Tai was clearly very familiar with the place as he shouted. He pushed open the door to an office.
My goodness, why do you keep popping in here every other day?
Inside was a middle-aged man, also wearing an instructor's uniform, though his was light blue, unlike the olive drab worn by the other instructors.
It's great to see you.
Old Deng looked up, noticed there was someone else there, and stood up to approach you. We'll have plenty of time to catch up later.
Right now, my boss isn't in the mood to deal with you.
Tai cut in, hurry up and take us to the communications room. I need to contact my family.
Contact your family? It's urgent. The blood cult is planning to attack my boss's family and use that to blackmail him.
Upon hearing this, Old Deng's expression changed drastically, and he cut to the chase. No need for a warrant, I'll take you to the communications room myself. Old Deng knew full well how highly the Chu family valued you, and since this matter also involved the blood cult, he naturally dared not take it lightly.
Hurry up.
Earlier, it was Tai who was anxious, but now it was Tai himself who kept urging them on.
Chapter 42, A Wonderful Feast.
The communications room.
Tai contacted the Chu family immediately and made sure to get Grandpa on the line.
He then explained that the blood cult was planning to target US family. The call didn't last long, but Tai laid out the situation very clearly.
Boss, I know you're worried about your family right now and can't stand staying at Elite Camp anymore.
Tai paused here and turned to Old Deng. You know my boss's situation, he is more than capable of going straight to Elite Camp.
With his skills, he is completely wasted in this backwater. Just write a note and let my boss go back to Jiangtan.
But let me warn you, my boss's credits can't be shortchanged. Otherwise, I'll go straight to my old man and badmouth you. I'll make sure you're finished. If my old man doesn't step in, I'll go see Uncle Deng. He has doted on me since I was a kid. Let us see if he'll beat you up or not. Old Deng's father had once been a member of the Chu family patriarch's entourage. Now, due to his advanced age, he had long since retired from the group.
You've been chattering on and on. Did I say even half a word to disagree?
Old Deng looked utterly speechless. He didn't seem to have said he disagreed either. That old guy, all he ever talks about is the patriarch.
I'm just giving you a heads up.
So you don't make excuses to back out.
Old Deng rolled his eyes, not wanting to deal with Tai at all.
Instead, he turned to you and said, I know how strong you are, too. This place really won't do you much good.
Like Tianjiao said, if you're worried, I'll write you a note. You won't miss out on a single credit you're owed later. But that's just what the two of us think. It really depends on you. You nodded to show he understood. I want to go back.
These days at elite camp, you was either enjoying life or just enjoying life. It wasn't helping his strength at all.
Although the Chu family would send people, and Lin had her own people working behind the scenes, you still couldn't put his mind at ease. He couldn't help but worry. No problem. Let us go back to the office. I'll write you a note, then arrange for someone to drive you back to Jiangtan City. A short time later, you boarded the car arranged by old Deng, left elite camp, and headed straight for Jiangtan. It was right after you left. Claire found Mo Su again. US gone.
Mo Su gave a sinister chuckle, licked his lips, and said, "Next, we'll capture Lin in the forest and lure Tai over to rescue her."
Without you by his side, Tai is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
At this point, Mo Su looked at Claire. "Once this job is done, the organization will make an exception and reward you with another bottle of Blood God number 2. If the Blood Cult's main forces can enter Qin province, I'll also request Blood God number 3 for you from the organization."
Do you want to become a Grandmaster stage youth just like you?
Claire took a deep breath of mana, forcefully suppressing the longing deep within her heart, then asked, "Since you has already returned, shouldn't we withdraw our people from Jiangtan?"
"Why withdraw?" Mo Su retorted, then cackled, "If we don't make them sacrifice their lives, how can we prove their loyalty to the organization? People are going to die. It's only fun when people die. I wonder if you've ever heard of human bombs. They're a lot of fun, really thrilling.
Walk into a crowd, and with a boom, flesh and blood will fly everywhere."
"Oh, right, and the rest the guts, the brains." Mo Su unconsciously licked his lips, his face twisted into a perverse grin. "I'd really love to witness such a feast with my own eyes. Claire, do you think I should arrange a feast at elite camp?" "No way."
Claire shook her head decisively.
"Everyone here right now is my people. I won't let you do that." I know. Mo chuckled eerily, nodding repeatedly. "But we can talk about it, right? Here's the deal, for one human bomb, I'll personally reward you with a bottle of Blood God number 1. That's a pretty good deal. Don't you want to witness such a magnificent spectacle with your own eyes?"
"Claire, the value of subordinates lies in their quality, not their quantity.
Blood God number 1 will allow you to train warrior stage subordinates." Claire fell silent upon hearing this.
After a long pause, she finally spoke, "I'll give you 5 at most, not a single one more."
Claire, oh Claire, I originally just wanted to see one human bomb, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. They're subordinates who are willing to lay down their lives for you.
Claire replied with a stern expression, "They aren't my subordinates, they belong to the organization.
Dying for the organization is their honor."
Mo Su laughed, but couldn't help shuddering slightly.
"It's a deal, then.
I can give you 5 bottles of Blood God number 1 right now on the condition that the human bombs follow my orders.
They must bloom exactly as I tell them to." Claire nodded. "No problem." A little past 3 p.m. You finally returned to Jiangtan City.
He had already called his parents and others while he was on the road. His parents and his aunt's family were at their newly opened shop. Meanwhile, his younger sister Yu Chanshan and his cousin Zhuang Wenya were currently in class at Academy 1. "Grandmaster Yu, I am a member of the Chu family, codenamed Qingshan, and I'm in charge of this operation.
The Patriarch has instructed me to follow your orders in everything."
As soon as you arrived at his front door, he saw a young man in his 20s waiting there. Upon seeing you, the man stepped forward and identified himself.
"How many of you are there?" "The squad stationed in Jiangtan totals 50 people.
14 of them are below the 3-star Grandmaster stage, while the rest are all at the Grandmaster stage.
As for me, I'm at the 7-star Grandmaster stage." Qingshan said, "If you think we're short-handed, I can request reinforcements from the Patriarch." "No need." Yu shook his head. "This group is sufficient. I assume you already have the information on my family?" Qingshan nodded. "I just reviewed it."
Yu said, "There are 6 people to protect. You should know who they are, so I won't go into further detail. You're the expert in this area, so I won't interfere. You'll be in charge of commanding and arranging all operations.
I only ask one thing, my family must not come to any harm.
Understood.
Ching Shan nodded, then turned and walked away.
When he reached the front door of the villa, he gave a casual wave, and a black sedan appeared out of nowhere. Grandmaster Yu, this is the driver the old patriarch has arranged for you. You may use him for as long as you need. This car is also built with special materials and meets the same specifications as the old patriarch's vehicle. You can use it with complete confidence.
Yu nodded. Thank you. Please convey my thanks to the old master.
Once this matter is settled, I'll pay him a personal visit. I'll be sure to pass that along.
Ching Shan nodded. If there is nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. Yu nodded.
Only after watching Ching Shan leave did he return to the villa and change out of his martial arts uniform. Dressed in casual clothes, he got into the black sedan and headed straight for his parents' shop. Grandmaster Yu, if you need anything, please let me know at any time. Here is the communicator the old master gave you. It contains my contact information as well as the old master's. Yu took the communicator handed to him by the driver, Xiaoli, and said, "Thank you, brotherly. During this time, I'm your servant, just call me Xiaoli."
Chapter 43, The Banquet Plan.
When Yu arrived at his parents' shop, he realized they ran a noodle restaurant.
It was a small two-story building named Yukuxiang. In U.S. memory, this was a traditional noodle dish from Jiangtan.
16 yuan per meal, with free side dishes. Both the noodles and the sides are all you can eat.
Half price for sanitation workers.
Yu glanced at the sign posted next to the restaurant, then got out of the car and walked inside.
Upon entering the restaurant, Yu was surprised.
The place was packed with customers. It was already past 3 p.m., long past lunchtime. Yu scanned the room but didn't see his parents or his aunt. On the first floor, there were only 4 or 5 young women serving customers. He watched as they periodically carried trays from the kitchen and placed them on customers' tables. Each tray held 6 bowls of noodles.
"Hello, the restaurant is a bit crowded right now. Would you mind sharing a table?"
A young woman hurried over to Yu and asked.
"I don't mind."
Yu had originally just come to check on his parents and was planning to visit his younger sister later. But now that the server had asked, he suddenly found himself craving some.
Back when the family was struggling financially, his parents would always make this yukuxiang during festivals. The taste was still fresh in his memory. "Come sit over here, young man. I have an empty seat."
Just then, an elderly man who looked to be around 70 beckoned to Yu.
After Yu walked over and sat down, the old man asked with a smile, "Young man, is this your first time eating noodles here?"
Yu thought about it. It seemed that was indeed the case. Although he used to eat his parents' iko-xiang all the time, this was actually his first time visiting a noodle shop.
"That's right, my first time." "Well, you've come to the right place.
This noodle shop's iko-xiang is incredibly authentic. Even the mayor and the head of the martial arts guild come here often." The old man chuckled softly. "Those bigwigs have such discerning palates. If they can't stop thinking about it, you'd better savor every bite, really savor it."
Yu smiled and said, "A friend recommended this place to me. Now that you mention it, I think I'll have to order a few more bowls."
Just as the two were chatting,
Yu's bowl of iko-xiang was brought to the table. The aroma immediately whetted Yu's appetite.
Although he'd been eating rare and precious ingredients every day at elite camp, none of them had ever truly made his mouth water like this. Just as the saying goes, the finest cuisine is made with the simplest ingredients.
In just 3 minutes,
Yu had already polished off 6 bowls of noodles. The dish is called one bite fragrance because the bowl contains only a single bite of noodles. The focus is on the broth.
"Young man, not bad, huh? Absolutely authentic."
Yu nodded with a smile, then motioned to the waiter to bring another serving. He polished off another 6 bowls of noodles.
Yu decided he'd had enough. "Young man, your appetite leaves something to be desired.
An old man like me eats over a dozen bowls every meal. You're really not up to par."
You go ahead and keep eating.
You got up to pay, made sure not to disturb his parents any further, and turned to leave the noodle shop. On his way there, you had learned from Ching Shan that their people were stationed both inside and around the noodle shop. As for the female waitress who had served him earlier, although she had concealed her presence flawlessly, you could roughly sense that she was very powerful thanks to his abilities as a mind master. Someone who appeared to be at the Grandmaster stage or even the Great Grandmaster stage working as a waitress in a noodle shop, you surmised she must be one of Ching Shan's people.
Yu has returned. Shall we activate the feast plan?
Watching you leave, the elderly man who had been sitting at the same table as you suddenly pulled out a small communicator, composed a message, and sent it. Brotherly, head to Jiangtan Academy 1. You got into the car, and before long, arrived at the entrance of Jiangtan Academy 1.
No outsiders allowed.
Just then, a young security guard blocked Yu's path, a face he hadn't seen before. You looked at him with a half smile. He could tell the guard was no pushover, he seemed to be one of the Ching Shan people. But pulling this stunt out of nowhere, he was certainly playing his part with dedication.
You brat, why are you stopping him?
Just then, the old man's voice came from inside the guardhouse. A moment later, he hurried out and approached you.
Sir, didn't you say outsiders aren't allowed on our school grounds?
You good for nothing kid, he is no outsider. The elderly security guard sighed in exasperation, then turned to you and asked, I thought you were supposed to be at elite camp.
Why are you back already?
I took a leave of absence to handle some business. Hearing this, the security guard gave him a look that said, like I'm going to believe that for a second. I've been guarding this place for over a decade.
I know exactly who attends elite camp every single year, I've seen it all. I've also heard about when elite camp ends and the rules surrounding it. A leave of absence? You're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. You better get inside now.
The security guard knew you didn't want to reveal the truth, so he didn't press the matter further. Sir, this apprentice of yours is quite impressive, he is in great shape. Before leaving, you walked over and deliberately patted the guard on the shoulder. The young security guard felt a tremendous force and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes.
He knew he'd been found out.
But he didn't dwell on it, maintaining the same expression as before. Of course. This young apprentice of mine has the potential to become a true warrior stage.
I think he does, too.
The young security guard caught Yu's gaze and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Potential to become a warrior stage? I'm a grandmaster stage, after all. A moment later, you arrived at the principal's office. He knocked and walked in. The principal jumped to his feet and asked, Aren't you supposed to be at elite camp? Why did you suddenly come back? I came back because of some business. The principal asked with a puzzled look, Can you just come back from elite camp anytime? The answer was obviously no. You didn't do something so outrageous at elite camp that they kicked you out, did you?
You was speechless.
Do I really come across as some kind of troublemaker in your eyes? What do you think?
The principal rolled his eyes.
I've been teaching for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a student punch the principal. Do you really think you're setting a good example?
You shook his head and smiled.
If you put it that way, I'm at a loss for words.
At that moment, the principal suddenly dropped his smile and said sternly, Spit it out.
Did something happen?
Over the past couple of days, a new security guard suddenly showed up at our school, along with 4 new teachers, all of whom were assigned to your sister's and cousin's classes.
That can't be a coincidence, can it?
According to the higher-ups, they're connected to influential people and are here to pad their resumes.
Do you think I believe that?
Hearing this, you frowned sharply.
The principal glanced at you and asked, They're here to protect them, aren't they? Judging by the way you're frowning, I know exactly what you're thinking. By saying that, they're deliberately letting others know it's a warning to others.
Now that those people know your sister and cousin are surrounded by so many bodyguards, they naturally won't dare to act recklessly.
Hearing this, you nodded slightly. Principal, you know about the blood cult, right? I knew it.
The principal said with a grave expression, "Given your strength and age, I figured the blood cult would target you sooner or later." Chapter 44, Eradicating all blood cult members in Jiangtan. The blood cult? The principal sighed deeply and said, "Have you contacted the mayor and Chairman Liu for help? Although I don't know who these people you've brought in are, I think we need to be even more cautious when dealing with the blood cult. Their methods are extreme, they stop at nothing." "I know you." Just as the principal was speaking, two loud explosions suddenly rang out from outside. U.S. expression changed. He rushed out of the office. The sound of the explosion was similar to that of a bomb. With something like this happening at the school, U.S. first thought was that the blood cult had struck. Boom! Just as you was sprinting, another loud explosion rang out. At that moment, U.S. expression grew even more somber. Based on the sounds, he roughly pinpointed the locations of the explosions. One was in the middle school wing, and the other was where the freshman classes were located. These were precisely where his younger sister, Yu Chanshan, and his cousin, Zhuang Wenya, were. "You go to the middle school wing to check on Shanshan, I'll head over to the freshman wing to check on Wenya." The principal, who had also guessed that the blood cult might be behind this, looked equally worried. You glanced back at the principal, who was shouting, then headed straight for the middle school wing. "You Grandmaster stage. Big brother." When you arrived at the middle school wing, he just happened to see a female teacher rushing out of the school building with Yu Chanshan in her arms. "Come with me to the freshman wing first." Seeing that his younger sister, Yu Chanshan, was safe and sound, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't ask any further questions but simply motioned for her to follow him. At that moment, the female teacher no longer concealed her presence radiating Grandmaster stage mana. She closely followed you as they sprinted toward the first-year high school wing. Upon arriving there was another female teacher there, holding Zhuang Wenya in her arms and scanning her surroundings with a wary expression. A burst of Grandmaster stage mana radiated from her entire body, preventing even the principal from getting within a hair's breadth. "You Grandmaster stage? Cousin?" Only when she saw you and her teammate did the female teacher step forward. "Principal, please check on the students' injuries first. Dealing with this is the priority." Seeing you arrive, the principal hurriedly rushed into the school building. "What happened?" Only then did you ask, his face darkening. "A human bomb. This is our failure. We never imagined the blood cult would actually get students to voluntarily act as human bombs." Hearing this, U.S. mana surged violently, and the chill on his face was spine-chilling. The two female teachers, both at the Grandmaster stage, sensed U.S. mana aura and were deeply shocked and panicked. Even though they were all at the Grandmaster stage, the mana aura you exuded gave them a strong sense of danger. This clearly showed that you was far stronger than them. Ding dong! Just then, the communicator in U.S. pocket suddenly rang. It was the one the driver, Shaoli, had given him earlier. "Attack at the noodle shop. Human bomb. Everyone is safe and unharmed." Upon seeing the message on the communicator, you released some of his mana, but the chill on his face grew even more intense. "Take them back to the villa." You replied to the message, then turned to the two female teachers. "Gather your teams immediately and escort them back to the villa." "Got it. Bro, aren't you coming back?" Yu Chanshan looked at him with concern. "Don't worry. You know how strong I am. I still have to track down the killer." Facing Yu Chanshan, Yu's originally icy expression immediately softened. "Wenya, are you scared? Is our little witch scared already?" Seeing Zhuang Wenya's dazed expression, you immediately teased her. "I am not scared at all." Zhuang Wenya snapped out of her daze and retorted with a pout, "You condescending cousin, go get back to work. I'll take care of Shanshan here, don't worry about her." You smiled and ruffled Zhuang Wenya's hair, which immediately drew a look of displeasure from her. "Take them home." After watching the two girls leave, you quickly rushed up to the classroom building. With an explosion of that magnitude, while Yu Chanshan and the other girl were protected by a Grandmaster stage cultivator, the other students were not. There were bound to be numerous casualties.
Principal, what's the situation? There were over 50 students in the class.
More than half are dead, and the rest are seriously injured.
The school doctor is treating them right now. Hearing the casualty figures, U.S. breath caught in his throat.
Although he was decisive and ruthless, sometimes even cold-blooded, the casualties among these students were, after all, a consequence of his actions.
What about the middle school division?
The principal fell silent for a moment before replying. Not a single one survived. After all, they hadn't started martial arts training yet. Their bodies were no different from those of ordinary people. With an explosion of that magnitude, and at such close range, it was nearly impossible for them to survive.
You took a deep breath of mana and said, "I'll cover the compensation for these children, and I'll avenge their deaths."
The principal shook his head. "I won't stop you from seeking revenge, but the school must pay the compensation."
"I don't want you involved in this."
"I won't let anyone know the blood cult was targeting you."
"Human nature is complicated.
Remember, this incident is merely a terrorist attack by the blood cult."
"But..."
You had barely begun to speak when the principal interrupted him. "I understand what you mean.
But have you considered what would happen if we told the victims' families that their children were caught in the crossfire because of you?
They'd cause a huge uproar, while the real culprits, the blood cult, wouldn't be the ones they hate. But if we tell them this was a terrorist attack by the blood cult, everyone from the victims' families to the citizens of Jiangtan will come to hate the blood cult intensely."
"I'm sure you can see the difference between the two.
This isn't about concealing the truth, it's about preventing the blood cult from taking advantage of the situation to stir up trouble again. Once a commotion breaks out because of your situation, the blood cult will inevitably seize the opportunity to cause chaos. By then, the casualties won't be limited to the school, it could very well affect the entire city of Jiangtan."
You took a deep breath of mana and nodded. "I understand what you mean.
However, I still intend to pay the compensation. I'll provide 20 million Wu Yuan. Whatever name you use for it, as long as this money reaches the victims' families, that's all that matters. Of course, I'll also avenge this wrong committed by the blood cult."
You said coldly, "From now on, I will uproot every last remnant of the blood cult's influence in Jiangtan."
As soon as he finished speaking, you immediately took out the communicator that his driver, Shaoli, had given him earlier and dialed the number stored for the patriarch of the Chu family.
"Hello? Is this you?" "It's me, Patriarch Chu. You're friends with Tianjiao, just call me Grandpa. No need to be so formal."
A hoarse, aged voice, brimming with mana, came from the other end of the line.
"Is there something you need?"
"I intend to root out all blood cult members hiding in Jiangtan City. I hope Grandpa Chu can provide me with some intelligence." There was a moment of silence on the other end before he said, "Logically speaking, it's best to leave them be. Given their ability to sway people's minds, even if you eliminate one wave, another will follow. But since you've asked, I have no reason to refuse. Go see Qingshan, he'll give you all the intelligence you need on the blood cult."
"Don't just thank me with words, kid. Come visit this old man sometime." "I'll definitely come." After hanging up, the principal standing beside him asked in a probing tone, "Was that the old patriarch of the Chu family from Qin province you were just talking to?" Chapter 45, Qin Province's prodigy heads to Jiangtan.
If the principal is thinking of the old patriarch of the Chu family who formed the team, then yes, that is exactly who I'm referring to.
"Is that really true?"
The principal suddenly raised his voice, his expression becoming wildly exaggerated as he asked, his face a mask of disbelief, "How on earth do you know this old patriarch?" Although we in Huaxia still operate under a national system, various regions are still led by powerful figures much like feudal lords. Mayors and provincial governors are in charge of public welfare, while the martial arts guild oversees martial arts. As for this elderly patriarch of the Chu family, you know he is actually the undisputed overlord of Qin province, a true local warlord.
Qin province is essentially the Chu family's fiefdom. You nodded. "I'm well aware of all that. I understand the Chu family's influence." The principal asked, "I've never heard of you having any connection to the Chu family."
"Just a stroke of luck, I suppose."
You explained. Actually, I've never met the old patriarch of the Chu family in person, I only know him through Tai. Tai, the principal asked. He shouldn't need to go to elite camp, right? He has direct admission to elite camp. It's a long story to explain right now. I'll go over the details with you later. For now, could you help me set up a meeting with the mayor and the others so we can discuss the plan to wipe out the blood cult? The principal nodded. All right. In the meantime, go back and reassure your family.
I'll transfer the money to you shortly, you said before leaving.
Jiangcheng.
This is the provincial capital of Qin province, and the Chu family resides in the western suburbs of this city.
The West Suburb Estate.
The people of Jiangcheng refer to this estate, which spans thousands of mu, as the West Suburb Estate.
Grandpa, is you going to wipe out the blood cult in Jiangtan City?
At that moment, in an antique-style room, a young girl with an innocent and charming appearance blinked her eyes as she asked the elderly man before her.
That's what the kid said.
Old Master Chu chuckled lightly. Why do your eyes light up whenever you hear US name, you little girl?
Do you have a crush on him? I do like him.
The girl was Tai's cousin, Zoe. Her mother was Old Master Chu's youngest daughter.
But I've never actually met him. I like him just because of his strength. I think it's more like admiration.
Even so, this is the first time in all these years that I've felt such a strong urge.
I want to get to know him and see how it goes. Grand Elder Chu wasn't surprised by this. He seemed well accustomed to Zoe's personality and clearly wasn't taken aback by her bluntness. You is a fine young man. I think you should go ahead and get to know him. Zoe asked, what is your assessment of you?
A man destined for great things.
Is your opinion of him really that high? Zoe asked in astonishment. You only said my older brother was pretty good. But come to think of it, you was already at the Grandmaster stage at just 16. My older brother really can't compare in that regard.
Old Master Chu shook his head. No, my assessment of you isn't based on his strength, but on his character and his approach to life. After reviewing his records, I've often wondered if there were two different people named you, because the difference in his personality before and after was so stark.
If he had been holding back before, then his reputation would be even higher. Zoe nodded and asked, Grandpa, I'd like to go to Jiangtan. Do you have any advice for me? Stay close to you. Don't ask any questions, don't say anything, just do whatever he tells you to do.
Grandfather Chu thought for a moment, then added, you can't meet you for the first time empty-handed. Take one of those storage devices we developed up there and give it to him. Oh, and you might not have leadership skills, so while you're there, help him out a bit. If he does have them, just keep things as they are.
I know what to do.
Zoe nodded, then stood up and walked out of the room.
Meet in Jiangtan in 2 hours.
You was going to wipe out the blood cult in Jiangtan City.
As soon as she stepped out of the room, Zoe pulled out her communicator and sent a message. Replies came flooding into the group chat.
The boss is taking down the blood cult.
Sister Jiang, don't worry, I'll be there in 2 hours, guaranteed. The boss is pulling off a big one, I've gotta be there. The boss has finally given the signal. Got it. Got it. Hundreds of messages came in one after another.
Zoe skimmed through them briefly and was just about to put her communicator away when another message popped up. It was from Tai.
Holy shit, the boss is actually pulling off a big one. Too bad I can't make it.
The boss has 2 girlfriends here, and I need to take care of them.
The boss is easy to get along with. Just roll up your sleeves and get to work with him.
Zoe furrowed her brow and messaged back, I haven't heard that you has a girlfriend.
Tai, actually, she is not really his girlfriend. I'm just setting them up.
The boss is a bit of a handful, so I'm trying to find you an ally. Based on my interactions with the boss lately, he is not like the rest of the animals in this group. He doesn't chase after women. If you don't find some allies, cousin, trust me, you won't be able to win the boss over.
Zoe, are those 2 reliable? Don't just shove any woman US way, the quality absolutely can't be lacking. Here's what we'll do, I'll come over with you later and set up a meeting with them.
Oh, and send them 5S grade materials in my name.
Tai, got it.
I'll transfer them from my place over here right now. Zoe glanced at the screen, then put away her communicator and walked toward the helipad.
Jiang Tan. When you returned to the villa, he found his parents and aunt in a daze. Xiao Xiao, did your sudden return have anything to do with this matter? His father looked up and asked when he saw you come back. It does have something to do with it.
You explained, all of this was created by the blood cult specifically to target me. The blood cult is a cult organization. They study genetics and bloodlines, taking shortcuts to boost their power. A few years ago, by researching the genetics and bloodlines of prodigies, they created a batch of potions that rapidly enhance one's strength.
They come after me this time because of my age and my power.
Back at elite camp, they couldn't target me directly, so they tried to threaten me by going after you all.
His father asked, then who are Xiaomi and those other young people? They're the people I sent to protect you all.
You guessed that the Xiaomi his father mentioned was the waitress he met earlier.
Brother, was Teacher Lin also someone you sent to protect me? And Teacher He, too? Yu Chanxian and Zhuang Wenya asked. They all are.
Upon hearing Yu's affirmative answer, everyone in the villa looked surprised. According to their assumptions, the people protecting them were all at least at the Grandmaster stage.
Could it be that all these people were US subordinates?
This seemed almost unbelievable to them.
Cousin, are Teacher He and the others all subordinates you've been training behind the scenes?
No. Yu shook his head and explained, they're from the Chu family, the most prominent family in Qin province.
Chapter 46, Boss, we want to become legends. The Chu family of Qin province, everyone exclaimed.
People in Jiangtan City might not know who the mayor is, but absolutely no one is unaware of the Chu family's existence. Since the Chu family has helped you so much, you must maintain a good relationship with them in the future.
One must never be ungrateful, do you understand?
His father looked at you with a complex expression, then said sternly. Rest assured, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude in the future. His father nodded and didn't dwell on the subject any further. He then changed the subject and asked, I heard from Chanxian and Wenya that they were also attacked by the blood cult at school.
How are those kids doing?
Upon hearing this, Yu's expression froze. He didn't know how to bring it up. Not a single student in Yu Chanxian's class had survived, and more than half of Zhuang Wenya's class had been killed. These were all teenagers, and you really didn't want to tell them the truth. He was worried that Yu Chanxian and Zhuang Wenya wouldn't be able to handle the psychological blow. Brother, just tell us.
Yu Chanxian spoke up.
With something this big, even if you don't say anything now, it'll get out in a couple of days. I want to know how my classmates are doing.
Her father nodded. Chanxian is right.
Whether it's the noodle shop or the school, with an incident this serious, the authorities will definitely have to give the public an explanation.
It can't be kept secret.
You took a deep breath of mana and said, not a single student in Chanxian's class survived. More than half of the students in Wenya's class died, and the rest are seriously injured and unconscious.
Hearing this, everyone froze in shock.
Both girls' eyes instantly welled up with tears, and soon large tears began rolling down their cheeks.
How could this happen?
They're just teenagers.
Her mother, her eyes red and choked with emotion, said, how are their parents supposed to go on living?
In an instant, the villa fell silent, and the atmosphere grew unusually heavy.
A long time passed.
It was the father who finally broke the silence, saying, since this incident was caused by you, you must take responsibility. Go from door to door to apologize, and the compensation must be generous even if it means selling everything you own. You must satisfy those children's parents.
Do you understand? I understand.
You nodded, then repeated the principal's words.
Once we wiped out the blood cult, I'll do exactly as you say.
His father nodded, then waved him off.
Go handle your business. Don't worry about us here.
Give those children's parents closure, and completely eradicate the blood cult that cancer from Jiangtan.
Stay safe. I will.
You nodded and turned to walk out of the villa.
Outside the door, Xingshan was already waiting there.
Seeing you emerge, he immediately stepped forward, handed him a device resembling a tablet, and said, "Grandmaster Stageyu, the old patriarch has sent word.
Here is the intelligence on the blood cult in Jiangtan City."
You took the device and said, "Security here at the villa must be guaranteed, there can be no mistakes." Xingshan replied, "I've already stationed a 10-person squad here, all at the Grandmaster stage. There will absolutely be no mistakes."
You said, "Let us go to Academy 1. Ride with me, I have a few more questions for you." Xingshan followed closely behind and got into the car with you. As the car drove off, you asked, "What is the casualty count at the noodle shop?"
Xingshan replied, "2 weaker individuals are dead, the rest are seriously injured."
Give me a detailed account of the situation.
Xingshan nodded and recounted in detail what had happened at the noodle shop.
So you're saying that old man who sat next to me earlier was a member of the blood cult? Xingshan nodded.
The human bombs the blood cult selected this time were all individuals with very low combat prowess.
Not only did you fail to notice it, but neither did we. We never even imagined the blood cult would act this way.
Based on their past modus operandi, they've never done anything this depraved.
This is very strange, it doesn't quite fit the blood cult's usual modus operandi.
You didn't know much about the blood cult, so he refrained from commenting on the matter. A short while later,
the car pulled up at Academy 1.
The principal had sent a message earlier, summoning the mayor and Chairman Lu to the conference room.
The rest of you wait here. Xingshan, you come inside with me.
When they reached the school gate, the security guard didn't stop them or ask any questions clearly, the principal had already given him the heads up. "Hey, you!" The security guard suddenly shouted, "Old man here knows you're powerful. You've got to kill those scumbags who reharming people, leave not a single one alive. I'm begging you, old man." Only then did you notice that the security guard's eyes were red and swollen, he'd clearly been crying.
"I know all those kids.
They're all good kids, every single one of them. That little rascal Shaolin, he's always playing pranks on me, but he's got a good heart. He often brings me braised pork from home.
And that kid Chen, how he's always late. I've caught him several times."
You listened silently as the security guard rambled on about the names and stories of many students. It wasn't until the security guard's tears were streaming down his face and he could no longer speak through his sobs that you finally replied, "Don't worry.
I'll make sure to wipe out every last one of those scumbags."
With that, you walked into the school without looking back, heading straight for the conference room.
"You, have a seat." "Who is this?"
By this time, the principal and the mayor had already arrived in the conference room. Upon seeing Xingshan standing behind you, they couldn't help but look at him with curiosity.
With their keen eyes, they naturally recognized Xingshan's extraordinary nature.
"This is Xingshan, a member of the Chu family.
He is here to assist me in eradicating the blood cult."
You continued, "Xingshan will be responsible for providing the intelligence on the Jiangtan blood cult." As he spoke, you handed over the device containing the data.
"I've already gone over it on my way here. Please take a look." Next, the three of them took turns reviewing the information.
The mayor said, "The data is very detailed.
With this information, our operation to eradicate the blood cult will be much smoother. I'll ensure that the city's Public Security Bureau fully cooperates with this operation."
Chairman Lu added, "The Martial Arts Guild will also provide full cooperation for this operation." You nodded and said, "Now, let us discuss the regional arrangements." For the next 2 hours, the group began discussing coordination strategies. The only issue right now is that the Public Security Bureau doesn't have many powerful fighters. I'll have Xingshan assign some people to assist the local police stations.
Then that's settled.
Once everything had been settled, the group left the conference room, ready to immediately deploy personnel and begin the cleanup operation.
Who are those people?
As the group approached the school gate, they spotted several hundred people standing in neat formation from a distance. Just as the principal was about to approach the security guard to ask, the crowd suddenly shouted in unison, "Hello, boss."
"Boss?"
The group exchanged puzzled glances. Eventually, their eyes settled on you. These teenagers were generally around 16 or 17 years old, and since they were calling him boss, after some thought, you was the only one who fit the description.
I have no idea. Noticing their stares, you shook his head. Let us just go over there and ask them.
As they approached, Xing Shan immediately spotted Zoe standing at the front of the crowd. Then he scanned the rest of the group one by one.
His expression instinctively turned one of astonishment. The look he gave you grew increasingly reverent and curious.
Of course, he recognized this group. Zoe was the great-grandfather's granddaughter, though she'd been raised in the Chu family since childhood, so, in a way, she was no different from a granddaughter. As for the others, they were all renowned prodigies within Qin province, each possessing direct eligibility for elite camp.
What's this? You know them?
Xing Shan nodded.
I do.
Feeling their gazes, Xing Shan explained, that young lady standing up front is the great-grandfather's granddaughter. The group with her are all prodigies from Qin province, and many come from influential families.
Moreover, they're all prodigies who earned direct admission to the elite camp.
Whoa! Hearing this, the group sucked in a sharp breath of manna. Upon learning the identities of this group, they could no longer hide their shock. With this group gathered together, it was no longer just a matter of prodigies. The family clans behind them were all formidable. The combined power of this gathering would make the entire Qin province tremble 3 times over. What's more, every one of them was eligible for direct admission to the elite camp.
10 years from now, once these young people had matured, what kind of force would they become? Even so, this group addressed you as boss. This shocked them even more.
You little. The principal opened his mouth to speak, but upon catching sight of the group of prodigies, he immediately changed his tone. You really do keep your cards close to your chest. It was clear that the principal no longer spoke to you with his previous casualness. Instead, his tone was now laced with a great deal of reverence.
I don't know them.
You said, then walked over and asked, I don't know why you're here in Jiangtan, but let me make one thing clear, I'm not your boss, and I don't want to be your boss.
Hello, you. I'm Zoe, Tai's cousin. You've probably heard him mention me.
Zoe stepped forward and said, I know our appearance might seem a bit out of the blue, and it might make you a little wary.
But I want to assure you that we're all sincere.
Here at Elite Camp, our Qin province needs a leader. Also, we'd like to become reserve members of your future team. Both we and the families behind us are here to serve you.
That's the situation.
We hope this mission will allow us to get to know each other better, and we hope you can see our sincerity. Hearing Zoe's words, the others chimed in, Boss, we all genuinely want to follow you.
First, our Qin province has been on its knees for too many years. We want to stand up. Second, we want to join your future team. We want to become legends.
Just as Sister Jiang said, we hope this operation will allow us to get to know each other better, and we hope you can see our sincerity.
Chapter 47, Leave the Revenge to You.
Although this group thought their words sounded passionate, you remained expressionless, showing no sign of being moved, let alone any smugness. In fact, deep down, he simply viewed these people as a nuisance. To build his team, he needed individuals who would obey his orders, absolutely not these spoiled rich kids.
Say yes. These are all valuable connections.
Seeing U.S. silence, the principal, the mayor, and the others began to grow anxious. In their eyes, this was an opportunity that many people would never encounter in their entire lives.
But you didn't seem to care.
I'll say it again, I'm not your boss, and I don't want to be. You spoke up. If you've come to Jiangtan to help wipe out the blood cult, then I welcome you.
If not, then leave. Right now, I'm not in the mood to play games with you guys here. Got it?
Hearing this, the principal and the others couldn't help but sigh.
Just who does he take after? He's way too stubborn.
Telling a little white lie to gain a whole network of connections, no matter how you look at it, it's a great deal.
The principal and the others glanced at you, then cautiously looked over at Zoe and the others. Now that they knew these people's identities, they naturally realized they wouldn't be easy to deal with. What wealthy young heir isn't full of arrogance?
After being spoken to like that by you, it was inevitable that they'd get riled up.
You, who do you think you are? If I didn't see investment value in you, do you really think I'd call you boss? You should know your place.
You're nothing but a guy with a bit of martial talent who luckily made it to the Grandmaster stage. You should know that the further you go in the martial arts, the more resources you'll need. Without our support and investment, you'll never get past the Grandmaster stage in your lifetime.
If we're giving you face, you'd better take it. Smack.
Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly slapped out of the blue.
When he realized it was Zoe who had hit him, he looked aggrieved and asked, "Sister Jiang, what are you doing? Rumors have been circulating in the circle that you like you.
But I know it's just a facade you created on purpose to win him over. Now that you's being so disrespectful, it seems he's not worth our investment.
Sister Jiang, there is no need for you to keep up the charade anymore." Smack. Zoe slapped him again.
Then, still saying nothing, she simply stared coldly at the young man before her.
Smack. Another slap. Sister Jiang. Smack. Another slap.
This scene left not only the beaten teenager dumbfounded, but you as well.
For a moment, he couldn't figure out why Zoe was acting this way. Weren't they on the same side? Do you have anything else to say?
The room fell silent, and only then did Zoe slowly speak up. The teenager hurriedly shook his head, not daring to utter a single word. "You may leave Jiangtan now." Having said that, Zoe swept her gaze across the crowd and added, "If anyone else shares his views, you may leave now as well. Rest assured, I won't take revenge on you. I'll leave that to you. See you at the elite camp." As soon as she finished speaking, the group of wealthy young men exchanged glances, and many of them began to turn and leave. The group, which had originally numbered in the hundreds, was soon reduced to just over 100 people standing in place.
Zoe scanned the crowd.
Then she turned to you and said, "You can decide whether to accept us after this cleanup operation is over." You was silent for a moment, but finally gave a slight nod, signaling his agreement.
"Let us move out." With that, you led the way.
As previously agreed, he led his men to clear out the northern part of Jiangtan City. Their first stop was the Shaoyi Tattoo Parlor.
"This is a gift my grandfather asked me to give you. It's from me."
As they made their way there, Zoe handed you the storage device she'd brought along. You glanced at the cyan blue bracelet but didn't reach out to take it.
"Don't be so quick to refuse. Let me explain what it's for. It's a storage device.
I don't know what it's made of, only that it was crafted using materials the research institute up there retrieved from the ruin. If you've read fantasy novels, you can think of it as a spatial container, though it's not quite that high-tech. The storage device requires a dedicated controller to open it and select which items to store or retrieve." As she spoke, Zoe took out the controller for her storage device. It looked like a card. Zoe fiddled with the card a couple of times, and a large broadsword fell out.
"That's retrieving. Next is storing."
Zoe fiddled with the controller again, then put the broadsword back inside. "This storage device has a capacity of about 5 square. It should be enough for you.
This is a gift. There is no hidden meaning behind it.
You can accept it with confidence."
Zoe held it out in front of you and watched him silently.
"I'll take it." Next, Zoe helped you scan his fingerprints and irises to register his information on the controller. From then on, only you could use this controller. Even if someone else found it, they wouldn't be able to operate it.
"You don't have any weapons yet, do you?" "I actually have a few here." "What skill are you training in?"
You shook his head.
"I don't need any. I'll lend them to you for now."
"We'll be fighting soon, and you can't do that without weapons."
Zoe chuckled softly. "You don't want to end up covered in blood, do you?"
"Your uncle and aunt would worry if they saw that."
"Do you have any throwing knives?" "I've got a set."
Zoe fiddled with the controller a couple of times, and a set of silver throwing knives popped out. These are T4 bright silver throwing knives as thin as a cicada's wing, 6.4 centimeters long.
Zoe handed the sheath to you and said, "Very few people train in the throwing knives skill. I haven't trained in the throwing knives skill." You replied, then strapped the sheath to his waist. He reached out to test the fit. It felt just right before looking up at Zoe. "I'll give it back when I'm done." Zoe didn't seem to hear him. Instead, she asked, "Since you haven't trained in the throwing knives skill, I suggest you switch to a weapon you've actually trained with. Weapons can make a big difference in combat. I have other weapons here. You can choose one that matches the skills you've trained in." You shook his head. "No need. This set of throwing knives will do." Hearing this, Zoe said nothing more. However, she felt a slight disappointment toward you. In her view, combat required rigor. Fighting within one's area of expertise was the best way to ensure safety. She couldn't help but feel that you, having achieved fame at a young age and possessing Grandmaster stage strength, had gradually become a bit arrogant and conceited. "Never mind. I'll have Ching Shan stay by your side to protect you later. It'll doin' good to take a few hits." Zoe shook her head inside, then fell silent as she followed behind you. Destination: Ono's Tattoo Shop. Chapter 48, The Telepath, and the Upgraded Godspeed Talent. Aoyama, find someone to take them and deal with those minions. You glanced at the group of wealthy young masters behind him and couldn't help but frown. Got it. Aoyama nodded. In fact, he'd already been thinking along those lines but hadn't spoken up. After all, these were young heirs from wealthy families. Although they were labeled as prodigies, their actual strength was ultimately too weak. Facing Grandmaster Stage and Great Grandmaster Stage fighters, they wouldn't stand a chance. If there were any casualties during the fight, the consequences would be quite severe. Speed up. After Ching Shan arranged for a Grandmaster Stage practitioner to escort the group of young heirs from wealthy families away, you instructed the driver to step on it. It wasn't long before they arrived at the tattoo parlor. According to the intel, the owner of this tattoo parlor was a Grandmaster Stage practitioner who frequently used the cover of tattooing to distribute blood god potion on the side. Many disillusioned young people had been tricked into taking the blood god potion right here. Please wait a moment for your tattoo. The owner, a middle-aged man, paused his work for a moment when he saw you and the others enter, then looked up and greeted them with a smile. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he instantly lunged toward the window. Whoosh! You seem to have sensed this in advance. The moment the owner moved, a throwing knife at his waist shot out so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. He got away. Aren't you going to chase him? The owner burst through the window, and Ching Shan, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly gave chase. Zoe saw that you was still standing in the same spot and couldn't help but feel puzzled. No need to chase him. No need to chase him? Zoe frowned. When I was in Jiangtan before, I looked at the blood cult's files. The owner of this tattoo parlor possesses the Godspeed talent. Ching Shan isn't weak, but he might not be able to catch up. If he takes a hostage on the street, it'll be a real hassle. You didn't explain. Earlier, the throwing knife had already grazed the man's neck. It had moved so fast that even the tattoo shop owner himself hadn't noticed it. What are you looking for? The blood god potion. Without turning his head, you simply replied in a flat tone and continued searching. Click. Sure enough, he found a hidden latch on one of the tattoo machines. You gently flipped it open, and a door in the wall behind him slowly slid open. He stepped into the dark room. Inside, you saw two shelves lined exclusively with blood god potions. The blood red liquid in the glass test tubes glowed brightly. What should we do with these? Zoe followed him in, saw the scene, and turned to ask you. Destroy them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the throwing knife at U.S. waist shot out again. All the support points at the base of the shelves snapped in an instant, and the shelves crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, destroying the blood god potions in an instant. Is that a telekinetic talent? Seeing this, Zoe's face betrayed her surprise. But according to the records, you don't seem to possess any talent, do you? Are the records definitely correct? Zoe's expression faltered. She gave you a meaningful look before adding.
You know that if these blood god potions were sold on the black market, they'd fetch over 100 million Wu yuan.
So what?
You cast a dispassionate glance at the blood god potions pooling on the floor, then turned and walked out of the darkroom.
Didn't he catch the culprit?
Just then, Qingshan returned, and Zoe frowned as she asked.
No need to catch him.
Qingshan shot you a strange look before saying, he is already dead.
He is already dead?
Zoe suddenly recalled the telepath talent you had just unleashed, then glanced at the throwing knife at his waist. At that moment, she finally understood why you had chosen the throwing knife even though he hadn't cultivated the throwing knife skill.
Come to think of it, no skill could hold a candle to the power of a talent.
Thinking back to her earlier desire for Qingshan to protect you, she couldn't help but blush.
This guy really is full of surprises. Grandmaster Yu, how did you kill that shop owner? I didn't see you make a move.
Qingshan finally voiced what was on his mind. During the chase just now, he'd seen the tattoo shop owner suddenly collapse and die. And the trail of blood on the man's neck had left Qingshan both horrified and puzzled.
He'd been thinking about it the whole way back. He knew you had done it, but he just couldn't figure out how. Telekinetic talent, Zoe blurted out.
Qingshan glanced at the throwing knife at Yu's waist and suddenly understood, but he was still curious. I've seen plenty of telekinetics, but none of them can manipulate objects that fast not even I, at the Grandmaster stage, could detect it. Zoe was taken aback as well, she had clearly overlooked this point earlier.
On to the next place.
You didn't answer. Instead, his figure suddenly darted out of the tattoo parlor.
His speed was so great that he left an afterimage in his wake. Godspeed talent? Zoe and Aoyama exclaimed in surprise.
Although you didn't answer, his actions spoke for themselves. Still, the two remained puzzled. They hurried after him and asked, even if you have the Godspeed talent, there is no way you could control a throwing knife that fast. The Godspeed talent only affects the user, it can't be applied to weapons. Qingshan nodded vigorously in agreement.
I'm special.
In truth, you wasn't sure why either. Ever since the system's last calculation, the Godspeed talent when stacked with other abilities seemed to exhibit some strange phenomena. The current Godspeed talent seemed to be an upgraded version faster than the standard Godspeed talent and capable of affecting weapons as well. Miss, US Godspeed talent at the Grandmaster stage seems a bit off. I have a Godspeed talent user on my team, but their speed is nowhere near as fast as US at the Grandmaster stage.
Qingshan explained. This guy is so mysterious. Zoe sighed helplessly.
Since he doesn't want to talk about it, there is no point in prying. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly set off in pursuit of you. Along the way, Zoe glanced at you from time to time, her mind filled with the words her grandfather had shared with her before she left.
And her grandfather's assessment of you.
A man destined for greatness.
Just his ability to hide his true capabilities alone was something no ordinary person could match.
Zoe became more and more engrossed in her thoughts. She tried to see through this young man before her, who was shrouded in mystery.
His sudden rise to prominence. The telepath talent.
The strange Godspeed talent. And his consistently calm demeanor.
All of this made Zoe even more curious.
She felt an urge to cut open US skull and take a look inside.
Have you had enough of looking?
I was lost in thought. Zoe blushed and quickly averted her gaze, offering a quick explanation.
Silence reigned for the rest of the journey.
Perhaps her earlier behavior had left Zoe feeling shy and embarrassed, for she remained silent the entire way.
Before long, you and the others arrived at a chemical plant.
This was a secret production base of the blood cult. The blood god potions supplied to Jiangtan and surrounding cities were produced right here. On the surface, it was a chemical plant, but in reality, it was a factory for manufacturing blood god potions. All the employees at the plant were disciples of the blood cult. According to records, there were at least 1,000 employees here.
Chapter 49, The Upgraded Telepath. Can they fly on swords? Are they all here yet?
Standing at the entrance to the chemical plant, you turned to look at Qingshan beside him. 10 members of Qingshan's squad had been dispatched to assist the Public Security Bureau, and 3 more had been sent to lead the group of wealthy young masters, leaving only about 30 members remaining. Even so, every member of Qingshan's squad was at least at the Grandmaster stage.
They're all in position.
Qingshan waved his hand, and young people clad in martial arts uniforms surged in from all directions. These were the members of Qingshan's squad. You scanned the crowd and said calmly, "Your files explain the people inside this chemical plant. Not a single one is innocent. They're all followers of the blood cult. So, leave not a single one alive."
Understood.
Upon receiving the Aoyama Squad's response, you led the way toward the chemical plant. Behind him, the members of the Aoyama squad sprinted toward the facility. Any security guards who tried to block their path were instantly killed. By the time you entered the chemical plant, many blood cult followers dressed in factory uniforms had already begun fleeing one after another. These were all tough characters. Seeing that the Qingshan squad members meant business, they didn't hesitate to engage in close combat without a word.
"Stay close to me." You turned his head and said coolly to Zoe, then activated his telekinetic talent.
The 9 bright silver throwing knives from the sheath at his waist instantly hovered around him. As he stepped forward, the 9 silver throwing knives left trails of afterimages as they hurtled straight toward the blood cultists.
Each one aimed for the throat.
Empowered by the upgraded Godspeed talent, the silver throwing knives clearly left these blood cultists with no chance to react. Zoe, standing beside him, was so stunned by the scene that she was speechless. In her understanding, scientists were supposed to be able to control only a single object at a time. She had never seen anyone like you before. The 9 gleaming silver throwing knives were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, leaving a trail of corpses and a sea of blood in their wake.
The way scientists fight is truly enviable. Could this be the aesthetics of violence?
No, perhaps only US telekinetic talent can create such aesthetics of violence.
It's absolutely breathtaking.
Even though she was surrounded by blood cultists blinded by bloodlust, many of whom were far stronger than she was. Standing beside you at that moment, Zoe felt surprisingly calm, sensing no sense of danger whatsoever. This unusual sense of security made Zoe unable to stop staring at you.
Psychics are frail. Charge in and kill him.
On the blood cult side, a man who appeared to be their leader had already spotted you, this extraordinary being, and roared with a livid expression.
Protect the Grandmaster stage.
Qingshan, too, noticed the blood cult members rushing recklessly toward you. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly called out to his teammates for backup. However, before they could take any action, the scene before their eyes left them speechless. Even many years later, they would still remember this moment vividly. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, every blood cult follower charging toward you mysteriously collapsed to the ground 2 meters away. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds had passed that they noticed blood streaming from the necks of the fallen figures, staining the ground red. No matter how fiercely the blood cult followers charged, not a single one could get close, as if the area within 2 meters of you were a forbidden zone for humans.
"Captain, should we still send reinforcements?"
A teammate standing beside Qingshan instinctively swallowed hard and turned to ask. Hearing this, Qingshan turned and glared fiercely at him, saying, "Once this mission is over, you'll do 100 repetitions of the basic fist form back at camp. You won't be allowed to eat until you're done." After speaking, Qingshan scanned his teammates and shouted, "Keep an eye on your surroundings. We absolutely cannot let a single blood cult follower escape."
No need for backup.
Noticing his teammates' glances, Qingshan finally added one more sentence.
"Is this what they mean by one man holding the pass, 10,000 cannot pass?"
His teammates sprang into action, and Qingshan couldn't help but glance at you once more.
Damn it, that's really demoralizing.
Qingshan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Then, gripping his short blade, he charged into the crowd once more, slashing with increasing force, as if venting his frustration.
"Keep charging.
Who dares?"
Ugh!
The leader's furious roar rang out again, but before he could finish his sentence, his voice cut off abruptly. His pupils dilated as he clutched his neck, trying to say something but unable to make a sound. Bright red blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. His face contorted in a grimace, and the veins on his face bulged violently. As his eyes filled with blood, he crashed to the ground.
The moment his arms fell limp, blood gushed from his neck. Finally, some peace and quiet. If you're going to fight, just fight. All that bullshit is annoying to listen to. Seeing the leader fall, you couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Although his voice was very soft, Zoe, standing nearby, still heard him. Snort! Zoe couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're something else, you even insult the dead. Zoe smiled, then shouted, your leader is dead, are you really going to keep fighting to the bitter end? As soon as she said this, the blood cult followers realized their leader was dead. At that moment, many of them suddenly looked hesitant. Run for your lives! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the blood cult followers, who had been surging toward you, instantly scattered and fled. Once they give up resisting and run away, they're just lambs to the slaughter. The Green Mountain Squad will suffer fewer casualties. Zoe said this, seemingly hoping you would praise her. She looked like a child who'd done a good deed, proudly gazing up at her parent. This is a one-time exception. However, instead of praise, she heard U.S. sudden retort. Hearing this, Zoe felt a pang of resentment. I was just trying to keep the members of the Qingshan squad from getting hurt. Was I wrong? Yes. You replied coldly. Why? That remark could have provoked the blood cult followers into fighting to the death. You've surely heard the saying, a desperate army is sure to win. You continued, you might say blood cult members lack loyalty, but they are loyal to their own lives. To survive, when left leaderless, they only think about killing at least one person to make it worth their while. Every move they make will be a killing blow, trading injuries for injuries, lives for lives. As he finished speaking, you paid no further attention to Zoe. At that moment, the blood cultists present were either dead or had already scattered in all directions. There was simply no one left who could harm Zoe. You turned into a blur and gave chase after the fleeing blood cultists. As he sprinted, a wild thought suddenly popped into U.S. mind. What if, once my telekinetic abilities reached a certain level enough that the objects I controlled could support my body? If so, could I achieve what is described in Xianxia novels? Flying on a sword? Other telekinetics might not be able to do it, but as I continuously calculate the total, my talents can also stack. I wonder if a telekinetic talent could, like the Godspeed talent, transform into an upgraded version of itself in a different state. Chapter 50, Claire's Scheme. The purge of the chemical plant ended very quickly. Faced with U.S. godlike strength, the blood cult followers were completely powerless to fight back. In the days that followed, you traveled to several locations, rooting out the blood cult's hideouts hidden throughout Jiangtan City. Any stronghold, no matter how formidable, was wiped out by you and his team. During this time, U.S. prowess was on full display. Whether it was the members of the Qingshan squad or those wealthy young heirs, everyone now viewed you with deep respect. Meanwhile, the Jiangtan News Department was able to publicize the blood cult's human bomb incident. They also urged the general public to stay away from the blood cult, with a particular focus on warning young people. The news reports also provided a detailed explanation of the side effects of the blood god potion. In the short video accompanying the news report on the blood cult crackdown, U.S. silhouette appeared multiple times. This was because you did not wish to show his face. The anchor made a special introduction of you. The one who bears the burden. At just 16 years old, he has reached the Grandmaster stage. At an age when he should be enjoying life, he willingly shoulders this heavy burden, truly deserving of the title hero. The light of the traveler. After the news aired, the entire population of Jiangtan was stunned. A Grandmaster stage cultivator at 16. Truly worthy of the title hero. Overnight, you became the idol of countless young people. He also became a role model that many young people vie to emulate. That black martial arts uniform and the silver scabbard at his waist had already become U.S. signature look. Mom, when I grow up, I'm definitely going to become a great hero like Xiaoshen. Dad, can I get a photo with Xiaoshen? Xiaoshen is invincible. I formed the Shioshin fan club and am calling on all Shioshin fans to join. Membership requires approval. Those who don't like Shioshin, please don't bother us. Thanks to the news coverage, coupled with his status as a 16-year-old grandmaster stage martial artist, you became an overnight sensation throughout the entire city of Jiangtan. Meanwhile, back at elite camp, upon learning of U.S. actions, Mosu's expression grew increasingly grim. He never would have imagined that, in just a single day, you had managed to wipe out all of Jiangtan City's hidden blood cult hideouts. At the same time, he felt a sense of dread toward the Chu family's intelligence network. He had known he was under surveillance by the Chu family, but he hadn't realized they were monitoring not only him but every single blood cult member in Jiangtan City. Just thinking about that kind of power sent shivers down Mosu's spine. We have to capture Tai as soon as possible. He recalled that the human bomb incident in Jiangtan City had been his idea in the first place. Now, because of this incident, all the blood cult hideouts had been completely eradicated. When that happened, the blood cult leadership would inevitably hold him accountable for this. Before that happened, it would be best to take care of Tai so he could earn some credit for himself. However, he didn't plan to handle this personally. Thanks to the Chu family's intelligence, Mosu was already preparing to leave Jiangtan as soon as possible. He could use his fake death as a pretext to slip out of Jiangtan City. Damn you, you! Are you fucking out of your mind? I never even thought about hurting your family. Why the hell are you going to such lengths to target me? Son of a bitch. Bastard. You're a fucking animal. He'd originally been thinking of staging a human bomb attack at elite camp, but now it seemed he really didn't dare to act recklessly at all. He was terrified of drawing the Chu family's attention and ruining his plans to escape Jiangtan. With that in mind, Mosu sought out Claire. He explained the plan to capture Tai, then promised, if you pull this off, I'll give you not just Blood God number 2, but even Blood God number 3. Not only that, but you could also rise to the upper echelons of the blood cult. As for your strength, do you really want you to look down on you for the rest of your life? Mosu gave a sinister smile. He knew you had always been a sore spot for Claire, so bringing it up now was sure to provoke a strong reaction. Sure enough. Noticing the determined expression on Claire's face, Mosu sneered inwardly. When do we move? Starting tomorrow. Mosu chuckled softly. Once we've captured Tai, someone will be there to pick you up. At that point, you can leave with them. I understand. Claire nodded and turned to leave, but just as she turned away, a strange smile flashed across her face. She made her way back to elite camp. Claire waited until nightfall before sneaking up to Tai's villa. After knocking, Tai opened the door. Seeing it was Claire, he couldn't help but frown. Why are you here? Although Claire was Yu's childhood friend, Tai, having read Yu's file, knew full well what Claire had done in the past. Moreover, she was now a member of the blood cult and, it seemed, its new leader, which made him dislike her even more. Can we talk inside? It's very important. Seeing the scrutinizing look on Tai's face, Claire continued, you should know that I was the one who tipped off the blood cult about their plan to attack Yu's family last time. Although I've done things in the past that wronged you, the bond we've shared as childhood friends for over a decade is absolutely genuine. I won't hurt him or anyone around him, including you. Tai sneered. Even if you wanted to hurt me, you'd need the ability to do so. The only reason I didn't want you to come inside is that I simply didn't want to deal with you. Claire said helplessly, this time, the blood cult is planning to kidnap you using Lin as a pawn. And Mosu was still alive. I didn't manage to kill him. He was also the mastermind behind the human bomb attack in Jiangtan City. He originally planned to stage another human bomb attack at elite camp, but I stopped him. Because everyone here takes orders only from me, he has no one he can rely on. Tai frowned upon hearing this. Come inside. Once inside the villa, Tai spoke first, how can I trust you? Claire shook her head and said, I can't make you believe me, I'm just passing on the information. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you, I have no right to interfere. Tai nodded slightly and asked, how do you plan to use my sister-in-law, and then kidnap me? Sister-in-law?
Hearing that term, Claire felt an inexplicable pang of pain in her heart, but she quickly composed herself. She then laid out everything in full: Mosu's plan, the scheme to use Lin to kidnap Tai, and the purpose behind it all.
You can go now.
I hope you'll tell Lin not to take on any missions for the time being.
After saying this, Claire decisively turned and walked away.
Whenever she was with Tai, she had always put on a pitiful act. But the moment she stepped out of the villa, Claire let out a cold laugh once more. She had said that precisely because she knew Tai was used to being arrogant.
Moreover, she had deliberately pointed out that Mosu was the mastermind behind the Zhengtan human bomb incident.
After some recent inquiries, she knew full well that you was Tai's boss. And while Tai was groveling at his feet, you had remained completely unmoved.
Upon hearing this news, Claire was utterly shocked.
She knew Tai's true identity inside and out, but she never would have imagined that you would remain so indifferent to it. This made you even more of an enigma to her. Of course. Given this context, and with you having now wiped out the blood cult followers in Zhengtan City. So, given Tai's personality, he would certainly track down Mosu himself and hand him over to you for dealing with.
In that case,
Claire would not only be able to eliminate Mosu herself but also leverage US connections to take over Mosu's current position. After all, Zhengtan was already off limits to the blood cult. They had no one to rely on there, so perhaps she, Claire, could leapfrog to become the head of the entire Zhengtan region.
Chapter 51, A Change in Her Father's Attitude.
Back at elite camp, after Claire left, Tai indeed sought out old Deng and laid out a plan to capture Mosu. Meanwhile, in Zhengtan City, after a day and night of sweeping operations, the hidden blood cult members were uprooted entirely, with no hideout left untouched.
After the news broke that evening, the people of Zhengtan City were elated. U.S. reputation became even more deeply ingrained in the public consciousness.
However, the next morning, a group of parents, carrying banners, blockaded the gates of Academy 1.
Upon hearing the news, Yu furrowed his brow.
According to the principal, combined with the 20 million Wu Yuan provided by you, the school paid a total of 30 million Wu Yuan in compensation to the parents. Compensation was higher for those who died and lower for those with serious injuries. Even so, each family received at least 200,000 Wu Yuan in compensation, which equated to 2 million Hua Yuan. However, given the current situation, these people remained unsatisfied with the 2 million Hua Yuan in compensation and were demanding more.
A disturbance at the school gates?
Yu's father, who was standing nearby, overheard the conversation as you spoke with the principal.
That is correct. Yu nodded. His father had previously mentioned going door to door to apologize.
Although you had agreed wholeheartedly, it had been during a very trying time, and his father's emotions were unstable, so he hadn't argued.
Deep down, you still leaned more toward the principal's approach. Because of the students? His father looked up at you and asked. They're not satisfied with the compensation.
You explained, earlier, I contributed 20 million Wu Yuan, and the school contributed 10 million Wu Yuan, a total of 30 million Wu Yuan. Each household received at least 200,000 Wu Yuan in compensation, which is equivalent to 2 million Hua.
2 million Hua? His father was greatly surprised upon hearing this.
After all, when he used to work at the factory, he only earned a few thousand Hua a month. Now these people weren't satisfied even with 2 million Hua, which made him furious. I'll go with you to check it out. You had exactly the same idea. In his view, he was now in a different social class, and his father needed to see certain things clearly and change his approach to life. This was the perfect opportunity to let him witness the greed and ugliness of human nature.
We're coming too.
His mother and aunt spoke up as well.
You nodded. Then he led the group to Academy 1.
From a distance, they could see a large crowd holding banners and shouting at the top of their lungs.
Yu Grandmaster's stage has looked into it.
Just then, Xingshan walked over and explained, these parents were all misled. 3 of them, after receiving 3 million Hua, went gambling that very night. By dawn, they had lost everything and ended up owing an additional 1 million Hua. Because of this, the 3 of them banded together to incite other parents, trying to demand more compensation.
Moreover, one of them isn't even the victim's parent, he is the uncle of a nephew who came here from town to study.
After receiving the compensation, this uncle has yet to inform the victim's parents, attempting to keep the entire sum for himself. At this point, Xingshan glanced at Yu's parents and the others standing beside him, then continued, Grandmaster Yu, with all due respect, the compensation you offered out of humanitarian concern was far too generous.
A small favor breeds gratitude, a large one breeds resentment.
A compensation of 30 million Wu Yuan will only make these students' parents even more greedy. Although this incident was the work of blood cult followers, the suicide bombers were students from those classes, which means these students are already traitors to humanity. Furthermore, the mayor has already provided compensation, the victims' parents receive a sufficient annual subsidy from the city, and the victims' siblings and others are all eligible for free education.
Yet even so, these people remain unsatisfied and want even more.
Also, you previously asked me to investigate the home addresses of the victims' parents so you could go door to door to apologize.
I disagree.
If you do that, given these people's greed, not only will your family be harassed, but your sister and others will be unable to live normal lives. If you choose to continue paying compensation, these people will only become more greedy. They'll assume you care about your reputation and use that as leverage to demand compensation, and definitely the consequences would be unimaginable.
Especially those three gamblers, their greed will only grow.
At that point, not only will your reputation be damaged, but the city's authority will also suffer a major blow.
After all, you're currently being hailed as a great hero by the city.
Upon hearing this, you remain silent, but his parents and aunt's faces turned pale. Big brother, I didn't agree with you making Xiao Xiu go door to door to apologize earlier. I think this young man is right, these people are far too greedy. Back when we were working, we only made a few thousand yuan a month, yet these people, with millions in their pockets, are still causing trouble.
Do you remember our old co-workers? When accidents happened at the factory, how much compensation did the factory ever pay?
For a death, it was just over 100,000 yuan. For serious injuries, only a few 10,000 yuan. Xiao Xiu has already paid out so much money, he has done more than his fair share. If you make him go apologize, you're not doing him a favor, you're actually harming him. Xiao Xiu has finally made it through the hard times.
What if this ruins everything for him, or prevents him from taking the combat exam? What then? In any case, I disagree.
Xiao Xiu has already done what he needed to do, that's enough. Beside him, his mother also looked at Yu's father with a resentful expression, her face full of dissatisfaction. I don't agree that my cousin should apologize either. Besides, this wasn't his fault to begin with. Although my cousin arranged for people to protect me in Shanshan, if the blood cult had attacked using other methods, I'm sure the students in our class would have been protected as well. But the reality is that a student from our own class carried out a suicide bombing. This isn't my cousin's fault at all. Besides, my cousin has already put up 20 million Wu Yuan. My parents haven't even spent that much raising me all these years. Hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly. Brother-in-law, Xiao Xiu really shouldn't have apologized. You're putting psychological pressure on him. You shouldn't impose your way of handling things on him, it's unfair to him. His uncle-in-law then spoke up, we've spent our whole lives as ordinary commoners. If it weren't for Xiao Xiu's help, we'd probably never have reached the warrior stage in our lifetime. But Xiao Xiu is different. He is now at the Grandmaster stage and he is a hero of Jiangtan City. The path he'll take in the future is different from ours. If he continues to act with the mindset of an ordinary commoner, Xiao Xiu is likely to suffer greatly in the future. Since we can't help Xiao Xiu, we should at least not interfere in his affairs or impose our weak-minded ways on him.
Doing so will only ruin him.
Hearing this, his father fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he said, I know you're right. Xiao Xiu has already done more than enough, but I just can't help feeling uneasy about these children losing their lives at such a young age. But seeing how those parents behaved today really upset me, too.
I was wrong to think that way.
I only feel sorry for the children, I certainly don't feel sorry for those greedy parents.
Let us go home. This matter ends here.
We don't harm others, but we absolutely won't let others harm us either. We're kind-hearted, but we're definitely not pushovers.
Chapter 52, Elite Camp begins.
Grandmaster Yu, the Public Security Bureau already has evidence of the gambling.
Should we have them come handle this matter? Qingshan asked at that moment.
Originally, this was a matter the Public Security Bureau was supposed to handle, but they had delayed taking action due to U.S. stance.
Let them handle it.
Yu nodded, then followed his father and the others toward home. His father's approach to handling matters had now shifted, which was precisely the purpose of U.S. visit.
Treat situations and people according to the circumstances.
Yu didn't try to explain anything to his father or argue with him. Instead, he let his father see for himself.
The overall outcome was positive.
This matter was now considered closed. By the time Yu and the others returned to the villa, the Public Security Bureau had already arrived. They presented evidence of the three men's gambling and explained that the three had deliberately incited unrest. They emphasized that the primary cause of the tragedy in the victim S-class was that students from that class had joined the blood cult and become traitors to humanity. They also announced that they would conduct in-depth investigations into the students' relatives, friends, and schoolmates. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the parents of the disruptive students present immediately turned pale. They all insisted that their children had absolutely no connection to any cult. They claimed they, too, had been misled. They also promised never to cause trouble again.
And so, the matter was put to rest. The three gamblers were taken away. That night,
Yu had dinner with his family and chatted with them until late into the night. The next morning, he left in a hurry. He had received a call from Tai, who reported that they had captured Emoso, the mastermind behind the scheme. Tai informed him of the situation regarding Emoso's staged death. As for the group of wealthy young men, they also left Jiangtan City one by one. After this incident, they admired Yu from the bottom of their hearts and held him, their boss, in even greater esteem. As for Zoe, she accompanied Yu to Elite Camp.
Boss, Missouri Su has been captured.
There's just one more thing. Claire and his entire crew have gone missing. As soon as they met, Tai gave a detailed account of how Claire had come to deliver the news and how Emoso had been captured.
Don't worry about her. Tai nodded, then asked, what are we going to do with Emoso?
Just kill him. By now, all blood cult members in Jiangtan City, along with their hideouts, had been wiped out. There was no point in keeping Emoso alive. Come to think of it, Claire and her group were the only remaining blood cult members in Jiangtan City. Of course, Yu was well aware of this.
Claire was deliberately lying low.
This purge in Jiangtan City had already demonstrated the formidable strength of the Chu family's intelligence division. Claire would naturally not show her face so easily anymore. As for the time that followed,
everything returned to calm.
Zoe, on the other hand, took the initiative to buy a villa and brought Lin and Ren to live with her.
As for Yu himself,
his strength had risen once again, reaching the 6-star Grandmaster stage. It was evident that the students of Jiangtan Academy 1 had also improved rapidly during this period.
This was all thanks to Yu.
After Yu eradicated the blood cult, news of his victory reached the elite camp.
As a result, the students from the outer cities became even more reluctant to target the students from Jiangtan City.
Even the Jiangtan City students who had previously been abandoned by Yu benefited greatly.
Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
The city-level elite camp came to an end. Unsurprisingly, all the Jiangtan Academy 1 students, including Yu, advanced to the elite camp. They are now all at the 7th rank level, with a small number having reached the warrior stage. As for Lin and Zhang Yinping, who were already somewhat stronger, they have both reached the 3rd rank warrior stage. However, advancing to the 3rd rank was difficult. Without ample resources to support their training, their progress would likely slow down even further.
Let us go.
That morning, after the send-off ceremony, Yu and the others boarded a bus bound for the elite camp. The elite camp was located not within Qin province, but in Wushan, 50 li north of the capital. This gathering would bring together the most talented youths from all provinces.
As a result,
U.S. strength would rise once again.
The same applied to his talent and skills. During this time, Yu also called his parents to update them on his situation. His parents were delighted and encouraged him to keep working hard to aim for first place in the combat exam. Get off the bus. At dusk, Yu and his companions arrived at Wushan near the capital as scheduled. But the moment he stepped off the vehicle, Yu sensed something unusual. After a thorough check, he finally discovered it was the ink-black Qilin jade pendant Claire had given him. The assessment pendant. This meant there was an assessment site within Wushan. Thinking of the Qilin talent, Yu's heart surged with excitement. Regardless of whether it was truly the legendary Divine Beast talent, it was at the very least a super-grade talent surpassing S rank. Having tasted the benefits of the telepath talent earlier, Yu had become increasingly obsessed with talents. He hadn't even forgotten that little fantasy he'd harbored before. Flying on a sword. Perhaps, as his Mind Master talent continued to stack to a certain level, it might become a reality. By province, rest in place. At that moment, an elite camp instructor stepped forward and shouted in a cold tone. Yu looked around and guessed they were likely waiting for trainees from other provinces to arrive. After that, the assessment would begin. Whether at the provincial or national level, the elite camp had preliminary classes. This is a matter of allocating resources differently. Of course, it's also about giving some hope to the trainees who are still quite capable. Although the focus is on training the top talent, the rest of the trainees still need to be trained, it's just that the emphasis is different. And so it went. By around 8 p.m., all 24 provinces nationwide had arrived. Although there were more provinces, the number of trainees hadn't increased much compared to the municipal-level elite camp. In fact, it had decreased significantly. Everyone is present now. Those who make it through this forest and arrive at the elite camp by midnight will pass the assessment. I assume each of you is wearing the watch from the city-level elite camp? Whoever seizes another S-watch will claim all the credits stored in that watch. Furthermore, the elite camp will award additional credits to those who seize the most watches. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, he turned and walked away. As for Qin Shang, the young heir from a wealthy family who had previously participated in the Jiangtan City eradication operation, immediately made his way to US side. The trainees who had advanced from the municipal-level elite camp, though not particularly familiar with Yu, moved to a distance neither too close nor too far, seeking safety. As for the trainees from other provinces who had approached Qin Shang, they immediately backed away. Naturally, these trainees from other provinces were already familiar with the name Qin Shengyu before arriving. Grandmaster Stage. The Blood Cult Eradication Operation. Each of these events struck fear into their hearts and seemed utterly out of reach. Among them, even the strongest was currently no higher than the first-rank warrior stage. Of course, many trainees from the capital and the other 3 supercities might have broken through to the Grandmaster stage. But that was still no match for him. Facing Yu, a Grandmaster stage powerhouse, they would have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy if they ever encountered him. Anyone who resisted would die. Whether in a city-level elite camp or a national elite camp, killing was permitted. Chapter 53, A Fallen Prodigy from Qin Province Defects to the Enemy. Boss, it's them. At that moment, Tai approached Yu and pointed to a group of people not far away who were staring defiantly in their direction. They're locals from Kyoto. Many of them have already broken through to the Grandmaster stage. I heard earlier that they were planning to target you specifically at this elite camp. Yu frowned. Target me? That's exactly right. Come to think of it, boss, you've caused them quite a psychological trauma. Tai sneered. Back then, when you suddenly announced your breakthrough to the Grandmaster stage, these guys' families, in order to avoid being left too far behind, resorted to all sorts of appalling methods and resources. Even though they've now broken through to the Grandmaster stage themselves, they're still blaming you for all the suffering they endured. You snorted derisively. If you put it that way, it seems I have quite a few enemies. Hearing this, Tai's face also took on a look of resentment. That's true. Come to think of it, boss, you're now the enemy of every prodigy in the country.
Including me back then, the old patriarch really put my cousin and me through the ringer. It's just that our Chu family didn't have enough resources to help us break through to the Grandmaster stage.
I'm sure it's the same for them. They've been put through the ringer by their families, too. As he spoke, Tai pointed at the young heirs from prominent families standing beside Qin Shang.
These young men nodded in agreement. Although they had harbored grievances before, after the Jiangtan purge, they now looked up to you with nothing but admiration.
By the way, Tianjiu,
you suddenly said, help me identify the top 100 among these people, the ones with the strongest talent and skill, and then we'll form a class together.
No problem, leave it to me.
Tai readily agreed in his view. This was U.S. preparation for dealing with that group in the capital.
Thinking of U.S. formidable strength and his terrifying telepath talent, Tai felt a surge of excitement.
In the past at elite camp, only the locals from the capital had dominated, while trainees from other provinces could only tag along and scrape by.
However, the elite camp back then had certain restrictions, so no fatalities had ever occurred.
But this time was different. Boss, it's Hong Chang and his crew. At that moment, someone in the crowd pointed toward the local Kyoto trainees not far away and shouted.
Everyone immediately looked over.
You didn't know who Hong Chang was, but upon seeing the man's face, he recognized him. It was the wealthy young master who had previously visited Jiangtan, only to be driven away by Zoe later on.
What are they up to?
They're defecting. Seeing Hong Chang lead a group of wealthy young men from Qin province over to the local Beijing trainees, bowing and scraping before them, everyone had already guessed their intentions.
This scene also filled the trainees from Qin province with rage.
All along, the trainees from Qin province participating in elite camp had been the primary targets of harassment.
In fact, this issue dates back to the time of the Chu family as patriarch.
Only, there was no elite camp back then. In his youth, the patriarch of the Chu family was a prodigy of his generation who had kept many in the capital down, ultimately securing the right to form a team.
And that is precisely why,
in every subsequent elite camp, the students from Qin province have been the targets of suppression by the local capital students. Come to think of it, the elders and older brothers of these students had all suffered humiliation at the hands of the local capital students.
Qin province and the capital are arch rivals.
This included Tai's older brother. Even though he now holds a high-ranking position, he, too, had been mercilessly bullied by the Beijing students back in the day.
This is betrayal. They're siding with the enemy. Have they forgotten how our older brothers and elders were humiliated by the Beijing students in the past? Don't they worry about being punished by their families for doing this?
At that moment, Tai interjected, I suspect they defected with the support and approval of their families.
As he said this, Tai glanced at Zoe beside him.
He had heard rumors about what happened in Jiangtan earlier. Now that there were no death limits, they not only had to face the hunting and bullying by local Kyoto trainees at elite camp, but also had to contend with top-tier powerhouses like you.
With no way out, the families behind these trainees naturally wouldn't want their children to die in vain. Surrendering to the local Kyoto trainees might mean groveling, but at least it meant staying alive.
When it came down to self-interest, these wealthy families were perfectly capable of setting aside all grudges.
Come to think of it,
this was also a result of the rule change.
If the death limit hadn't been lifted, perhaps these families wouldn't have authorized their children to defect.
At most, they would have let their young heirs endure some humiliation at the elite camp, but they certainly wouldn't have lost their lives. They would have treated it as a trial by fire.
But
these people opened their mouths, but in the end, they said nothing more. Because if they were in this situation, perhaps their own families would have instructed them to defect as well. After all, a trial by fire is a trial by fire.
Death is a different matter entirely. Let us go.
You didn't care in the slightest about whether they defected or not. The only reason he'd come to this elite camp was to improve his strength and enhance his talent. As for the feud between the two provinces, to be honest, he didn't really care much about it. Even if these people from the capital harbored hostility toward him, whoever came his way, he'd simply crush them. He'd already planned to steal their watches. After all, he needed to form a team, which naturally required a lot of credits. Now that these people harbored hostility toward him, they were bound to come looking for him on their own. That meant he wouldn't have to search the entire forest for them, saving both time and effort. Of course. After the Black Qilin Jade Pendant had shown signs of activity earlier, you had gained another objective. That was to enter the ruins deep within Wushan and begin the trial. Hurry up and follow me. With you leading the way into the forest. The people from Qin province hurriedly followed close behind. You was already at the Grandmaster stage. I've heard he has at least a 5-star Grandmaster stage, and he even has the telepath talent. What were those people from the capital thinking? Even if many of them have broken through to the Grandmaster stage, having numbers really doesn't help much when facing someone at the Grandmaster stage. Watching you and his group enter the forest, an instructor standing nearby asked in puzzlement. Do you really think that if we know something, the families in the capital don't? Look at these students from the capital right now. When they face you, do they show even the slightest hint of fear or dread? On the contrary, they all have defiant expressions, as if they're practically begging you to come after them. No one is a fool. So, I'm guessing these Kyoto trainees must have some way to counter you, or at the very least, to save their own lives. In any case, it probably won't be that easy for you to kill these people. But the most foolish ones are those Qin province trainees who sided with the Kyoto trainees earlier. They have trump cards and deep-rooted power, but what do those students have to rely on? Did they really think that by siding with the Kyoto students, they could truly rest easy and find shelter under a big tree? Little did they know that the conflict between Kyoto and Qin province isn't that simple. Back then, the old patriarch of the Chu family in Qin province was so domineering the things he did. Never mind, I won't go into that. Instead of seeking shelter under a mighty tree like you, they're heading straight into the lioness den. It's utterly foolish. Chapter 54, Launching the Monster Horde Attack. Deep within the forest. As soon as you and his group entered, they discovered that students from other provinces had already fled at breakneck speed. Not a single soul remained. The students from Kyoto, in particular, seemed to have prepared well in advance. Their escape routes were clearly marked. That's really interesting. In previous years, these Kyoto students would definitely set up checkpoints in the forest to confiscate the watches of students from other provinces, but this year they seem to be running away faster than rabbits. Don't you see what kind of strength the boss has? He is the youngest Grandmaster stage in martial arts history. Those Kyoto folks won't dare. You're right. With the boss's strength, they certainly won't dare to go head to head. As everyone chatted animatedly, their faces beamed with satisfaction. The usual scenario of students from Qin province being bullied by Kyoto students didn't happen this year, thanks to US presence. Instead, the Kyoto students were the ones who fled first, something that had never happened before. Boss, what should we do now? Tai asked, looking at you. Our goal is credits. Let us rush to the entrance of Elite Camp as fast as we can, block them there, and confiscate their watches. How does that sound? We can do this year what those Kyoto guys used to do in previous years. You nodded. Let us go. According to past tradition, there are bound to be a large number of ferocious beasts in the forest. Since the trainees' overall strength has improved significantly this year, the beasts in the forest will likely be of a very high level, and there will undoubtedly be some at the Grandmaster stage among them. Everyone was generally aware of these things. After all, many members of their clans had participated in Elite Camp in previous years. Whether it was the routes through the forest or the rules within it, everything was now essentially out in the open. There are ferocious beasts. Just as everyone was about to pick up the pace, several furious roars suddenly echoed from the distance. But before they could even react, several flashes of blade light streaked through the air, and a few ferocious beasts let out 2 agonized screams before collapsing dead on the spot. Many present were already aware that you possessed the Mind Master talent. But witnessing him use his telepath abilities to slay ferocious beasts with his own eyes was still incredibly shocking. Humans and ferocious beasts are two entirely different matters. Generally speaking, even if someone possesses telepath abilities, they are unable to break through the defenses of a ferocious beast. Behind him, Zhang Yanping watched this scene, his eyes already gleaming with excitement. He was a telepath himself. But compared to you, his own psychic abilities were light years behind, like a child playing with a fruit knife.
When will I ever be able to do what Shoshin does, raise a hand and kill an enemy from 1,000 li away? Zhang Yinping's face was full of hope. Little did he know that US psychic talent actually came from him. Let us keep moving. After that, you and the others walked for a long time without encountering a single ferocious beast. You suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something's off. Tai and the others turned to ask, "Boss, what's wrong? We've been walking for so long without encountering a single ferocious beast."
This year's trainees are all very strong overall.
This is the elite camp assessment. They're definitely going to drive more ferocious beasts into the area.
Just like you said earlier, there are plenty of Grandmaster stage ferocious beasts among them.
But so far, we've encountered only a handful of ferocious beasts. Do you really think the elite camp assessment would be this easy?
Tai paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Could it be that you're so powerful, boss, that the ferocious beasts are too scared to come near?
Zoe chimed in, do you even have a brain?
You're practically as dumb as a ferocious beast. Although she didn't say much with that remark, it explained everything.
Beasts have no brains. And they certainly don't possess sentience. This is the elite camp area. Any sentient creatures would have been killed long ago.
So, how could beasts possibly be too afraid to approach because of US formidable strength?
Something's definitely off. Tai finally caught on.
Logically speaking, everyone present should have thought of such a simple question. It was simply because you was there that their vigilance had dropped to an all-time low. Whether it was a threat from ferocious beasts or from other trainees, they hadn't paid it any mind, subconsciously assuming that neither people nor beasts would dare to approach them on their own.
Be careful. You couldn't figure out the reason right away.
Thinking back to how quickly those people in the capital had fled earlier, there had to be something amiss.
He couldn't help but grow wary. Help! Help us! Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out from nearby.
In an instant, they saw dozens of students sprinting toward them.
So many ferocious beasts! So many ferocious beasts! Help!
As the cries grew closer, you and the others finally saw what was happening. Behind the students was a horde of ferocious beasts. At a glance, there were hundreds, perhaps even thousands.
Oh no!
These beasts seem to have been poisoned by the Mathreya flower. Their eyes are blood red.
You, run! Zoe couldn't help but cry out in alarm.
You glanced at the people behind him, especially Lin and the other students from Jiangtan Academy 1. Given their strength, trying to escape from such a massive horde of ferocious beasts was nothing short of a pipe dream.
You guys go ahead. I'll hold them off for a bit.
You growled lowly, and the 9 gleaming silver throwing knives at his waist shot out in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he charged forward.
Zoe, give me the sword.
Hearing this, Zoe, who was already fleeing, immediately pulled a black sword from her storage ring. Its material clearly indicated it was no ordinary weapon.
You, catch it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoe hurled it forward. It was you, however, who truly shone.
His basic sword technique skill was already at the highest level, and combined with his Grandmaster stage strength.
With every strike, either the beast's head would fly off or its limbs would be severed. In the blink of an eye, you seemed possessed by a war god.
He slaughtered the beasts until not a single one remained.
Multitasking?
I have to say, this you is truly terrifying.
If we were to face him head-on, I doubt we'd last a single move.
Perched on a dense tree in the distance, several students from the capital stood watching the situation through binoculars. They were indeed the ones who had lured the monster horde. They had used the Umatba flower. I originally thought that even though you had reached the Grandmaster stage, his combat prowess might be average. I never expected that not only does this guy have an unusual telepath talent, but his skill has also reached the pinnacle of perfection. We were originally planning to use these ferocious beasts to wear you down until he died, but now it looks like that plan might fall through. This guy is way too powerful, far beyond what we can handle. Someone beside him nodded and said, wearing him down until he dies is probably impossible, but injuring him might be doable.
The beasts from Bing Yan's side should be arriving soon.
When we attack from both fronts, those from Qin province will have to rely on US protection if they want to survive.
By then, we'll be able to wear you down until he is injured, perhaps even seriously wounded. A Grandmaster stage fighter with serious injuries won't recover anytime soon.
In the end, the elite camp will still be the domain of us students from the capital.
A wild kid from some backwater town thinking that just because he has got a little strength, he can actually stand above us nobles? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Another asked, what if you tries to escape? With his abilities, those beasts won't be able to stop him. He won't.
He might not save those people from Qin province, but you will definitely save these students from Jiangtan Academy 1.
We've long heard that you values loyalty.
Today, let us see just how loyal he really is.
Chapter 55, Full Power Unleashed. The instructor trembles.
Boss, it's definitely those bastards from Kyoto who set us up.
There are beasts behind us too. We're completely surrounded.
You heard the shouts, turned around, and saw that the people who had fled earlier had returned.
Looking into the distance, there were even more ferocious beasts over there. Everyone, draw your weapons and fight.
Those with weaker abilities, team up to attack one beast at a time.
Stay safe. You barked the order, his hands never pausing for a moment.
By now, dozens of dead ferocious beasts littered the path he declared, including some at the Grandmaster stage.
Activate ice and fire talents. Maximum power. At that moment, you no longer held back.
He unleashed all his talents at once. His overall power surged once again. Even Grandmaster stage beasts were no match for his sword. They fell as easily as chopping vegetables or slicing melons.
Is this the ice fire talent? Why can US ice fire talent both freeze and burn?
The ice fire talent is nothing more than a junk talent below S rank. Its possessor can only add ice and fire effects to their attacks. It's absolutely impossible for it to be as terrifying as this.
If that's the case, doesn't the ice fire talent effectively become an S rank talent? By now, the sky was gradually growing dark.
The ice fire abilities you unleashed, especially that flash of fire, were exceptionally dazzling. I don't know if you've noticed, but when you swings his sword now, it seems even smoother than before, with absolutely no resistance. Just now, I saw with my own eyes a Grandmaster stage-level beast get instantly sliced in half by a single stroke of US sword.
Could it be the extreme strength talent? Whoa!
The man sucked in a sharp breath of mana and exclaimed in shock, just how many talents does this you possess? And each one is so peculiar the damage he deals far exceeds that of other talent users. With his current strength, these beasts wouldn't stand a chance of even slightly injuring him, let alone seriously wounding him.
It looks like our plan is going to fail completely this time. Another man, his expression grave, said in a low voice, should we contact the capital and have those monsters come to the elite camp too? What are you thinking?
Those monsters are the treasures of their respective clans. They're all currently training in dungeons and ruins. There is no way they'd come to a place like the elite camp. Logically speaking, a monster like you shouldn't even be at elite camp. But this guy revealed his strength way too late, forcing us to resort to these underhanded schemes just to survive.
It's so damn frustrating. When have we Kyoto students ever been this frustrated?
Our class is probably the worst and the most miserable in the history of elite camp.
Stop fucking complaining.
The man frowned and said, while you and the others are still fighting the beasts, let us hurry up and contact Bing Yan and the others. We need to sign up for elite camp right away.
Then we'll get the hell out of there immediately.
We absolutely cannot go head to head with you before that thing takes shape.
This guy's power is even more terrifying than those monsters. As soon as the words fell,
the man immediately leaped down from the tree and sprinted toward elite camp at breakneck speed.
Meanwhile, over on US side,
once he stopped hiding, the pressure on Qin Shang and the others suddenly eased. This was because US 9 throwing knives were also helping them slay the beasts from time to time. Every single Grandmaster stage-level beast fell to his throwing knives. Especially with the ice fire talent and extreme strength enhancing them, wherever the knives struck, they left a charred, blood-soaked hole in the beasts' bodies. Strangely, no blood flowed out, only blood-red ice crystals. This freak actually had hidden abilities: the ice fire talent and extreme strength.
That makes 4 talents already.
Zoe watched US battle while fighting her own enemies, gasping in astonishment from time to time. Meanwhile, Lynn stood nearby, a look of confusion on her face. As a possessor of the ice fire talent herself, she could see just how vast the gap between them was. She rarely used the power of ice fire during regular combat. That's because the ice fire powers consumed an absolutely terrifying amount of mana, yet the effects were actually rather mediocre. After all, with a talent like hers, she could only use it at will once she reached the late game, when her strength had grown powerful enough and her overall mana had taken a quantum leap. However, seeing you wielding these powers so effortlessly, freezing and scorching at will, Lynn knew she'd never be able to do that herself.
The boss is awesome. Xiaoxun, you're the best.
About half an hour later, every single beast that had attacked had been slaughtered. The ground was littered with severed limbs and blood. Xin Shang and the others felt as though they'd narrowly escaped death.
It was incredibly satisfying. Boss, you're truly amazing.
You actually possess 4 talents, and your swordsmanship is this incredible too. Swish, swish, swish. Just a few strokes, and Grandmaster stage-level beasts were cut down as easily as slicing through melons and cucumbers. It's terrifying.
Xiaoxun, my admiration for you flows as endlessly as the surging river.
Faced with everyone's praise, you remained expressionless, his heart completely unmoved.
Check the casualties.
As soon as US words fell, the group snapped out of their daze and began surveying the area.
A moment later,
Yu was informed of the casualties. Over 400 had died, the vast majority of whom were students from Qin province who had been following closely behind you. Conversely, among the students near you, there were no fatalities, though some had sustained injuries.
But none were serious.
Boss, let us head straight to elite camp right now and settle the score with those bastards in Kyoto.
This is absolutely outrageous. Don't they know how many deaths their actions will cause? And that damn elite camp, even though they don't prohibit fighting, using the umatba flower like this has crossed the line. Can they really just let those bastards get away with it?
Yu furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on the treetops not far away. He just stared, without saying a word. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, a sound came from the treetops Yu was staring at.
2 instructors emerged from within and quickly approached him. Give me an explanation.
Yu's tone was icy cold.
The 2 instructors looked terrified. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily.
They had witnessed US battle earlier, and fear had taken root in their hearts. Although US strength was roughly on par with theirs, his combat prowess was terrifying. If he were to strike them, a single move would likely send them to meet the King of Hell. They didn't dare take that chance.
Yu was definitely capable of taking action.
Given the strength Yu had demonstrated and the fact that he possessed all 4 talents, he was undoubtedly a prized asset to the higher-ups.
Even if you were to kill them, it was unlikely that anything would come of it. We had no authority to stop this. We're low-ranking, we're just running errands on the periphery.
When it comes to decisive matters, we can only report them up the chain and see how the higher-ups intend to handle this. As they spoke these words, the 2 watched Yu warily, afraid of incurring his displeasure.
Chapter 56, Entering the Camp Class Formation.
I hope you'll report this matter truthfully. If there is no reasonable explanation, I won't be bound by any rules from now on. Yu's tone was firm, and the 2 instructors understood the weight behind his words. To this group of students, a Grandmaster stage cultivator was already a god, and US combat prowess was terrifying to boot. Once he stopped following the rules, things would likely descend into complete chaos. Rest assured, we will definitely report this matter truthfully.
Then, may we leave now?
The 2 instructors asked cautiously.
Yu nodded in response.
The 2 hurriedly fled. Being in US presence had been so stressful that their backs were soaked through with sweat. Carry all these beasts back to elite camp. We won't need to spend any more credits on food from now on. As soon as you spoke, everyone immediately stepped forward to begin cleaning up the battlefield.
About half an hour later,
Yu and his group carried the beasts to the entrance of elite camp, but they didn't go inside.
Instead, they set up a checkpoint there. Although many trainees had already passed the assessment earlier due to the monster horde,
the majority of students, upon seeing the monster horde, had fled all the way to the edge of the forest.
"Boss, what should we do with these beasts?"
"Dump them at the gate." At US command, the group burst into laughter and neatly arranged the beasts in a row at the main entrance. They formed a small mountain of corpses,
completely blocking the gate.
If they had once feared elite camp, after what that group in Kyoto had done, they no longer held any reverence for it. Something as serious as the monster horde.
There's no way the elite camp didn't know about it. Yet even so, not a single person was sent to help.
If it hadn't been for US sudden burst of power, these men would likely have died in the forest. If they died in battle, they would have simply accepted that they were outmatched, they deserved it. But if they were ambushed and killed by the Kyoto group using this method, they certainly wouldn't accept it.
"Hand over your watches." Before long, students from other provinces began arriving one after another.
When they saw the small mountain of monster corpses piled up at the entrance to elite camp, not a single trace of resentment remained in their hearts. They had witnessed the monster horde with their own eyes just moments ago and felt its ferocity firsthand. Now, with so many monster corpses lying there, it was clear these people had slain them.
No need to guess.
They guessed it was Qin Sheng's people. Because within the entire elite camp, only Qin Shengsu possessed that kind of strength. Not even the capital had that kind of power.
"We'll hand them over." After the students obediently handed over their watches, they cautiously asked, "Now that we've handed them over, can we go in?" "Go in if you want. I'm not holding you back, for fuck's sake." "But the main gate."
It was only then that Qin Sheng's group realized they had completely blocked the elite camp's main gate with the corpses of the ferocious beasts.
"Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see I'm busy? We'll go in once I'm done."
Okay, I'm willing to wait." The students who handed over their watches were all trembling with fear, not daring to argue in the slightest.
And so it went. Batch after batch arrived. Hundreds, even thousands, of watches were confiscated.
Of course. It was also because of the monster horde that the original forest assessment had become much easier. After you and the others had slain so many ferocious beasts, the students in the forest could basically get through it just by being a little careful.
As a result,
the number of students who passed the assessment this year increased by dozens of times compared to previous years.
It's likely there won't be many students left in the preliminary class by then. "Boss, those bastards from Kyoto have definitely all fled by now." Tai approached you and said, "I saw that coming." You nodded.
"I'm afraid we won't be seeing them again in elite camp for the foreseeable future. But there's no need to rush. If the elite camp higher-ups don't offer an explanation, I won't mind hunting them down later." As far as Yu was concerned, as long as his strength improved after the classes were formed at elite camp, he would have accomplished one of the goals of this trip. He'd have plenty of time to deal with that Kyoto crew later.
He'd treat it as a game. It was pretty boring anyway.
Boss, when you go after them, take me along too. My older brother got bullied pretty badly at elite camp back then. If I tag along with you to hunt down those Kyoto guys, I'll have something to brag about to my older brother later."
Tai said smugly, "My older brother used to beat me up all the time. Now I can use this against him for the rest of his life." You nodded. He didn't comment on it. He just took Tai's little scheme as a joke. "Boss, it looks like they're all here now."
"There might be a few stragglers behind us, or maybe some died in the monster horde earlier."
"Should we keep waiting?" You waved his hand. "No need."
Then the group stepped forward to hoist the monster carcasses.
After clearing the entrance to the elite camp, you walked inside.
Not far inside the elite camp, 3 instructors were standing there. They were clearly compiling a list of those who had passed the assessment.
Xin Shengyu.
As you spoke, the rest of the group behind him roared in unison.
It was as if they were making a statement. Xin Sheng Tai. Xin Sheng Zoe. Xin Sheng Lin.
One voice after another rang out, and the three instructors exchanged glances. From what the two instructors who had come earlier to report had said, they were already aware of U.S. combat prowess. Besides, they'd seen with their own eyes all those beast carcasses blocking the entrance just moments ago. They knew they were no match for him. Although they were elite camp instructors, they were merely peripheral staff. They weren't part of the true upper echelon, and their strength was roughly on par with U.S. However, the gap in combat prowess was vast.
Why, you've all passed the assessment.
Since you collected the most watches, Elite Camp is awarding you 50,000 credits. And the credits stored in these watches will also be distributed to you later.
Excuse me, will the credits be given to you? Tai said coldly, what a stupid question. If we don't give them to our boss, are we supposed to give them to that bunch of bastards in Kyoto?
Understood, they'll be given to you. Faced with Tai's insolence, the three instructors glanced at you but didn't dare to reprimand him. Although Tai held a special status, if you hadn't been present, the three instructors wouldn't have been afraid of the Chu family backing him. As long as they didn't offend him too severely, the patriarch of the Chu family wouldn't take any action over this matter.
But you was different.
Offending him meant instant death. They knew exactly which was more important.
Boss, what should we do now?
Tai asked.
Form a class, then wait for an explanation from the elite camp leadership.
You asked, what about the 100 people you were told to select earlier?
Tai nodded firmly.
Rest assured, every single one of them, whether in terms of talent or combat prowess, is among the very best in Xin province. Their overall strength is all at the second rank warrior stage or higher, and there are even quite a few at the first rank warrior stage.
Among the second rank warrior stage fighters, I also prioritized those with higher talent levels.
I know you're selecting people for our future team, boss. You'd never cut corners. You did a quick mental calculation. The combined strength of these people was already enough for him to break through to the Exarch stage. More importantly, there were high-level talents among them.
It's just that my wife's strength isn't quite up to par. Should we replace her with someone else? No need. Chapter 57, Finally Becoming an Exarch Stage Powerhouse. Ding. Congratulations, host, on forming a class.
Total class size, 100 students.
Total number of students calculated, 99.
Calculating vitality, talent, and skill. Please wait. The moment the class was formed, a system notification instantly echoed in U.S. mind.
Calculation complete. Vitality is 9,462 points.
Skills, beginner fist technique plus 99, beginner sword technique plus 75, beginner footwork plus 78, beginner blade technique plus 65, beginner staff technique plus 32, intermediate blade technique plus 45, intermediate sword technique plus 87, intermediate footwork plus 69, shoe style fist technique plus 2.
Talents, telepath, peak strength, lightning speed, blood rage, blade obsession, absolute defense, sword heart, absolute meditation, disguise. Do you wish to activate them? Activate.
You silently replied in his mind, and the system immediately began the activation process.
Congratulations, host, on reaching the 1-star Exarch stage.
7 new talents have been added, and your telepath level has reached level 2.
Next came the skills.
Since all the students this time were prodigies, all of U.S. skills reached the highest realm, peak of excellence. What surprised you the most was the increase in his telepath level.
A level 2 telepath is equivalent to the Grandmaster stage of the warrior stage. Ordinary families lack sufficient resources, so those with the telepath talent typically begin cultivating it only after reaching the Grandmaster stage. However, for these young masters from wealthy families, with their abundant resources, it's perfectly normal to start cultivating the telepath talent while still at the warrior stage. Judging by this,
there must be at least a dozen students in the class with the telepath talent, otherwise, his telepath rank wouldn't have reached level 2. Then there was the Chu-style fist technique. Clearly, Tai was practicing it.
However, You wouldn't use this technique unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it could easily lead to misunderstandings.
As for the 7 newly acquired talents, Yu was very pleased. True to their status as scions of prominent families, their talents were all at least grade A. As for talents like supreme strength and blazing speed that could be stacked, you would have to experiment with them himself later. Boss, there's no need to hire an instructor. We're very familiar with elite camp, there's no need to waste credits on that. As soon as Tai finished speaking, he added, one more thing, the brother who'd been searching for the Kyoto students reported back that those bastards all took off after registering. They probably already left the elite camp area. The depths of Wushan RNT part of the elite camp, those Kyoto bastards must have someone waiting for them there. Their strength is likely at least peak Grandmaster stage, or possibly even Exarch stage. The Exarch stage ranks among the upper middle tier of combat power throughout all of Huaxia. After all, breaking through from the Grandmaster stage to the Exarch stage is a major hurdle. Many people get stuck at the Grandmaster stage for their entire lives, unable to break through. At the Exarch stage, one can already transform bones and open meridians, achieving a transcendence of the physical body. Possessing 1,000,000 kilograms of strength, they can bring down a skyscraper with the slightest movement. Even if a 20-story building were to come crashing down on them, an Exarch stage warrior would emerge unscathed. You had reached the Exarch stage just before turning 17, an unprecedented feat. Coupled with the various talents gathered within his body, his combat power likely far surpassed that of others at the same level. Boss, are we really going to demand an explanation from the elite camp later? I heard the elite camp's administrator is an Exarch stage warrior. Even someone like Tai, a scion of a prominent family, felt a twinge of unease at the mention of an Exarch stage warrior. The Exarch stage was an entirely different realm. According to the terminology of the human warrior stage, those at the Exarch stage were no longer mere humans, they were divine beings who had shed their mortal flesh. Most importantly, Exarch stage warriors enjoyed an extended lifespan, capable of living up to 300 years. Rules are rules. This time, the Kyoto faction used the Amatba flower to create a monster horde. Next time, they might use their clan's influence to oppress your family. This must be addressed. As soon as you finished speaking, he walked deeper into elite camp. Now that he had broken through to the Exarch stage, he should have some say whether within elite camp or throughout all of Huaxia. The reason for his resolute stance this time was simply to avoid repeating the mistakes of the blood cult incident. If the major clans in Beijing were to band together to threaten his family, and the higher-ups continued to turn a blind eye, it would only put him in an increasingly passive position moving forward. This time, it wasn't just about demanding an explanation. It was also about flexing his muscles. A 16-year-old Grandmaster stage might be met with admiration from the higher-ups. But a 16-year-old at the Exarch stage, the higher-ups will certainly take that seriously. Even those major clans in the capital would have to think twice before acting against someone at the Exarch stage. If an Exarch stage were to launch a reckless retaliation, even the major clans would suffer. If that Exarch stage were to stop at nothing and act without restraint, it would be a disaster. Generally, major clans are reluctant to offend an Exarch stage too severely. Go demand an explanation from the boss. Tai gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted, if it weren't for the boss this time, we'd all have died for nothing in the monster horde. And as for the rest of you, if our boss hadn't slain those beasts, would you even have had a chance to make it to elite camp? The actions of these Kyoto locals aren't just harming us, they're dragging you all down with them. This time it was the monster horde. You were lucky with your mana, and our boss saved you. But what about next time? Who knows what disgusting tricks those bastards from Kyoto will come up with next? If your mana runs out then and you get caught in the crossfire and die, don't blame us for becoming wrong spirits for no reason. Whether you want to demand an explanation from elite camp is up to you, but I hope you're just as lucky next time. After Tai finished speaking, he quickened his pace to catch up with you. Behind him, the Qin province students followed closely, their faces grim. Since they were the main targets of the Kyoto students this time, they naturally didn't hesitate. Should we go after them? But the elite campus administrator is at the Exarch stage. You may be powerful, but he is only at the Grandmaster stage, the gap is too great.
If this escalates, we'll definitely be the ones to suffer. Cowards. You're all cowards. Just like Tai said, this time we're caught in the crossfire, but you is taking the brunt of it up front. If those Kyoto guys keep acting so brazenly, the next time we get dragged into this without you taking the heat for us, we'll be the ones who die. Let us go with them. No matter how bad it turns out, it's better than dying just for being caught up in this. I'm definitely going. I don't want to put up with this pathetic mana, it's so damn frustrating. As soon as those words were spoken, many students in the crowd who felt the same way didn't say another word. They quickly followed you and the others. Cowards. Cowards. You deserve to be losers for the rest of your lives. As the students left, each one turned back to flash a look of contempt. Mana, who remained standing where she was red-faced and glaring furiously. Fuck that. I was born into a working-class family. I gave up a 6-year relationship just to get martial arts training resources, and now you're turning your back on me just to curry favor with that rich, fat girl. I'm not afraid of being poor, so why the hell would I be afraid of dying? Let us go then. I don't want to be a loser anymore. Chapter 58, Exarch Stage. Are you qualified? Deep within the elite camp. It was still that same 3-story building. It seemed the architectural style of the elite camp was uniform. You'd better go back. As you arrived, the instructor at the entrance clearly already knew his purpose. He said earnestly, some things aren't as simple as you imagine. In this world, even here at elite camp, there is no such thing as fairness. You're only at the Grandmaster stage right now. In many people's eyes, you do have value, but that's all there is to it. You're a smart kid, and you're only 16. Once you break through to the Exarch stage, you won't need to come knocking for explanations. People will explain it to you on their own. Do you understand? Having said this, the man glanced at Tai again. Your grandfather is indeed formidable, but he hasn't set foot outside Qin province in 30 years. You should know why. The causes sown back then have now borne fruit. To protect the descendants of the Chu family, he, too, is bound by chains. Go back. The capital isn't as simple as you imagine. There is no death limit at elite camp. Any means are justified. You said coldly, what if I'm willing to do whatever it takes? The man replied with a smile, you might end up lying dead in the forest as early as tomorrow. Reaching the Grandmaster stage at 16 is rare, but not so rare that you can do as you please. The legacy of 3 generations isn't something you can challenge. You're still young, you have plenty of time. The future will give you ample opportunity to do as you please. The only reason you're safe right now is that someone higher up sees potential in you. That's your safety net. Once those who back you decide your value outweighs the cost of losing you, you'll be discarded. In this world, no one is untouchable or irreplaceable. This is especially true for geniuses. You suddenly smiled a cold smile. What if I demand an explanation today? What would elite camp do? The man replied, they tolerate it for now, then continue testing the waters, and finally kill you. I know your strength around the 5-star Grandmaster stage, with several talents at your disposal, but it's still not enough. As he spoke, the man's mana aura erupted instantly, overwhelming the entire room with its pressure. Tai and the others shuddered. You cast a dispassionate glance and immediately assessed the man's strength. 9-star Grandmaster stage. And not just any 9-star Grandmaster stage, a veteran who had remained dormant at this level for many years. 9-star Grandmaster stage? Is that strong? You raised his hand, and at that moment, his own mana aura surged forth, pressing down upon the other man. In just an instant, the instructor's face turned pale, and he stumbled back several steps. Why, you're also at the 9-star Grandmaster stage. You've been hiding your strength all this time? As the instructor stood in shock, a look of regret also crossed his face. Since you've been hiding your strength for so long, you shouldn't have revealed it now. Once you reach the Exarch stage, no one will dare to overlook you anymore. However, reaching the Exarch stage is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if you're a prodigy, it will likely take several years of cultivation to break through.
At this point, the instructor seemed to recall something and gave a wry smile. Back then, I was a prodigy just like you, perhaps not as extraordinary as you, but still quite talented.
But what about now?
I'm 37 years old, and I'm currently at the 9-star Grandmaster stage. If I can't break through to the Exarch stage before I turn 40, I might never have another chance to break through in this lifetime. Unless you reach the Exarch stage, you'll never know how terrifying those who have shed their mortal shells truly are. 1,000 Grandmaster stage cultivators wouldn't stand a chance against a single Exarch stage cultivator.
And right here in this building, there's an Exarch stage cultivator who has shed his mortal shell.
Leave this place before he gives you the chance to do so. He wouldn't risk offending so many clans just for a Grandmaster stage like you.
Do you understand what I mean?
You nodded slightly. He could sense the other man's goodwill. But the other man was simply on an entirely different level from him, and their perspectives were fundamentally different. Because he was already at the Exarch stage.
Today, I demand an explanation.
So what if you're a Grandmaster stage?
So what if I'm an Exarch stage?
After speaking, you looked up at the 3rd floor, his eyes brimming with sarcasm.
Earlier,
he had already noticed someone watching from the 3rd floor window.
Now, their eyes met.
The sarcasm in US eyes was not lost on the other man.
What explanation do you want?
As the figure at the window spoke, he leaped down. It was a man in his 50s, yet he radiated such vitality that he appeared to be in the prime of his life. His expression was cold and indifferent.
He looked down at you as if he were an ant.
But in his eyes, someone at the Grandmaster stage truly was no better than an ant.
I want that damned man dead.
You have no right to do that.
What if I insist?
The man fell silent and said nothing more. He simply stood there, quietly blocking US path.
A long time passed.
Finally, he spoke. Make a different request.
Perhaps I can try to work something out for you. Aren't you looking to form a team?
I can negotiate terms for you. Demand a huge sum of credits.
How about that?
You shook his head.
I demand that the man who deserves to die must die.
I've already said it, you're not qualified. The man shook his head.
In this elite camp, I have my own rules.
I won't lay a hand on you, but my bottom line is that no one is allowed to cross it. Even though you are only 16, the youngest martial arts Grandmaster stage practitioner. You have to be alive to have a future. You said calmly, his gaze steady, your bottom line is your bottom line, but mine isn't something anyone can cross either.
You said I'm not qualified.
Then,
does this qualify? In that instant, you instantly boosted his mana aura to the Exarch stage.
The bones and meridians within his body emitted a series of rumbling sounds.
This is bone shifting and meridian opening?
He, too, was an Exarch stage powerhouse. As the rumbling sounded within US body, his own body resonated with it.
Mana presence might be faked. But the resonance of bone shifting and meridian opening couldn't be faked.
The facts proved that you was now a true Exarch stage powerhouse. A 16-year-old Exarch stage powerhouse. And one who possessed multiple talents. Among them was that of a telepath. This meant you was essentially dual cultivating both magic and martial arts, multiplying his combat power several times over. Although he, too, was a 1-star Exarch stage cultivator and a Season 1 at that.
None of them stood a chance against you. I admit it now. You do indeed have what it takes.
The man took a deep breath of mana, forcing himself to suppress and hide his shock.
In that case, there are some things I can explain to you.
You want them dead, but I advise you against it, because the factions behind those people are very complex. The slightest misstep could plunge you into an abyss from which there is no return. I acknowledge your current strength and that you have some influence, but you haven't yet reached the inner circle. You don't have many resources or connections at your disposal, so your influence is limited. There's pressure you simply can't handle.
With the strength you've demonstrated so far, you'd be able to negotiate on more favorable terms.
In the future, you'll need to build a team, and the resources required will be enormous. Seizing this opportunity to demand resources from those people should be the most advantageous outcome for you.
That is my advice.
Whether you choose to heed it or not is your prerogative. Whatever your answer is now, I will relay it word for word. As soon as he finished speaking, he fixed you with an intense gaze, trying to read anything in U.S. expression that he hoped to see.
Such as hesitation, fear, compromise. 30 seconds passed, yet you remained expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever.
This made him inwardly marvel you didn't seem like someone his age. Just his ability to remain calm and unflappable in the face of adversity alone put him head and shoulders above many others.
Chapter 59, The Bloodthirsty You, the Terrified Administrator. Boss.
Just then, Tai, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly raised his communicator.
My grandpa has something to say. As soon as he learned that you was an ex-arc stage powerhouse, Tai immediately contacted his grandfather.
He then recounted in detail everything that had happened at Elite Camp. You, Tianjiu has already told me what happened at Elite Camp. I really didn't expect you to have been hiding your true strength all this time.
Ex-arc stage. Ha ha ha, you're not half bad, kid. You've got the same flair I had back in the day. Now I'm even more eager to see how you'll grow. Who knows, you might still have hidden strength and could even give me a pleasant surprise.
Those people in the capital have been running wild for far too long. This time, whatever you decide to do is entirely up to you. Just because this old man doesn't step outside Qin province doesn't mean I'm truly unable to leave. If anyone dares to give you a hard time, I wouldn't mind making a personal trip to the capital myself.
I'm afraid some of my old friends from back in the day are probably grinding their teeth in frustration, thinking of me right now. Ha ha ha, you, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. The men of Qin province aren't afraid of a fight. I've contributed more than enough to this country. Stepping out to stir things up a bit now is the right way to honor our ancestors.
As for the big picture, I couldn't care less.
My own child has been schemed against and bullied.
If I just swallow my pride and let it slide, people will say I'm a spineless coward.
That's all I have to say. I'm hanging up. After Tai put away his communicator, the elite camp administrator finally lost his composure, his expression turning utterly grim. The patriarch of the Chu family is no you. You is young and lacks resources and connections. But who is the patriarch of the Chu family?
Even though he offended many people back in the day, he also saved just as many.
Once he starts causing a stir, the entire capital will be thrown into chaos.
You, don't do anything rash for now.
I'll definitely explain this to you. You gave a faint smile.
He shook his head decisively.
When I made my stance clear earlier, you showed me your brute force.
When I showed my brute force, you tried to reason with me.
Now I've run out of patience.
I'm done playing games with you.
Do whatever you want.
But let me warn you, you'd better pray those people in Kyoto are hiding well, or else I'll show no mercy. As soon as you finished speaking, he turned and said, Tianjiao, order a thorough search of the forest.
All trainees in the entire elite camp are now under our command. Anyone who dares to utter a single word of dissent is to be executed on the spot.
I have only one demand right now. Within the elite camp, only my voice is to be heard, no one else's.
I mean no one.
Not even the instructors or the head of the camp.
Do you understand what I mean?
Tai's blood was boiling at that moment. He nodded vigorously and said, Boss, I understand. I'll make sure everything is handled perfectly.
You gave a slight nod.
Before that, have someone go through all the leaderboards and wipe them clean. The top 10 spots on every leaderboard must be reserved for our own people, no one else is allowed on them. Also, take control of the quest board, the supermarket, and all resource locations.
We'll pick the missions first. Anyone else who wants to take a mission must pay credits.
As for the supermarket, if they refuse to let us pay credits, block the entrance.
I don't want anyone shopping there.
As soon as you said this,
everyone present looked grim.
This included the elite camp administrators and the instructors, their faces darkened as well.
If you were to follow through, It would affect them too.
Not only would they have no missions to complete, but they'd also be unable to earn credits through odd jobs. They wouldn't be able to enter the supermarket to buy resources either.
Logically speaking, US men were no match for the instructors. But with you there, it was a different story.
He was, after all, a bona fide exarch stage cultivator.
The boss is awesome. Shoshin is awesome. Among everyone present, Qin Sheng's students were undoubtedly the most excited.
First, they would gain access to resources beyond anyone else's imagination. Second, Qin Sheng had finally risen to prominence since the elite camp began.
The entire elite camp was now under Qin Sheng's absolute control. Not even the administrators could do anything about it. That was true power. The power of the exarch stage. At that moment, the way they looked at you was as if they were gazing upon a deity they worshipped.
Those young heirs from wealthy families who had followed you ever since the purge operation now felt immensely relieved that they'd made that choice back then. Now, in this elite camp, they stand second to none, towering above everyone else.
The glory is boundless. Legendary.
That's right. In the history of the elite camp, this cohort of students from Qin province has already become legendary. You, in particular, is a legend among legends. Single-handedly, he has forced the local students from the capital to hide, too afraid to show their faces. He has even left the administrators of the elite camp mighty exarch stage powerhouses themselves powerless to act. This was a historic achievement.
How could I not fall for a man like that?
Zoe stared at you with fiery eyes, as if she were about to devour him. I'm sticking with you for the rest of my life. Even if I have to pester you relentlessly for decades or even centuries, I won't let go. With that thought, Zoe turned her head and wrapped her arm around Lin's waist, teasing, "Are you feeling a little flutter in your heart?
A man this domineering isn't he especially charming?" And no.
Lin finally snapped out of it and hurriedly averted her gaze from you. Faced with Zoe's teasing, she shyly looked away, not daring to meet her eyes.
I knew you were shy.
But from now on, we're going to have to work together closely. If one person's charm isn't enough, then we'll just have to rely on the two of us. By the way, I'll talk to Grandpa later and see if we can get Sister Ren transferred here too. I just don't believe you would willingly pass up the chance to have the best of both worlds. Lin said, averting her gaze, do whatever you want, but I'm not getting involved.
Meanwhile,
the elite camp administrator finally lost his patience and demanded, this is elite camp, a national organization.
Have you considered the consequences of acting so brazenly? Consequences?
You shook his head indifferently and retorted, that's exactly what you taught me. There's never been any such thing as fairness in this world.
Now that I'm powerful, what's wrong with me controlling everything? Perhaps my actions have encroached on your interests as the elite camp administrator?
It certainly seems that way. U.S. tone suddenly grew harsh again as he said, remember, there is no such thing as fairness in this world, and you don't have the right to demand it.
I'm not happy. I'm dissatisfied. I'm indignant. Then just put up with it. Do you remember what I told you before?
Your bottom line must not be crossed, and mine must not be crossed by anyone either.
This is my power. What are you going to do about it?
As he spoke, you suddenly activated his Godspeed talent and Blood Rage talent. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the elite camp administrator. At that moment, his speed and mana were terrifying. He was like a bloodthirsty demon. Under the influence of Blood Rage, U.S. eyes turned a deep crimson.
Blood Rage talent? And that's speed.
The elite camp administrator was also startled by U.S. sudden move. He hurriedly took several steps back, and only after feeling he had reached a safe position did he let out a long sigh of relief.
You actually had something up your sleeve?
The elite camp administrator was truly horrified. Only now did he finally realize that you was like a bottomless pit. But just when you thought he'd played all his cards,
the very next moment, he would reveal yet another shocking surprise.
This bottomless well of hidden abilities instilled a sense of fear stemming from the unknown.
He couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that even at his current Exarch stage strength, Yu was still holding something back? Chapter 60, The Scheming Yu. After Yu took control of Elite Camp, Qin Province students began sweeping across every ranking list. On the power rankings, Yu at the Exarch stage topped the list on the credits rankings, the quest rankings, and a series of others. Yu held the number 1 spot across the board. Not only that, but the top 10 spots on every list were occupied by Qin Province students. Furthermore, Qin Province students had set up checkpoints at locations like the quest board and the supermarket. To accept a quest from the quest board, one must pay a certain amount of credits, and 20% of the credits earned from the quest board must be turned over to them. As for the supermarket, since the Elite Camp administrators were unwilling to pay credits, it had actually become the quietest place in the entire Elite Camp. Commander, the entire Elite Camp is now operating under the order established by you. We simply cannot carry out our work here. Moreover, Yu has established a rule that all combat must end without fatalities or serious injuries. It must stop at the first sign of a hit which doesn't align with our original rules. If this continues, we won't be able to account for it to our superiors. The pressure from the dungeons and ruins is mounting. If we don't train a group of battle-hardened newcomers soon, I'm afraid it won't be long before problems arise in the dungeons and ruins. The Elite Camp administrator sighed helplessly. His brow was furrowed with worry. I understand how serious the situation is, but what can we do now? Yu is at the Exarch stage and an Exarch stage with multiple talents at that. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. Besides, with the Chu family of Qin Province backing him now, what can I possibly do? Just as the old patriarch Chu said, it's not that he can't leave Qin Province, it's just that he had reservations in the past. Now that Yu has appeared, the old patriarch Chu has virtually no reservations left, and this has completely made up for the Chu family's shortcomings. Do you know what kind of figure the old patriarch Chu was back in the day? He was a madman, a complete and utter madman who acted without any scruples. If old Master Chu is forced to leave Qin Province, do you have any idea how much blame I'll have to shoulder? Even if I'm at the Exarch stage, I won't stand a chance. The instructor asked, his face filled with horror. Commander, is it really that terrifying? It'll only be even more terrifying than that. The Elite Camp administrator cursed angrily. Those bastards in the capital, they act without any rules themselves, and now they're dragging me down with them. Old Master Chu spoke up, and every single one of you turned a deaf ear, all afraid of taking the fall. Do you think I'm not afraid? After his words fell, he remained silent for a long time, seemingly making up his mind, before saying, one day, just one day. If those people in the capital still haven't responded by then, secretly tell you the whereabouts of the ones using the Umatba flower to create the monster horde. You bastards are shirking your responsibilities, so I'm not going to worry about this anymore. As long as I don't get blamed for it, it's not like it's my son who is going to die, anyway. The instructor asked with a worried look, Commander, are you really going to do this? Those people may not be the top prodigies from the families in the capital, but they're at least direct descendants. Once word gets out that we leaked the information, it'll be a real mess to clean up. You idiot, the Elite Camp manager frowned. I said to do it secretly, don't you get it? Can't you be a little more discreet so no one else notices? Well. The instructor nodded helplessly. Understood. I'll go make the arrangements right away. I said one fucking day from now, one day from now. Do you get it? Got it. The instructor walked out of the office, cursing inwardly. With those big families' intelligence networks, secretly, do you really think it's that easy? If we screw this up, I'll be the one taking the fall in the end. They're all fucking bastards. Man. If only I had US kind of power, I wouldn't have to put up with these assholes' bullshit. The day passed quickly. There was still no response from Kyoto. The Elite Camp administrator was also pressuring the instructor to relay the message to you. Boss, one of the guys just came up to report that they tracked down those bastards in Kyoto. Tai arrived at US Villa and said with a sneer, although the messenger was very discreet, it's no mystery, we all know it's someone from the Elite Camp administrator's camp. He's the one caught in the middle, suffering the most right now. As for the messenger, other than him, I really can't think of anyone else. He wants to play both sides too, you said with a faint smile.
He'll publicly proclaim his gratitude to the Exarch for his magnanimity in revealing the information.
Boss, that's a brilliant move.
Tai was taken aback by this. He never would have imagined you could be so calculating. This public announcement is nothing short of roasting the elite camp administrator over an open fire.
Do you really think I'm that bored?
Yu shook his head. The elite camp commander is, after all, an Exarch stage powerhouse. This time, those families in the capital have effectively sold him out.
If he is truly smart, he should know which side to take.
You've told me a few things about the old patriarch recently, so I think we need to seize the initiative first. Once the old patriarch leaves Qin province, it'll be like overturning the table. There'll be no turning back.
At that point, Qin province is bound to descend into chaos.
The blood cult will likely take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble in Qin province, too. After all, we wiped out the Jiangtan blood cult completely last time. With a grudge this deep, I'm certain the blood cult won't let it go easily. At this point, Tai's expression grew somber. Despite the Chu family's outward glamour, they had long since been mired in a quagmire. The old patriarch's actions in his youth may have seemed dashing and domineering, but they had also attracted a great deal of criticism. If the patriarch could now become a peerless powerhouse capable of dominating half of Huaxia, perhaps the Chu family wouldn't be in such dire straits.
It's just a pity that the patriarch's talent is limited.
Thinking of this, Tai couldn't help but turn his gaze toward you. Just as the patriarch had said, investing in you was a gamble. Once he could rise to the top and secure his place, the Chu family's current predicament would be easily resolved. As Tai spent more time with you, he came to believe that the old patriarch's judgment was spot on. You was indeed worth investing in.
Perhaps he'd become a legend one day. Or perhaps he'd take the Chu family to new heights.
Boss, those bastards from the capital are hiding in the ruins deep within Wushan.
Should we go after them?
Yu shook his head.
No rush.
Let us spread the word first, let the dust settle for a while, and wait for the chief to make a decision. The depths of Wushan aren't a place you can just wander into. If the chief chooses to side with us, we can bring a group of instructors along. If he doesn't, then I'll just have to go there myself. At this point, you paused. Now that he had reached the Exarch stage, this was the perfect opportunity to make a trip to the ruins. To check out the Qilin Jade Pendant trial. Ever since learning about the trial's talent, he'd been deeply intrigued. A trial rumored to involve a divine beast. It might not actually be a real divine beast, but it was proof enough of the talent's power. Otherwise, the rumors wouldn't have gotten so out of hand.
Chapter 61, Forcing you to take an oath of allegiance.
You son of a bitch. After receiving U.S. instructions, Tai, in order to speed up the spread of the news, not only rallied the trainees from Qin province but also forced trainees from other provinces to join in spreading the word. In no time, the entire elite camp knew that the commander-in-chief had revealed information about the trainees from the capital. Commander-in-chief, this Yu is a total scumbag. We were trying to help him out of the goodness of our hearts, and he actually turned around and deliberately slandered you.
Slandered?
The elite camp director glared at him and roared, "You're a fucking useless piece of trash. I told you to pass the message secretly. How the hell did you and his crew find out?" The instructor protested, "Director, this isn't my fault. Think about it, you was deliberately framing you from the start, regardless of whether you were the one who sent the message or not." In truth, the instructor had something he didn't say. At this critical juncture, who else but you, Commander-in-Chief, could have sent a message to you? Even a fool could figure that out. It's only you who, now cornered and desperate, are grasping at straws and have completely lost your composure.
Do I need you to remind me? Don't I know exactly what you was up to?
The elite camp manager fell silent. He was clearly deep in thought. The instructor stood by cautiously, not even daring to breathe a single deep breath. A long time passed. The elite camp administrator spoke up, "Now, help me contact the patriarch of the Chu family."
Yes. The instructor immediately activated his communicator.
Shortly afterward, the patriarch of the Chu family Steep, resonant voice came through the communicator.
Patriarch Chu, it's me, Chen.
I'm the commander of Elite Camp.
It's you!
After that one sentence, the elder Chu fell silent.
Chen had no choice but to continue. If I join your side, can you guarantee my life and the safety of my family? Beep, beep, beep. The communicator cut off instantly. Chen looked completely bewildered.
He sat there thinking for a long time before a look of realization finally crossed his face, and then he called back.
Old Master Chu, I know I was wrong.
There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator before Old Master Chu's voice came through.
You're not pledging allegiance to the Chu family, but to you. Even our Chu family is now trying to align ourselves with US faction.
You're a smart man, there's no need for me to say much more.
As for what to do, that's entirely up to you.
Old Master Chu spoke only those few brief words before hanging up the communicator again. Chen sat there in a daze, but inside, his mind was a storm of turmoil.
Even the Chu family was trying to align with US faction, but what gave you the right to do so? Chen just couldn't wrap his head around it.
In his view, Yu was merely a prodigy having reached the Exarch stage at such a young age. His future was indeed promising.
But Yu lacked a solid foundation. He was just an ordinary commoner.
Having struggled his way through the world for so many years, Chen had long since realized that a solid foundation and connections were the be-all and end-all. Without them, one would need power strong enough to dominate an entire era.
Yet you clearly didn't meet those criteria yet. Why would a figure like Old Master Chu have such high hopes for you? Could it be that Chu has some secret no one knows about? Upon further reflection,
considering US bottomless depths of hidden potential, Chen felt somewhat relieved.
But should he take the gamble?
Once he aligned himself with Yu, it would mean placing himself in direct opposition to the capital. Moreover, given Yu's temperament, he would undoubtedly kill those trainees from the capital.
At that point,
there would truly be no room for maneuver. Commander, if Old Master Chu is willing to leave Qin province for Yu's sake, I think we should try to trust him as well. Seeing Chen's worried expression, the instructor beside him suddenly spoke up.
You have a point.
For Old Master Chu to leave Qin province, that's staking the entire Chu family on this gamble.
What's there for me to hesitate about?
These words seemed to snap Chen out of his daze, so he stood up and said, "Come with me to meet you."
Inside the villa, Yu and Chen sat facing each other. Tai stood by as their attendant. He poured tea and attended to their needs. You know my current situation. If I choose to join your side, what guarantees can you give me? No guarantees. Yu shook his head.
Or, the chief could leave right now and test the limits of those people in the capital.
Maybe they won't give you a hard time. Chen's mouth fell open. He knew he'd lost again. Earlier, when facing the old patriarch of the Chu family, it was understandable that he couldn't take the initiative. But Yu was only a teenager, how could his thinking be so much like those old foxes? Come to think of it,
given his current situation, he simply didn't have the luxury of choosing his own course of action.
He'd been backed into a corner. All right. What do you want me to do? Assign some instructors to come with me to Ruin, Yu said straight to the point.
Of course, the chief must come along as well. Yu's trip to Ruin this time served two purposes. First, to kill those cadets from the capital. The reason he brought Chen along was to use this opportunity to seal their bond of loyalty. That way, even if Chen had ulterior motives, he would have no way out and would be forced to follow you to the bitter end.
Second was the Ruin assessment.
Chen has been the head of Elite Camp for so long, he must know quite a bit about Ruin's evaluation.
He'll make the perfect guide. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen understood what you meant and stood up, saying, I'll go back now to make some arrangements. Let me know when we're ready to leave. Yu gave a slight nod. Only then did Chen turn and leave. Boss, how come I never noticed this before? You're really quite scheming.
Once Chen had left, Tai sneered, once we head deep into Wushan, our commander won't have a way back, he'll have to prove his loyalty. As the scion of a prominent family, Tai could clearly see through US intentions.
Stop being so sarcastic. Once I'm gone, elite camp is in your hands. Everything stays the same. Tai asked, now that the commander has chosen a side, should we still keep those elite camp locations under lockdown? You countered, since he is already one of us, what is wrong with scooping up some credits from elite camp?
After all, we'll need a lot of credits to build our team later. Let us take this chance to grab as much as we can. Elite camp isn't exactly short on credits anyway.
What do you think? Tai chuckled slyly, boss, you're really scheming. I can't hold a candle to you.
Thud. You suddenly kicked out, sending Tai flying backward 2 meters.
Call me scheming one more time, and you'll be stuck in bed for half a month. Tai chuckled, scrambled to his feet, and said with a look of grievance, boss, try to aim a little better next time.
As he spoke, he pointed to the footprint on his inner thigh.
Look at this, it was just a few centimeters off.
If it had been even a little further to the left, my happiness for the rest of my life would been gone.
My 6 delicate little wives would be left to live as widows.
You was speechless.
Thank goodness your mom built you up as aloof and unapproachable out there.
Otherwise, if people found out that the crown prince of the Chu family in Qin province is a clown, the Chu family's reputation would take a huge hit.
Chapter 62. You've probably never seen an Exarch stage powerhouse before. It was nearing noon.
Yu and his group set off for the depths of Wushan. Chen had brought 30 instructors this time, all of whom were at the 9-star Grandmaster stage. According to him, these 30 were his most trusted confidants. The reason he didn't bring anyone else was simply out of concern that there might be spies from the capital clans among them.
As for that, you didn't care in the least.
Since they're all at the Grandmaster stage or above, let us pick up the pace. As soon as you finished speaking, his pace quickened instantly.
Chen said nothing in response and immediately followed close behind. Traveling at high speed, they reached the depths of Wushan in less than half an hour. As they drew closer to the ruin,
the Qilin Jade pendant began to react more strongly.
However, Yu wasn't in the mood to worry about the assessment just yet. Instead, he asked, which ruin are those people from the capital hiding in? Ruins number 9 in the southeast.
Yu was, of course, familiar with the numbering system of the Wu Mountain ruins. The lower the number, the greater the danger within.
Ruins number 9 was the outermost ruins at the very edge of Wu Mountain's depths.
The beasts there were no stronger than the Grandmaster stage, indeed, a suitable training ground for these students from the capital.
Let us go.
Yu set his course and accelerated once more. Chen was fine, but the 30 Grandmaster stage instructors following behind were groaning in protest. Yu's speed was simply too fast. They had to push themselves to the limit the entire way. Of course. They also knew that Yu wasn't going at full speed and was being considerate of them.
After about 10 minutes, Yu and the others arrived at the entrance to a cave. This is the entrance to ruin number 9. Inside the cave is a portal resembling a black hole.
It used to be guarded and maintained by dedicated personnel, but after the ruin was nearly stripped bare, no one has been guarding or maintaining it anymore.
Chen explained.
Yu stepped inside. Inside the cave, it wasn't pitch black as he'd expected. Instead, lights illuminated the walls all around. Although it wasn't as bright as at home, he could at least see the path clearly.
After going 4 or 5 meters in,
Yu and the others stopped in front of a portal resembling a black hole.
Before you could react, Chen stepped forward and said, I'll go first. To this, Yu didn't object. He followed Chen into the black hole. This was his first time entering a ruin.
The moment he stepped into the black hole, he felt a slight sensation of weightlessness, though it wasn't particularly strong.
In just an instant,
Yu noticed the scene before him change: green mountains and clear waters, a truly beautiful environment.
Was this the ruin that had appeared out of nowhere during the early days of the martial arts era? It did feel a bit like a utopia. Ruin number 9 isn't very large, it's about a few thousand mu. With our numbers, we'll find them quickly.
Chen said, just send them to look for the people.
Let us go explore a bit. Chen clearly knew this was Yu's first time entering a ruin and that he was curious about the place, so he went along with it. Sure. Yu nodded, and the 30 Grandmaster stage instructors immediately scattered in all directions. Much of the material we humans use comes from ruins and dungeons. In a ruin like number 9, the highest grade material that can grow here is grade B. In the past, those above tried to cultivate it artificially in the outside world, but those attempts mostly failed. Later, although some cultivated material did produce results, the quality was very poor. That's the grade F material sold on the market today, it's substandard. Furthermore, there used to be ferocious beasts with sentience in the ruins, but they were all eradicated by those in power later on. The beasts here now are only slightly stronger than those outside, mainly in terms of physical strength. Research has shown that there seems to be some special substance in the ruins and dungeons. Living there for a long time can enhance one's physical constitution. Chen explained that's why human cities were later built within many large ruins and dungeons. Of course, living in ruin and dungeon cities isn't something ordinary people like us can do. The Chu family from Qin province that you know used to live in a dungeon city as well. However, due to certain actions by the old patriarch of the Chu family, most of the Chu family was later forced to relocate. Of course, the Chu family still maintains a stronghold within the dungeon city. I've heard it's managed by the old patriarch's 2 sons. The son currently residing in Qin province, Tai's father, is the old patriarch's youngest son. Throughout this, you admired the scenery while listening to Chen's story. This was the first time he'd ever heard of Dungeon City. He'd always assumed that everyone in Huaxia lived in the outside world. It seemed there were still many things he didn't know. The great turmoil in dungeon and ruin that Tai had mentioned earlier was likely caused by problems in these cities. But that had nothing to do with him right now. He didn't want to get involved in those matters just yet. For him, the top priority right now was to build up his strength and cultivate his faction. The more he learned about this world, the more eager Yu became to establish his own faction. Commander, we found them. All the trainees from the capital who participated in the elite camp, as well as some trainees from the provinces who had previously accompanied them, are all here. At that moment, several instructors returned. They briefed him on the trainees' situation, then added, in addition to these students, there are over 100 Grandmaster stage practitioners, clearly people arranged by the families of these Kyoto students. There are also 2 Exarch stage powerhouses among them. To avoid detection, we didn't get too close. Chen nodded, then turned to Yu and asked, they have 2 Exarch stage powerhouses and over 100 Grandmaster stage practitioners. What should we do now? Just kill them. Yu was very confident in his own strength. As long as those 2 Exarch stage practitioners weren't high-star Exarch stage, as long as they were no higher than 4 stars, it wouldn't be a problem. However, in his view, no matter how extravagant these Kyoto families were, they wouldn't send such high-star Exarch stage practitioners to provide protection. I'll follow your lead. In fact, Chen felt the same way. He didn't believe the Kyoto families would send high-star Exarch stage practitioners to provide protection either. After all, before Yu had revealed his true strength, he was only at the Grandmaster stage. Later, even though word had spread, the people inside Ruin were unaware of it. You? The trainees from Kyoto, seeing Yu arrive with his group, paused for a moment, then sneered, "You, I know you're strong, a Grandmaster stage powerhouse. But you shouldn't have come here. Some people are naturally above ordinary folk, and we're those people. In your eyes, the Grandmaster stage might seem impressive, but to me, a Grandmaster stage is nothing but trash. In my clan, Grandmaster stage practitioners are nothing more than watchdogs." As this student spoke, the Grandmaster stage practitioners behind him couldn't help but frown. Yet they remained silent. After all, he was right. In his clan, they were indeed nothing more than guard dogs. Exarch stage cultivators. You've never seen one before, have you? You're in luck today. I happen to have 2 Exarch stage cultivators right here. Impressed? Yu turned his gaze toward the 2 men. Both were elderly men over 60, and their vitality seemed somewhat waning. Logically speaking, Exarch stage experts can live to be 300 years old. 60 is considered middle age. Yet these 2 showed signs of declining vitality, clearly due to physical injuries. Two one-star Exarch stage experts. No wonder they were sent to provide protection. Chapter 63, Two Exarch stage experts digging? Chen, are you going to get involved in this mess? Although the two Exarch stage cultivators didn't recognize you, they knew Chen and were aware of his one-star Exarch stage strength. I don't want to either. But I'm the one who exposed your whereabouts, and I'm the one who brought you in here. Given the way those people in the capital operate, do you really think I'll get off scot-free? Upon hearing this, the two Exarch stage cultivators said no more. Based on what they knew, Chen had clearly gone too far to turn back now. You're asking for it, blame no one but yourself. Although Chen was also a one-star Exarch stage cultivator, the two didn't take him seriously. Whether in terms of elite combat power or the sheer number of Grandmaster stage cultivators, they held the advantage. No matter how you looked at it, they were bound to win. Say whatever you want. Chen shrugged, decided not to say anything further, and turned to look at you. Who else was involved in creating the monster horde? You asked softly. Just as Chen was about to answer, a teenager in the crowd suddenly burst out laughing. I was the mastermind behind using the Mathreya flower, the rest of them were just participants. So what if you know? Do you think this is elite camp? Don't be naive. At elite camp, you're the top dog, I'll admit that. But here in ruin number 9, you are nothing. As soon as he said this, several young men and women standing nearby all broke into mocking grins. The way they looked at you was as if they were staring at a clown. You really want to kill us, don't you? Too bad. In this line of work, connections matter, brute strength alone isn't enough. Seeing their arrogant demeanor, Chen's face also broke into a sneer. The look in his eyes as he gazed at them was filled with pity and sympathy. It was indeed those few. Feeling Yu's gaze, Chen quickly nodded in response. Including these few, leave not a single one of the others at the Grandmaster stage or above alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu's body left a afterimage where he stood, and the bright silver throwing knives at his waist sliced through the air in 9 streaks of silver light, hurtling straight toward the two Exarch stage fighters. Seeing this, Chen realized Yu's intention. He intended to take on the two Exarch stage fighters single-handedly. But come to think of it, given Yu's strength, dealing with these two Exarch stage fighters, whose vitality was in decline, would be a breeze. Attack! Chen beckoned with a wave of his hand, a ruthless expression on his face, and charged directly at the several Grandmaster stage fighters. Exarch stage? As you closed in, the two Exarch stage fighters were instantly struck with terror and hastily counterattacked. Boom! Empowered by the upgraded peak strength talent, Yu's strength was at least 2 million kilograms. Neither of the two Exarch stage fighters, whose vitality was in decline, possessed strength reaching even 1 million kilograms. With just that single punch, both were sent flying backward. In midair, the sound of snapping bones echoed. How can you be this strong? You. As their vitality surged, their faces were etched with horror. But you gave them no chance to react. 9 gleaming silver throwing knives followed in quick succession. Watch out! In their haste, the two Exarch stage practitioners quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the 9 gleaming silver throwing knives. His speed. Covered in dust and looking disheveled, the two barely had time to catch their breath before they saw Yu's body hurtling toward them from the air at breakneck speed, like a cannonball. Number 5, hurry! Seeing that they couldn't dodge in time, one of the elderly men shouted frantically. Immediately, a light barrier appeared, enveloping the two of them. Clang! As Yu's foot struck the ground, a metallic clang echoed through the air. Holy shit! They even have Exarch stage defensive devices? Not far away, Chen heard the loud crash, turned to look, and saw the light barrier surrounding the two men. A look of shock spread across his face. Defensive devices were extremely rare. The fact that these two actually possessed Exarch stage defensive devices couldn't help but astonish Chen. Damn it, looks like these two old farts are going to get away with it. Seeing the Exarch stage defensive device, Chen's face also betrayed a look of regret. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just then, Chen raised an eyebrow as he saw you attacking the light barrier with a cold expression.
Every kick sent a thunderous boom echoing through the air. That's an Exarch stage defensive device, you can't break through it. Chen warned, as long as they don't deactivate it, there is nothing we can do. But their mission is to protect these little brats. If they don't come out, we'll just kill all these little brats. Then, their mission will fail, and they still won't escape death. There is no need to waste mana on them. Yu turned his head and asked, even a defensive device has its limits, right?
Chen replied, it does have limits, but they're not something the Exarch stage can break through. Since this type of defensive device is single-use rather than reusable, its limits are only higher.
Yu nodded. I understand. Go ahead, don't worry about me.
At that moment, an idea occurred to Yu. He could use this defensive device to test the limits of his own power. Up until now, he'd only known the strength corresponding to his vitality. He'd never actually tested it with his talent activated. In fact, some advanced instruments could measure it, but a place like Elite Camp simply didn't have such high-level equipment. After all, no one would ever imagine that a trainee could break through to the Exarch stage.
Yu, however, was an exception. Blood Rage. Extreme Strength. Shu-style fist technique.
At that moment, Yu unleashed every means at his disposal to amplify his power. This included the Chu-style fist technique, which he had intended to keep hidden. He unleashed it at this very moment.
Crash!
That single punch carried at least 5 million kilograms of force, sending the ground around the defensive force field flying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two Exarch stage practitioners inside the force field actually felt a ringing in their ears at that moment.
Number 5, what kind of freak is this guy? How can he have so many talents? That kick just now, it must have carried at least 5 million kilograms of force, right? Do you think we'll be shaken to death before the force field even breaks? I don't know.
Earlier, the two had seemed completely unconcerned in the face of US attacks, but now, panic was gradually setting in.
What is this kid trying to do? He's going to.
Before they could finish speaking, they saw you leap into the air with tremendous force. His body soared more than 10 meters high. That kid's using the force to propel himself.
Isn't he afraid the recoil will kill him? He is definitely crazy.
As the two cried out in shock, US foot had already landed on the light shield once more.
Boom! As the two Exarch stage cultivators' ears rang, they felt the ground beneath them rise significantly. This isn't good.
If that kid does this a few more times with the light barrier sinking and the ground rising, the space we can stand on will keep getting smaller. Eventually, we might be crushed to death by the light barrier and the ground.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and dig.
Over here, Chen watched the two Exarch stage cultivators' actions, and a strange expression crossed his face. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Commander, those two Exarch stage powerhouses seem to be digging a hole? If they don't dig a hole, they'll die. Chen naturally understood the problem and fully grasped the two men's reasoning.
Didn't they say that defensive artifacts are unbeatable unless you have overwhelming power? But hasn't you just found a way to counter defensive devices?
Chen rolled his eyes and said, within the same cultivation realm, how many people possess power like US?
Take a closer look. That's the combined power of several talents.
Apart from you, no one else in the entire world can pull off that move. He is truly insane. Chapter 64, Chen's Oath of Allegiance. Time ticked by second by second.
You had already launched numerous attacks.
Meanwhile, the two Exarch stage warriors kept digging into the ground until they were completely hidden from view. As for Chen's side,
all warrior stage warriors above the Grandmaster stage had been wiped out. With him, an Exarch stage warrior joining the fray. Even the most powerful Grandmaster stage warriors were useless. Let us spare these little brats for now and see how you handles them later. Time to watch the show. Hearing Chen's words, the instructors all stood where they were and began watching. The students from Kyoto, on the other hand, were now deathly pale. Their bodies were trembling. They never would have imagined that you was also an Exarch stage powerhouse.
And he completely overwhelmed two Exarch stage powerhouses, leaving them utterly helpless. Now they could only cower inside their defensive shields, frantically digging.
No matter how they looked at it, it was utterly ironic.
Don't panic.
You probably wouldn't dare kill us after all, we're all direct descendants.
That's right. You comes from a commoner family.
We can negotiate terms and offer him plenty of resources. I'm sure that LL work.
Let us give it a try later. With that thought, the young heirs from the various families felt a slight surge of courage. Those two bastards, when we get back, will definitely tell our fathers to have them executed.
Those defensive devices were meant to protect us, yet they dared to use them on their own.
Those two bastards deserve to die. Hearing this, Chen turned his head and said, "You still have the nerve to curse them right now?"
Those two bastards deserve to die, but they're at the Exarch stage and you dared to kill them.
Do you think you're worth more than someone at the Exarch stage?
I'm talking about in US eyes, not in your parents' eyes. One of the youths retorted, we can offer him plenty of resources, and we can grant him residency in the dungeon city. Once inside, even ordinary people can quickly break through to the Grandmaster stage. You as parents too, he won turned down such great terms.
Chen scoffed, you seem to have forgotten just how strong you is right now.
16 years old, well, he'll probably turn 17 in about 2 months.
A 17-year-old Exarch stage powerhouse, do you really think it would be hard for him to move into Dungeon City?
It might have been difficult before, but you surely know better than I do what Dungeon City is like now. Otherwise, why aren't you living in Dungeon City yourselves, instead of coming out here?
Chen sneered, wasn't the elite camp restructured precisely to cultivate a group of prodigies who seen bloodshed? Is you not even more powerful than those battle-hardened prodigies? As long as he asks, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people willing to bring him into the Dungeon City.
Perhaps you've forgotten US connection to the Chu family of Qin province.
If you asks, do you really think the Chu family would refuse?
These words left the young heirs of these families looking utterly flustered.
Just as Chen had said.
You didn't seem to care at all.
That's not right. Don't try to mislead us. Even if you doesn't need the qualification to reside in the Dungeon City, he still needs resources, doesn't he?
He is currently at the Exarch stage, but the further one advances in martial arts, the more resources are required. I don't believe you wouldn't care about resources. Upon hearing this, Chen fell silent.
It was true. For those from commoner families, resources were indeed more important than anything else. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't willingly become lackeys for the great clans. Exarch stage experts are among the very strongest in any city or province. Yet there were still Exarch stage experts willing to degrade themselves into lackeys for the great clans. Even himself included. It hadn't always been that way. Wasn't his relentless pandering to those families in the capital all about securing resources? Crack.
Just as Chen fell silent, a sudden cracking sound rang out from nearby. It was accompanied by a blood-curdling scream.
At that moment, everyone present was left speechless. What did that sound mean?
It meant that the Exarch stage's defensive shield had just been violently shattered by you.
Holy shit! Chen blurted out a curse.
Then he saw you walking over, dragging two blood-soaked figures.
They were clearly those two Exarch stage cultivators. However, now they were covered in blood, and even releasing mana was a struggle for them. Are they still alive? Alive. You nodded, then asked, are these two still of any use to the families in the capital? Probably not anymore. Smack.
No sooner had Qin finished speaking than he saw you raise his hand and slam it down on the heads of the two Exarch stage fighters, sending them straight to the underworld.
This. Just kill them like that? These are two Exarch stage cultivators.
Chen looked utterly incredulous, while inwardly he was stunned by US decisiveness.
Since they're of no use, why keep them alive?
You wore an expression that suggested it was only natural, then his gaze swept over the students from Kyoto, the instigators of the monster horde. You were still useful. You need resources for your cultivation. You can trade us for resources, a lot of resources. That's right, we're still useful, we're all direct descendants of our clans.
Trust us, our value will far exceed your imagination. At that moment, Chen spoke up as well. They're right.
The further you advance in martial arts, the more resources you'll need. Keeping them to trade for resources is the wisest and best outcome.
I know. You nodded.
Just as Chen was about to say something else, he suddenly heard you speak again. Kill them all.
What? Do I have to say it a second time? No need. Chen looked utterly helpless. Deep down, he didn't want to kill them. Once he did, there would be absolutely no turning back.
He had originally thought you would compromise for the sake of resources, but to his surprise, you wasn't the least bit swayed.
Resources?
You didn't need resources to boost his power at all. To him, they were utterly useless.
They'd only be of some use later when forming a team. But even so,
he wasn't willing to spare these few people. Since he decided to kill them, he wasn't going to go against his own convictions.
Are you really going to kill them? You didn't respond, just stared at Chen expressionlessly. Fine. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the two dead Exarch stage practitioners and ultimately gave in. With a flick of his wrist, the masterminds behind the monster horde all perished under Chen's palm. Watching the fallen figures, Chen took a deep breath of mana. From this moment on, he was in this together with you. Only if you grew stronger would he rise along with him. What about them?
Chen pointed at the remaining students.
Didn't you say resources are important?
Just trade them for resources.
Trade them for resources? Chen frowned. Do you have any idea how many people we'll offend by doing that? Haven't we already offended them? You said the students we just killed were all scions of major families in the capital. Once they take the lead, do you think these mid-tier and minor families will just stand by? Or will they step in to curry favor? Chen paused for a moment.
He had to admit, he admired you more and more. Having lived this long, he still didn't see things as clearly as you, a teenager.
Chapter 65, The Full Moon Night Trial. With that matter settled. You asked, you've been the commander of this elite camp for so many years, you must know something about the Ruin trial, right? Chen furrowed his brow.
Though he was inwardly alarmed, he didn't dare to press the matter further.
I know. If you want to participate in the Ruin trial, you can't take it right now.
Chen explained, the Ruin trials only officially begin on the night of the full moon each year.
That'll be about 2 months after you finish the combat exam. It's mid-May now.
I expect that once you enter university, your academic advisor will bring you here to take part in the Ruin trials.
You asked in confusion. It said that you need to possess a trial jade pendant to participate? In theory, yes. Chen explained, the exam jade pendant grants eligibility to participate in all levels. However, anyone can take the first level of the exam.
But over the years, very few people have obtained a talent on the first level.
That said, there have been some who possessed the exam jade pendant and did acquire a talent. I see. You nodded.
It seemed the Ruin exam would have to be postponed.
Let us head back to Elite Camp first. After leaving Ruin number 9,
you glanced at Ruin number 1, the tallest one in the distance, then turned and walked away. Earlier, the journey had been quick because everyone was at least at the Grandmaster stage, but now, with these students in tow, the return trip took over 3 hours. By the time they arrived, the sky had begun to grow dark. You and the others finally returned to Elite Camp. As for the trainees they brought back, they were all entrusted to Chen's care. Then you returned to the villa.
Earlier, fighting those 2 Exarch stage opponents hadn't actually cost him much mana.
It was mainly breaking through the defensive light shields and dealing with their recoil that had left him somewhat exhausted. Back at the villa, he washed up and fell into a deep sleep.
The next day, you felt refreshed and full of mana.
After instructing Chen to contact the students' families, he waited with peace of mind.
Meanwhile, news of U.S. exarch stage prowess had spread.
The entire upper echelon of Huaxia was in shock. The prestigious universities that had been eager to recruit you several months earlier were now springing into action once more, even engaging in open and covert competition. For these top universities,
the addition of a single U could instantly boost a school's ranking. For the next 4 years, that school would possess a mana advantage that would crush its rivals. In college,
there are numerous exchange matches between top universities, and even many international competitions. Then there's the competition for resources.
The presence of a single U
was more than enough to make students from all of Huaxia's top universities feel utterly outclassed. That's the true value of reaching the exarch stage at 17. While students at other prestigious universities are still stuck at the Grandmaster stage, a powerhouse at the exarch stage suddenly emerges.
Such a one-sided match. Even a fool would know the outcome.
Boss, someone is here to see you.
Tai walked into the villa and briefed him on the visitors.
Boss, the principals of the nation's top 10 prestigious schools have all come in person this time.
This is unprecedented. You've made history once again.
Yu looked up, thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the villa.
As he stepped outside, a group of people immediately surrounded him.
Hello, Yu.
I'm the principal of Huaxia Academy.
Hello, Yu.
I'm the president of Jinghai University.
As the group of presidents chattered away, Yu waved his hand to interrupt.
Presidents, I just want to ask one question right now. If I agree to your special admission offer, can I enroll immediately or even start as a senior?
Of course, junior year is also an option.
If any of you can agree to this request, I'll go with you right away.
As soon as those words were spoken,
the presidents in the room fell silent.
Yu, your request is impossible. In high school, skipping a grade might be possible, but not in college. College operates on a merit points system. Upon enrollment, you become a reserve soldier. Every year, you must serve with the military and complete the required tasks. Whether you want to skip a grade or enroll early, we simply don't have the authority to decide.
Because we don't manage student records, you should understand that. You'd better come up with a different condition.
Whether it's resource support or other benefits, we can offer you the best possible treatment.
Think it over.
Yu shook his head. Resources were useless to him. No matter how many resources they offered, it wouldn't compare to being placed in an exceptionally strong class.
That way,
his rate of improvement would be incomparable to the slow progress achieved through resources alone.
In fact, as you saw it, if he couldn't enroll early,
then after taking the combat exam, when he chose a school, the top universities would still have to negotiate terms with him and offer resources. He'd simply choose whichever school offered the most generous terms and served his interests best.
There wasn't much difference between them.
Rather than going through that, he might as well wait here at the elite camp for his promotion. Eventually, he'd accumulate enough credits to apply for the permission to form a team,
exploiting a loophole in the system.
If he formed a team afterward and named it after his class, the sum function would still work. Besides, a team could have more members. The right to choose team members lies with me. I'll recruit a group of Grandmaster stage players into my team.
That will be far more beneficial for my own growth. Moreover, forming my own team is also a strategic move for my future. There's no comparison between the two.
Principals, I'll say it again, if any of you can meet my condition, I'll join you immediately.
If you can't meet it, you'll just have to wait a month until after I've taken the combat exam. We can discuss the terms then. Upon hearing this,
the principals realized Yu had made up his mind.
So they didn't press the matter further.
Besides, the combat exam was just around the corner. A month wouldn't make much difference. In that case, we'll take our leave for now.
We'll be back in a month, after the combat exam is over.
Just as they were leaving, the principal of Huaxia Academy suddenly said, the clans in the capital are full of intrigue. You're still young. If you can endure it, do so. With the achievements you'll make in the future, they certainly won't dare to infringe upon you in the slightest.
You nodded. Thank you, Principal. I know what to do.
The principal of Huaxia Academy let out a long sigh. Although you had said that, he could tell from Yu's gaze that the latter hadn't taken his advice to heart at all.
Boss, why did you insist on enrolling early and joining the senior class?
After seeing the principal off, Tai asked curiously. Actually, the way I see it, with your current reputation, it doesn't matter whether you take the combat exam or not. It's completely unnecessary. You replied, the only reason I'm joining the senior class is that I don't want to be in the same stage as rookies like you. As soon as he finished speaking,
Yu turned and walked away, leaving Tai standing there alone. A long time passed.
He suddenly slapped himself across the face.
Look at that big mouth of yours. Why did you even ask that? You're such an idiot. Chapter 66, Shutting Down Elite Camp? Meanwhile,
after Chen relayed the message to these families, they began to apply pressure. Various high-ranking officials from Elite Camp sent word to Chen, ordering him to release the trainees.
However,
upon learning of this, you made a direct statement, there's no limit on deaths at this Elite Camp.
Everything I've done complies with the rules. Now that I'm powerful, this little patch of land that is the Elite Camp is my territory.
As long as these trainees are still at the Elite Camp, even if I kill them all, it's still within the rules. As for the demand for resources, I'm not sure. It's all just hearsay. Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. The moment these words were spoken, a massive uproar instantly swept through the entire capital. Yu's statement was clearly a direct challenge to these clans, a head-on confrontation. Some insiders couldn't help but give you a thumbs up. Of course, many others felt Yu was overestimating his abilities. Meanwhile, news also came from Qin province regarding Old Master Chu's remarks. Young people these days are too rule-bound. That's a bad thing. The mission of Elite Camp is to cultivate exceptional talents who've seen real battle. But then again, my child takes after me. He is still too kind-hearted. Go ahead and do as you please. Anyway, this old man here wants to get out and visit some old friends while my legs are still steady. Have some tea and such. Old Master Chu's words were clearly a strong endorsement of Yu, and the families in the capital stopped causing trouble. Even those who had been pressuring Chen vanished without a trace. And so, 3 days passed. A message finally arrived from the capital, requesting a meeting with Yu to discuss the exchange. This news immediately shocked many onlookers. It meant the capital had backed down. Just as everyone was preparing to see how Yu would respond, Chen made a public announcement: for those below the 5th rank, 100 S-grade materials; for those at the 3rd rank, 500 S-grade materials; for those at the 1st rank, 1000 S-grade materials; and for those at the Grandmaster stage, 5000 S-grade materials. No haggling. After setting the price so clearly, the Kyoto clan fell silent. S-rank materials aren't much to the major clans, but for some lower middle-tier clans, they're quite valuable. Breaking through the Grandmaster stage barrier requires a massive amount of S-rank materials. The quantity of S-rank materials determines how many Grandmaster stage-level powerhouses a clan can cultivate. Yu had detained at least 800, if not 1,000, trainees. Collected together, these S-rank materials would certainly amount to a substantial fortune. Boss, aren't we asking for too much? Inside the villa, Tai said, 100 S-rank materials for each trainee below 5th rank. Do you think they'll agree to that? Especially those small and medium-sized clans, I'm sure they won't be willing to part with them. Yu replied, I don't know if they'll part with it or not, but right now I'm only concerned with how much those guys have earned over the past few days. Tai snorted derisively, Boss, you really know how to make the most of what you've got. Those guys did missions for us just in credits alone, it's tens of thousands, and that doesn't even count the ferocious beasts they hunted. We set aside some for the brothers to enjoy as a special treat, and the rest of the beast meat is all on sale at the supermarket entrance. That has brought in over 10,000 credits. Plus, between the resources these trainees purchased and the mission commissions, we've raked in several 10,000 credits in total.
You thought for a moment, then added, I've heard through the grapevine that many trainees are already preparing to leave elite camp? Tai nodded.
We were too aggressive in demanding materials this time.
Many clans are living in fear, worried that we'll come after them for resources next.
So now they're banding together to submit a petition to the elite camp leadership. Plus, some major clans from the capital are involved, so I figure the elite camp leadership will definitely agree when the time comes.
At this point, Tai asked, Boss, should we take the opportunity to rake in a massive haul of credits before they leave the camp?
After all, they're powerless to resist here. Let us confiscate their watches and seize all their credits.
Before you could respond, Chen, standing nearby, hurriedly interjected, We absolutely cannot do that. These elite camp trainees come from every province across China.
Many of those who made it into the elite camp come from well-connected families. If we do this, we'll become public enemies across all of Huaxia. By then, even if old Master Chu were to leave Qin province, he probably wouldn't be able to clean up the mess.
You nodded. You're right, we can't do that.
If we did, we'd really have the whole country coming down on us. Even with grandfather Chua's connections, he'd be powerless in the face of a situation like that. As he spoke, he turned to Tai, get your head straight. Right now, we're protected by elite camp's rules. I'm not worried about myself once we leave here, but what about the rest of you? Once the combat exam is over and you enter college, you'll probably be the ones to suffer.
Hearing this, Tai sucked in a sharp breath of mana.
His expression turned awkward.
I just didn't think that far ahead. I was too busy racking up credits. I totally overlooked all that.
You said, it's not that you overlooked it, it's that you've been running rushot over elite camp for too long, and it's clouded your judgment.
Shen, standing nearby, nodded emphatically.
Indeed, thanks to U.S. presence, Qin Shang and his group had been fearless at the elite camp, gradually developing this lawless habit.
What asked the word from the capital?
Chen replied, they'll probably start sending the materials over tomorrow, one after another. You nodded, then turned and added, Tianjiao, contact the old patriarch and have him send someone over tomorrow to receive them.
Tai replied, don't worry. My grandfather will come in person tomorrow. You nodded.
Indeed, they offended those families in Beijing far too severely this time.
Unless old Master Chu stepped in, trying to take these materials away would likely lead to a major battle, and the journey back to Qin province would probably be anything but smooth. Oh, right. There's one more thing.
Chen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, after this incident, the elite camp will likely be shut down early. This incident has caused quite a stir, rendering the elite camp meaningless. I suspect that after this shutdown, elite camps nationwide may have to change their format. I've heard that to step up enforcement, all elite camps nationwide will be moved to dungeons.
And
there's a very high chance you'll be removed from the list of participants for future elite camps. Mainly because your presence has left those higher-ups completely worn out.
Tai burst out laughing, you don't have to put it so delicately, exhausted.
I bet the higher-ups are probably hating the boss to death right now.
The boss's presence isn't about training at all, it's pure bullying of the little kids.
After the families in the capital took such a huge hit, there's no way they'd be that stupid again.
You couldn't help but furrow his brow. If he is barred from participating in the national elite camp, how will he improve his skills?
The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck you. Could he use his refusal to attend the national elite camp as leverage? He could trade it directly for the right to form his own team. He need old Master Chua's help with this, and since he was coming over tomorrow, it would be the perfect time to discuss it.
Chapter 67, Trading for the Right to Form a Team. The next day.
Just as numerous families from the capital were delivering supplies, old Master Chu also arrived. However, he was accompanied by members of some families from Qin province. This was because some trainees from Qin province had previously betrayed their province and acted as lackeys for the capital's trainees. Inside ruin number 9, these trainees from Qin province were also detained. We're all from Qin province.
Those kids don't know any better. Could you please let them off? That's right. They just made a mistake in the heat of the moment. We'll definitely discipline them properly when we get back. They're just kids. Show some magnanimity and don't be too hard on them. Kids who don't know any better?
I'm only 17 myself, after all.
You sneered inwardly. Shut up. Old Master Chu barked coldly. Since they made a mistake, they must pay the price.
If they dared to betray Qin province and side with the capital this time, who is to say they won't betray humanity and side with the beast hordes next time? The grudges between Qin province and the capital over the years, though I bear some responsibility, are still grudges. Favors are favors, and grudges are grudges.
Hand over the material, then get them out of here. Hearing Old Master Chu's order, the representatives from the Qin province families present dared not say another word.
They had originally hoped to play the sympathy card to get you to waive the material requirement.
Now, however, they only made a mess of things.
With no other choice, they had to hand over the S-class material they brought with them. In contrast, the representatives from the capital were quick and efficient. They left the material behind and immediately took their people away without a single word of nonsense.
I now declare this elite camp officially over. All trainees must leave the elite camp premises by the end of the day. With the transactions concluded, Chen stepped forward to make the announcement. Not only that,
but notifications also appeared on the trainees' watches.
At that moment,
the trainees looked at you with mixed emotions. Clearly, they knew that you was the reason this elite camp had ended early. Because of US rules, they had managed to survive this elite camp. Although they had to hand over a commission for completing missions, at least their lives were safe, and they weren't subjected to humiliation. During this time, their progress had far exceeded what they achieved at the municipal level elite camp.
Under US rules, hard work paid off.
At the previous municipal level elite camp, the rewards for their efforts mostly went to others. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Ever since we left the city-level elite camp and during this time you've changed the rules, this is the first time I've been able to sleep soundly without worrying about being attacked at any moment. Actually, we're more than willing to hand over our commissions at least during this time. Our hard work has paid off.
That's right. My parents always told me to work hard, that hard work would pay off. But in the end, I realized that statement was nothing but a lie. Especially at elite camp, I've come to see it as a ridiculous lie. Hard work pays off, but more often than not, it just benefits others. My friends and I sometimes joke that earning credits by completing missions is just like being food delivery drivers. We're just delivering meals for others. To be honest, Xiaoshan, I hated you at first. I cursed you behind your back all the time. I was envious and jealous of you, and my curses were downright filthy. But then I noticed my strength was improving faster. I couldn't even curse anymore. Instead, I actually felt incredibly grateful to you. I felt like such a jerk back then, but I actually liked that kind of jerkiness. As soon as those words came out, many trainees burst out laughing. Even old Master Chu, who was usually stern and unsmiling, couldn't help but grin. You really are a scumbag. Tai roared with laughter, but I like that kind of scumbag too. Earlier, I was even thinking of having the boss take advantage of the elite camp shutdown to milk you guys for all you're worth. But now it looks like you guys actually have a damn conscience. I'm kind of glad the boss didn't agree to take you all down. You bunch of little suckers, just be grateful you ran into the boss. Old Master Chu suddenly snapped, you little bastard, if it weren't for all these people around, I'd be itching to beat the crap out of you. Your mouth is asking for a beating. Tai shrank his neck, clearly a bit afraid of old Master Chu. Hey, you there. If we cross paths again, I'll buy you a drink. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tai hurriedly hid behind you, not daring to say another word. All right, let us go. You waved his hand and followed old Master Chu all the way to his villa. Grandpa Chu, I heard from Chun earlier that the higher-ups want to restrict my continued participation in the National Elite Camp? Old Master Chu nodded. That's indeed the intention. Mainly because you're too strong and unpredictable.
Anyway, this elite camp isn't really important to you anyway. It won't serve as a proper training ground.
If you don't want to participate, then don't.
Yu shook his head. Grandpa Chu, I'd like to use this as leverage to negotiate the right to form my own team.
Is that possible? Grandpa Chu was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Theoretically, it's possible.
But to make it happen, we'll have to resort to some special measures.
Special measures?
Yu looked puzzled. Force those families in the capital to help you. Old Master Chu chuckled lightly. According to the rules, you have the strength to continue participating in the elite camp. If they try to disqualify you like this, I certainly won't let them get their way. I was actually thinking of using this matter to secure some extra benefits for you. Since you mentioned forming a team, I can make it happen when the time comes.
You asked, Grandpa Chu, please don't keep me in the dark.
Old Master Chu nodded with a smile. Announce publicly that during the National Elite Camp, you're determined to exact revenge. The feud between Kyoto and Qin Province must be settled once and for all. Once those words are out, they'll definitely assume I'm the one pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Given your current strength, do you think those families will be afraid?
If you pull off another hostage exchange, just imagine how miserable they'll be.
Tai suddenly interjected, in that case, those clans should just keep their young members from participating in the National Elite Camp.
You don't know a damn thing. Old Master Chu sneered. To you, the elite camp is just a place to gain experience and hone your skills, but to those in power, it represents credentials. It's the seeds of Huaxia, the future of Huaxia.
Once you're labeled as a seed, it will have far-reaching implications down the road.
You don't understand that now, but you'll come to realize it later. Think about it carefully. All of Huaxia's top combatants today have gone through elite camp, especially the National Elite Camp.
Moreover, one of the requirements for forming a team is that members must be elite camp alumni.
Those families in Beijing would absolutely never allow their young members to skip elite camp. You asked, so, in other words, if pushed, those families in the capital will definitely help me to prevent me from messing things up.
Exactly. Old Master Chu nodded.
Even if the condition you propose is the authority to form a team. Of course, the authority you'll be granted won't be too high.
1,000-man team is out of the question for now.
I estimate they'll agree to let you form a 100-man team, but rest assured, I'll make sure they agree to at least 500. Chapter 68, Dungeon Number 7, The City Black Market.
You nodded. I understand. I'll follow Grandpa Chu's lead on everything.
In truth, he already knew this. Without Old Master Chu, even if the higher-ups revoked his spot, there would be nothing they could do about it. It was precisely because of Old Master Chu's influence that the higher-ups would have to provide a proper explanation if they revoked his spot.
Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to the capital to finalize this matter.
Old Master Chu gave a slight chuckle and added, once the team is legalized, you'll be able to use mission assignments as an opportunity to visit the dungeons where the National Elite Camps are located.
The only difference is that you'll lose the protection that comes with being a trainee. The people in Kyoto can dispatch a large number of experts from the dungeon to surround and attack you.
Yu shook his head with a smile. Grandpa Chu, you don't need to worry about that. As long as I secure the authorization to form a team, even if a crowd of one-star Exarch stage experts were watching, I wouldn't be too concerned.
Old Master Chu was taken aback upon hearing this. He clearly didn't understand what you meant and was very curious. Could it be that you already have candidates for your team? And that they're all quite powerful?
Yu shook his head. No, but I'm confident.
Old Master Chu pondered for a moment. If you need people to form your team, I can provide them.
I guarantee they'll take orders only from you and will have no further ties to the Chu family.
You nodded.
If they're all at the Grandmaster stage, I can set aside some spots in the team for you later. In US view, forming a team meant reserving some members for himself to improve his own strength. The rest would be used to recruit prodigies, those with a promising future.
Grandmaster stage? Old Master Chu asked, I don't quite understand what you mean, but is this really that important to you? It's very important. You nodded emphatically.
The old patriarch of the Chu family pondered for a moment. In that case, I suggest you pay a visit to the black market in Dungeon City number 7. There's a dungeon there filled with trained assassins.
They're all at the Grandmaster stage, and some are even at the 9-star Grandmaster stage.
However, they have no future. They've exhausted their potential through dungeons and ruins.
Just like Qing Shan and the others.
At this point, old Master Chu couldn't help but sigh. These children, Qing Shan and the others, were all exceptionally gifted talents in the past. But when the Chu family faced adversity, they, out of gratitude for the Chu family's nurturing, voluntarily ventured into dungeons and ruins to exhaust all their potential. That's why they were able to reach the Grandmaster stage in their early 20s.
Upon hearing this, you suddenly understood.
When he first met Qing Shan and the others, he had marveled at the Chu family's strength. They had actually managed to cultivate so many Grandmaster stage powerhouses in their 20s. Now he finally understood everything.
For a prodigy, how agonizing it must be to lose one's future. Grandfather Chu, Qing Shan, and the others were able to overdraw their potential. Do the families in the capital have people like that as well? Old Master Chu nodded. Indeed, they do exist.
However, some families lack the authority to form teams, so such individuals are few and far between. Even if they do exist, there are very few death warriors with strength comparable to yours. Just imagine how extraordinary their talent must be to be able to push their potential to the limit and elevate their strength to the Exarch stage. Even the families in the capital won't dare let such prodigies overexert their potential.
You nodded and asked, Grandfather Chu, what about the situation with the Shinigami in the black market of Dungeon City number 7 that you mentioned earlier? Right, let us get down to business. Old Master Chu explained, this dungeon black market is similar to the slave markets of ancient times.
There's a specific format there, arena battles organized by age brackets.
As long as you defeat a death warrior, you can take everything they have, including their life.
However, these death warriors have one drawback: their minds have been corrupted. Their thinking becomes even more cold-blooded, even more cruel and bizarre.
At this point, old Master Chu added, you must be familiar with the Blood God potion, right? You nodded.
Actually, the Blood God elixir was developed based on inspiration drawn from the overexploitation of potential found in dungeons and ruins. As you know, the founder of the Blood Cult used to be a government researcher. After leaving, he established the Blood Cult, and their research into genetics and bloodlines originated from dungeons and ruins. Strictly speaking, the Blood God elixir is a defective byproduct of that overexploitation of potential. Those who take the Blood God elixir will find their minds gradually corrupted.
They'll become increasingly cold-blooded and bizarre, and their behavior will change drastically.
Qing Shan and the others have already shown signs of mental changes. The only reason they haven't become completely cold-blooded and insane is because various materials have stabilized some of their original mental states.
Even so, they're still somewhat different from normal people. You asked, what are the consequences of long-term use of the Blood God elixir? Insanity. Inhuman thinking. You nodded slightly.
Now he finally understood why Claire had changed so drastically when he met her at the municipal elite camp earlier. It turned out it was all due to the Blood God elixir.
And then there was Mo Su. He also gave off an abnormal vibe. Brutal and insane. The aftereffects of the Blood God elixir are so severe. The authorities ban it? Ban it?
Old Master Chu shook his head.
Smoking is harmful to your health, yet why do people still smoke?
The suffering of the common people isn't something that can be changed so easily. As long as people have desires, the Blood God elixir cannot be banned. The aftereffects of the Blood God elixir are severe, but the power it grants is real. If you didn't have the power you have now, would you choose to live a life of aimless drudgery like a dog, or would you choose to take the Blood God elixir for a brief moment of glory?
You fell silent upon hearing this. His answer would undoubtedly be that brief moment of glory.
In his past life, when he was struggling at the bottom of society, you had thought to himself countless times,
he'd be willing to trade 20 years of his life for 10 million. Brief, yet carefree. But even so, such fantasies remained unattainable. Yet here, through the blood god elixir, it could become a reality. Whether it was Claire or Mosu, or perhaps even more followers of the blood cult, such a choice was only human. In truth, in life, simply staying alive is the hardest part. Alright, let us not talk about that anymore. Old Master Chu sighed. Later, I'll have someone compile all the information on the black market and give it to you to review. For now, what we need to do is use your elite camp spot to exchange for the right to form a team. Chen, you'll handle the public announcement later. It shouldn't just be the families in the capital. It's best if as many people as possible know about it. Only then, the more people who are concerned, the greater the pressure from above will be. It'll make negotiating terms easier when the time comes. Chen nodded. Don't worry, Old Master. I'll handle this. Old Master Chu nodded. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay here much longer. I'll give you two choices: either come with me back to the Chu family in Qin province, or join the team you was about to form. No need to rush your answer. We'll discuss it once we leave Beijing. Chapter 69, You and Old Master Chu's Double Act. That afternoon, after Chen's announcement, the entire city of Beijing was once again thrown into an uproar. When the Beijing elite had previously conceded defeat and agreed to the deal, they had already suffered a severe loss of face. Many had originally expected a frenzied retaliation from the Beijing elite. Instead of retaliation, however, what followed were US latest brazen remarks. This was clearly a move designed to provoke the Kyoto elite to the point of no return. In an instant, the situation became turbulent. Xu Yunchang, what exactly are you trying to do? Must you wait for someone from Dungeon City to arrive before you'll let this go? Around 3 p.m., several Black State limousines arrived at elite camp, driving all the way inside and stopping in front of US Villa. Two elderly men, roughly the same age as Old Master Chu, stepped out of the cars. As soon as they met Old Master Chu, one of the elders spoke with a look of anger on his face. Xu Yunchang was, in fact, Old Master Chu's given name. What do I want to do? Old Master Chu snorted coldly. Why did you revoke my child's spot? You've held high positions for years and are used to bullying the common folk, but you won't be allowed to bully my child, Xu Yunchang's child. I'll make it clear right now, either let my child continue participating in elite camp, or I'll fight you. Let me tell you plainly, so what if someone from Dungeon City shows up? I'm in the right. My child is incredibly powerful, yet lost his elite camp spot because of your under-the-table dealings. No one can change that. Hearing this, the two elders furrowed their brows. Just as Old Master Chu had said, he was in the right regarding this matter. Canceling US elite camp spot for no reason was, in itself, a violation of the rules on their part. But now, there was nothing they could do. They were under immense pressure as well. When news of US remark had spread throughout the capital earlier, many had panicked. They did have Exarch stage powerhouses of their own. But they certainly didn't have a 17-year-old Exarch stage fighter. If you were to participate in the National Elite Camp, it would ultimately be the capital that suffered the consequences. Stop giving me that look. Just state your conditions. What will it take for you to agree to let you not participate in the National Elite Camp? They were all old foxes. Why play games like in Liuzhai Zi? The two elders didn't want to keep haggling with Old Master Chu, so they decided to get straight to the point. Conditions? Old Master Chu sneered, all I want is for my kid to attend the elite camp. Crazy Chu, that's enough. We've already made concessions and offered you terms, don't be ungrateful. I'm ungrateful? Old Master Chu waved his hand dismissively. You're going straight to the National Elite Camp. If anyone dares to stop you, I swear I'll camp out in front of their house day and night. The moment anyone steps out, young or old, I'll kill them all. You nodded firmly and said, don't worry, Grandpa Chu. The humiliation I suffered today, I'll make them pay back double at the elite camp. As he spoke, US expression radiated a murderous aura. This scene made the two elders frown even more deeply. They glanced at you.
Their hearts were filled with helplessness. If they let this kid participate in the national elite camp, it would be like a lone wolf entering a flock of sheep. The wolf might not be the one to come out fat, but the sheep would definitely be the ones to die. Crazy Chu, you. Just as this elder was about to speak, the other elder, who had remained silent the whole time, raised his hand to stop him. Old Chu, you know how important the national elite camp is. With US current strength, he really isn't suited to be there. I know excluding you from the roster goes against the rules, but we have to look at the bigger picture. Compensation is a must. Since we've come all this way, it's a sign of our sincerity. Why don't you calm down a bit, and let us discuss the compensation? As he spoke, he turned to you and chuckled softly, young man, we've all seen your strength. We know this is an inconvenience for you, but we hope you can understand the nation has its own difficulties. You remained silent. Instead, he looked at Old Master Chu. Old Chu, what do you think? The elder, having caught US meaning, turned and smiled at Old Master Chu. All these years later, you're still the smoothest talker and the most devious of the bunch, you old rascal. Old Master Chu shot a glance at the elderly man beside him and snorted coldly, unlike certain people who've been brainless since they were young, they don't even know when to take a beating. If you're going to ask for a favor, you should at least have the proper attitude. What a piece of work. You. Shut up. Seeing this, Old Master Chu chuckled and said, I want to make things difficult for you. If you want my son to skip the national elite camp, that is something we can discuss. As for the authority to form a 1,000-man squad given his exarch stage strength at 17, he is absolutely qualified. Don't you think so? Crazy Chu, you're delusional. You may be powerful, but does he have merit points? What gives him the right to demand authority over a 1,000-man unit? Old Master Chu roared angrily, you little bastard, stop baring your teeth at me. Have you forgotten how I got this set of false teeth? You're telling me you doesn't have merit points? Wiping out the blood-cult followers in Jiantan City, tell me, isn't that a fucking merit point? You're still baring your teeth at me? You've got no fucking memory. You, let us drop this. When you go to the national elite camp later, I'll draw up a list for you. Follow that list and finish off every little bastard related to this old bastard, one by one. I'll make you bare your teeth. Back in my youth, I could had you fitted with a set of dentures. Now, my kids can make sure your ancestors' graves get a fresh layer of dirt. Hearing this, the elderly man, whose temper had flared, dared not say another word, his face twisted with frustration and humiliation. You're backing down now? You couldn't beat me when you were young, and now those little bastards you've sired are nothing but fodder for my kids to beat the shit out of. It's not about who can shout the loudest now, it's about whose kids are stronger. You dog of a man, look at yourself, what the hell do you have going for you? And you're still baring your teeth at me. At that moment, Tai struggled to hold back a laugh. He never would have imagined that the old man, who was usually so serious and reserved, could have such a shameless side. But damn, it felt good. Old Chu. Authorization to form a 1,000-man squad is out of the question. At most, I'll give you permission for 100. Old Master Chu suddenly grinned and said, I've been waiting for you to say exactly that. I was actually thinking about how to get my revenge, but now that you've said that, I've got the perfect excuse to refuse. With that, he turned to you and said, it's not that Grandpa won fight for you, it's just that those two old farts aren't being sincere. Later, Grandpa will give you a list. Those old bastards used the entire Chu family back then to force Grandpa to stay in Qin province. Perfect. Go to elite camp and give those old bastards' ancestral graves a fresh layer of soil. You nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. As long as they're on that list, I'll make sure to take care of them properly. Hearing this, the old man cast a deliberate or perhaps unintentional glance at you. Even though he knew the two of them were putting on a show for him, he had no choice. Mainly because you was just too powerful, even a group attack wouldn't do him any harm. You old bastard. You little bastard. Chapter 70, I am an exarch stage, US subordinate. Old Chu, that's enough. The old man sighed helplessly and said, "Authority to form a 300-person squad."
Authority to form a 1,000-person squad. 500. Authority to form a 1,000-person squad. 700. Deal.
Old Master Chu knew full well that 700 was already the absolute limit, so he agreed without hesitation.
Old Chu, you.
The old man paused for a moment, sighed, and said, "Very well. Given U.S. strength and age, he does indeed deserve this qualification. According to the regulations, the authorization to form a 100-person squad costs 1 million credits.
You just needs to pay 7 million credits, wait for approval, and complete the registration." More credits?
Old Master Chu immediately protested.
Are you kidding me? My child has suffered such a great injustice. This is supposed to be compensation, and you're still asking for credits?
Given my child's abilities, even if he attends the National Elite Camp, obtaining a 700-person squad formation quota might be a bit difficult. However, a 500-person squad formation quota shouldn't be too hard to get. That LL cost 5 million credits, which I can collect as spoils, from the names on my list. It's only a loss of 200 slots in total. With my child's abilities, it'll be easy enough for him to earn merit points later on.
Wouldn't it be better to use those merit points to directly exchange for the authority to form a 1,000-person squad later on? Think about it yourself. Doesn't that make sense?
In any case, if you don't want credits, you don't have to take them. At worst, we'll just go to the National Elite Camp. There are plenty of credits there. The old man really didn't want to haggle with old Master Chu, so he waved his hand and said, all right.
If you don't want the credits, then forget it.
We also believe in U.S. abilities and have high hopes for his future. Let us just consider this an early investment. But you do understand that the review process has to wait until U.S. combat exam is over, he enters university, and his identity information is entered into the merit point system. Old Master Chu nodded with a smile. I understand that. It's only a matter of a little over 2 months. You can wait that long.
The elderly man nodded slightly. Now that we've settled this, old Chu, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Why don't we go to my place for some tea? Better not.
I'm worried that if I go to the capital, some people won't be able to sleep.
Grandpa Chu waved his hand. I need to take the kids back home now, too.
The old man nodded. In that case, we won't linger any longer.
With that, the two got into their car and drove off. Old Master Chu chuckled softly. Young you, I hope I didn't let you down, did I? Grandpa Chu, you outwitted the scholars.
You gave him a thumbs up in praise.
You rascal. Old Master Chu smiled and said, we should head back to Qin province.
The longer we stay here, the worse it'll be for us.
Chen, what about you? Chen replied, I want to join U.S. team. Old Master Chu nodded and said, that is fine. Since the situation is still unclear, you'll go protect U.S. parents for now.
Once he secures a private dungeon to use as a base, you'll both be completely settled.
You asked curiously, Grandpa Chu, can a private dungeon actually be privatized?
I didn't tell you this before because I thought you were still a long way from forming a party.
Old Master Chu said, now that you're definitely forming a party, it's time I told you. The main reason these families want to form parties is for the dungeons.
These aren't dungeons that have already been explored, but rather those that have been discovered yet remain unexplored. However, dungeons vary in size, primarily based on the team's level. In short, owning a private dungeon not only benefits the clan's future but also greatly aids the future growth of team members.
Of course, choosing a dungeon also depends on your strength and mana luck.
I'll give you that information later, along with the data on the black market for dungeon number 7.
You nodded and asked, does the Chu family have its own exclusive dungeon?
Old Master Chu shook his head and said, no. After I formed the team back then, we fought a major battle against many others. The losses were enormous, so we no longer had the capacity to seize another dungeon. Otherwise, the Chu family wouldn't be held hostage, and I wouldn't be trapped in Qin province.
I won't hide this from you now, grandfather. The main reason I approached you back then was in the hope that you could seize a dungeon and, if possible, allow the Chu family to settle within it.
Of course, at that time, the Chu family would merely be your vassal. If you have any concerns, you can wait until your strength is sufficient to overwhelm the Chu family before allowing them to settle in the dungeon.
Grandfather, I'm still in good health and can continue to protect the Chu family for several more decades. You thought for a moment and said, Grandfather Chu, I can't give you an answer right now.
But I promise that if I do decide to establish a presence there, the Chu family will definitely be my first consideration. The old patriarch of the Chu family laughed heartily.
That's all I need to hear. At least you've shown this old man some sincerity.
Unlike others who, in order to secure the Chu family as help, make a series of promises that sound completely unreliable.
All right, you two pack up. Chen, handle the handover, and then we'll head home.
By the time they left elite camp, the sky had already begun to grow dark. The journey to Qin province was uneventful. The capital clan hadn't set up any ambushes.
And so it was.
It wasn't until late at night that you and the others returned to Qin province. Due to the late hour, you didn't rush back to Zhongtan City but stayed at the Chu family's home instead.
Tai's parents had prepared a lavish feast in advance. They were exceptionally warm and welcoming toward you. The meal didn't end until the early hours of the morning. Early the next morning, you boarded the car arranged by the Chu family and set off for Zhongtan City with Chen. Mom and Dad, I'm back.
You walked through the front door with Chen. He found his parents and others playing cards. After the incident with the blood cult, his parents hadn't been going to their noodle shop as often. His uncle was mainly running it now.
We knew you were back, you were shouting as soon as you walked in. Just focus on your hand, Ling, don't pay any attention to this little brat. You looked over and saw that Lin was also at home. Before he could even ask, Lin had already stood up and said, Hello, Commander. Commander?
U.S. parents looked at him with curiosity.
Chen chuckled lightly.
I'm no longer the commander of elite camp. I'm now U.S. subordinate, so everyone, please feel free to relax. Big brother, big sister.
Let us sit down and chat.
Chen knew how to handle the situation. He walked over and started chatting with U.S. parents.
Senior Yang, what kind of position is Commander-in-Chief? Is it a very high-ranking one? Zhuang Wenya asked the question U.S. parents had been wanting to ask.
Lin glanced at Chen and, seeing that he had no objection, began to explain, the Commander-in-Chief is the administrator of elite camp.
The head of elite camp? Zhuang Wenya exclaimed, is he really powerful? Like my cousin, is he also a Grandmaster stage powerhouse?
Lin shook her head.
No. Not Grandmaster stage? Zhuang Wenya asked in confusion. He must be at least Grandmaster stage.
Our principal is a Grandmaster stage powerhouse. The head of elite camp shouldn't be.
At this point, Zhuang Wenya's expression froze, and she gasped, he can't possibly be an Exarch stage powerhouse, can he? Chapter 71, The Combat Exam Arrives. He is indeed Exarch stage. Upon hearing Lin's confirmation, everyone instinctively sucked in a sharp breath of mana. An Exarch stage powerhouse. That's a big shot. No, that can't be right.
Zhuang Wenya exclaimed again, just now, the director said he is my cousin as subordinate?
I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Chen chuckled lightly, you didn't hear wrong. I am indeed U.S. subordinate. Is that for real? Zhuang Wenya asked in confusion. Cousin, you're a Grandmaster stage, how could you have an Exarch stage as your subordinate? U.S. parents also looked over.
Their faces were full of confusion. Chen, who knew the truth, simply smiled without speaking, while Lin wore a look of mixed emotions. You had no choice but to speak up himself. Actually, I've already reached the Exarch stage as well.
The Exarch stage? Is that true?
When you revealed his cultivation level, his parents and the others all stared blankly, stammering as they asked.
It's true. You nodded again.
But his parents and the others still felt as if they were dreaming, and they looked at Chen once more.
You is indeed at the Exarch stage. upon receiving Chen's affirmative answer.
His parents and the others were stunned once again.
It took a long time
before they slowly came to their senses.
Mom and Dad, no matter what my strength is, I'm still the same as I've always been.
U.S. parents nodded slightly. His mother, in particular, couldn't help but glance at Lin. Earlier, she'd been thinking of trying to bring the two together, but now that she knew Yu was an ex-arc stage powerhouse, that idea had vanished. She felt her son was now on a level she could no longer reach. So when it came to finding a girlfriend, she decided to stay out of it.
You must all be hungry.
I'll go cook.
Auntie, let me help you. Lin followed U.S. mother out. Chen stepped forward and said to U.S. father, "Bro, want to play a couple of games?" U.S. father nodded with a smile. "Sure, I usually don't have anyone to play with."
As for Zhuan Wenya and Yu Chanshan, they gathered around Yu, asking him all sorts of questions.
Before long,
the meal was served.
After dinner, Lin got up and left the villa to go home. Chen and U.S. father, meanwhile, set up the chessboard and began their intense match.
3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen had fully settled into life at the villa. Every day, he was either playing chess with U.S. father or helping out at the noodle shop.
During this time, Yu also spoke with Chen.
Chen told him he really enjoyed this lifestyle.
It was so laid back, and every day was fulfilling.
Compared to the decades of backstabbing and scheming he'd endured before, he preferred this way of life.
Hearing this, Yu didn't press the matter further. Ding dong! Ding dong! As the villa's doorbell rang, Yu opened the door to find Tai standing there with his cousin, Zoe. "Surprise, boss?" Yu asked impassively, "What are you two doing in Jiangtan?"
Tai replied, "Going to school, and then taking the combat exam."
Zoe explained, "We've transferred to Jiangtan Academy 1 and are preparing to take the combat exam here.
Also, we're staying in the villa right next door to yours."
Yu nodded.
"Let's south go to your place." With that, he stepped out of the villa and led the way toward the villa next door.
"Did you bring the files?" As soon as he walked in, Yu asked. "I knew you'd ask that."
Tai walked over to the side, pulled out a tablet, and plugged in a USB drive.
"Take a look yourself."
Yu took the tablet and began flipping through the pages while Tai continued, "My grandfather said that if you're planning to go to Dungeon City number 7 soon, he can arrange for someone to help you. However, he advised that it's best for you not to leave Jiangtan City right now.
Those families in the capital are surely seething with anger. As soon as you leave Jiangtan City, they'll definitely strike without hesitation. It's best to wait until you're granted permission to form a party.
Once that happens, you'll be under the state's protection, and those people in the capital won't dare to act recklessly in the open." Yu remained silent the whole time. Instead, he carefully pored over the materials. He familiarized himself with everything regarding the black market in Dungeon City number 7, as well as the procedures for seizing a dungeon after forming a party.
Phew! He looked up and exhaled a long breath of mana. Neither the black market nor seizing the dungeon was as simple as he'd imagined.
"I don't plan on leaving Jiangtan City anytime soon. I'll wait until after the combat exam to make any final decisions."
Yu had now reviewed all the information.
So he decided to use this time to draw up a detailed plan for the black market situation in Dungeon City number 7 and the operation to seize the dungeon. Then there was the matter of forming a team.
And choosing a name. How to exploit loopholes in the system. A whole series of issues. All of them required detailed planning. He knew this very well.
Once the team was formed, for a long time to come, his focus on improving his strength would primarily be on the team itself.
Selecting members.
And determining the future direction. At first, he thought of going to Dungeon City number 7 to win some mercenaries back from the black market.
Now, after reviewing the information, he realized it wouldn't be easy to acquire many Grandmaster stage mercenaries on the black market. In any case,
what he needed to do now was plan all of this out in advance.
He had to make the most of this time.
Once the combat exam was over, he might have to go to college. Boss, Grandpa also said that if you run into any difficulties recruiting team members, you can always ask him for help. Also, during this time, he'll send people to scout out the new dungeon, laying the groundwork for you to seize it later.
You nodded. For the time being, treat this as a break.
You guys should train hard, stay in top shape, and aim for good results in the combat exam.
We got it. Tai and Zoe nodded. A month flew by.
During this time, Yu thoroughly enjoyed himself and organized his plans. From time to time, he would join Chen in training Tai, Zoe, and Lin.
To make training more convenient, Lin had also moved into the villa next door. The combat exam is tomorrow.
You've all been preparing for quite some time now. Given your abilities, as long as you perform consistently tomorrow, your results won't be too bad.
As soon as you finished speaking, Tai rubbed his hands together and said eagerly, "Boss, don't worry. We definitely won't take this lightly.
In Jiangtan City, you're number 1, and we're definitely going for second place.
It's almost dinner time now. Auntie must have the meal ready already. Let us not linger here, I can already smell the food from this far away."
Lately, Tai had been completely won over by US mother's cooking.
Plus, Tai was a smooth talker.
Not only did he win over US parents, but even the two young girls, Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian, were exceptionally friendly toward him. They were always calling him Brother Tianjia of this and Brother Tianjia of that.
And that wasn't all. Tai had the nerve to ask US parents to be his godparents. "Godmother, I can smell it from a mile away. Is there braised pork today?
Every day when I practice martial arts, I think about this dish of yours."
Tai hurried over to peek into the kitchen, then shouted, "Godfather, old Chen, aren't you two done fighting yet?
If there is no braised pork to eat later, don't blame me for being quick on the draw."
Chapter 72, The Top 10 Universities Gather in Jiangtan. Early the next morning,
the whole family put aside all their daily chores and headed straight for the martial arts guild, where Jiangtan City's combat exam was being held in the guild's training hall. As soon as Yu's family arrived at the entrance of the martial arts guild, they saw Chairman Liu, the mayor, and others waiting there early.
"Brother Huang, Brother Liu.
Thanks to you, the mayor and President Liu had become quite close with Yu's father. Lately, since Chen's arrival, the four of them had been meeting up at tea houses from time to time.
Uncle Huang, Uncle Liu. Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian also stepped forward to greet them sweetly. Passers-by who witnessed this scene looked on with curiosity.
The mayor and the president knew each other.
But they didn't know the Yu family.
Although the name Yu had become famous throughout Jiangtan, many people had never actually seen Yu in person.
Most speculated that the Yu family might be part of some wealthy and influential clan in Jiangtan.
"Let us go to my office first," Chairman Liu said, waving his hand.
"I've prepared some fine tea." Yu had no objections.
Here, anyone passing by would take a second look, as if they were watching a circus act.
"Make yourselves at home."
Upon arriving at the office, the mayor looked at Tai and Zoe and chuckled softly.
"You must be Tian Zhao and Zui, right?" "Hello, Mayor Huang." Given their strength, Tai and Zoe's arrival would undoubtedly secure them high rankings, which would benefit Jiangtan City's standing in the combat exam.
After the elite camp, the overall strength of Jiangtan City's students had improved significantly. Now, the mayor no longer had to worry about Jiangtan City being merged due to its combat exam results. In fact, after the combat exam, Jiangtan City was set to experience rapid development. Given the current strength of Jiangtan City's students, its combat exam ranking was bound to be impressive, and as a result, the city would receive even more resources from higher-ups. Of course, all of this was thanks to you. Just then, Chairman Liu suddenly spoke up, his face beaming with a smile, while his eyes kept darting provocatively toward Mayor Huang as he spoke.
"Damn you, old Liu."
Mayor Huang clearly guessed what was going on and couldn't help but curse under his breath.
"You've got to accept the consequences of your bet." Chairman Liu roared with laughter.
"Earlier, I made a bet with old Huang. I bet you'd break through to the Exarch stage within a year, while he bet it would take 5 years. As it turns out, you broke through to the Exarch stage while you were still at elite camp. In just a few short months, you've covered the ground we've spent our whole lives traversing. So old Huang lost. His daughter is going to marry my son, haha. Seeing President Lu's smug expression, Mayor Huang was seething with rage. Old Huang, don't get so worked up. The two kids have been childhood sweethearts. It makes perfect sense for them to be together. Bullshit. Mayor Huang snapped angrily. Is your son even good enough for my daughter? You're the one talking nonsense. My son, Yu Xianong, is more than good enough. Why wouldn't he be? Watching the two argue, you and the others couldn't help but laugh. Yu's father, however, seemed to think of something and pulled you out of the office. Xiao Xiao, your uncle Xiao came by a few days ago to ask about Xiao Wan. She hasn't come back since elite camp. At first, your uncle Xiao thought Xiao Wan might have, but since your Aunt Lin just couldn't let it go, he came by to ask around. Thinking of Claire, you said, Dad, Claire didn't die at elite camp. But she joined the blood cult and vanished after elite camp. To you, Claire was nothing more than a low-level minion. After she disappeared, he stopped paying her any attention. Besides, Claire might have retained some sanity at first after taking the blood god potion, but with prolonged use, she'd likely become inhuman by now. Whether she would even recognize her own parents was anyone's guess. However, recalling how Claire had given him the Qilin assessment jade in the forest and asked him to look after her parents, it seemed she had likely already foreseen her own fate. Dad, Uncle Xiao is a close friend of yours. Claire's situation is in the past. I won't interfere with your friendship with Uncle Xiao. If you want to help, just go ahead. You understood his father's meaning. After the blood cult's attack on the school, he knew that his son's current strength and status were no longer what they used to be, and that his own approach to things would have to gradually change as well. Asking this now was simply a way of seeking US opinion. That girl Xiao Wan is so foolish. How could she have joined the blood cult? You didn't comment further, merely saying, Dad, just tell Uncle Xiao that Claire died at elite camp. If she keeps taking the blood god potion for a long time, I'm afraid her personality will change drastically. Rather than letting Uncle Xiao hold out hope for a daughter who doesn't recognize them, it's better to let them give up on her sooner. Better to cut your losses now than suffer a prolonged agony. His father nodded and said, You're right, better to get it over with quickly than to drag it out. As for your Uncle Xiao's situation, I'd like to help them out. Do you have any objections? No objections at all. You chuckled lightly. It's only natural for you to help an old friend. Just do what you think is best. His father gave a slight nod. Afterward, the two returned to the office and chatted casually for a while until the PA system announced that candidates were to enter the venue. The Martial Arts Guild's training ground could accommodate tens of thousands of people, with spectator stands surrounding it. After you and the others had their identities verified at the entrance, they were each given a badge. You was number 01, while Tai and Zoe were numbered in the tens of thousands. Xiao Shun, it's been a long time. As you entered the arena, students from Jiangtan Academy 1 rushed forward to greet him. Even students from other schools watched from a distance, their gazes toward you filled with awe. Although only students who had attended the elite camp knew that you had broken through the Exarch stage, his strength at the Grandmaster stage was common knowledge. To these students, the Grandmaster stage already represented the pinnacle of strength, let alone the Great Grandmaster stage. Boss, look over there in the stands. The principals of the top 10 elite schools are all here. Tai pointed toward the distant stands. He had met the principals of the top 10 elite schools during elite camp. They're really something. It's only the first day of the combat exam, and they're all here. The competition is so fierce it's as if they're terrified other schools will recruit you. Tai smiled and asked, Boss, by the way, which school are you planning to attend? You replied without hesitation, I'll go wherever the university is the strongest and offers the best terms. Tai chuckled softly. Then it's most likely Huaxia Academy. Although the top 10 elite universities are all pretty close in caliber, Huaxia Academy is still the number 1 university in students' hearts. It's the first choice for the top talents from all over. You nodded slightly. Just as Tai had said, whether in the eyes of students or the general public, Huaxia Academy truly ranked first. As a university named after the nation itself, its prestige goes without saying. However, that essay topic for later. As for whether to choose Huaxia Academy, that would depend on the terms offered.
Chapter 73, Truly That Man.
The first part of the combat exam, Vitality and Strength Assessment. Candidates, please proceed to the designated area according to your exam number to undergo the assessment.
As the announcement sounded, you scanned the area and headed toward an entrance.
When you walked through the corridor and entered a hall, there were already several hundred people inside.
Divine Cultivator. Divine Cultivator.
The students, upon seeing you, immediately gazed at him with fervor. Hearing the commotion, the staff members in charge of the testing also turned their attention this way. They naturally knew exactly who Divine Cultivator referred to. Aside from that man, no one else in Jiangtan City dared to go by that title. It could be said that the Divine Cultivator had become Jiangtan's icon of faith and a standard of excellence. This held true for both the staff and the students. Whenever they encountered students from other cities, the moment they heard they were from Jiangtan, they would ask about the Divine Cultivator. It was a source of great pride.
Candidate number 01, you, please proceed to instrument number 1 for testing.
When the announcement called out you, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation.
Can the Divine Cultivator begin?
As you approached, a staff member asked respectfully.
Let us begin. You stepped into the testing chamber. As the instrument completed its scan, the results were announced. Vitality. Realm, 1-star Exarch stage. Boom. The room instantly fell silent.
Just moments ago, these students had been debating which tier of Grandmaster stage you was at.
But now,
they were left speechless.
1-star Exarch stage? A 17-year-old at the 1-star Exarch stage? Someone slap me, am I dreaming?
This is ridiculous.
Is the Divine Cultivator really only 17? Is he really the same age as us? I suddenly feel like crying.
I'm 18 this year, a whole year older than the Divine Cultivator, and I'm still only at the warrior stage.
The warrior stage, huh?
That's not bad, it's just 26 minor levels below the Divine Cultivator.
The warrior stage is indeed impressive, it's basically the last 2 digits of the Divine Cultivator's vitality. You guys, are you even human? Does any of this sound like something a normal person would say?
Heh,
you think we're talking about you? We're actually talking about ourselves. Should we ask the examiner to postpone the test so we can all go cry together? Cry my ass.
I'm the guy who witnessed Xiaoshan take first place in the national combat exam with my own eyes. That's something to brag about.
That makes sense. That makes sense, plus 300.
Meanwhile, the staff members, though stunned, quickly snapped back to their senses.
Xiaoshan, are you taking the strength test? That's a no-brainer. If Xiaoshan doesn't take the strength test, where would his scores come from? Are you some kind of spy from another city? Watching the 2 staff members bicker, you merely smiled faintly before walking over to the strength testing machine. Xiaoshan, you have 3 attempts for the strength test.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than U.S. fist slammed into the machine.
Strength, kilograms. The announcements sounded again. Everyone present was already numb.
1,000,000 kilograms of strength. He could crush us to death with a single finger.
Once is enough.
You glanced at the strength data and had no intention of taking a second test. Even without the boost from talent or skill, he had already met the standard.
Oh, okay, Divine Cultivator. The staff member nodded instinctively, then entered U.S. results into the system.
After double-checking them several times to ensure accuracy, he finally clicked the button to upload them.
Divine Cultivator, you have completed the first exam.
You nodded and turned to walk out of the hall.
Attention, candidates.
Since we lost some time earlier, we may need to speed up the testing process.
Please take note.
While you was being tested, the other testing stations had been paused.
As for this,
The students naturally had no objections. They remained engrossed in their lively discussions. Just as I expected from my idol, a million in strength, an Exarch stage powerhouse.
That's so awesome. I wonder if it's too late for me to undergo gender reassignment now. Xiaoxun is unbeatable.
Congratulations to Xiaoxun for securing the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule.
You walked out of the corridor.
He then proceeded to test his speed and reaction time. Without a doubt, US results stunned the entire audience.
Boss, you're a total beast.
By then, Tai and the others had also finished their exams and approached you. They pointed to the screen above the training ground, which stood over 10 meters high.
US' name was at the very top of the leaderboard.
Whether in strength or overall scores, he had left the second-place finisher, Tai, and the third-place finisher, Zoe, far behind.
Let us put it this way.
The length of the space US scores occupied was a full 10 centimeters longer than that of any other student.
I guess that's it for now. All that's left is tomorrow's combat test. Tai nodded. That's right. After tomorrow's combat test, the combat exam rankings will be finalized. In 3 days, we'll just have to take the humanities exam. You nodded. Since we're done here, let us head home. Tai and Zoe followed you out of the training ground. The principals of the top 10 universities?
These guys are way too impatient. As the three of them approached, they could see from a distance that the principals of the top 10 universities were surrounding US parents.
Tai couldn't help but complain.
But he was also envious. Even though he was the heir apparent of the Chu family, the principals of the top 10 universities wouldn't give him any special treatment. These old-timers might only be at the Exarch stage in terms of strength, but their disciples were scattered across the country, and each was an outstanding figure in their own right. Ordinary families wouldn't dare provoke these people. The slightest misstep could trigger a major upheaval.
US back.
Upon seeing you, the principals of the top 10 universities immediately turned around, their faces beaming with smiles.
Xiao, you talked to the principals.
It was clear that US father wasn't quite used to the principal's effusive manner. He looked a bit flustered. Not only that, but Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian were standing beside him, behaving very demurely.
Both his aunt and uncle seemed a bit self-conscious.
Only Chen remained completely unfazed. Although there was a difference in status, they were all at the Exarch stage, so there was no need to be overly formal.
Principals, let us head back to my place to talk. It's not convenient here.
US right, we were a bit careless. The principals, each in their own private cars, followed US vehicle all the way to the residential complex.
This impressive procession left the complex's security guard completely dumbfounded.
But when he recognized you, he relaxed.
Who was you, after all? He knew exactly who he was.
The man who wiped out the blood cult.
Brother Yu, has you finished his exams?
Congratulations, Brother Yu. With US abilities, he is bound to be the top scorer.
Brother Yu, you've got to throw a victory banquet later.
As neighbors, we'll definitely come over to celebrate with you. As Yu and his group walked into the neighborhood, everyone they encountered greeted them with smiles. This was where the difference really showed. He remembered when US family first moved in, word had it they were just ordinary people. Although the neighbors didn't look down on them, they were all very cold toward them. However, as US reputation grew, and with Mayor Huang and Chairman Lu frequently dropping by, US parents including his aunt and uncle gradually became the life of the party.
Whenever neighbors ran into them, they would proactively approach with beaming smiles to say hello.
Even if a family had something delicious or a relative brought back a specialty from out of town,
the neighbors would take the initiative to bring it over, under the pretext of letting them try a taste. Chapter 74, The Challenge of Top University Rankings?
After US parents smiled and responded to the neighbors, everyone entered the villa. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough, otherwise, it really wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people.
Meanwhile, the two young women, Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian, hurried to serve tea and water.
You, with your scores, you've already secured the top spot in the national combat exam. Our school offers a reward for the top scorer.
Doesn't our school have one? Exactly what school in the country doesn't offer a reward for the top scorer? Stop using that as an excuse. Besides, how can you even compare to the top scorers from previous years? You, come to our Jinghai University, and we'll give you the highest SSS level admission benefits. We'll also grant you an additional 10,000 admission merit points. If you have any other conditions, feel free to name them. Huaxia Academy can also offer you SSS level admission benefits. In addition, we'll provide you with a cultivation fund, a one-time payment of 1 billion Wu Yuan.
Furthermore, we can grant you 10 admission spots to use as you see fit. The principal of Huaxia Academy continued, not only that, but we'll give you complete freedom. Aside from necessary semester assignments, you can arrange your own schedule however you like. Not only that, but after deliberation, Huaxia Academy can grant you the title of honorary student in advance, allowing you to be enshrined in the Memorial Hall and even the School's Hall of Fame. As for materials, weapons, and martial arts uniforms, whatever you request, we will agree to without hesitation.
Huaxia Academy's offer instantly made the other principals gasp in astonishment.
Nevertheless, they still proceeded to state their own conditions one after another.
Upon hearing this, Yu finally paused to reflect. He looked at the principal of Huaxia Academy. If your school can grant me one privilege, I will join Huaxia Academy. The principal of Huaxia Academy immediately exclaimed excitedly, anything you want. I need to be able to select the members of my class myself. The principal of Huaxia Academy nodded without hesitation, no problem. According to school regulations, each class has 100 students and 3 instructors. Not only can you select the class members yourself, but you can also choose the instructors. You was well aware that each class had 100 students. Universities all operate on a merit points system, and many semester assignments are carried out as a class collective. Of course, U.S. purpose in selecting class members was also to enhance his own strength. Another reason was to scout for fresh talent to join his team. 700 spots. The Death Squad would take up a portion of those, the rest, naturally, would be focused on development and the future. After all, the Death Squad had no future. They could only help him improve in the present. On the other hand, these prodigies from Huaxia Academy were worth investing in for the long term. By the way, Principal, I might want to start a club once I enroll. I need you to arrange that for me in advance. As you saw it, the club he would establish at the school would primarily serve as a reserve pool for his team. Outstanding members of the club could join his team. The reason for doing this was also to ensure the club's long-term development. As his team grew, perhaps eventually reaching 1,000 member or even 10,000 member capacity, the club would serve to replenish the team with fresh talent, training them as reserve members. Perhaps there would be better ways to train reserve members in the future, but it's better to be safe than sorry. It's always good to be well prepared. That's no problem at all. I'll even arrange a venue for your club. You nodded. The principal of Huaxia Academy immediately shot a defiant glance at the other principals and said cheerfully, Congratulations on joining Huaxia Academy. You also stood up to shake hands. Aren't you leaving yet? What are you all still doing here? Are you trying to poach our talent? Seeing that these people still hadn't left and were sitting calmly on the sofa, the principal of Huaxia Academy was instantly filled with rage. What's there to be so smug about? It's just that you're lucky with your mana. What's there to brag about? Exactly. That old geezer is the worst. Just look at that smug look on his face. A principal of such stature putting himself on the same level as a freshman, doesn't he feel ashamed? The principal of Huaxia Academy said smugly, I don't feel ashamed. I'm happy. You old farts can just be jealous. You is now part of Huaxia Academy, and he'll be our pride in the future. Oh, right, I almost forgot there's an intercollegiate exchange tournament coming up. I'll definitely have you wipe the floor with your school. According to the rules of the intercollegiate exchange tournament, teams of freshmen from each school travel to various universities to issue challenges. Each university must prepare generous rewards and merit points. Moreover, there is one crucial element that is even more critical to the prestige of each institution:
the university rankings. These challengers from other schools can also choose to challenge the rankings.
However, in previous years, very few freshmen chose to do so. After all, the rankings are dominated by upperclassmen from each university, and it's indeed extremely difficult for freshmen to make the list.
But this year is different. You possess exarch stage level strength. Even the upperclassmen on the rankings are far inferior to you in terms of strength.
Once you challenges the rankings,
it would be a nightmare for all the major universities.
You old fool, how dare you?
The thought of the top spot on their school's leaderboard being held by you, a student from Huaxia Academy, was a blatant humiliation.
It was a massive slap in the face. It was utterly shameful. If he actually did this, the major universities would be unable to hold their heads high. Wouldn't that be one person crushing 10,000?
You alone would make every university in the country hang their heads in shame.
Tai and Zoe exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and excitement. What the hell am I afraid of? It's all within the rules.
The principal of Huaxia Academy sneered, if he makes it onto your rankings, you'll have to give you merit points and resource rewards every month.
This is a golden opportunity.
I'll have you take on more challenges ideally, he'll dominate all your leaderboards.
That's a massive haul of merit points. Upon hearing this, the faces of the university presidents turned grim.
And panic flickered in their eyes. They knew US strength all too well, just as they knew the capabilities of their own students.
The prospect of you dominating every leaderboard wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty.
The more they thought about it, the more they regretted it. They regretted having offered you too little when they negotiated the terms earlier. No wonder that old fox from Huaxia Academy could offer such terms.
It turns out this guy had ulterior motives.
Actually, they had only themselves to blame. Ranking challenges had always existed, but in all these years, nothing like this had ever happened.
That's why they overlooked it. But this oversight. Oh man, this is going to be a huge embarrassment. Bro. Let us talk this over. Don't let you challenge the rankings.
We'll give you the merit points and resources for the top spot on the rankings every month.
How about that? Give your little brother some face, will you? Is that okay, bro?
The principal of Huaxia Academy flatly refused. Does Huaxia Academy really need your measly resources and merit points? We're letting you challenge the rankings mainly to make a name for ourselves to spread the fame of Huaxia.
Don't try to play the sympathy card with me now. This challenge has to happen. Where is that defiant attitude you had just now? I actually preferred the way you were acting earlier, all defiant and unruly.
Now, everyone, please get back to that attitude.
Ha ha ha. Chapter 75, Practical Exam. No one shows up.
The principal of Huaxia Academy laughed unabashedly, while the other principals turned green with envy. It seemed there was no escaping this crisis.
Suddenly,
the president of Jinghai University spoke up. Boy from the Chu family, if you two join our school, we'll offer you the terms we mentioned earlier. As soon as these words were spoken, the other presidents present were taken aback for a moment before quickly catching on. They were all old foxes. They immediately understood the Jinghai president's intent. This was a move to cut their losses while they still could. They all heard rumors about Tai and Zoe's relationship with you. It was clear they come up through the ranks together at elite camp. Moreover, the fact that the two were now at US home spoke volumes. Add to that the old patriarch of the Chu family's maneuvering, and US ties to the Chu family had naturally grown even closer.
As long as they recruited Tai into their own university, they could play the emotional card later and convince you not to challenge the rankings.
Young Master Chu, we can offer better terms than Jinghai as long as you're willing to join our school. Everything is negotiable.
Your school's ranking is so low, young Master Chu will definitely join ours.
Young Chu, your second uncle used to attend our school.
No matter what, you should join us and carry on his legacy. Join our school, we'll give you double the perks.
Faced with the principal's sudden flattery, Tai couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He was, of course, well aware of their true intentions.
Besides, the Chu family doesn't exactly lack the kind of perks you're offering. Following my boss, living the high life that's way better than being a workhorse at your school. Besides, your intentions are so obvious. Once the freshman exchange tournament is over, I'll just go back to being a nobody. All those perks and benefits will vanish. But by my boss's side, I can walk all over Huaxia Academy with my head held high. Thank you for your kindness, principals, but I've decided to follow my boss. If he is going to Huaxia Academy, I'm definitely going there too.
Zoe, standing beside him, nodded as well. I'm going to Huaxia Academy too.
As soon as those words were spoken,
the principal of Huaxia Academy burst into laughter once more, his gaze toward the other principals brimming with derision. Young man from the Chu family, congratulations on joining Huaxia Academy. Although the terms we're offering you too aren't as generous as US, I guarantee you'll still receive SS level admission privileges.
Perks or no perks, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that I get to follow my boss.
The principal of Huaxia Academy nodded happily. This trip to Zhangtan had been a huge success for him. He was the clear winner.
Not only that,
but he could also show off and flex in front of the other principals. He hadn't felt this exhilarated in decades. You old fools, I'll wipe the slate clean on your rankings when the time comes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the principal of Huaxia Academy couldn't help but burst into laughter again.
This scene
left the other principals seething with frustration. They snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Phew, that's a relief.
Only after watching the other principals walk away did the principal of Huaxia Academy finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite his earlier arrogance and smugness, his heart was still pounding with anxiety.
He was terrified something might go wrong.
He feared the other principals might throw caution to the wind, demand outrageous conditions, and cause you to switch sides at the last minute.
You,
young man from the Chu family, once the practical exam ends tomorrow, I'll personally deliver your acceptance letters to you. The principal of Huaxia Academy smiled, exchanged a few words with US parents, and then turned to leave the villa. As for US parents and the others, their faces were now beaming with pride. Having their child sought after by the principal of one of the nation's top 10 schools was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. I've decided once Xiao's combat exam is over, we'll return to our hometown to pay our respects to our ancestors. As soon as his father spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Such an achievement was enough to bring honor to the family. Returning home to pay respects to their ancestors was only natural.
As for this, you naturally had no objections.
Whether in his past life or this one, such traditions were deeply ingrained in people's hearts.
The next day, the Yu family arrived once again at the Martial Arts Guild's training ground. Today was the final event of the combat exam, the live combat test. To verify their identities, they entered the examination area.
Inside the training ground, over 100 testing stations had already been set up. According to the rules of previous combat exams, the live combat test was conducted in a defend the ring format. Students ranked highest in the cumulative scores from the previous rounds were responsible for defending the rings in order. The remaining candidates chose which ring defender to challenge based on their own preferences.
Each person had 3 chances. The live combat exam used a scoring system.
Monitoring devices on site tracked the candidates' skills, combat experience, and the final outcome. Victory or defeat and the final score was determined based on these 3 factors.
Without a doubt, Yu was the champion at assessment point number 1.
But after he stepped onto the stage, not a single person came forward to challenge him. Even Tai, who ranked second, had faced more than a dozen challenges within half an hour, and the same was true at the other assessment points.
Only his point remained completely empty. Why hasn't anyone challenged the candidate at assessment point number 1? Are you new here? Don't you see who's at assessment point number 1? It's you.
Look at the big screen above Xarc stage power level.
Let alone these candidates, would you dare challenge him yourself? Exactly.
Challenging others gives you a chance to earn some performance points, but if you challenge you, the moment he unleashes his mana, you won't even be able to stand.
You won't get any performance points either. No one wants to go through that. That makes a lot of sense.
Although victory and defeat determine the overall score, performance points are also very important.
With so many students taking the combat exam, a single point could mean a difference of hundreds or even thousands of places in the rankings. Just thinking about it feels like a loss. So, does that mean Jiang Tan is going to produce the National Combat Exam champion this year?
As soon as those words were spoken, people around him shot him disdainful glances. By the time US True Strength was revealed, the title of National Combat Exam Champion had already become a given for countless people. No one mentioned it, they simply felt it would be too embarrassing to even bring up such a question. With an Exarch stage powerhouse in the picture, even a fool could tell who this year's National Combat Exam Champion would be.
Boss, why don't you just tell the examiners to let you go home? You're just making up the numbers here. With your reputation as a divine cultivator, anyone who challenges you must be out of their mind.
Tai, who had just finished a match, teased you with a smug grin.
Aren't there still challenges between the ring champions later? I can challenge you. Hearing this, Tai's face instantly turned green, and he pleaded, "Boss, let us not do this, okay? If you're mad at me, we can go home and you can beat the crap out of me however you want. This is the combat exam, let me score some points here. Once you challenge me, I'm pretty sure Huaxia Academy is out of the running. Boss, how about I kowtow to you? Let us not make a scene, okay?"
You gave a mocking smile and said, "Then just shut your mouth." Tai quickly ran his finger across his lips and looked at you with a pleading expression.
The implication was clear. Chapter 76, A Strong Youth Means a Strong Nation. The practical exam began. No one paid you any attention.
In fact, you had long anticipated this situation. But he had to wait until the practical exam was over, otherwise, he would have left long ago.
During the exam,
all surveillance footage was recorded in the system and scored by the machines.
If you wasn't present, there would be no score for the practical exam section. However,
fortunately, you had strong self-control.
By noon, the practical exam was suspended. Candidates were not allowed to leave the venue and could only rest and eat within the exam hall.
The Martial Arts Guild had arranged nutritious meals, provided free of charge to the candidates.
Looking around,
apart from you, all the other candidates were completely exhausted, slumped on the floor. Tai was no exception.
Facing challenges from so many people naturally took a huge toll on their stamina.
Fortunately, every successful defense of the Championess title earned an extra scoring bonus. Otherwise, Tai would absolutely refuse to be the champion, it was just too exhausting.
Boss, you're so lucky. Look at us, we're worn out. I really envy you. During the midday break,
Tai, Zoe, and Lin, all Academy 1 students, gathered around. Hearing Tai's words, they all looked at you with envy.
Hearing Jiang Tan,
whether it was Lin or Zhang Yinping and the others, they were all champions.
They were also considered among the top fighters among this year's combat exam students in Jiangtan City.
Especially the students who had followed you all the way from elite camp. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of the other students.
Get some rest, it's just another afternoon of exhaustion.
Others don't even have a chance to become ring champions. This is the key to pulling ahead in the rankings. As long as you keep winning, even if you lose a match or two now and then, your rankings will still be among the top in Jiangtan. Aim to secure a ranking in Qin province, and you'll be eligible to apply to the top 10 universities.
In truth, you knew full well.
They all understood these points, they were just venting their exhaustion.
Dinner's ready.
Just then, President Liu walked over with a group of people, pulling a cart loaded with nutritional meals.
President Liu, why are you personally delivering the meals?
A student standing nearby chuckled. I just happened to be free, and since I saw you were all here, I thought I'd drop by.
President Liu chuckled lightly. You all did very well today.
I'm confident that if you maintain this form this afternoon, you'll all rank among the top in Qin province. The students responded with a couple of cheerful remarks. Then, one by one, they grabbed their nutritional meals and began to tuck in. They were absolutely starving. Yu, on the other hand, ate his nutritional meal at a leisurely pace while chatting casually with President Liu. If you ask me, when you came over, you should have brought a bed and just slept right there at the testing site. You'd have woken up to find the exam already over. Yu replied, I'd love to, but that would be a bit too over the top. Chairman Liu chuckled. I've been serving as the chairman of the Jiangtan Martial Arts Guild for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours, a practical exam that no one even bothered to take. This alone will make you famous across the country once again. I don't know how many students are envying you right now. Yu shook his head. I'd rather not have that kind of envy. Instead of just standing around here, I'd much rather have a real fight. President Liu rolled his eyes. You've got some nerve. With your current strength, even I, the president, am no match for you. How could these students possibly stand a chance? At this point, your only real opponents are probably those powerful elders. But they certainly won't fight you. In my opinion, once you get into college, you should head to the dungeon and the ruins to take on some ferocious beasts. Next. President Liu chatted idly for a few more minutes before getting up and leaving. Yu and the others rested for just 2 hours. At 2 p.m., the practical exam began once again. The result was the same as before. Right up until the very end. The challenge between the ring champions. Yu was still completely ignored. Aside from watching the show. It was just watching the show. And so it went. For others, it was a crucial opportunity to change their fate, but in US eyes, it was nothing more than a boring experience. That's the difference between people. The combat exam ended. The other students were completely exhausted. Some were laughing out loud, while others were wailing. Only Yu remained calm. As if nothing had happened. Congratulations, boss, on securing the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule. With the practical exam over, even Tai was elated. As a result, his loud shout sparked a response from the other students. Congratulations, Xiaoshan, on securing the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule. Congratulations, Xiaoshan, on securing the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule. At that moment, with someone taking the lead, the entire crowd of examinees began to cheer excitedly. The top scorer in the national combat exam. This had never happened in Jiangtan's history. They felt a deep sense of pride. Old Liu, given this scene, I think we should drink 300 cups to celebrate. Mayor Huang watched the cheers of tens of thousands of examinees in the exam hall, his blood boiling with excitement. Indeed, we should. Chairman Liu's face flushed red as he laughed heartily. Thanks to you, Jiangtan will now be renowned throughout China. I'm so fortunate to have encountered such a prodigy as you during my tenure. We share in this honor. Congratulations to you on securing the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule, ha! Chairman Liu's roar prompted Mayor Huang to shout along with him. At the same time, in the stands, the crowd also erupted in cheers. Yu's name echoed across the sky. In the hearts of the people of Jiangtan, Yu was already regarded as a hero. Now, with such formidable strength, he had secured the top spot in the national combat exam ahead of schedule. They, too, shared in his glory. Mom and Dad, my brother is so amazing. At that moment, Yu Chanqian's little face flushed red, her eyes brimming with pride. In contrast, Yu's mother and aunt had tears welling up in their eyes. Even his usually stoic father now had reddened eyes, his face beaming with pride. I'm going to be the top scorer, too. Zhuan Wenya, overcome with excitement, let out a loud, joyful shout. Chanqian, let us both be top scorers. Yu Chanqian nodded vigorously. As cheers rose and fell in waves, the national anthem of Huaxia began to play over the loudspeakers. Whether they were spectators or examinees present, everyone raised their heads and sang along.
The moment was filled with such solemnity. As the national anthem came to an end, on the high podium,
Mayor Huang raised the microphone and shouted, "When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the great ping soars with the wind, it rises straight up to 90,000 li.
Young people, I wish you all a promising future. You are Jiangtan's blessing, and you are Jiangtan's glory. Work hard. Youth."
As soon as Mayor Huang finished speaking, streaks of fireworks suddenly burst into the sky all around the exam hall. Under the gradually darkening sky, they instantly lit up half the heavens.
Click.
The gates of the exam hall swung open.
The national anthem of Huaxia rang out once more.
Amidst the sky full of fireworks, the youths walked out of the exam hall with their heads held high and chests puffed out.
Combat exam. And with that, the curtain fell. Chapter 77, Confronting Fear of You. 3 days later.
The academic exams had also concluded. In truth, for the students, the combat exam was the most important for the academic exams. They only needed to meet the passing score. The passing score of 300 points for the academic exams was something everyone could surely achieve. It was the combat exam score that determined whether they would gain admission to a prestigious university. The combat exam results are out. Boss, just as expected, you're the national combat exam champion.
The combat exam is out of 400 points. This is the first and only perfect score in Huaxia's history. That afternoon,
Tai burst into U.S. home, his face beaming with excitement, and shouted the good news at the top of his lungs.
400 points? A perfect score on the combat exam?
Although U.S. father and the others already knew that you was set to become the national combat exam champion, they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the score. And then there was what Tai had said. The only perfect score in the history of the Huaxia combat exam.
Tianjiao, Zuoyi, how did you two do? Coming to his senses, U.S. father asked.
We did pretty well, too. I ranked 5th in Qin province, and my cousin ranked 14th. I ranked 67th nationally, and my cousin ranked 196th. With our scores, we're all eligible for Huaxia Academy. Tai chuckled softly. Although we've already received our acceptance letters from Huaxia Academy, it feels more reassuring to get in based on our own merits. U.S. parents were also very pleased.
We have to celebrate tonight. I'll go out with your aunt to buy groceries.
Seeing that all her children had done well on the combat exam, U.S. mother immediately lit up with joy.
We're in for a treat again. Love you, godmom. Love you, auntie.
U.S. mother and aunt both laughed heartily, then turned and walked out of the villa.
Originally, according to U.S. plan,
he had planned to hire a few maids to handle cooking and cleaning at home, and have groceries delivered. But his mother and aunt flatly refused. They believed that cleaning one's own home was a way to cultivate inner strength, and that meals should be prepared by oneself.
He remembered one occasion.
You had accompanied his mother and aunt to buy groceries. Even for a few yuan's worth of greens, the two of them haggled over the price and picked through the produce. At first, he didn't see the point. But when he saw the joy in their eyes after successfully haggling, he finally understood why. Perhaps his parents had their own way of life. And then there was this. In his parents' hearts, seeing their child succeed was a source of pride, but not being needed by their child would break their hearts.
After last night's celebration,
the next day, you and the others returned to their hometown with their parents. In the villages surrounding Jiangtan, they weeded the family ancestral graves and gave them a thorough cleaning. Finally, they treated the village uncles and elders to a meal before returning to Jiangtan. While they were in the village, the villagers were incredibly warm and welcoming. It was only then that U.S. family learned that the top news stories in Jiangtan were all about you. Top scorer on the national combat exam. The village chief even proudly declared, "Our Yu family village is the hometown of top scorers." And because of this example, whenever villagers from Yu family village went out, they would proudly boast, "Yu family village is the hometown of top scorers." Big Brother, the national elite camp starts in 2 days. It's by invitation only this time, with a total of 1,000 students participating nationwide. That day, Tai received a message from the Chu family and hurried over to tell you.
Grandpa is asking if you want to head out to Dungeon City number 7 with us now. The National Elite Camp is being held at Ruin number 19. It's right on the way.
Tai frowned and said, also, Grandpa mentioned that this year's National Elite Camp is different from previous years. There are major changes, though he doesn't know exactly what they are.
Oh, and Grandpa also mentioned the Elite Camp credits. Do you want to exchange them for merit points? The exchange rate is 1:100. 100 credits equal 1 merit point. You asked, do you know who else from Qin province has been invited to the National Elite Camp? Tai nodded.
Besides me and my cousin, there are dozens of guys from our group who attended the Elite Camp before, plus a few who seem to be returnees from the Dungeon City. I'm not entirely sure about the details, though.
Over in Jiangtan, only Zhang Yanping received an invitation.
You, of course, knew Zhang Yanping. They were classmates in Class 1. In fact, he had acquired his telepath talent from Zhang Yanping.
Didn't T Lin receive an invitation? I don't think so.
Tai thought for a moment and added, it seems like after the combat exam, she went to the capital with her family.
I'm not sure of the details. You nodded.
In that case, I'll set out with you guys in 2 days.
Going to Dungeon City number 7 had been part of his plan ever since the combat exam.
Now that it coincided with the National Elite Camp, it worked out perfectly to travel together.
All right. Tai said, I'll go back and let Grandpa know we're heading to Dungeon City number 7. He'll arrange for some people to accompany you. Sounds good. You had no objections to this.
He wasn't familiar with Dungeon City number 7 either, so having an escort would make things easier.
2 days passed quickly. That day, Tai found you.
As per Old Master Chua's instructions, Xing Shan would be traveling with you this time. According to him, Xing Shan was familiar with you, which would make communication and getting along much easier.
Divine cultivation.
As soon as you stepped out the door, he spotted Zhang Yanping from a distance, carrying his backpack. It had been his request to bring Zhang Yanping along to the gathering in Qin province. Tai, of course, had no objections. On their way past Elite Camp,
Tai and Zhang Yanping got to know each other.
Although Zhang Yanping appeared bookish and frail on the surface, as soon as he carried out U.S. orders, he could instantly transform into a wild, reckless person.
Tai often teased Zhang Yanping. With his glasses on, he was a bookish scholar. Take them off, and he instantly turned into a madman. About an hour later,
Yu and his group arrived in Jiangchang, the provincial capital of Qin province. When Zhang Yanping and Tai were dropped off at the National Elite Camp assembly point, the faces of the students heading there suddenly paled.
However, a large portion of them were actually thrilled. Boss, are you coming with us to the National Elite Camp this time?
For these students who had gone through the Elite Camp with you, scenes of his dominance there were already unconsciously flashing through their minds.
As for the National Elite Camp, it felt as though the same glory would unfold the very next moment. How could they not be excited?
On the other hand, there were students who weren't close to you, including those he previously held hostage to exchange for S-rank materials. Although they harbored resentment toward you, they didn't dare show it in the slightest. In fact, they were even avoiding him. Now that they saw you arrive, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear welling up inside them.
I'm not participating.
I just have something to do. I'm only tagging along with you guys this time.
Only after you said this did those students finally relax their grip on their mana. Their tension also eased somewhat. The boss isn't participating. Seeing the disappointed expressions on their faces, Tai chimed in, what, do you plan to rely on the boss for the rest of your lives? Even though the boss isn't going this time, we can't bring shame upon him. You waved his hand. Just do what you can this time. If you can't win, run. There is no shame in that. You could see it coming. The students in Kyoto would surely take advantage of his absence to deliberately pick a fight with Tai and his crew. So he gave them a word of caution. He didn't want them to act recklessly. That wouldn't do them any good.
Chapter 78, Qin Province. The Chu family's clear-cut feuds.
Boss, we get it. We might not stand a chance in a fair fight, but when it comes to schemes and tricks, we got this.
Flynn, you're our master inventor, we're counting on you this time. Everyone turned to look at the boy with the buzz cut in the crowd, and you couldn't help but smile.
He actually had a vague memory of this Flynn.
He'd heard that his family had been artisans for generations, but when the age of martial arts arrived, they became blacksmiths. He'd started experimenting with hidden weapons like the pears and the rain needles and the 1,000 machinery umbrella. Back during the Monster Horde incident, Flynn had saved many lives using all sorts of hidden weapons. Boss, you don't know while others play dirty, this guy Flynn is downright filthy. His methods are filthy, his mind is filthy, there's nothing clean about him except his skin.
You chuckled lightly. No matter what the means, as long as it leads to victory, it's a good tactic. As they chatted idly,
4 cars pulled up nearby and stopped beside you. The people who got out were all Grandmaster stage, but among them was an elderly man whom you recognized as possessing Exarch stage strength. Boss, these are the people Grandpa arranged for you. And this is Grandpa Deng. He used to be a member of Grandpa's team, and he is also the father of Deng, the former chief elder of that municipal elite camp.
Tai explained in a low voice. You stepped forward and said, Grandpa Deng, I'm really counting on you this time. No need to be so polite.
Helping you is helping myself, Old Man Deng said with a light chuckle. Your vitality is profound, you truly live up to the name Divine Cultivator.
We can discuss any issues on the way.
Old Man Deng spoke, and you followed him into the same vehicle.
As the vehicle pulled away, Tai and the others set off as well.
They merged onto the highway and headed west. You had learned earlier that in Huaxia, dungeons and ruins existed only within Wushan. Within the city, the rest were all to the west. They were either in the desert or in the Tibetan region.
Since the era of martial arts had only just begun in the west, dungeons and ruins first appeared there. As ferocious beasts emerged from the dungeons and ruins, the local populace was forced to relocate.
Of course, a significant number of people also lost their lives in the beast attacks at that time.
And so it went. A day passed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yu and his group finally arrived at the western entrance.
Fortunately, Qin Province isn't far from the west, otherwise, they would have wasted a lot of time on the road.
Please show your pass. At the entrance checkpoint, a group of men in military uniforms approached. Old Man Deng produced an ID, and they drove right in.
Behind them, Tai and the others, since they were participating in the National Elite Camp, had all undergone identity verification.
We'll stay at the rest stop tonight and continue our journey tomorrow.
Old Man Deng was clearly very familiar with the area. He got out of the car and headed straight for a hotel. He then produced his ID, booked a room, and ordered some food.
You remained silent the entire time. Isn't the elite camp supposed to provide meals for you guys? Why did you come over here, kid?
You had barely sat down when Tai and Zoe showed up.
The food at the elite camp is practically inedible. Since you're here, I've been tagging along the whole way just to satisfy my cravings.
Old Man Deng snorted derisively. With your sneaky, slacker attitude, it'll probably take you even longer to break through to the Grandmaster stage. Breaking through the Grandmaster stage requires opening the meridians. If your foundation isn't solid and you force it, it'll damage your martial physique in the long run. Even with material to repair it, it'll still fall short. Tai pursed his lips. I don't want to be like those guys in Kyoto. Forcing the meridians open now only makes it harder to perform the Tongshenigu later. They forced the meridians open to break through the Grandmaster stage back then to suppress the boss.
And what happened?
They didn't realize the boss had been hiding his true strength all along. In the end, it was all for nothing. Upon hearing this, Old Master Deng glanced at you and couldn't help but chuckle.
Just as Tai had said.
The reason those families in Kyoto forced their young members to open their meridians and spent vast sums to break through the Grandmaster stage was indeed to suppress you. To be precise, it was to suppress the Chu family of Qin Province.
In the end, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Who could have imagined you was hiding his strength so deeply? Hiding his strength? Meridian activation? Yu chuckled to himself.
Thanks to the system, he encountered absolutely no obstacles, not even the slightest sensation when breaking through to the Grandmaster stage and activating his meridians.
It was that effortless.
Logically speaking, all 9 substages of the Grandmaster stage require meridian activation.
These are the Ren and Du meridians, the Chong meridian, the Dai meridian, the Yang Wei meridian, the Yin Wei meridian, the Yang Chao meridian, the Yin Chao meridian, and finally, the He meridian.
As for the Great Grandmaster stage, it is an enhanced version of the Grandmaster stage, requiring only the strengthening of the major meridians. Only breaking through to the Exarch stage presents another hurdle, requiring the opening the mysteries and transforming the bones technique. The subsequent King stage, Emperor stage, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, and Divine stage all have their own respective barriers. Of course. For you, these barriers posed absolutely no challenge, they were as good as non-existent.
Let us eat. Old Master Dang knew when to change the subject.
As soon as he saw Tai's gaze turn to you, he immediately changed the subject. You had traversed a path that takes most people a lifetime to complete at such a young age. He must surely possess his own secrets and serendipitous opportunities. However, the Chu family had no desire to probe further. Anyone who attempted to investigate was blocked by the old patriarch of the Chu family.
Come to think of it, you and the Chu family could be considered mutual investors, mutually benefiting one another. Meanwhile,
on the other side of the rest stop,
Yu's sudden arrival had put many people on edge.
Among them were the blood cult, as well as some families from the capital. Word has come from over there that they were attacked by the blood cult while traveling west.
Only the group from Qin province came out unscathed. Isn't that only natural?
Besides you, Qin province also has Old Master Deng, and you know, Old Master Deng is a 6-star Exarch stage. In his youth, he was a warlord renowned throughout Huaxia and Old Master Chu's right-hand man. The blood cult would have to be out of their minds to actively attack Qin province's contingent.
This has nothing to do with us. Our duty is to man this outpost. By the way, we should still go notify Old Master Deng. After all, we're all from Huaxia. Hopefully, Old Master Deng will be willing to lend a hand. I understand.
A middle-aged man turned and left the sentry post, heading straight for the hotel.
A long time later,
the man arrived at the hotel and found the table where you and the others were dining.
Hello, Old Master Deng. Old Master Deng chuckled softly. You've dropped by unexpectedly. Has something happened? Indeed, something has happened.
The teams from various provinces coming to participate in the elite camp were attacked by the blood cult along the way.
Do you think you could provide some assistance?
Old Master Deng chuckled softly. This old man can't be of any help in this matter. Although Old Master Deng wore a smile, his gaze was icy cold. Back in the day, when Old Master Chu was forced to retreat to Qin province, although the capital was the main culprit, the families from other provinces were by no means innocent either. Although the Chu family never sought retribution against those who took advantage of the chaos, they had kept all these grudges firmly in mind. Those attending the national elite camp were almost exclusively the offspring of prominent families from various provinces.
Old Master Deng would naturally offer no assistance.
If they were children of ordinary people, needless to say, Old Master Deng would step in. The Chu family of Qin province had always been clear about who their friends and enemies were, and their aid was selective.
Chapter 79, The Shining Silver Dagger Strikes Again.
The middle-aged man left. Tai looked up and snorted coldly. If you ask me, these people deserve to die.
What else do these wealthy families do besides exploiting the common people?
In Qin province, the blood cult doesn't even dare to show its face, but in other provinces, the blood cult acts with complete impunity. These wealthy families bear a large part of the responsibility for the blood cult's growth and expansion.
If they hadn't exploited the common people and left them without resources, how could so many have willingly joined the blood cult?
Old Master Deng sighed. Put simply, the blood cult is a faction formed by a group of extreme, science-obsessed madmen. There used to be rules governing their actions, but later on, things became increasingly lawless.
It's actually all because of the commoners who joined.
After suddenly gaining immense power, their first instinct was revenge against the wealthy families who had exploited them. The reason the blood cult hasn't run amok in Qin province is, first, because the Chu family keeps them in check, and second, because Qin province hasn't exploited the common people too harshly. I don't deny it happens, but it's definitely not as severe as in other provinces, so severe that commoners see no hope of rising up. If you ask me, are these blood cult members really at fault? In my view, they aren't. They started out venting their personal grievances, and eventually, they were influenced by the blood god elixir. They weren't at fault in the beginning, nor were they at fault after being influenced by the blood god elixir. One can only say they've become a cancer. You nodded slightly. The blood cult followers' initial acts of revenge were simply a response to the elite family's excessive exploitation. Indeed, they were not at fault, because he himself came from a commoner background and understood all too well the agony of being exploited to the point of despair. The blood cult followers under the influence of the blood god elixir weren't at fault either, because they were no longer themselves, they were beyond their own control. At most, they were a cancer. Actually, when you think about it, it's not the people who are at fault, but this damned world. Get some rest early, we have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. Old Master Deng didn't seem to want to say any more. He looked emotionally drained, so he stood up and left. Ah! Seeing this, Tai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of manna. You looked puzzled. Zoe, standing nearby, explained, the main reason Grandpa offended so many people in his youth was that he was fighting for the common people. Grandpa has always had one wish, to restore the rules that existed in Huaxia before the martial arts era began. Equality for all. But Grandpa ultimately lost. He shook the very foundations of the powerful clans. In the end, he had no choice but to be confined to Qin province, while Grandpa Deng and the others who were once Grandpa's subordinates all came from commoner backgrounds. If we're talking about hatred, it's actually people like Grandpa Deng who hate him the most. Because of Grandpa's original team, fewer than 100 members are still alive today. People like Chung Shan were all orphans Grandpa took in back then. To protect the Chu family, they voluntarily overdrew their potential and ruined their own futures. At this point, Zoe hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, the reason Grandpa went out of his way to help you is, first, because of your strength and your approach to handling matters. Second, it's because you come from a commoner's family. He hopes you can carry on the work he never finished to fight for a fair world for the common people of this land. But he didn't want you to harbor any suspicions about the Chu family, so he never mentioned it. Hearing this, you fell silent. If only there were 10,000 houses, wide and spacious, to shelter all the poor scholars under heaven and bring joy to their faces? The line from his past life flashed through U.S. mind, but in the end, he shook his head slightly. He didn't consider himself a great man. From start to finish, he had simply wanted to rely on his own abilities to give his family a better life. Just like in the beginning. His goal had been nothing more than to have a house where sunlight could shine in. So his younger sister wouldn't have to spend year after year up on that high tower, sitting by the window gazing into the distance, lost in thought for half a day at a time. Later, he wanted to cure his sister. He wanted his parents to stop worrying so much. Even now, the reason he strives so hard is simply to build a team, conquer the dungeon, and provide his family with a better, safer living environment. As for bringing peace to all future generations, he had never even considered it. Selfish. Perhaps that's just human nature. You couldn't help it either. I'm tired. As soon as the words left his mouth, you stood up and walked back to his room. Cousin, you shouldn't have told the boss all that. Tai sighed. That was Grandpa's dream, not the boss's. The boss doesn't owe anyone in this world anything, let alone have to struggle for it. You have to understand he's only 17. He's the same age as you and me. Just because he is powerful in Exarch stage, does that mean he has to force himself to shoulder all this? Usually, no matter what you do, I can cut you some slack, but when it comes to Big Brother, I hope this won't happen again. At that moment, Tai's expression turned somewhat cold. I used to think your affection for Big Brother came from the heart, but now I realize that that's not the case. You've just developed a different kind of feeling toward him based on what Grandpa told you. To put it simply, you're just fulfilling Grandpa's dream for him. Maybe you didn't mean to, but that is exactly what you've done. After the National Elite Camp, you'd better stick to training within the clan. With that, Tai walked away. Zoe stood there, frozen in shock. It took her a long time to recover. Eventually, her expression turned desolate. In the early hours of the morning, teams from various provinces arrived at the rest stop one after another. Judging by their disheveled appearance, it was clear that the blood cult's attack this time had been particularly fierce. You, get your ass out here. You old bastard Deng, you get your ass out here too. Why didn't you come to our rescue? As soon as this group arrived, their eyes bloodshot, they stood in the hall and roared angrily. You hadn't been able to sleep anyway because of what Zoe had said earlier. Now he emerged, frowning. Seeing the state of the people before him and hearing their angry shouts, his expression turned cold. Whoosh! The bright silver throwing knife at his waist appeared. The sentry soldiers present, seeing this, immediately cried out, they didn't mean it. Many people from various provinces have died this time. They're emotionally unstable right now. Their emotional instability is none of my damn business, you said coldly. The bright silver throwing knife shot out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, blood streaked across the necks of several of the men who had been cursing, and they collapsed to the ground, dead. Well done. At that moment, Old Master Deng's voice came from behind him. His expression was equally grim. His gaze swept across the crowd in the hall. Give me one reason not to kill you? Old Master Deng said coldly, otherwise, factoring in the grudges from back then, I wouldn't mind unleashing a bloodbath and slaughtering every last one of you. As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically. Their emotions settled, and they stared at Old Master Deng and you with terror. Only now did they realize that standing before them were two Exarch stage cultivators. One was the youngest Exarch stage powerhouse in China, and the other was a member of the Madman Squad who had once followed Old Master Chu in daring to challenge China's elite clans. Chapter 80, Chaos in the Dungeon. Old Master Deng. These are all trainees participating in the National Elite Camp. We can't kill them. The soldier at the sentry post looked troubled. If these students were killed here, he would certainly be held responsible. Do you have the right to plead for mercy? Old Master Deng snorted coldly. Setting aside the question of whether we'll provide support or not, how did they even find out that we won't? You guys act one way to my face and another behind my back. What, do you think you're the only ones with brains? Hearing this, the man's expression darkened as well. It was indeed one of his men who had leaked the news that Old Man Deng wouldn't provide support. However, the one who leaked it was a member of a family from Beijing. But a quick glance revealed that there wasn't a single person from Beijing in the hall right now. They were all from other provinces. A bunch of fools, being used as pawns. Old Master Deng, it's true that one of my men spoke without thinking, but we really can't kill these students. Old Master Deng said coldly, you can't kill the students, but they can kill them, right? Well. Xiao Gang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just as he was pondering how to respond, you had already struck. A gleaming silver throwing knife shot out. In the hall, every member of the escort except for the students was killed. This sudden action surprised Old Master Deng as well. He looked at you and immediately noticed that something was off with Yu's demeanor. Tai, standing nearby, had clearly figured out the reason and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. You. The sentry's expression changed. He looked at you, momentarily at a loss for words. The people had already been killed. And with one of his own subordinates plotting behind the scenes, he couldn't say anything more. Everyone, disperse. Watching you and Old Master Deng walk away, the sentry waved his hand in resignation. Tell that bastard Zhang Hai to get lost. He is no longer part of this sentry post. Stepping out of the hotel, the sentry said coldly to the subordinate beside him. Then, after cursing under his breath, he stormed off in a huff. The night passed without incident. The next morning, After you and the others had breakfast, they set off on their journey. The people from other provinces, on the other hand, remained at the rest stop.
However, now that they had entered the west, the blood-cult Wound Tea attacked them again. But no one brought up the matter of you killing someone last night. Another half-day passed. You and Old Master Deng arrived outside Dungeon City number 7.
After parting ways with Tai and the others, you entered a dungeon city for the first time, led by Old Master Deng.
Are you surprised? You nodded. Dungeon City number 7 had a beautiful environment with lush mountains and clear waters, and its architectural style bore some resemblance to ancient Chinese designs.
Stepping inside, you almost felt as if he had traveled back in time to ancient times. Here, people wore loose martial arts robes, whose style resembled the Hanfu of his past life.
Yet they were different. They weren't as elaborate as Hanfu.
In short, this place was completely different from the outside world.
Should we head straight to the dungeon, or take a look around here first? Let us go straight to the dungeon.
Yu's purpose in coming here was to deal with the Death Knights in the dungeon. He had no intention of wandering around aimlessly.
Beast-drawn carts?
Yu's eyes lit up when he saw that Qing Shan had somehow managed to procure several beast-drawn carriages. He knew that due to environmental issues, machinery couldn't operate in the dungeon city. But seeing these ferocious beasts so obediently pulling the carriages piqued his curiosity.
Could it be a beast tamer? Are you curious as to why these ferocious beasts are so obedient? You nodded. Old Master Deng explained with a smile, this brings us back to traditional Chinese medicine.
After the advent of the martial arts era, traditional Chinese medicine which we had previously abandoned finally began to play an unprecedented role. Many of the principles of traditional Chinese medicine are based on the study of the human body, and even these ferocious beasts are covered within its scope.
It all comes down to pharmacology. The reason traditional Chinese medicine fell into decline in the past was precisely because there weren't suitable medicinal herbs.
But after the martial arts era began, various materials perfectly filled the gaps in traditional Chinese medicine.
Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. It's even of great help to the warrior stage. You'll come to understand this later.
As he spoke, Old Master Deng was the first to climb into the beast-drawn carriage, with you following closely behind. The roads here have all been specially constructed. The one we're on now is for beast-drawn carriages, while the one beside it is a pedestrian path, though some people do ride bicycles on it. As the carriage set off, it traveled just as fast as a car since it was on a dedicated road.
Along the way, whenever Old Master Deng passed a particular spot, he would explain the situation to you.
About 3 hours later, the carriage came to a stop.
Old Man Deng stepped off the beast-drawn carriage and pointed to the entrance ahead, explaining, this is the passage leading to the underground city. Actually, what is known as the underground city used to be a lair for ferocious beasts. After some construction, it was transformed into an underground city.
It's dim inside year-round, so it's mostly inhabited by ordinary warrior stage warriors. Perhaps their ancestors were once important figures, but their families have gradually fallen into decline here. To avoid leaving this place, they had no choice but to move into the underground city. The underground city is also known as the slums. As they chatted, you had already followed Old Master Deng down the stairs. Standing at the top of the stairs, you could see towering buildings rising from the ground and a dense crowd below. You estimated that the underground city extended about 50 meters deep. Get lost. Once they reached the surface, the streets were bathed in dim, yellow light. Perhaps because of the way you and his companions were dressed, the people around them eyed them with malevolence. Old Master Deng projected an aura of Exarch stage mana and barked a cold command. The crowd immediately scattered in panic. Here, the one thing you absolutely cannot afford is mercy. If anyone dares to attack you, you must strike decisively and kill them. Because only by doing so can you deter others who might try to attack you. Since Old Master Deng had a clear objective, his pace was very brisk. Before long, they arrived in front of a tall building. Yellow Springs. You looked up and saw 2 red characters, each about 10 meters high, on the building. That was the name of the place. You must have seen those two characters. We all call this place the Yellow Springs Tower.
Old Master Deng explained, the Yellow Springs Tower has branches in many dungeon cities.
Dungeon City number 7 is the closest one to us, and besides, the dungeon level here is relatively low. As he spoke, Old Master Deng walked into the building and showed the token in his hand to the man standing at the entrance. The token was made of gold and featured a lifelike depiction of the vermilion bird.
Please come in, distinguished guest.
Old Master Deng ignored the man and continued his explanation. There are 4 types of Yellow Springs Tower VIP tokens, all made of gold. The only difference is the color of the vermilion bird on the token. Crimson is level 1, silver is level 2, gold is level 3, and black is the highest level, level 4. You glanced at the vermilion bird on Old Master Deng's token, it was gold.
That meant the token was level 3. Go inside first to get a feel for the arena. Once you've chosen your assassin, I'll arrange for you to step into the ring right away.
Remember, the death warriors you face are all your own men. If possible, it's best to spare their lives and avoid inflicting serious injuries.
Unless absolutely necessary, you may kill them outright. Chapter 81, Shattering the Black Blade with a Fingertip. A long time later.
You thoroughly familiarized himself with the rules of the Yellow Springs Tower, then returned to Old Master Deng's side. At the Yellow Springs Tower, challengers can choose opponents of any cultivation level, but they must sign a life and death contract and pay a challenge fee of 10 million martial coins. Here, the Yellow Springs Tower pays no heed to a challenger's strength. Even if an Exarch stage fighter challenges a Grandmaster stage fighter, no one will bat an eye.
Which cultivation level do you plan to start at? 9-star Grandmaster stage, I suppose.
As for why you didn't challenge the Exarch stage directly, it was because the Yellow Springs Tower didn't have many Exarch stage assassins. Challenging the Exarch stage requires a VIP level of at least level 3, and a challenge fee of 1 billion Wu Yuan must be paid. You didn't meet either of these two conditions. Perhaps he could secure the 1 billion Wu Yuan from the Chu family, but his VIP level was a major obstacle. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Tower wouldn't easily let go of a death warrior at the Exarch stage.
Wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements.
As soon as Old Master Deng finished speaking, he took his VIP token, approached the Yellow Springs Tower representatives to negotiate, and paid a challenge fee of 10 million Wu Yuan.
10 minutes from now, arena number 7.
When Old Master Deng returned, he handed you a token inscribed with the number 7.
Remember what I said, it's fine if these death soldiers are seriously injured, but don't kill them if you can help it.
If any of them die, you'll have wasted your time.
Do you know why so few people manage to walk away from the Yellow Springs Tower with a death soldier?
You shook his head.
Because these death warriors are ready to die.
Once they step onto the arena, they see only 2 outcomes, killing you or being killed by you. So you need to win without killing them, and that's very difficult.
You nodded in understanding.
The death warriors of the Yellow Springs Tower are nothing like the people from Green Mountain. When they pushed their potential to the limit, the Chu family paid a heavy price to prevent their minds from becoming inhuman. But the Yellow Springs Tower would absolutely never pay such a heavy price to stabilize the minds of its death warriors. Next, we have a grand challenge, the Level 9 Challenge Tournament. It has been 2 years since anyone from our Yellow Springs Tower last initiated a Level 9 Challenge Tournament. Today, the spectacle is about to begin anew. Distinguished guests, don't hold back your martial energy bet to your heart's content. Now, please welcome our Level 9 challengers to Ring 7. As a middle-aged man with a goatee made the announcement, the crowd's excitement immediately soared.
Just as he said.
It had been a long time since the Level 9 challenge had been held. Only a small fraction of those present were here to hone their combat skills. Of course, the vast majority were here seeking thrills. The Level 9 Challenge. It meant facing a 9-star Grandmaster stage death-defying warrior. This was bound to be a thrilling and bloody spectacle. Booze. Booze. Booze.
As you stepped onto Ring 7, the arena fell suddenly and completely silent. Then, a wave of booze erupted. It was simply because you was too young.
At 16 or 17, in their eyes, challenging the Level 9 tournament was nothing short of courting death. It had nothing to do with the excitement they imagined, though there would certainly be bloodshed. However, as far as they were concerned, that bloodshed would simply be you being brutally slaughtered.
Who is this kid?
The manager of Huangquan Tower, seated upstairs, was also somewhat taken aback when he saw you. He had heard earlier that someone was about to begin a level 9 challenge, so he had come out specifically to watch. But when he saw you, a look of surprise instinctively flashed across his face. Of course. Unlike the people below, he didn't look down on you or think he was courting death. He simply believed you was special.
Manager. This person is named you.
He is from outside the realm and is currently Huaxia's youngest exarch stage powerhouse, just 17 years old. He recently completed the combat exam and was this year's national champion in Huaxia, and he achieved that title with a perfect score. Hearing his subordinate's report, the manager's expression grew increasingly astonished.
He hasn't overexerted his potential?
No. According to the data, this you seems to have a major breakthrough. He rose to prominence suddenly half a year ago, and it appears he had been hiding his true strength before. Not only that, but this you also possesses multiple talents simultaneously. The supervisor nodded slightly and said, "Have the people below set the tone, get them all to bet on the death squad and reap a massive windfall."
Understood. After the man left,
it wasn't long before the calls to bet on death squad grew even louder, while you, on the other hand, was torn to shreds.
He's just a greenhorn. He's asking for trouble.
In short, the comments about you were overwhelmingly negative. No one believed he would win.
And that's exactly what happened.
More and more people bet on the death squad, some even gambled away their life savings, all in the hope of striking it rich. Xingshan, bet all the martial coins we brought out this time on you. Old Master Deng chuckled lightly, a mere 300 million martial coins, it's not enough to make the Yellow Springs Tower turn on us. Later, take half of the winnings and transfer it to you, he deserves it.
At US current odds, 300 million Wu Yuan would instantly turn into 3 billion Wu Yuan. Even half of that would still be 1,500 million for you. That kid you really has great luck with mana.
The Wu Yuan he'll earn from this challenge tournament will be more than enough to cover his team's expenses for the next few years. Old Master Deng smiled and turned his gaze toward you on ring 7.
At that moment, his opponent had already stepped into the ring.
It was a young man in his late 20s, clad in a black martial arts uniform, his face pale and bloodless. You looked up and noticed that his opponent's gaze was completely unreadable, or, to be precise, it resembled the stare of a living dead man.
The challenge begins.
As the man from Yellow Springs Tower shouted those words,
the Death Knight's previously unflinching gaze instantly turned bloodthirsty. That's the spirit.
No wonder he's a level 9 Death Knight. Look how scared that kid over there is.
Ha, if you ask me, this kid's just here to hand us his money. I'm actually a little reluctant to see him die.
If only a few more of these dumb kids would show up, after today, I'd have enough money to move up to the dungeon city.
As the crowd below chattered, the Death Knight had already closed in on you, standing less than 10 centimeters away. Just then,
the Death Knight, who had been unarmed, suddenly produced a black blade 7 or 8 centimeters long. The blade had no hilt.
The assassin held the black blade between his fingers, intending to slash across Yu's neck. As for this move,
you had clearly anticipated it long ago.
Just as the black blade was less than 5 centimeters from his neck, he suddenly raised his hand and flicked the blade lightly with his index finger.
Whoosh! The crowd watched as the black blade flew from the assassin's fingertips at blinding speed.
It flew over the heads of the audience.
Then it plunged into the wall behind him.
The black blade had already sunk deep into the wall.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. This discovery immediately made the audience in the arena gasp in shock. You was able to generate such terrifying force with just a light flick of his finger. From this, it was clear. US strength was unfathomable.
Combined with US consistently cold expression, the audience realized something was amiss. You was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Chapter 82, the 290-star Grandmaster Stage Death Knight. On the stage,
Though the black blade had been knocked out of the Death Knight's hand by you, he showed no emotional fluctuation or surprise. His gaze remained bloodthirsty, and then, with a flick of his wrist, another black blade materialized out of thin air.
In response,
you simply activated his telepath talent. The black blade in the Death Warrior's hand slipped from his grasp once more, but under the control of US telepath talent, it plunged into the palm of the Death Warrior's hand.
Seeing this,
the Death Warrior's other hand struck the black blade embedded in his palm at lightning speed.
The black blade instantly pierced through his palm. Immediately afterward, the Death Warrior slammed his palm toward US neck. If the strike connected, the black blade in the assassin's palm would pierce US neck. Thud. You kicked out with his foot. The assassin was sent flying backward. During this moment,
the sound of snapping bones filled the air.
Yet even so,
the assassin, seemingly immune to pain, charged forward again at blinding speed.
Seeing this,
you realized just how formidable these assassins were. They were exactly like living dead, reckless and seemingly immune to pain. Their eyes were filled with nothing but bloodlust and the will to kill.
With that in mind, you held nothing back.
He activated his Godspeed talent.
Afterimages appeared on the stage. That speed.
Upstairs, the manager of Huangquan Tower saw you unleash his Godspeed talent, and his previously calm eyes suddenly widened.
That's the Godspeed talent? How could a mere B-rank talent possibly possess such speed?
With that thought, he whipped his head around, his gaze turning icy.
Are you certain there were no errors in the previous investigation? A mere B-rank Godspeed talent, do you really think it could produce this kind of speed? And then there's his telepath talent.
Have you ever seen a telepath capable of snatching a blade from the hands of a 9-star Grandmaster?
You have 10 minutes to get to the bottom of this.
I want to know everything about you and exactly what great opportunity he has stumbled upon.
Otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this,
the subordinate was already drenched in sweat. Fear was practically bursting out of the top of his head.
I'll investigate immediately.
The supervisor shot him a cold glance, said nothing more, and turned his gaze back to the arena.
At that moment,
on the arena, you was severing the assassin's limbs at blinding speed.
Under normal circumstances,
even an Exarch stage powerhouse would be absolutely incapable of breaking the limbs of a 9-star Grandmaster stage Death Knight. Because the moment a Death Knight sensed such an attempt, it would immediately fight to the death. By the time an Exarch stage fighter managed to break the Death Knight's limbs, the Death Knight would already have perished on the spot.
But you was different.
His speed left the Death Knight no chance to react at all. Not only did he break its limbs,
he also shattered the assassin's jaw.
This was simply a precaution. He was worried the assassin might bite his tongue to commit suicide.
Of course. You was overthinking it.
The assassin might fight to the death, but he would never bite his tongue to kill himself.
I won, right?
The assassin now lay limp on the ground with his limbs severed. He was completely unable to stand up.
He could only struggle frantically. Unfortunately,
you had severed the joints. Not other parts of the body. Even if the Death Warrior ignored the pain, he would be unable to stand.
The challenger wins.
As the man from the Yellow Springs Tower announced, it meant you had won, and the Death Warrior before him now belonged to you.
From this moment on, your life belongs to me. You looked down at the Death Warrior from above. Understood.
Although the Death Warrior's mind was not in its right state, he could still understand human speech. He was also well aware of the rules. From this moment on, his life no longer belonged to the Yellow Springs Tower, but to you. Qing Shan, take him to be treated.
Old Master Deng stepped up to the ring and ordered Qing Shan to take the assassin away.
Then he simply exchanged a glance with you, without saying a word. After all, you was set to continue his challenge as ring number 7 still belonged to him.
The challenge continues.
Place your bets.
The man from Huangquan Tower waited for 2 minutes. Seeing that you was still standing on the stage, He understood what that meant. Negotiate with US people.
After 5 matches, as long as he is willing to lose one, we can give him 59-star Grandmaster stage assassins. Upstairs, the manager knew full well that, given US strength, their 9-star Grandmaster stage fighters stood no chance against him.
Not even in a relay match.
Just from the battle moments ago, it was clear that you hadn't expended much mana at all. According to the records, you possessed several other talents as well. However, considering the unique Godspeed talent and telepath talent you had just demonstrated, the manager couldn't guarantee that his other talents wouldn't be equally extraordinary. When dealing with someone like you, it was best to back down when necessary. After all, the Yellow Springs Tower was a business.
It was also evident just how much potential you possessed.
With a figure like this, backed by the Chu family, there was no need to provoke him. If it could be avoided, it would be wise to maintain good relations. Besides, the Dungeon City was becoming increasingly chaotic. Even with the Yellow Springs Tower's deep-rooted influence, things were getting a bit difficult these days. You was someone with the authority to form a party, and the manager could imagine that, given US strength, earning merit points and then increasing his party size limit would be no trouble at all. Oh, and give you another level 4 token from our Yellow Springs Tower.
Once the room was empty,
the supervisor suddenly took out his communicator and dialed a number. He then explained US situation in detail to the person on the other end.
Understood. The call lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes.
After hanging up, a look of astonishment crossed the supervisor's face. He sat there in silence for a moment, then shouted toward the door, "Send for old Master Deng downstairs immediately." He had just contacted one of the 5 tower masters of the Yellow Springs Tower, who was also his immediate superior. After explaining US situation, the tower master actually said that you was worth investing heavily in. He told the supervisor to trust Madman Chu's judgment, adding that anyone Chu would stake the entire Chu family on was bound to be a sure bet.
He immediately instructed the supervisor.
Since you had come here for death soldiers, it was naturally to assemble a team. In that case, they would give you 209-star Grandmaster stage death soldiers. Of course. 209-star Grandmaster stage death soldiers were nothing to the Yellow Springs Tower. But to everyone's surprise, the Tower Master even offered to give you 5 Exarch stage death soldiers. This stunned the manager. Exarch stage assassins are extremely rare and precious even within the Yellow Springs Tower.
To give away 5 of them at once. That is simply unbelievable. Manager Jiang, it's been a long time.
Just then, old Master Deng walked into the room, and the manager snapped back to attention.
Old Master Deng.
The manager greeted him with a smile, then continued, "I won beat around the bush.
I called you here today because of you.
Our Tower Master is willing to invest in you and build a good relationship with him.
To demonstrate our sincerity, the Yellow Springs Tower is willing to present you with 209-star Grandmaster stage loyalists.
Plus 5 Exarch stage loyalists." At first, old Master Deng maintained a cheerful expression, as he had already guessed why the Yellow Springs Tower manager had summoned him. 209-star Grandmaster stage loyalists, while a large number were, given US strength, merely a matter of time before he could secure them for himself. But what truly threw him off balance was the manager's final statement.
5 Exarch stage assassins. This was no joke. They were really pulling out all the stops. Chapter 83, this is a gift, not a deal. Are you sure it's 5 Exarch stage assassins? The supervisor wasn't the least bit surprised by old Master Deng's reaction.
After all, upon receiving the forum owner's instructions, he'd been just as stunned as old Master Deng. It took him quite a while to come to his senses as well.
You heard correctly.
There are indeed 5 Exarch stage assassins, plus 209-star Grandmaster stage assassins.
Old Master Deng took a deep breath of mana and asked, "I want to know why." Because of US potential.
The supervisor hesitated for a moment before continuing. Old Master Deng should be well aware of the current crisis facing the Dungeon City.
This crisis is different from previous ones. Even we at the Yellow Springs Tower are finding it somewhat challenging.
The reason the Tower Master chose to invest in you is, first, because his potential truly warrants such an investment, and second, because of old Master Chu. The Tower Master said that anyone old Master Chu would bet the entire Chu family on someone he is willing to stake everything on as someone he couldn't possibly refuse.
Old Master Deng nodded slightly upon hearing this.
However, he wasn't the least bit surprised by the Yellow Springs Tower Master's actions.
After all, the Yellow Springs Tower was an unofficial faction.
The fact that it had established multiple branches across Dungeon City clearly demonstrated that the Tower Master was an exceptionally clever man with highly sophisticated tactics. Such an investment in you was indeed consistent with the Tower Master's modus operandi. I can't make this decision on my own. You'll need to discuss the details with you in person.
I understand.
The manager nodded. The reason I came to Old Deng first was simply to ask you to put in a good word for us. After all, the Yellow Springs Tower doesn't have the best reputation in the eyes of outsiders, and I'm worried you might have a bias against us.
But Old Deng, you should know that everything we do at the Yellow Springs Tower is above board and out in the open.
But those families, they seem kind on the surface, hiding behind the guise of philanthropists, yet behind the scenes, their dealings are countless times dirtier than ours at Huangquan Tower. As the saying goes, if someone looks bad on the surface, they aren't necessarily bad. But if they appear too virtuous, without a single negative story, then they're definitely up to no good.
Old Man Deng nodded.
He clearly agreed with the manager's words.
Come to think of it,
he'd rather go down with the Yellow Springs Tower than deal with those families. The Yellow Springs Tower operates straightforwardly.
If I say I'm going to take you out,
I'll do it openly and above board, using every means at my disposal, whether underhanded or despicable, but always in the open.
But those families are different.
There are plenty of instances where they smile to your face but stab you in the back. The old patriarch of the Chu family was betrayed in exactly that way back then, which is why Old Master Deng still harbors no fondness for those families to this day. I was originally thinking of having you lose one match after the 5th round, the manager said with a light chuckle.
But things are different now.
Since the Tower Master has spoken, I wouldn't dare let you lose a match and tarnish his reputation. Still, Huangquan Tower is, after all, a business.
I hope Old Master Deng will have a word with you.
It wouldn't be good to let these underlings get the upper hand for no reason. Old Master Deng nodded and said, I'll speak with you, but I won't tell him what to do.
Of course.
The manager nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed on the ring. By then, you had already broken the assassin's limbs in the same manner.
Another victory was secured.
This time, however, there was no outcry from the audience below. Instead, they were shouting at the top of their lungs. That is because, for this match, they had all bet on you to win. After all, the strength you had displayed in the previous match had already proven everything.
Anyone who didn't bet on you now would truly be a fool. The challenger wins.
After the man from Huangquan Tower announced the result,
Qingshan stepped up to the ring.
He repeated the manager's terms.
209-star Grandmaster Stage Assassins, and 5 Exarch Stage Assassins?
Even you couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise upon hearing these terms.
There's no need to continue the tournament. You immediately stepped down from the arena.
Since the other party had extended such goodwill, you naturally couldn't be ungrateful. Besides, his sole purpose for coming here was to defeat the elite warriors. Now, the Yellow Springs Tower was voluntarily offering 209-star Grandmaster Stage elite warriors, plus 5 at the Exarch stage. It was safe to say that this trip to the dungeon had already been a huge success for you.
Why aren't you continuing the challenge?
Sir, don't leave.
My dream is shattered. Today was the closest I've ever come to moving into the Dungeon City, and now it's all gone. I really regret it. If I'd known, I should bet everything I had on the last round.
As you left, the audience immediately erupted in cries of despair.
What a staggering fortune.
And just like that, he was gone. It was all over too soon.
Upstairs.
You had already arrived at his room. He didn't give the slightest thought to how the audience below was reacting.
Hello, you.
Seeing you enter, the manager stood up and approached him to shake his hand. After all, this was someone the building owner held in high regard, someone whose status far surpassed his own. Furthermore, US potential and youth compelled him to treat him with respect. Manager Jiang, let us get straight to the point.
I want to know, why is the Yellow Springs Tower willing to pay such a high price?
Although Qin Shan had already shared some details with you earlier, you asked the question again. I'm sure you're already aware of what I said earlier.
The manager replied, these are our Tower Master's instructions, I'm simply following orders.
As per the Tower Master's words, we at Huangquan Tower have no other conditions attached. Sending these 209-star Grandmaster Stage loyalists and 5 Exarch Stage loyalists is simply our way of building a good relationship with you.
You can think of it that way. This is a unilateral gesture of goodwill from Huangquan Tower, not a transaction. You nodded.
In that case, I'll keep Yellow Springs Tower's kindness in mind.
Very good. The supervisor chuckled lightly.
Since you've come to Yellow Springs Tower, I'll make the arrangements shortly.
Let us have dinner first. I'll have someone handle the deployment of the elite warriors immediately. As for that, you had no objections.
Later, led by the supervisor, Yu and his party arrived at the top floor of Yellow Springs Tower. Meals and fine wine had already been prepared there. Please take a seat, everyone. For the rest of the time, Yu and the manager chatted casually from time to time. During this time, he also asked about the crisis facing the dungeon city.
However, the manager didn't know much either.
He simply told you that this crisis in the dungeon city was different from previous ones. It seems something major was about to happen.
And so it went. Until the end.
Here at the Yellow Springs Tower, arrangements had also been made for 209-star Grandmaster Stage Elite Warriors and 5 Exarch Stage Elite Warriors. You scanned the group and realized they were virtually identical to the Elite Warriors he'd encountered during the previous tournament. Their eyes were lifeless, as if they were emotionless living corpses. From this moment on, your lives belonged to Lord Yu.
Do you understand?
Understood. Then the supervisor turned to you. You didn't say much, he merely let his gaze sweep over the assassins. To him, these people were nothing more than tools to help him increase his power. As for whether they were loyal or not,
he didn't know.
And, of course, he didn't want to know.
As long as they could fulfill his objectives, that was enough.
If any problems arose, he'd simply kill them.
Chapter 84, This is the True Mana. 209 Grandmaster Stage Death Soldiers, along with 5 Exarch Stage Death Soldiers. Their vitality alone could grant him a boost of 1,800,000, propelling him directly from the Exarch stage to the King stage. A full major realm leap and one equivalent to the mid to late stages of martial cultivation. Just as expected.
Exploiting system loopholes is the key to immense wealth.
For a moment, Yu was taken aback himself.
Now all he had to do was wait for the semester to start, obtain permission to form a team, and add these loyal followers to the roster. By the way, the original poster mentioned a place earlier. He said you might want to pay it a visit.
The supervisor suddenly spoke up. The Realm of Quest.
You had clearly never heard of this place, but Old Master Deng beside him suddenly sucked in a sharp breath of mana.
Does Old Master Deng know this place?
You turned his head and asked.
I do. Old Master Deng nodded. Back then, our entire team followed the commander there.
However, none of us had the opportunity to go inside, only the commander entered. Later, we heard the commander mention it. As the name suggests, the Realm of Exploration is a dungeon for exploring the unknown. You can think of it as a mirror. Some say you can glimpse the secrets of the divine stage there, while others claim you can see your own future. In short, there are all sorts of theories, and nothing has been definitively confirmed to this day, which is why the Realm of Exploration has become increasingly legendary and mysterious.
You asked, you didn't go in. Could it be that there is an obstacle to entering the Realm of Exploration? The Steel of Exploration.
Old Master Deng explained, only those whose names are engraved on the Steel of Exploration may enter.
We'll set out tomorrow.
Now that you had taken care of everything, and with some time left before the start of the semester, it wouldn't be a bad idea to check out the Realm of Exploration. Thanks to Old Master Deng's explanation, Yu's curiosity about the Realm of Quest had been piqued.
The realm of Quest lies deep in the west.
It will take 3 days to get there from here," said the manager of Huangquan Tower. "There are no rest stops along the way, so you'll need supplies for surviving in the wilderness.
I'll make sure to prepare everything for you." Yu nodded. Immediately afterward, led by the head of Huangquan Tower, he went to the assigned room to rest. The next day arrived.
The head of Huangquan Tower handed you 4 storage devices, each filled with the essentials needed for survival in the wild during the journey: tents, food, water, and the like.
Also, I've arranged for a vehicle for you outside Dungeon City.
When you and the others arrived, the vehicles were already parked outside Dungeon City number 7. However, with the addition of 200 9-star Grandmaster Stage Elite Warriors, new vehicles had to be arranged for their journey to the Realm of Quest.
I'll see you off.
After the head of the Yellow Springs Tower had finalized all the necessary arrangements, he followed you and the others out of the dungeon. Emerging from the dungeon passageway, they saw over 100 beast-drawn carriages parked outside. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again someday."
"We will."
You was the first to board a beast-drawn carriage, with Old Master Deng following closely behind. Next came the 200 9-star Grandmaster Stage Elite Warriors, along with Qingshan's group. The procession of over 100 beast-drawn carriages moved in a grand and imposing formation. They headed straight for the dungeon entrance. Along the way, every passerby was stunned by the spectacle and stopped to watch. Especially the 200 9-star Grandmaster Stage bodyguards, their faces cold, their gazes unflinching, and their bodies radiating a menacing aura of mana. Dressed uniformly in black martial arts robes, they gave the illusion of an army of the dead emerging from hell. It didn't take long. The beasts' carriages came to a halt at the entrance. You stood motionless, and the 200 elite warriors remained as still as statues. Only when you stepped down from the carriage did they swiftly follow suit, keeping close behind him at all times.
They exited the dungeon.
A young man hurried over, bending at the waist respectfully and saying, "Lord Yu, here are the 4 buses arranged by the supervisor." You glanced at the steel-cast buses parked nearby. Their tires were much wider and thicker than those of ordinary buses, and the vehicles themselves were larger, clearly well suited for a place like the West.
"Get on board."
You gave the order, and the 200 loyal followers obeyed without hesitation, moving with crisp precision, more like a well-drilled steel army.
As for you, he took a seat in the vehicle that Old Master Deng had driven all the way from Qin Province. The vehicle pulled away.
They drove westward. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Yu and his group encountered no trouble. They traveled by day and kept watch and rested at night. Although they were technically surviving in the wilderness, the supplies prepared by the manager of Huangquan Tower were plentiful, so Yu and his group didn't suffer any hardships. On the contrary, they resembled a group of tourists on an outing.
"The Chiosua realm is just ahead."
Old Man Deng pointed to the distance and added, "It's been a long time since I've been here. What used to be a village has now developed into a small town. Thanks to the western border's opening, more people could enter freely, and coupled with the reputation of the Quest for Truth realm, many more were flocking there. This had led to the formation of a town neither too large nor too small just outside the Quest for Truth realm. Quest for Truth Town." You glanced at the 3 large characters carved atop the stone brick city wall, then waved for the driver to continue forward.
"Stop. Vehicles are not permitted inside Chiosua town."
At the city gate, several young men dressed in a rough-and-tumble style stepped forward to block the vehicle. Yu Henti intended to drive inside anyway, so he got out of the car.
"Everyone entering the town must pay an entrance fee of 100,000 Wu Yuan per person." 100,000 Wu Yuan? Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. With his own group plus 200 elite warriors, that meant they'd have to pay over 20 million Wu Yuan in entrance fees.
Although he wasn't short on money right now, he certainly wasn't willing to fork over more than 20 million Wu Yuan just for an entrance fee. So he turned to Old Master Deng beside him and asked, "Old Master Deng, was there ever an entrance fee in the past?"
Old Master Deng shook his head. "No.
The so-called Chiosua town is nothing more than a gathering place for scattered civilians. It hasn't received official recognition." At this point, he snorted derisively. Besides, There has never been a place in Huaxia that required an entrance fee. Oh, right, perhaps such a place existed in Huaxia's ancient history. Among the group of rowdy young men, the leader snorted coldly, there wasn't one back then, but now this Josua town was built with our family head's money.
If you want to enter, you'll naturally have to pay the entrance fee.
Of course, if you don't want to pay the entrance fee, we won't force you, but then you'll have to stay 2 li away from Josua town. However, I should warn you, out here in the west, sandstorms and tornadoes happen from time to time. You wouldn't want to fall asleep at night only to wake up floating in the sky. As he spoke, the young men with the carefree air wore mocking grins. They used this tactic before to scare those who refused to pay the entrance fee. As soon as people heard about tornadoes and sandstorms, almost all of them would obediently pay up.
Everyone, get down.
You smiled mockingly and said, Old Deng, if we don't want to be fleeced today, we'll have to resort to some tactics. Old Man Deng chuckled, it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of killing a few more people. After all, with 209-star Grandmaster stage bodyguards and 5 Exarch stage bodyguards backing him up, even if a fight broke out, their strength meant they had nothing to fear from anyone. Old Man Deng couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It was as if he'd been transported back to the days when he used to set out on adventures with his teammates.